Chapter 1. The Arrival of Apocalypse and the Awakening of Talents. Senior, this is the shower room of the gym. There are people coming and going outside. Exactly, that's what makes it thrilling. Come on, let me help you get your first kill. Ooh. In the dimly lit storage room, Lin Chen found himself cornered against the wall, his breath quickening. Before him stood a short-haired beauty in a crop top and ultra-short skirt, crouching down to tug at his oversized shorts, preparing to pull them down. This was the belle of the finance management department, a third-year student, tall and fair, with striking beauty. Coming from a wealthy family, she drove a Porsche to school. Many suitors pursued her, rich second-generation heirs, academic elites, handsome lads, but she seemed to have eyes only for him. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a swell of pride. He was a sports scholarship student, having trained in Sonda for 3 years during high school. With a muscular physique and an 8-pack abs, complemented by a scar on his forehead that added a rugged charm to his handsome face, he was, as the belle remarked, already captivating just by showcasing his muscles. What did this imply? While others hesitated, he, a sportsman, stood ready to seize the moment. Thrilling. With such thoughts, Lin Chen felt himself growing restless. He grasped the edges of his short sleeve, crossed his arms, and pulled it off. A global catastrophe is imminent. All living beings will initiate genetic evolution. Those who fail in genetic evolution will mutate into zombie species. Survivors may awaken various talents. Will the world face total destruction or be reborn in the apocalypse? Stay tuned. A chilling voice suddenly resonated in Lin Chen's mind. He was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, a searing pain surged through his brain, as if countless heated needles were piercing his nerves, his heart racing, and blood coursing faster. Every cell in his body seemed to be undergoing nuclear fusion, gasping for breath. Whether it was 3 seconds or 5, the intense pain came swiftly and left just as quickly. When Lin Chen regained consciousness from the agony, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. Simultaneously, a translucent screen unfolded before his eyes. Name: Lin Chen. Level: First Tier, 0/10, Strength, 14 Agility, 12 Constitution, 13 Mental Power, 10 Talent, God Slaughter, SSS Grade, Unique. Passive Talent: Through slaughter, infinitely enhance one's mental power. Hunting mutated zombies allows the plundering of their talent abilities. Details: Talent Level Classification, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Staring at the screen resembling a character panel from a game, Lin Chen was momentarily bewildered. Was that voice merely a figment of his imagination? A global catastrophe. The apocalypse has arrived. What the hell? He had awakened an SSS-level ability. Senior, you heard that voice too, right? Still reeling from the shock, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask the bell, seeking confirmation from someone else that he wasn't losing his mind. Ugh, it hurts so much. Junior, save me. Lin Chen turned towards the voice, only to be startled. The belle was clutching her throat, her face contorted in agony. Her eyes bulged, bloodshot, with dark veins visible beneath her skin. Her throat emitted hoarse, rasping sounds, and greenish mucus oozed from between her teeth. Her contorted arms reached out towards Lin Chen, as if he were her last hope. In a mere 2 seconds, the belle stiffened, her eyes turned a lifeless gray, veins bulging. In the next instant, she lunged at Lin Chen, her mouth agape, nearly splitting to the roots of her ears, the mucus trailing grotesquely, evoking nausea and terror. Ah damn. Drawing on his 3 years of Sonda training, Lin Chen instinctively executed a left front kick, striking her squarely in the chest. Thud. With a dull thud, the zombie belle was sent flying, crashing through the frosted glass of the shower room, producing a piercing sound. She really has turned into a zombie. Gazing at the grotesque figure sprawled on the ground, veins bulging, completely unrecognizable, Lin Chen inhaled sharply, fully realizing that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. This belle was evidently a product of failed evolution. But why did the apocalypse have to coincide with his moment of seizing the first kill? What a pity for such a stunning figure and remarkable presence. Yet, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had the apocalypse arrived while he was in a compromising position? Ugh! The zombie belle let out a low growl, scrambling up from the shards of glass, claws flailing, lunging at him once more. Seeing her elongated nails and the slime-covered teeth, Lin Chen, despite his high school Sonda training, had no intention of engaging her barehanded. Quickly adjusting his shorts, he bolted towards the shower room exit. However, upon emerging from the shower room and witnessing the scene before him, Lin Chen was rendered speechless. The entire university gym was awash with splattered blood. Shouts, cries for help, and the sounds of tearing from zombies merged into chaos. Ugh, damn it, don't bite, it hurts. Help, save me. This global catastrophe had granted no one a moment's respite. Even those who awakened talents were psychologically unprepared. Many had been flirting or brokering friendships just a moment ago, only for one among them to suddenly transform into a zombie. Thus began the slaughter. Observing the hellish scene before him, blood and flesh scattered, Lin Chen struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. To survive, he needed to remain composed. Ugh! The short-haired zombie bell was closing in, moving in a twisted manner. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen glanced around, picked up a 5-kilogram dumbbell from the ground, and smashed it against the glass of the fire alarm box. Grabbing the fire axe inside, he gritted his teeth, flexed his arm muscles, and swung it towards the zombie bell's head. Damn! The crisp sound of skull shattering echoed, accompanied by a spray of red and white. With immense force, he struck the zombie bell to the ground. Her body twitched twice, then fell completely still. Killed a level 1 zombie, experience gained, 1 slaughter plunder completed, mental power 1, acquired F level talent, agility boost. Name, Lin Chen level, 1st tier, 1/10, strength, 14 agility, 12 constitution, 13 mental power, 11 talent, God slaughter, SSS grade, unique. Through slaughter, infinitely enhance one's mental power. Hunting mutated zombies allows the plundering of their talent abilities. Talent, agility boost, F level, upon activation, within 3 seconds, motor nerve intensity increases by 50. So that's how it works. Exhaling a breath of relief, Lin Chen gazed at his personal panel, excitement bubbling within him. He had finally grasped the utility of God slaughter. By killing zombies, he could enhance his mental power. The more he killed, the greater the enhancement. Mental power served as his blue bar, with each use of his talent requiring a certain amount of mental power. Moreover, the primary function of God slaughter was to plunder the talents of the slain zombies. As long as one slaughters enough and endures for a sufficient duration, their innate talents can multiply infinitely. Thus, the more enemies he vanquishes, the more skills he acquires, and the greater his reservoir of energy becomes. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen flicked the congealed blood from his fire axe and turned his gaze back to the chaotic gymnasium hall, a glimmer of fierce determination igniting within his eyes. In the wake of a global catastrophe, all established order is shattered, civilization, capital, and wealth cease to exist. To survive, one must grow stronger. Henceforth, he resolves to become a relentless warrior, endlessly accumulating his prowess. Chapter 2. The Eruption of the Undead, unleashing carnage and pillage within the chaotic confines of the gymnasium. The anguished screams of survivors intertwined with the guttural roars of the zombies. How could these monsters not be put down? These are zombies. Haven't they ever seen a movie? Strike at their heads. In the gym's main hall, some survivors had finally regained their composure. Seizing barbells and various fitness equipment to fiercely fend off the advancing horde of zombies. A dull thud resonated as a flash of azure lightning flickered momentarily. As the electric glow dissipated, a charred zombie was sent soaring through the air. In a corner, a robust man adorned with earrings and a headband clutched a metal rod. Shouting loudly, "Damn it! All who are still standing, gather around. I have awakened the B-class talent, Thunder Power. Let us band together and fight our way out. By the heavens, it's a powerhouse. Big brother, save me." The few still grappling with the zombies, akin to headless flies, found their rallying point and began to converge towards the earring-clad man. As 6 or 7 survivors united, they managed to establish a temporary foothold amidst the chaos of the hall. However, the third-floor hall was now swarming with nearly 40 zombies, having completely overrun those survivors who had fallen victim to the horde. Among them were several newly infected zombies, their bellies torn open, entrails spilling forth, and blood pooling around. A horrifying visual assault. What should we do? A portly member of the group stammered, his legs trembling as he sought guidance from the man with the awakened thunder power. Just moments earlier, they had been laughing together, yet now they faced the grotesque reality of gruesome death, with bones protruding, and the fact that he hadn't succumbed to fear was a testament to his fortitude. Wang Hao, who had awakened the thunder power, was equally tense, beads of sweat forming on his brow. While it was fortunate to possess a B-class talent, being thrust into a hellish battle from the outset was indeed overwhelming. The zombies began to converge upon Wang Hao and his companions, their numbers growing increasingly formidable. The nearest zombie lunged at them with wild abandon. "Damn it," Wang Hao muttered under his breath, as lightning coiled around the metal rod in his grasp. He swung it fiercely at the zombie hurtling towards him. Empowered by the thunder power, the creature was sent flying, as though struck by a vehicle. Yet, the continuous exertion of his talent was evidently taxing, and after landing a successful blow, he found himself gasping for breath. However, although he had dispatched one zombie, the two individuals beside him were soon overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the undead. Amidst their terrible cries, they were bitten, their necks severed, and substantial chunks of flesh devoured. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" At this moment, Wang Hao realized that the notion of breaking free from the encirclement of these dozens of zombies was nothing short of a delusion. These zombies felt no pain, exhibited no fatigue, and possessed astonishing strength and speed. Most critically, a mere bite would lead to infection. Engaging them in direct combat was sheer folly. "Brother Hao, run over there. There's a cycling fitness room." Among the few remaining, a bespectacled, slender man called out loudly as he dashed towards the cycling fitness room. However, no sooner had he shouted than a zombie pounced on him, savagely tearing into him. The fallen man struggled desperately to crawl forward, but within moments, his pupils clouded over with a lifeless gray, his face became marred with dark, protruding veins, and his limbs began to convulse grotesquely. At this moment, counting Wang Hao, only 3 of them remained, and without a hint of hesitation, they sprinted towards the cycling fitness room. As they burst into the room, Wang Hao and the others hastily shut the door, pressing their bodies against the glass panel. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the scene before them left them breathless with terror. Inside the cycling fitness room, covered in congealed blood, Lin Chen stood with a fire axe in hand, one foot planted on the body of a female zombie, vigorously pulling the axe blade from her spine. Scattered across the floor were 5 or 6 female zombies clad in yoga pants, their voluptuous forms grotesquely twisted. Some had their skulls cleaved open, while others had their chests brutally caved in. Lin Chen swung the fire axe to shake off the blood and remnants clinging to it. Zombie level 1 killed. Experience points: 1. Slaughter and plunder completed. Mental power: 1. Acquired F-class talent. Auditory enhancement: he exhaled a breath of stale air, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Hao and the others before leaning against the wall to recuperate. After dispatching the zombie senior, he realized the fitness hall was far too chaotic, with an overwhelming number of zombies that could easily entangle him. Although he could handle 2 or 3 zombies simultaneously without issue, being beset by more than 4 would ultimately result in being overwhelmed by the horde. Thus, after a brief assessment, he charged into this female-dominated cycling fitness room, wielding his axe at the doorway, leveraging the narrow entrance to systematically eliminate the aberrant zombies and newly infected ones. Name: Lin Chen. Level 1, 710, Strength 14, Agility 12, Constitution 13, Mental Power 17, Talent, Divine Slaughter. SSS level, increases mental power limitlessly through killing. Can plunder the talent abilities of mutated corpses. Talent: Agility enhancement, F level, after activation. Muscle response strength increases by 50 for 3 seconds. Talent: Strength enhancement, F level, after activation. Muscle power increases by 50 for 3 seconds. Talent: Auditory enhancement, F level, after activation. Hearing is enhanced tenfold for 1 minute. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Chen rubbed his wrist, a flicker of elation stirring within him. Having already dispatched 7 zombies, he needed to fell 3 more to ascend to the 2nd level. "B brother, did you do all this?" Wang Hao swallowed hard, cautiously observing Lin Chen with wary eyes. Since the onset of the global cataclysm, upon discovering that he had awakened a B-level talent, he fancied himself as the destined protagonist, a figure of great distinction. However, standing before this man, he comprehended that the true powerhouse was right in front of him, an individual of remarkable prowess. Outside, the zombies relentlessly battered against the glass doors, yet fortunately, the glass was domestically manufactured. Though it rattled violently, it remained steadfast. Lin Chen rose to his feet, picking up a woman's handbag from the ground. He emptied its contents: cosmetics, sanitary napkins, a mobile phone, and a meal card, before stuffing several unopened bottles of mineral water inside. Having completed this task, he approached Wang Hao and the others, wielding a fire axe. Brothers, the horde outside is overwhelming. We cannot break through at this moment. Let us have some water to regain our strength. As he spoke, Lin Chen offered the remaining half-full bottle of water. In this apocalyptic era, clean water and food had become scarce commodities. Nonetheless, Lin Chen understood that an individual's carrying capacity was limited. Excessive supplies would become a burden. Thank you, big brother. My name is Wang Hao. I have awakened the B-level talent of thunder power. What about you? Wang Hao accepted the bottle, drinking half of its contents before passing it to the two beside him. The remaining two, glancing at the bottle that held less than a quarter of water, quickly gulped it down, barely quenching their thirst. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances. In a world ravaged by disaster, only the strong held dominion. They should consider themselves fortunate to have even this sip of water. Lin Chen looked up, surprised at Wang Hao. This young man possessed a B-level talent. He wondered if he could seize the other S talent should he eliminate him. Suppressing such thoughts, Lin Chen replied, I am Lin Chen, and I have awakened an F-level talent of agility enhancement. Chapter 3, The Axe Falls. Advancing to a second-tier awakened one, an F-level talent? Now it was Wang Hao and his companions who were astonished. They gazed in disbelief at the gymnasium littered with corpses. Having presumed that Lin Chen would possess at least a talent comparable to Wang Hao's B-level, they were taken aback to realize he had the lowest-tier F-level talent. This meant that Lin Chen had not relied on talent to slay the zombies. His ferocity was entirely his own. After the initial shock, the two others introduced themselves. The tall, dark-skinned young man with a buzz cut was named Tang Jiawei. He had awakened an E-level talent of skin hardening, allowing his skin to enter a hardened state for 1 minute, significantly enhancing his defense. The other, a rather unseemly young man with small eyes, was named Lu Wentao, who had awakened an E-level talent of heavy strike, which inflicted additional damage during the duration of his ability. The emergency line is down. My parents' phones aren't being answered. Who can save me now? Tang Jiawei lamented, leaning against the wall, tears streaming down his face. Lin Chen frowned at Tang Jiawei, perceiving that this fellow lacked resilience and intellect. In a global disaster where no one could remain unscathed, he still harbored delusions of being rescued by others. Furthermore, it is exceedingly foolish to make a phone call to one's family at this juncture. If his parents were managing to evade danger, his call might inadvertently attract the undead to their location, thus rendering him a most unfilial son. Chen Ge, how go? The zombies on the third floor show no signs of dispersing. What should we do next? Inquired Lu Wentao, his small eyes furtively glancing at Lin Chen's water-filled satchel. The gymnasium lacked food, and the meager bottles of water were all in Lin Chen's possession, leaving him hesitant to seize them. Trapped in this predicament, one would perish not from the bites of zombies, but from thirst. At this moment, Wang Hao also turned his gaze towards Lin Chen. Despite possessing a B-level talent, he knew he must adhere to Lin Chen's judgment, for the one who exhibits strength commands authority. Lin Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 4:50 p.m. With a total of at least 13,000 individuals present on campus, including faculty and staff, and given a 50% mutation rate along with subsequent infections from zombie bites, the current number of zombies might have soared to around 10,000. With that figure rapidly escalating, the density of zombies on campus was alarmingly high. Any misstep could lead to being besieged by dozens, if not hundreds, of them. Additionally, it was crucial to note that the resources within the school were concentrated in the cafeteria and supermarket, making prolonged hiding untenable. Once the entire campus fell, escaping would become exponentially more difficult. We must expedite our exit from the campus. However, with nightfall approaching, the darkness would be detrimental to our efforts. We can only act tomorrow morning, Lin Chen mused gravely. Wang Hao lifted his gaze to Lin Chen. Are you suggesting that we must hide here for the night? Just then, a violent crash reverberated from the glass door, and a network of fine cracks appeared on the blood-stained surface. The sudden commotion instilled immediate tension among the 4 individuals in the room. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, gripping the fire axe tightly. This door won't hold against the zombies outside. We must prepare to strike. With so many zombies, there is no way we can break through with just the 4 of us, stammered the robust and dark-skinned Tang Jiawei, his legs trembling. Before he could finish, Wang Hao delivered a swift kick to Tang Jiawei's chest, cursing, "Damn it, and here you are whining before we've even engaged. What bad luck." After berating Tang Jiawei, Wang Hao rubbed his wrist, a glimmer of ferocity in his eyes. If you're afraid, stay behind. I will lead the charge. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no need for a reckless rush. Once the glass door shatters, the door frame will provide us with a tactical advantage. At most, 2 zombies can squeeze through at a time. We merely need to aim for their heads, and we can dispatch them one by one. As he spoke, Lin Chen surveyed the gruesome horde outside through the cracked glass door. There were only about 30 zombies on the 3rd floor. As long as we coordinate effectively, we can eliminate them one by one. Tang Jiawei, clutching his stomach, wanted to retort, wondering how Lin Chen could treat the sight of over 30 frenzied zombies with such nonchalance. You think you are Master Wu from Wolf Warrior, don't you? However, after being kicked fiercely by Wang Hao, he dared not utter another word. Lin Chen stretched his shoulders and weighed the fire axe in his hand. In a moment, I will take on the zombies. You all provide cover. Use suitable tools to keep the excess zombies at bay, allowing only one to charge through the door at a time. Wang Hao's eyes widened, filled with admiration and gratitude. Brother Chen, such a perilous task is being entrusted to you alone? Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's easier to decapitate zombies with an axe, and the movements must be precise and decisive. I have the experience. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Hao felt an even deeper sense of gratitude, even wanting to adopt him as a foster father. This is the true courage of a formidable leader. Lin Chen felt a flicker of joy within. Having these few helpers for cover made his own endeavors much more secure. Such a splendid opportunity to slay zombies and enhance his attributes. He certainly would not relinquish it to others. The heads must belong to him. Crack. As the glass door emitted a crisp sound once more, cracks spread across the surface like a spider's web. The few individuals in the bicycle gym instantly tensed up. The zombies outside were slamming against the door with increasing ferocity, and the glass was smeared with foul blood. With a brutal collision from a particularly rotund zombie, the glass door shattered completely. At that moment, Lin Chen's fire axe was already swinging down, landing accurately on the forehead of the obese zombie. Blood spattered everywhere as the zombie, propelled by its own momentum, toppled forward. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, stepping back while withdrawing the axe blade, then swung it once more in a broad arc. Up and down the axe fell, again and again. To avoid any mishaps, Lin Chen dared not hold back, activating both the agility boost and strength enhancement talents simultaneously. Mental Power 1. Mental Power 1. As his mental power was continuously consumed, the speed and strength with which Lin Chen wielded the axe surged dramatically. Just as he felled the 3rd zombie, a warm surge erupted from within him, and a series of fine cracks resonated through his body. Gene evolution successful. Name, Lin Chen. Level, 2nd stage, 0-100, strength, 24 agility, 22 constitution, 23 mental power, 30 resistance, 5. Gazing at the significantly enhanced stats on the panel, Lin Chen felt exhilarated. It appeared that the baseline values for a typical 2nd stage evolver hovered around 20 points. Yet, with his divine killing talent, he had been continuously plundering, causing his mental power to rise to 30 points, allowing him to far outpace others of the same stage. Clenching his fist, Lin Chen reveled in the overwhelming sensation of power, unable to suppress a sigh. Before the apocalypse, even the finest special forces must have possessed similar attributes. To his surprise, upon advancing to the 2nd stage, a new attribute, resistance, had also appeared on the panel. In other words, from this moment on, as long as one is not severely bitten by a zombie, but merely scratched, there is no risk of infection and transformation into a zombie. This resistance is akin to a life-preserving attribute. It is not difficult to envision that as the scope of the zombie infection widens, the future water sources, air, and environment will become severely contaminated. Without such resistance, one may perish even before succumbing to a zombie bite. Focusing his mind, Lin Chen maintained his previous speed and strength, deliberately concealing his upgraded 2nd-tier combat prowess as he continued to dispatch zombies. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and his companions proved to be quite effective, using iron rods to continually block the advancing horde, ensuring that only a single zombie could squeeze through at a time. Kill level 1 zombie. Experience points. 1. Slaughter plunder completed. Mental power 1. Acquired F-rank talent. Endurance recovery. Kill level 1 zombie. Experience points. 1. Slaughter plunder completed. Mental power 1. Acquired F-rank talent. Agility boost. Agility boost talent stacked. Evolved into E-rank talent. Swift dash upon activation. Speed increases by 80 for 5 seconds. Seeing the notifications appear on the system panel, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The talents he plundered could actually stack and upgrade? How delightful. With a final swing of his axe, the female zombie before him staggered and fell, toppling the entire horde on the 3rd floor. Their bodies forming a small mountain at the entrance of the bicycle gym. Wang Hao and his companions finally sighed in relief, exhausted as they leaned against the ground, gasping for breath. The force of over 30 zombies surging in was overwhelming, and even though they regularly engaged in physical training, this intensity was beyond their capacity. As they turned to look at Lin Chen, their eyelids involuntarily twitched. At that moment, Lin Chen was covered in grime and blood, with unknown bits of flesh hanging from his fire axe, resembling a harbinger of death. A chill ran down the spines of the three, fearing that Lin Chen might direct his axe towards them as well. Such frenzied slaughter of zombies, if one's resolve wavered, could easily lead to a distortion of character, transforming them into a bloodthirsty butcher. However, Lin Chen did not dwell on such thoughts. Breathing heavily, he removed his short-sleeved shirt, picked up a wet wipe from the ground, and wiped his face with 2 sheets. Perhaps due to the significant enhancement of his mental power, his psychological resilience had also strengthened considerably. Initially, when the axe struck bone, he felt a peculiar aversion and reluctance, but as he became more adept, those feelings dissipated. Instead, gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Name, Lin Chen level, Tier 2, 22100, Strength, 24 Agility, 22 Constitution, 23 Mental Power, 52 Resistance, 5 Talent, Goddess Slaughter, SSS level, Unique, Talent, Agility Boost, E level upon activation. Speed increases by 80 for 5 seconds, Talent, Strength Burst, E level upon activation. Muscle Strength intensifies by 80 for 5 seconds, Talent, Enhanced Hearing, F level upon activation. Hearing amplifies tenfold for 1 minute. Talent, Stamina Recovery, F level upon activation. Stamina recovers rapidly, though these talents are merely of low rank, while others possess only 1. He has acquired 4, with both Strength Burst and Agility Boost elevated to E level. More importantly, from the onset of the global catastrophe to now, merely an hour has passed, and he has already ascended to Tier 2. In this apocalyptic world, a swift step equates to a multitude of advantages. With the promotion to Tier 2, his combat power has exponentially increased, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Chapter 4, Survivor Base, Ineffectual Allies. Brother Chen. All the zombies on the 3rd floor have been cleared. If we wait here until dawn, we should be able to devise a plan to escape the campus, right? Lu Wentao, with his small eyes, cautiously inquired while observing Lin Chen. He sensed an unfamiliar change in Lin Chen, though he could not articulate what had shifted. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. To escape the campus by morning, we must descend to the 1st floor to make our escape. Since there is still some time before dusk, I plan to scout the 2nd and 1st floors. If possible, let's clear the zombies there as well. This foresight was characteristic of Lin Chen. He always approached tasks with a strategic mindset. Moreover, while zombies still lingered on the 2nd and 1st floors, the glass door to the cycling gym had vanished. Should zombies ascend during their slumber, they would perish in their dreams, unaware of their fate. Most critically, Lin Chen suddenly realized that while he was slaying zombies, he received notifications for killing Tier 1 zombies, indicating that zombies 2 would continually ascend to Tier 2, or even Tier 3. Now was a crucial moment to seize every second and level up. Complacency was not an option. In this apocalypse, one could rely solely on their own formidable strength. Come quickly, I have good news from my club group, exclaimed Tang Jiawei, brandishing his phone with excitement. However, as soon as he shouted, Wang Hao delivered a forceful kick to his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Damn it, keep your voice down. Do you want to attract zombies? Wang Hao muttered vehemently, snatching Tang Jiawei's phone and bringing it over to Lin Chen to view together. In the chat group, the messages had already reached 99. There are zombies everywhere outside. Is there anyone who can save me? I don't want to die. Woe is me. I remain a virgin. I must seize a woman, even if it leads to my demise. I wish to experience that pleasure first. I have just vanquished a zombie. Yet my leg has been clawed. Surely, I shan't mutate, will I? Hey, is anyone up there? Please respond. Don't frighten me. It's been a minute without a reply. It seems he has perished. By the way, what are your abilities? Mine is E rank, with X-ray vision, spanning 5 meters. What a curious talent you possess. Can you discern the styles of the zombies' undergarments? Haha. My ability is C-rank, a shockwave talent. I tested it moments ago, and a single punch generated a high-frequency shockwave, shattering the wooden door of the classroom. Wow, a C-rank powerhouse. Would you care to form an alliance? I possess F-rank olfactory enhancement, which intensifies my sense of smell tenfold. That ability is inferior even to a dog S. How could you even consider teaming up with me? Haha, your critique is sharp indeed. A dog's sense of smell surpasses a human's by over 1,000 times, truly inferior. I just crushed 2 roommates who had turned into zombies. My level data on the panel now reads 210. If I slay 10 more zombies, will I evolve to the second tier? A teacher has awakened a B-rank telekinesis ability, capable of manipulating objects from a distance, and has already advanced to the second tier. We have successfully cleared the zombies from the second floor of the library, and now prepare to cleanse the first floor. This library will serve as a sanctuary for survivors. Any uninfected students, hurry and gather here. Goodness, the library has become a stronghold for survivors. Let us hasten there. Wang Hao gazed at his phone, unable to conceal his excitement. However, Lin Chen shook his head lightly upon reading the news. Humans indeed possess a gregarious nature, particularly in the face of immense calamity, seeking warmth in numbers. Yet, the current situation is far from advisable. The zombie virus is highly infectious, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in water, rapidly tainting everything. This small sanctuary continues to attract incoming survivors. Should even one infected individual infiltrate, catastrophe will ensue in an instant. Moreover, once this news spreads, survivors from the campus will flock to the library, creating a ruckus that will undoubtedly draw more zombies, trapping them within. However, there is no food within the library. I do not intend to go. If you wish to, you may proceed. Lin Chen glanced at the others before taking his fire axe and heading upstairs. These 3 individuals, Wang Hao, impulsive and irritable, Tang Jiawei, a burden, and Lu Wentao, shifty-eyed and full of ulterior motives, are hardly ideal companions. Lin Chen had merely utilized their strength to fell the 30-odd zombies outside. He never regarded them as teammates. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival as a lone wolf is unwise. Yet one must be exceedingly cautious when selecting companions. Sometimes, foolish allies can be more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Should we continue to follow the esteemed Lin Chen, or venture to the library where there is a larger number of individuals and greater strength? After all, there is even a B-class powerhouse there. How good, hurry up. Even if we wish to proceed to the library, we must first break free from the gym. Lu Wentao's eyes darted as he approached Wang Hao, whispering softly. Wang Hao now comprehended the situation. There were still zombies on both the first and second floors of the gym. First, they needed to assist Lin Chen in eliminating the undead, and once they had escaped the first floor, they could then head to the library. With this realization, Wang Hao hastened to catch up. As Lin Chen reached the corner of the second floor stairway, the low, guttural growls of zombies and the unsettling sounds of flesh being torn apart became distinctly audible. Cautiously, he peered around the corner to survey the scene on the second floor. The upper level of the gym housed the badminton, table tennis, and gymnastics areas, all of which had succumbed entirely to the chaos. With hundreds of zombies wandering aimlessly in the hall. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen noted that among the horde, 2 zombies appeared drastically different from their counterparts. One of them crawled on all fours, its skin rough and leathery, akin to that of a crocodile, with its elbows resembling sharpened bone blades. The other zombie had an elongated neck, stretching nearly 50 centimeters, and was unnaturally supple, reminiscent of a serpent. Its mouth was lined with serrated fangs. This, he surmised, must be a second-tier zombie. Lin Chen speculated that if survivors evolved through the act of slaying zombies, it was plausible that zombies advanced by infecting survivors. With hundreds of zombies present, the emergence of 2 second-tier zombies seemed reasonable. However, it was evident that the zombies on this floor were beyond his capability to eradicate. In the face of such a horde, even 10 of him would be futile. Lin Chen signaled for silence, then cautiously descended the stairs toward the first floor. At that moment, Wang Hao inadvertently struck the stair railing with his iron rod, producing a sharp clang that echoed through the air. Instantly, the previously aimless horde on the second floor turned their heads in unison. Damn it! This sight startled Wang Hao, causing him to exclaim involuntarily, and immediately, all the zombies surged towards the staircase like a tidal wave. Fool! Lin Chen cursed inwardly, realizing that these 3 were more show than substance. Yet, There was no time for complaints. He swiftly bolted down the stairs. In the blink of an eye, he descended 20 steps, and as his feet touched the ground, his gaze fell upon the first floor hall of the gym. The ground level was divided into two areas, the outer region, a spacious hall filled with various height and weight measurement equipment, leading to the student card entry gate, and the inner area, which housed the school swimming pool. At that moment, over a dozen zombies were meandering near the entrance gate, effectively blocking the main exit. Lin Chen hesitated not for a moment, swiftly turning and dashing towards the swimming pool area in the opposite direction. Chapter 5. Plundering B-Class Talent, Thunderous Might. Hundreds of zombies pursued relentlessly, creating a scene of utter horror. The zombies that stumbled ahead were instantly trampled by those behind them. However, the undead felt neither pain nor fatigue, their mouths agape, claws wildly flailing. Lin Chen unleashed his powers, wielding the fire axe with all his strength, toppling the scattered zombies that obstructed his path. If he were to be delayed by the zombies, allowing the horde to catch up, it would spell certain doom. The only glimmer of hope was that only 3 or 4 zombies stood between him and the swimming pool area, which he could easily handle with his second-tier combat prowess. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from behind. A second-tier zombie, its limbs on the ground and skin hardened, rapidly crawled along the ceiling and pounced on Tang Jiawei, the last member of their group. In the blink of an eye, Tang Jiawei was engulfed by the approaching horde. Without a moment's pause, the second-tier zombie leapt again, this time pursuing Lu Wentao. Feeling the imminent threat of death behind him, Lu Wentao raised the iron rod in his hand and viciously swung it toward Wang Hao's knee. Simultaneously, he activated his tier talent. Wang Hao was completely unprepared for this sudden assault. Struck hard on the thigh, he experienced an intense sensation of tearing, nearly losing his balance and collapsing. Damn it! Wang Hao exclaimed in fury, watching Lu Wentao sprint past him. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao ran forward with wild abandon, knowing that it was unimportant to outrun the zombies, as long as he could outpace his companions. At that moment, the second-tier zombie had already reached above him. Wang Hao, gripping the iron rod tightly, felt a surge of life-threatening urgency. His B-class talent, Thunderous Might, erupted in full force, and violent arcs of lightning coiled around the rod as he swung it fiercely at the zombie. With a thunderous boom, the second-tier zombie was propelled backward, crashing into the horde behind it. However, Wang Hao's hand was grazed by the claws of the zombie. Lin Chen, who had been leading the group, witnessed this entire scene unfold. His eyes narrowed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately turned back, supporting Wang Hao's arm as they continued their flight. Wang Hao, initially in despair, was taken aback by Lin Chen's unexpected act of rescue, feeling an overwhelming urge to call him father. The horde grew increasingly closer. Lin Chen rounded a corner, heading straight for the changing room of the swimming pool, and forcefully kicked the anti-theft door. The dull thud echoed loudly within the venue. "Open the door and let us in, or I will break it down, and we shall all perish together," Lin Chen shouted. Moments before, he had caught a glimpse of someone peering through a small window above the changing room, clearly indicating that survivors were hiding inside. At this moment, the horde of corpses was rapidly closing in from behind, leaving Lin Chen with no alternative but to take a gamble. The individuals inside seemed startled by Lin Chen's actions. The door lock sprang open, revealing a narrow gap in the iron door. "You may enter," one of them said, but before the words could finish, Lin Chen had already thrust his hand into the crevice. With a surge of strength at 24 points, he forcefully pulled the door open, ushering Wang Hao inside. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than the tide of corpses surged forward. Lin Chen swung his axe, toppling the nearest zombie, and then slammed the door shut with great force. The fluidity of his movements was crucial. A mere second's delay would have resulted in being blocked by the advancing undead. Outside, the zombies pounded relentlessly against the changing room door, while more continued their pursuit toward Lu Wentao. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, leaning against the door as he surveyed the scene within the changing room. In one corner lay a decapitated zombie, its head covered with a piece of clothing. In another corner, 2 women clad in swimsuits and wrapped in towels huddled together, while a slightly overweight young man, dressed in swim trunks and sporting a swim cap, gripped a large wrench, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen and Wang Hao. "You brought him in even though he has been bitten by a zombie. Are you trying to get us killed?" the young man questioned, his teeth clenched in anger. Lin Chen paid him no mind, turning to Wang Hao. "Bear with it. If I were to sever your arm now, would you survive? It's up to fate." All right, Wang Hao replied, his eyes fixed on the swollen, darkened veins of his injured arm, biting his lip as he turned his face away. Lin Chen wasted no time, lifting the fire axe, ready to strike. Wait, big brother. Could you at least disinfect the axe first? Wang Hao barely finished his sentence before the axe came down. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, what terrified him more was that his severed hand continued to bleed dark liquid, mutated veins crawling up his arm. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, internally concluding that Wang Hao was beyond saving. At this moment, Wang Hao could hardly register the agony in his hand. He saw the intense murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes and quickly pleaded for mercy. I think I can still be saved. Chen-gu, just take another swing at my arm, please. I beg you, I don't want to die. Very well, Lin Chen responded, not wasting words. He kicked Wang Hao to the ground, stepping on his shoulder before delivering another blow with the axe. Pain once again washed over Wang Hao like a tide, but black blood continued to flow from his severed arm. Even more alarming was the sight of his left eyeball, now veined with fine gray lines, a harbinger of impending mutation. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. I've done my best. If you have any last words, speak them now. Tears streamed down Wang Hao's face, snot running down as he sobbed. These 2 strikes were in vain. Regardless of the outcome, Chen-gu, thank you. A low, guttural sound emanated from Wang Hao as his voice gradually altered, signaling his transformation into a zombie. Nearby, a boy clad in a swim cap brandished a large wrench, intent on striking Wang Hao on the head. However, Lin Chen, with swift reflexes, kicked the swim cap-wearing boy to the ground just in time, while simultaneously swinging an axe toward Wang Hao's head. Damn it, you almost stole my kill. Kill a level 1 zombie, experience gained, 1, slaughter plunder completed, mental power 1. Acquired B-class talent, thunderous might. Activating this talent allows the conversion of mental power into electromagnetic force. The more mental power expended, the more potent the released electromagnetic force. Oh. With the B-class talent secured, Lin Chen felt a profound sense of relief. This formidable talent would undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative leap in his strength. His earlier decision to rescue Wang Hao was not born of altruism, but rather a desire to prevent such a rare and powerful B-class talent from being lost amidst the horde of zombies. Moreover, his earlier action of striking Wang Hao's hand was intended to provide him a chance at survival, if he could indeed endure. It would signify that Wang Hao's life was meant to continue. As he continued to slay more zombies, Lin Chen realized he was becoming increasingly desensitized to the act of killing. Granting Wang Hao a chance at life was also a means to preserve his humanity, as he wished to avoid becoming a heartless killing machine devoid of human emotion. Regrettably, he had offered Wang Hao an opportunity, yet the latter failed to seize it. Simultaneously, Lin Chen pondered deeply. It was evident that the toxins from level 2 zombies were far more virulent. Just a single scratch could lead to complete infection and mutation in less than a minute. Although he had recently ascended to level 2, possessing 5 points of resistance, he felt confident in withstanding scratches from level 1 zombies. However, if he were to be scratched by a level 2, mutation was still a distinct possibility. He resolved to ascend to level 3 as swiftly as possible. Remaining at his current level was simply too perilous in this apocalyptic landscape. Hey, I saved your life. And you have the audacity to demand water from me? I won't hold the kick against you, but you owe me 2 bottles from your pack. The boy in the swim cap rubbed his chest, his gaze fixated on Lin Chen's backpack. Chapter 6, A Treacherous Turn. The voice from the broadcast. Lin Chen glanced down at his backpack, chuckling softly. It contained only 3 bottles of water. And this fellow had the nerve to ask for 2. Although merely 2 hours had elapsed since the global catastrophe began, astute individuals had already recognized the critical importance of resources, particularly in a situation where survival hinged on the availability of water and food. Who do you think you are? Barking orders like that? The swim cap boy furrowed his brow, contemplating a physical confrontation. Yet, upon noticing Lin Chen's blood-soaked fire axe, he ultimately refrained from acting. Lin Chen chose not to engage further, rising to venture deeper into the locker room. Observing Lin Chen's movements, the 2 surviving girls immediately tensed, their legs trembling slightly. Lin Chen's physique, honed through years of fitness and martial arts practice, combined with a noticeable scar on his forehead, rendered him an intimidating presence. Now, he had long discarded his half-sleeved shirt, his upper body exposed to the air, stained with blood, and wielding a fire axe in hand. This imposing figure exuded a formidable aura. What do you intend to do? The short-haired girl trembled as she gazed at Lin Chen, who was approaching them. The man in the swim cap swiftly followed, issuing a warning. Hey, these two girls are mine. If you want to play, we can share, one for each of us. Lin Chen frowned. In this apocalyptic world, the malevolence within humanity was no longer restrained by morals, rules, or order. Clearly, this swim cap man had long intended to indulge himself while still alive. If you bother me again, I will kill you, Lin Chen said, pushing the swim cap man aside and advancing to the innermost window of the changing room. Outside the window was a completely welded security grate. No wonder they hadn't considered escaping through the window. Lin Chen grasped the security grate and shook it, but it remained utterly immovable. However, there was still a way. While steel was not easily broken, with sufficient force, he could leverage the welded joints open. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen inserted the handle of the fire axe into one corner of the security grate and began to apply increasing pressure. The two girls sighed in relief, realizing Lin Chen was not approaching them, but their relief was short-lived as they noticed the swim cap man's unabashedly greedy gaze. Their hearts sank once more. They understood how difficult it was to survive in this apocalypse without the ability to protect themselves, destined to become mere playthings, reliant on the protection of the strong. Compared to the somewhat corpulent swim cap man, the young man wielding the fire axe appeared far more capable and somewhat more attractive. After a moment of internal conflict, the short-haired girl bit her lip and hesitantly spoke. Classmate, my name is Fong Qing. I wish to accompany you. As long as you take me with you, I will do anything. Hand me the towel, Lin Chen replied without turning his head, extending his hand toward Fong Qing. Momentarily taken aback, Fong Qing's face brightened as she handed over the towel draped over her. Lin Chen took the towel and placed it on the security grate to muffle any noise during the prying. Then, invoking his talent power surge, his original strength of 24 points surged to unprecedented levels, enabling him to distort and bend the security grate with overwhelming force. Crack, crack, crack. The welded points of the security grate broke one after another, and Lin Chen lifted both hands upward, creating a gap between the grate and the wall. Due to the high infrastructure of the gymnasium, even though the changing room was on the first floor, the window ledge was still 3 meters above the ground. Lin Chen leaped onto the ledge, ready to escape. The gymnasium was overrun with zombies, and the confined space was unsuitable for hunting them to gain strength. Behind him, Fong Qing hesitated for a moment before grasping Lin Chen's arm. Handsome, I want to go with you too. Will you take me? I can fulfill all your demands. Lin Chen glanced back at the other person, whose visage could only be deemed average, and whose physique merely acceptable. With such mediocrity, did she dare to siphon my vitality? Shaking off her grasp, Lin Chen leapt down gracefully, landing lightly on his feet. What audacity! Fong Qing, feeling slighted, harbored a surge of resentment. Despite her usual abundance of admirers, it irked her that this man barely spared her a glance, even after she had lowered herself to such a degree. A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings, seizing a nearby glass fish tank and hurling it downwards. With a resounding crash, the fish tank shattered upon impact, the cacophony instantly drawing the attention of the zombies lurking around the gymnasium. Dozens of them began to converge frantically towards Lin Chen. Damn it! The murderous intent in Lin Chen's gaze had never been more pronounced. Indeed, when the apocalypse descends and order is utterly dismantled, the malevolence of humanity is magnified infinitely. This woman, out of spite for his rejection, dared to endanger his life. Lin Chen cast a deep glance towards the window, yet he knew this was not the moment for vengeance. As the horde of zombies rapidly approached, Lin Chen inhaled deeply and sprinted towards the direction with the least number of undead, activating Power Burst, Swift Dash, and Stamina Recovery simultaneously. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as he swung the fire axe in a wide arc. The zombies rushing towards him were sent flying as if struck by a baseball bat. Using the momentum, he pivoted halfway and felled a second zombie with another decisive swing. Having dispatched the 2 zombies in front of him, Lin Chen took off at a full sprint. However, the commotion he had caused attracted even more zombies from the surrounding streets. Meanwhile, numerous survivors in the upstairs rooms were drawn to the noise, peering out of their windows to witness Lin Chen being relentlessly pursued by the horde. Some watched indifferently. Others were filled with concern and offered silent prayers, but more were reveling in his predicament. Observing his surroundings, Lin Chen noted that the number of zombies behind him had already exceeded 100. Continuing to run in this direction would only lead to his demise amidst the tide of the undead. He needed to find refuge inside a building to escape their grasp. Spotting the nearest teaching building, he prepared to leap up to the second-floor window, using the architectural contours outside. At that moment, the campus broadcast system crackled to life, emitting a clear and melodious voice. "Do not go there, you will die." Lin Chen paused, taken aback. Was this a warning meant for him? After running 50 more meters towards the research building, the voice resonated through the speakers once again. Lin Chen was convinced that the message was directed at him. Without further hesitation, he abandoned his previous intention and sprinted towards the research building as instructed. Just as he advanced a mere dozen meters, the very second-floor window he had intended to scale shattered as 7 or 8 zombies crashed through the glass, tumbling down like dumplings. Lin Chen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, suddenly realizing that the room on the second floor was teeming with zombies. Had he attempted to leap onto the window ledge just now, he would have collided head-on with these undead creatures drawn by sound. The voice on the broadcast was, in fact, aiding him. The back door of the research building was ajar, and within the corridor lay 2 zombies. Upon entering, if he secured the door, he could evade the horde pursuing him. However, those 2 zombies would undoubtedly attack him first. How to deal with them was entirely up to him. The melodious voice resonated once more through the speakers, as if the speaker were privy to all of Lin Chen's movements. "If you manage to survive, find a way to reach the 6th floor of the research building. I will provide cover. Good luck." After this final message, a DJ remix of a vibrant folk tune began to play. The rhythmic music emanating from the campus speakers was successful in diverting some of the zombies chasing Lin Chen. Following the instructions, Lin Chen indeed noticed the back door of the research building slightly ajar. He swiftly slipped inside and locked it behind him. Outside, the relentless zombies crashed against the door, producing a dull thud as the iron door trembled precariously. A putrid stench assaulted his senses just as he secured the lock. He found himself unable to evade the imminent danger, narrowly avoiding a zombie's bloodied maw. With a decisive motion, Lin Chen delivered a powerful knee strike to the zombie's chest, sending it soaring half a meter into the air under the explosive force of his strength. However, a second zombie lunged simultaneously, its claws raking across Lin Chen's arm. Activated by his talent, Thunderous Might, a surge of violent electricity enveloped his entire arm. With a formidable punch, Lin Chen's strike reduced the zombie's chest to charred remains, its body crashing against the wall with such force that the plaster crumbled and cracks appeared. Grabbing a fire axe, he dispatched both zombies with precision, his focus momentarily drawn to the shallow scratch on his arm. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the rising panic within. He could only rely on his 5 points of resistance, hoping this minor wound would not lead to infection. No wonder the voice on the broadcast wished him luck. Those 2 zombies had been right at the back door. Upon his entry, if he had chosen to confront them first, the horde outside would have overwhelmed him. Conversely, by securing the door, he had forced the 2 zombies to attack him without an opportunity to evade. Casting a glance at the corridor's security camera, Lin Chen smiled, having discerned how the speaker was aware of his every move. After a brief pause, noticing that no black blood oozed from his wound, Lin Chen realized that his 5 points of resistance had indeed thwarted the infection. He exhaled in relief and made his way towards the staircase. Now that he had survived, he would adhere to the agreement and ascend to the 6th floor, eager to discover the true identity of the mysterious voice from the broadcast. Chapter 7. The twin-tailed girl Tang Xiao Xiao and the elegant Nangong Ruyao in the corridors of the research building. Only a few scattered zombies wandered aimlessly. Lin Chen quickly observed his surroundings and realized that the majority of the undead had been lured into the rooms by the sound of the broadcast. This undoubtedly made Lin Chen's progress considerably easier. His curiosity about the girl's voice on the broadcast grew stronger. After 5 minutes, Lin Chen finally rounded the last staircase and arrived at the 6th floor corridor. However, as he peered out, a frown creased his brow. At the end of the corridor stood a chemistry laboratory, its door secured by a special code lock. What troubled Lin Chen was the sight of a fully hardened female zombie, her hands evolved into bone blades, crouching in the corridor like a praying mantis. This was a second-tier zombie. In addition to this mutated creature, 6 or 7 ordinary zombies wandered nearby. This marked Lin Chen's first encounter with a second-tier zombie, and he understood that while facing it, he had to be cautious of the ordinary zombies that could ensnare him. Clearly, the girl from the broadcast was reaching out for help, because she was trapped in the laboratory and needed him to rescue her. Before making his move, Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. His mental strength had reached a maximum of 61 points. And after accounting for the 20 base points gained from advancing to the second tier, it meant he had defeated 41 zombies along his path. The F-grade skill, Endurance Recovery, had unknowingly upgraded to the E-grade, Hyperphysicality. After deducting the 21 points of mental strength he had just used, he still had 40 points remaining. At this moment, Lin Chen felt increasingly aware of the formidable nature of his Divine Slaughter talent. While a typical second-tier awakened individual would have exhausted their mental strength by now, his reserves remained plentiful. Moreover, he had discovered that the B-grade talent, Thunderous Power, increased in potency with greater mental strength consumption, whereas the E and F-grade talents consumed a fixed amount of 1 or 2 points of mental strength. This exemplified the superiority of high-tier talents. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen swiftly adjusted his state. He activated the 3 talents, Power Burst, Swift Dash, and Hyperphysicality. Instantly, he maximized his combat prowess and charged directly into the throng of zombies in the corridor. The second-tier zombie turned to confront him the moment he struck. With great force, Lin Chen swung his axe in a sweeping arc. However, the second-tier zombie leaped high into the air, evading the attack, and its sharp arms sliced towards Lin Chen's face. Yet, Lin Chen was quicker. As the attack missed, he ducked and surged forward, dodging the assault, and then charged straight toward the ordinary zombies behind. The fire axe swung from side to side, each strike propelled by an explosive force close to 50 points of power, creating a cutting sound that sliced through the air. The zombies were struck as if by cannon fire, some sent flying against the walls with a resounding crash, while others had their heads explosively burst open. Kill Level 1 Zombie, Experience Points 1, Slaughter and Plunder completed. Mental Power 1, Acquired E-rank Talent Night Vision Insight, allows visibility in darkness when activated. Kill Level 1 Zombie. Experience Points 1. Kill Level 1 Zombie. Experience Points 1. Just as Lin Chen felled the third zombie, a second-tier zombie lunged once more. Its speed was evidently double that of an ordinary zombie. Its clawed limbs, now evolved into bone blades, effortlessly left scratches along the walls. However, despite its swiftness, Lin Chen, endowed with the Swift Dash talent, was even faster. Without the need for any elaborate technique, Lin Chen charged head-on. Simultaneously, lightning coiled around the fire axe, the air crackling with a thunderous noise. Mental Power 20. With a fierce shout, Lin Chen unleashed the power of thunder, the azure currents wildly extending throughout the narrow corridor. With a resounding thud, the second-tier zombie's hardened skin was cleaved apart, its body splitting in two, leaving a long, charred gash on the ground. Remarkable. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of relief. The B-rank talent was indeed extraordinarily useful. Kill Level 2 Zombie, Experience Points 5, Slaughter and Plunder completed. Mental Power 5. Acquired D-rank talent, Penetration. When activated, attacks gain penetration effects, significantly enhancing armor-piercing capabilities. The second-tier zombie provided a generous 5 experience points and even dropped a D-rank talent. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. With the demise of the second-tier zombie, the remaining 3 or 4 ordinary zombies in the corridor posed no further threat. 1 strike per zombie. Within half a minute, all were brought down. Just then, the password-protected door to the laboratory swung open, revealing a striking young woman clad in a high-slit skirt and a white lab coat, adorned with elegant glasses, standing at the entrance and flashing a charming smile at Lin Chen. Upon entering the laboratory, Lin Chen finally allowed his body to relax. I never expected you to be so formidable, truly cutting your way through zombies to arrive here. Inside the lab, a girl with twin ponytails perched on the table, her legs crossed, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, curiously sizing up Lin Chen. Beside the ponytailed girl, a notebook screen displayed surveillance footage from various locations around the campus. Lin Chen recognized the voice of the ponytailed girl. It was she who had guided him over the radio earlier. Hello there, I'm Tang Xiaoxiao, a first-year student in the computer science department, 16 years old. I hacked into the school's surveillance system and broadcasting channel. With a toss of her ponytails and a slight lift of her chin, Tang Xiaoxiao smugly crossed her arms, declaring, I awakened an S-rank talent, Prophet Insight, enabling me to discern anything I wish to know. It can also be understood as omniscience and omnipotence. Currently, however, my mental capacity is limited, allowing me only glimpses of fragmented insights. An S-rank talent, Prophet's Perception, Such abilities are undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Chen recalled hearing discussions among his classmates about a hacker girl who had been specially recruited among the new students in the computer science department, and he never expected to encounter her himself. Lin Chen then turned his gaze towards the confident senior who had just opened the door for him. Dressed in a white lab coat and a high-slit skirt, the senior adjusted her glasses perched on her nose. I am Nangong Ryue, a first-year graduate student majoring in chemistry. I am 21 years old and have awakened a B-rank talent for attribute enhancement. As she spoke, Nangong Ryue approached Lin Chen, her slender fingers resting on a fire axe. In the next moment, a layer of fluorescence enveloped the axe. Lin Chen immediately felt the weight of the axe increase. For instance, I have enhanced the axe's density. For every 2 points of mental energy consumed, the effect lasts for a minute. Nangong Ryue smiled gently. In gaming terms, my ability allows me to enchant objects. Lin Chen was taken aback. This talent was equally formidable, and if utilized correctly, it could yield remarkable results. Nodding slightly, Lin Chen curiously inquired, aside from enhancing the attributes of objects, can it be applied to people as well? For instance, could you use your talent on me to make my body tougher or increase my speed? If it could enhance my defense or agility, it would be far more practical in combat. Upon hearing this, a hint of blush appeared on Nangong Ryue's face as she instinctively glanced at Lin Chen's lower half. What are you imagining? She retorted. I can only enhance objects. Realizing her gaze, Lin Chen quickly understood the misunderstanding he had inadvertently created with his choice of words. Clearing his throat, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, my name is Lin Chen, and my talent is B-rank Thunder Power. You must have seen the effects of this talent in the surveillance earlier. The existence of an SSS-rank talent was something Lin Chen would not easily disclose to anyone. It was his greatest secret and a crucial lifeline. Tang Xiaoxiao jumped off the table and walked to the window. Pulling aside a corner of the curtain to observe the horde of corpses below, her voice tinged with gravity. Lin Chen, I believe you can surmise that in light of the global catastrophe, the military is presently overwhelmed, and to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Based on my observations, the number of second-tier zombies on campus has already exceeded 100, and it is likely that third-tier or even fourth-tier zombies will soon emerge. At this point, Tang Xiaoxiao turned to look at Lin Chen earnestly. Therefore, to survive, we must escape the campus as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded, agreeing with Tang Xiaoxiao's assessment. Neither Ryue nor I are suited for direct combat, and your strength speaks for itself. We would like to form a team with you. Chapter 8. An invitation to team up for survival. Preparing to escape the campus. We would like to form a team with you. Tang Xiaoxiao candidly expressed her intentions. Beside her, Nangong Ryue also lifted her gaze, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of anticipation. Lin Chen had long anticipated the thoughts of his companions and had also assessed the capabilities of the two young women. Tang Xiaoxiao, a prodigious girl, exhibited remarkable intelligence, as evidenced by her earlier actions in manipulating the broadcast to divert the zombies. Her S-class talent promised boundless potential, making her an invaluable ally. As for the senior Nangong Ryue, her B-class talent was equally impressive and highly versatile. Throughout their encounter, her demeanor exuded calmness, starkly contrasting with the panic and fear displayed by other girls Lin Chen had previously encountered. Most notably, this senior possessed exquisite features, undoubtedly the epitome of campus beauty. With a figure that perfectly matched her name, boasting a generous silhouette and legs that were breathtakingly alluring beneath her high-slit skirt. To team up with two individuals who excelled in intellect, courage, talent, and even beauty amidst this apocalypse was indeed a rare privilege. Now, let us meticulously plan our escape route, Lin Chen declared, retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack and offering them to the girls. A gesture that signified his endorsement of their partnership. Upon receiving the water, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with enthusiasm, I have already devised a plan. We first need to secure a vehicle. I've mapped out the route to the teacher's parking lot, indicating areas with high and low concentrations of zombies. Additionally, we can use the broadcast to lure away the majority of them. Lin Chen listened intently to her detailed plan, which had clearly been thoroughly considered. With such a genius in their midst, he found himself relieved of some mental burdens. However, Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, grinning mischievously at Lin Chen. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What is it? Before we escape the campus, we need to rescue a friend, she replied, pivoting her computer screen towards him. The display showcased a rooftop terrace where a young woman in a black skirt sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, a tang knife resting atop her knees. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, secured in a high ponytail by a red ribbon. Surrounding her lay a chaotic array of corpses, their bodies marred by numerous knife wounds and signs of fiery burns. It was evident that this high ponytailed girl had dispatched these zombies. Her name was Yi Hongying, the leader of the martial arts club, who had secured second place in a national youth knife competition during her first year. Moreover, she had awakened a fire-controlling talent. From my observations, she has already slain over 30 zombies. Initially, I had envisioned her as a member of our team, but she encountered some issues that prevented her from joining us, Tang Xiaoxiao explained, tapping away at the keyboard to display four surveillance feeds side by side. The screens revealed a dense horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, and Lin Chen noted the presence of 4 to 5 second-tier zombies among them. The noise she had previously created had attracted a significant number of zombies, leaving her trapped near the teacher's building. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's introduction, Lin Chen suddenly recalled that he indeed knew of Yi Hongying. Within the university campus forum, there exists a section dedicated to campus beauties. And among the 4 prominent beauties of Haizhou University, Yi Hongying enjoys the highest popularity. However, it was a revelation to Lin Chen that she had secured second place in the National Youth Knife Fighting Competition during her high school years. Back in high school, Lin Chen had trained in Sanda for 3 years, merely as an amateur, yet even so, he could easily handle 3 or 4 peers who were delinquents. His coach at that time was a professional athlete, capable of taking him down in less than half a minute. Lin Chen had heard his coach mention that during the provincial team selection, he was eliminated in the second round, as one needed to surpass at least 7 rounds to be selected. Even if one managed to enter the provincial team, they were typically mere participants in national competitions. This comparison rendered Yi Hongying's abilities truly astonishing. Beside him, Nangong Ruyao spoke up, suggesting that since the parking lot is located beneath the teaching building, they could meet up with Yi Hongying while searching for their car the next morning. Lin Chen nodded, expressing his approval. The prospect of adding a capable teammate like Yi Hongying to their ranks was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, they solidified their plan to commence their endeavors at 5 o'clock the following morning. Tang Xiaoxiao, excitedly sucking on a lollipop, chimed in. Nangong Ruyao nodded and picked up a pair of goggles, making her way to a collection of chemical purification apparatuses. You all should rest well. I need to prepare some additional materials. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, curious, and inquired, what else do you need to prepare, senior? Gazing at the array of chemical agents before her, Nangong Ruyao replied, although the materials here are limited, I can still concoct some lethal weapons, such as thermite incendiary bombs, trinitrobenzene explosives, and mercury fulminate detonators. I believe these will prove useful when we need to break through. Lin Chen, taken aback by the plethora of technical terms, felt an increasing admiration for Nangong Ruyao. Indeed, one should never underestimate individuals of high intellect. Simultaneously, he became even more convinced of the reliability of these 2 young women as teammates. Goodness, what an eyesore, such a group of despicable scoundrels. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoxiao spat out in disdain. Lin Chen and Nangong Ruyao instinctively turned their heads towards her. Tang Xiaoxiao had closed her laptop screen, her brows furrowed, and her eyes reflecting disgust. The survivors gathered near the library, and on the very first day of this apocalypse, had already begun establishing a hierarchy, with those awakened to high-grade talents assaulting non-compliant survivors. Furthermore, they treated the girls as mere resources to be allocated. Lin Chen found this somewhat surprising. Yet it was not beyond the realm of reason. In a sanctuary base, if the leader possesses commendable character, the establishment will likely maintain order and a semblance of civilization. Conversely, should the leader's character be malevolent, they may prove to be more terrifying than the zombies themselves. However, Lin Chen harbored no interest in the troubles of others. He retreated to a corner and began to meditate. After hours of intense combat that demanded unwavering focus, even his ascended second-tier physique began to feel the strain. With his mental energy dwindling to a mere 8 points, he pondered how much rest would replenish his faculties. Chapter 9. The High Ponytail Girl on the Rooftop at Night. The faint echoes of survivors' screams and the muffled growls of zombies drifted through the window. Yet Lin Chen slept soundly, awakening at dawn with his strength fully restored. Although he felt a slight pang of hunger, it was of little consequence. His mental energy, while not restored to its peak of 67 points, had risen to 42. With judicious use, it would suffice. Tang Xiaoxiao slung her computer bag over her shoulder and offered Lin Chen an unopened lollipop, suggesting it would replenish his sugar levels. Lin Chen shook his head in refusal. You keep it. My stamina remains unaffected. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruyao carried a backpack filled with various bottles and jars, homemade chemical explosives she had hastily prepared overnight. Lin Chen cast a worried glance her way. Nangong, these 1T explode unexpectedly and injure our own. Will they? I can handle the zombies, but if one of those things detonates nearby, I want to be able to escape. Nangong adjusted her glasses and smiled reassuringly. Fear not, I have enhanced their stability with my abilities. They will only detonate when I desire it. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Chen grasped a fire axe and led the way out of the room. The zombies within the research building had been lured away by Tang Xiaoxiao's strategic use of the broadcasting system. Any stray zombies they encountered were swiftly dispatched by Lin Chen's decisive strikes, executed with remarkable speed and precision. For Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, witnessing Lin Chen in action from such proximity was a stark contrast to the images they had observed on the monitors. They exchanged a glance, both enveloped in a profound sense of safety. The trio navigated unobstructed to the first floor of the research building. However, due to the congregation of zombies at the main and side entrances, they retreated to a pre-designated empty classroom and exited through the window, having meticulously mapped out their route. Tang Xiaoxiao led the group, skillfully steering clear of densely populated zombie zones as they approached the faculty parking lot. When confronted with a horde obstructing their path, Tang Xiaoxiao adeptly manipulated the broadcasting system to divert the zombies. Although the journey of merely 300 to 400 meters took over half an hour, they encountered no significant dangers. Yi Hongying stood there. The three of them concealed themselves in the shadow of an outdoor power station. As Tang Xiaoxiao pointed towards the rooftop of the teaching building, on the terrace, a graceful figure, wielding a sheathed Tang sword, stood defiantly against the morning breeze, her waist-length ponytail billowing splendidly. It seemed she had noticed Lin Chen and the others, as her gaze descended upon them, establishing a silent connection. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Rescuing her appeared to be a formidable challenge. According to the surveillance footage from the previous day, the entire teaching building was teeming with over 100 zombies, including 3 or 4 second-tier ones. With 8 stories to traverse, reaching the rooftop and escorting her away felt like a mere fantasy. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. There was an alternative approach. While it was impossible to fight their way up, they could entice Yi Hongying to descend on her own. Lin Chen's brow twitched in understanding. Instantly grasping Tang Xiaoxiao's intent, she exchanged a knowing glance with Nangong Ruyao. Sister Ruyao, it's up to you now. Nangong Ruyao comprehended the situation and began rummaging through her backpack. Understood, I'll create a distraction to lure the zombies out. As she spoke, she held 2 bottles in her hands. These are trinitrobenzene explosives, the most powerful. There are 2 cars over there. I will blow them up. It will certainly make a loud noise. With that, she prepared to dash towards the parked vehicles. Lin Chen stopped her. Senior, allow me to handle this. Taking the bottles from her, he bent low and swiftly darted forward. When he was about 7 or 8 meters from the cars, he hurled the bottles with great force. They struck the fuel tank with precision, causing the volatile compounds within to create a violent wave of compressed air. Boom, boom. 2 tremendous explosions erupted simultaneously, engulfing the surrounding zombies in their fury. A searing blaze ascended into the sky. As expected, the sound of the explosions attracted all the nearby zombies. Particularly, those within the teaching building became agitated, and a dozen windows shattered as hundreds of zombies clamored to leap down. The thuds of heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously. Many zombies, upon impact, were reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood splattering everywhere. Others, with their limbs grotesquely twisted and broken, still writhed on the ground. Crawling towards the source of the noise, Lin Chen squinted, noting an anomaly. Although his bomb had killed several zombies, there was no notification of a kill. He realized that perhaps only by personally slaying a zombie would he earn experience points. Such indirect damage likely did not trigger the kill rules. If that were the case, he wondered if using a handgun or similar weapon to eliminate zombies would grant him the experience he sought. However, this matter is not one to ponder at the moment. Lin Chen raised his gaze towards the rooftop, where Yi Hongying's figure had vanished. The zombies had been lured to the front entrance of the teaching building. We should head to the parking area at the back. Tang Xiaoxiao crouched on the ground, her laptop resting on her knees, meticulously examining the surrounding surveillance footage before looking up at Lin Chen and Nangong Ruyao. The trio immediately set off towards the rear parking lot. By the way, We still need to obtain a car key, Lin Chen reminded the two young women, his eyes swiftly scanning for any solitary zombies in the vicinity. The tattered clothing allowed him to discern which zombies had once been teachers. However, Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head with a cheerful smile. No need for that. Ruyao has a car, parked right here. Nangong Ruyao also smiled faintly, reaching into her backpack and pressing the car key. Beep beep. The sound of the car unlocking echoed, and the headlights of a pink Mercedes G63 illuminated the area not far from them. Wow, Lin Chen exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. This G-Class was worth 3 million upon release, and it clearly had been heavily modified. It was unexpected that Nangong Ruyao was somewhat of a wealthy lady before the apocalypse struck. Yet, Lin Chen had also heard tales of the chemistry department, where rare metals used in experiments could be worth hundreds of thousands per gram. Just as the three prepared to rush towards the Mercedes, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 7 or 8 surviving students and teachers suddenly emerged from some room in the teaching building, shouting and sprinting towards the parking lot. Run now, and we can escape once we reach the car. A middle-aged female teacher called out to the others behind her. The sound of their window leaping attracted a horde of zombies, converging towards them. Damn it, these people appeared out of nowhere and drew the zombies back here, Tang Xiaoxiao said, her brows furrowed in frustration. Lin Chen pursed his lips. Most of the zombies were still at the front entrance of the teaching building. If they missed this opportunity, a steady stream of zombies would gather, making it increasingly difficult to approach the parking lot later. We have no choice. We must charge through, Lin Chen decisively declared, taking a deep breath and preparing for battle. Chapter 10. Breaking through the zombie tide. Encountering Tier 3 zombies charge? Are you serious? Tang Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open, her expression turning anxious. At this moment, around 50 to 60 zombies had gathered sporadically around the parking lot. While Lin Chen's ability to dash through was unquestionable, she and Nangong Ruyao would be in dire peril if they were even slightly injured by a zombie. I trust him, Nangong Ruyao replied calmly, giving Lin Chen a slight nod. She had faith in his strength and his judgment. All right, then let us go for it. Tang Xiaoxiao clenched her small fists, her demeanor growing serious as well. In the face of impending doom, sentimentality holds no place. Survival demands an all-out effort. At that moment, the team's cohesion had solidified. Lin Chen smirked, leading the charge with a determined lunge, his axe crackling with electricity as it struck down a zombie that obstructed their path, sending blood and shattered bones flying in all directions. The commotion attracted 3 or 4 more zombies, who swiftly lunged towards him. Lin Chen gripped the fire axe tightly, charging forward with unrestrained ferocity. His singular thought resonated within him. To fight, to cleave through these wretched beings, to break free from the confines of the campus, and to survive in this apocalyptic world. Right behind Lin Chen, Nangong Ruyao continuously extracted various vials from her backpack, hurling them at the advancing zombies. Thanks to her innate ability, attribute enhancement, these rudimentary explosive concoctions unleashed astonishing power. Even a second-tier zombie, grotesquely hunched with hardened skin and bone blades protruding from its limbs, was sent soaring by one of her mercury explosives, its blood and entrails splattering across the scene. The force of the explosion startled Lin Chen. Moments later, the trio hastily reached the side of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Nangong Ruyao and Tang Xiaoxiao swiftly leaped into the vehicle, the roar of the V8 engine echoing around them. After dispatching another pursuing zombie, Lin Chen jumped into the passenger seat. The surrounding horde of zombies continued to swell in number, just as Nangong Ruyao pressed the accelerator. Preparing to drive off, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. A female student appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Open the door. Let me in. Hurry. The zombies are coming. She cried out in desperation. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing her as one of the survivors from earlier, a member of the group that had been scattered by the zombies. How had she managed to reach them? Nangong Ruyao's brow knitted in concern, caught in a moral quandary. The car was obstructed by the girl, while the steps of the parking lot behind them left no room for retreat. Senior, let me take the wheel, Lin Chen urged, observing the ever-growing crowd of the undead outside. He grasped Nangong Ruyao's wrist firmly. She nodded in agreement and swiftly shifted her long legs to the back seat, vacating the driver's position. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took the wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle surged forward like a wild beast, colliding with the girl in front, who was instantly hurled aside. Lin Chen deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, propelling the car directly into the approaching zombies. Thud, thud, thud. 3 zombies were effortlessly toppled beneath the beastly vehicle, its 22-inch all-terrain tires crushing their forms. Yi Hongying is out there. She's over there. Tang Xiaoxiao called from the back seat. Lin Chen turned his head and beheld a corner of the parking lot, where Yi Hongying was sprinting towards them at an astonishing speed. Her Tang Dao enveloped in a fervent blaze. As several zombies obstructed her path, in the instant they lunged towards her, the Tang Dao was wielded with remarkable precision, slicing, hacking, flicking, thrusting. Each strike was as swift as a gale, and in the blink of an eye, all the zombies lay lifeless. Her waist-length ponytail, tied with a crimson ribbon, danced gracefully in the wind as she ran, exuding an air of unmatched elegance. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire her prowess. In contrast to her deft handling of the undead, he found himself relying almost entirely on brute strength to fend them off. Beware, a monster is chasing her, Nangong Ruyao warned. At that moment, Lin Chen also noticed a mutated zombie pursuing Yi Hongying relentlessly, approximately 10 meters behind her. This creature was exceptionally agile, leaping deftly across car roofs with remarkable speed. As its mouth swelled, it unleashed a jet of black, viscous liquid towards Yi Hongying. In a swift maneuver, she rolled nimbly to evade the corrosive spray, while the ground where she had just stood was instantly eroded, releasing noxious fumes akin to that of concentrated sulfuric acid. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen's expression grew grave. He had encountered numerous second-tier zombies before, each exhibiting varying degrees of evolution in specific attributes, be it hardened skin that significantly enhanced defense and speed, or grotesque muscle growth that allowed them to tower nearly 2 meters, easily shattering wooden doors. Some had even evolved like mantises, developing bone blades and the ability to scale walls. However, the zombie now in hot pursuit of Yi Hongying was unlike any he had seen. Not only did it display astonishing stats, but it could also spew forth highly corrosive slime. Lin Chen began to suspect that this zombie might have advanced to the 3rd tier. It had been merely a day since the Cataclysm began, yet a creature of such caliber had already emerged within the confines of the campus. Lin Chen had thought his own rate of advancement was swift, yet he found himself profoundly astonished. He felt a surge of relief that their escape from the campus had been swift. The densely populated environment was undoubtedly the ideal breeding ground for zombie evolution. It was easy to envision that should they delay further, the emergence of 3rd-tier zombies would only proliferate. At that moment, the mutated zombie, having missed its corrosive projectile, bent down and seized a metal trash can, hurling it towards Yi Hongying with a fierce gust of wind. Yet again, Yi Hongying demonstrated her astonishing agility, performing a graceful somersault that allowed her to narrowly evade the flying trash can. However, the zombie took advantage of her evasive maneuver, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, a deafening roar of the exhaust pipe erupted in the scene as Lin Chen sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a drift to bring the vehicle alongside Yi Hongying. The driver's side door swung open, and Lin Chen extended his hand towards her. Yi Hongying, with a silent understanding, grasped Lin Chen's hand and leapt onto the vehicle, settling herself upon his lap. Just as the car door swung shut, a zombie charged forward, its claws screeching against the door with a jarring sound. Lin Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor. The G-Class launched forward, barreling straight into the throng of undead. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the G-Class allowed for Yi Hongying to perch comfortably on Lin Chen's lap, encircled by his arms, not significantly hindering his control of the steering wheel. However, an unexpected horde of at least 50 to 60 zombies emerged ahead. In such a perilous scenario, reckless driving was not an option. Even with the formidable horsepower of the G63, getting stuck was a real possibility. Lin Chen assessed his surroundings and promptly veered left, steering towards a nearby staircase. The vehicle thundered down the stone steps, jolting violently, causing the women inside to sway precariously. In the back seat, Tang Xiaoxiao clutched the door handle tightly, while the more ample-bodied Nangong Ruyao was tossed about like a wave. Yet, the one enduring the greatest torment was Lin Chen, with Yi Hongying nestled in his embrace. Her well-toned waist pressed intimately against his abdomen. With each bump of the tires, her body rhythmically undulated against him. Naturally, Lin Chen felt the effects, but there was no room to shift, even slightly. Yi Hongying, too, was clearly affected, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks, yet in the midst of their escape, there was no time to adjust her posture. She could only bite her lip and endure in silence. Chapter 11. Escaping the campus, a rampage in the supermarket at last. The vehicle descended the staircase and, once stabilized, surged forward. Phew, that was a close call. What an exhilarating experience. Tang Xiaoxiao exhaled deeply, her face still tinged with excitement. Having just burst free from a blockade of 200 to 300 zombies, the adrenaline coursing through her veins was more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. Yet, relaxation was not an option. Although they had escaped the horde, they remained within the confines of the school. Nangong Ruyao gazed out at the omnipresent zombies, her eyes betraying a hint of concern behind her glasses. The roar of the car's engine was deafening, drawing numerous zombies towards them as they sped through the undead-infested campus. Seizing a brief moment of safety, Yi Hongying climbed off Lin Chen's lap and took her place in the passenger seat, leaving Lin Chen blushing with embarrassment. Red Cherry. This is Lin Chen, Tang Xiaoxiao excitedly introduced from the back seat. He has awakened a B-grade talent, the power of thunder. He is incredibly brave and also our teammate. Yi Hongying's cheeks still bore a trace of crimson, her already exquisite features now exuding an air of innocence. She tilted her head and, in a light and airy tone, addressed Lin Chen. Thank you for earlier. Lin Chen discerned from their conversation that Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao were already acquainted with Yi Hongying, while he had only recently joined their group. Regardless of the circumstances, the four of them now constituted a team of survivors in this apocalyptic scenario. I awakened with an A-rank talent, the Crimson Lotus Blaze, and as of now, I had vanquished a total of 37 zombies. Yi Hongying calmly introduced her personal status, an A-rank. Lin Chen paused momentarily. Although he had sensed earlier that Yi Hongying's talent was undoubtedly of a high caliber, he was still taken aback upon hearing the classification. Among the three young women in the vehicle, one possessed an S-rank, prophetic insight, another a B-rank, attribute enhancement. And now Yi Hongying added her A-rank, Crimson Lotus Blaze, to the mix. The most significant aspect was that all three were exceptionally beautiful. His fortune was truly remarkable. The number of zombies on the road towards Shimin was relatively sparse, making that route more favorable. In the back seat, Tang Xiaoxiao was fiddling with her computer, reminding Lin Chen. He nodded and continued to drive the Mercedes G-Class, crushing any stray zombies that crossed their path. However, during their journey, Lin Chen suddenly reduced his speed, glancing up at a nearby gym, his brow furrowing. Meanwhile, within the gym, a short-haired woman, drawn by the roar of the car engine, cautiously peeked out from a window to observe the outside world. It was Fang Qing, the woman Lin Chen had encountered while escaping the gym yesterday. At that moment, Fang Qing was fixated on the speeding Mercedes G-Class below, her eyes brimming with envy. A vehicle symbolized the possibility of breaking free from the campus and escaping this zombie-infested place. Since the onset of the global catastrophe yesterday, she had been trapped in a small changing room. Although she had encountered a coldly handsome man with whom she had hoped to escape, he had barely acknowledged her presence. Thus, when he leapt out of the window to flee, her jealousy and anger compelled her to throw objects downwards, intentionally creating a commotion. If I cannot escape, then neither shall any of you. Following that, she and another girl endured a harrowing night with a robust young man who was also trapped in the same room. Finally, seizing the opportunity when he fell asleep from exhaustion, she gathered her courage and, along with the other girl, used a towel to strangle him. Yet, since the apocalypse began, she had not tasted food and was now dizzy from hunger. Desperately, she waved her arms at the roaring vehicle, praying it would take her along. Sister, pass me a bomb, Lin Chen called out, driving with one hand while reaching back towards Nangong Ruyao with the other. Although puzzled, she rummaged through her backpack and produced a trinitrobenzene bomb. As they passed the window, Lin Chen hurled it directly at the glass. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the window, and flames erupted forth. Finally, that felt liberating. Without a glance back, Lin Chen drove the Mercedes G63, circling the campus before crashing through the electronic gates, roaring into the outside world. On the road, scattered zombies wandered aimlessly, while the surrounding buildings bore the marks of desolation and decay. It had only been a day since the global catastrophe struck, yet the world seemed enveloped in a shroud of death. Initially, half of humanity underwent a transformation, but within a mere 24 hours, this concentrated mutation led to a calamitous outcome. Fewer than 20% of humans remained alive. Those fortunate enough to survive the initial wave of the undead now faced an even graver plight, the dire scarcity of food and water. "We're in dire need of sustenance and weapons," broke the silence from the back seat, where Tang Xiaoxiao sat. Since yesterday, the four of them had not eaten a morsel. Yet their minds remained sharply focused, their physical energy depleting rapidly, and their stomachs had long begun to grumble. "Let us first find a nearby supermarket to gather supplies. Then head straight to the police station and see if we can procure some firearms," Lin Chen proposed. For now, they could only take one step at a time. At least they had managed to escape the campus alive. As the engine roared, zombies along the roadside lifted their heads, lunging towards the vehicle. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the car had already vanished from sight. The $3 million Mercedes G63 unleashed its explosive power, its thunderous roar inadvertently serving as a battle cry for the undead. After navigating several streets, Lin Chen finally discovered a secluded road with only a couple of stray zombies. Fortuitously, a moderately sized supermarket stood there. Yet, the disheveled state of the entrance suggested that it had likely been ransacked by survivors, evidenced by the remnants of a struggle, with shattered glass strewn across the ground. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt little apprehension. The supermarket was sizable, and even if survivors had visited, it was unlikely that everything had been taken. He parked the car, but before Lin Chen could make a move, Ye Hongying in the passenger seat had already flung open the door, her Tang Dao engulfed in a swirling flame. The two elderly zombies drawn by the commotion were swiftly consumed by the fiery wave unleashed from her blade before they could even approach her. Hiss! Truly formidable. That's some A-grade ability, Lin Chen thought, feeling grateful for the presence of such a powerful ally in their ranks. The four of them exited the vehicle, with Ye Hongying leading the way, followed closely by Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, while Lin Chen brought up the rear. Inside the spacious supermarket, flickering fluorescent lights cast an eerie glow on the toppled shelves, with various items scattered across the floor and large pools of congealed blood staining the ground, creating a scene of chaos and desolation. In a corner, a zombie clad in a tattered sales uniform, alerted by the noise, lunged toward them. Ye Hongying executed a swift turn, her waist-length ponytail dancing in the wind as her Tang knife sliced through the air, tracing an elegant arc that found its mark with precision. This scene captivated Lin Chen, stirring within him a twinge of admiration. Beautiful. The finesse of her blade work was matched only by her striking appearance. She was indeed a master at captivating hearts. It was no wonder she effortlessly claimed the title of the foremost beauty among the four campus flowers. In such a commanding stance, who could resist being entranced? Chapter 12. The Radiance of the Fitting Room. Supplies abundant primarily, we should gather as much food and water as possible, Lin Chen instructed the three young women. Although traces of survivors were evident, it was clear they had been frightened away by zombies, leaving behind a wealth of supplies, even luring the undead away from the supermarket. Without further ado, they must fill the vehicle to the brim. Setting aside the fire axe, Lin Chen took on the role of a laborer. As the spacious trunk of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class began to fill with provisions, Lin Chen felt a wave of elation. This food would sustain the four of them for 3 to 4 weeks. Biting into a sausage, Lin Chen closed the trunk, preparing to depart, only to notice the three young women lingering behind. "What's the matter?" he inquired, his brow arched in confusion. Nangong Ruyao pointed towards the innermost section of the supermarket. Lin, could you wait for us a moment? There's a clothing section inside, and we'd like to pick a few items. You see, my white socks are stained with blood, Tang Xiaoxiao pouted, gesturing towards her over-the-knee socks. Lin Chen glanced at Ye Hongying, who, too, bore the marks of their ordeal, her red and black skirt and white blouse marred by bloodstains. They were fortunate compared to him. He was still bare-chested, clad only in fitness shorts that were now caked with congealed blood. A sense of discomfort washed over him as he realized this. "All right, you go ahead and choose your outfits. I'll take a look around for anything useful," he replied. Upon hearing his words, the girls exchanged excited glances and ventured toward the clothing section. Meanwhile, Lin Chen selected a few garments that suited his size and observed as the girls entered the fitting room. He found a corner to shed his clothes entirely, then grabbed some drinking water to rinse off his body. The blood washed away, and slipping into fresh attire invigorated him immensely. Since the area appeared relatively safe, Lin Chen decided to allow the girls ample time to try on clothes. After meandering through the aisles for a while, he gathered 2 bundles of steel wire, several sets of knives, and a thermos to load into the vehicle. It was wise to stock up on supplies. Who knew when another opportunity to find such a resource-rich supermarket would arise? Just as Lin Chen pondered what else to bring, a sudden scream pierced the air from the direction of the fitting room. A sense of urgency gripped him. Something was amiss. He quickly seized the fire axe and rushed toward the source of the commotion. As Lin Chen rushed forward, he beheld Yi Hongying deftly wielding a fire extinguisher, effectively reducing a mutated rat, the size of a tabby cat, into a pulpy mess. The crisis averted, Lin Chen, upon raising his gaze, found himself momentarily frozen in place. The three young women before him were clad only in their undergarments, their flawless, snow-white skin laid bare for all to see. Lin Chen inhaled sharply. The name Nangong Ruyao was indeed a fitting epithet, for she possessed both beauty and grace, her long, slender legs dazzlingly pale. Yi Hongying was even more striking, her years of martial training rendering her waist delicate and perfectly proportioned. The scene was nothing short of stunning. My apologies for the intrusion, Lin Chen awkwardly muttered, attempting to retreat hastily. How vexing. It seemed the fortune favored this fellow. Tang Xiaoxiao clutched her chest, her twin ponytails swaying in agitation, her expression one of displeasure. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruyao offered a gentle smile, acknowledging the situation with poise. It's quite all right. We'll be living together, and such occurrences are bound to happen. As Yi Hongying watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, memories of their earlier awkward encounter in the car flashed through her mind, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. Without his assistance, escaping the campus would have been a formidable challenge, even if their modesty had been compromised. Upon exiting the fitting room, Lin Chen found himself unbiddenly recalling the alluring scene he had just witnessed. As he passed the checkout counter, he noticed a box of Okamoto umbrellas nearby and paused to casually tuck a few boxes into his pocket. Better safe than sorry. When the three young women returned to the vehicle, Lin Chen glanced over and noted they had changed into new outfits. Nangong Ruyao had swapped her high-slit dress for a sharp jumpsuit, while Tang Xiaoxiao donned a vibrant orange-red coat reminiscent of dopamine hues. Yi Hongying maintained her style with a white shirt, though she had replaced her pleated skirt with a striking crimson gown. With sufficient provisions secured, it was time to venture to the police station and test their luck. Lin Chen efficiently started the vehicle, his expression serious. Seated in the back, Tang Xiaoxiao instantly discerned his intent to divert the conversation and evade the earlier embarrassment. His emotional intelligence is commendable, she mused, deciding to let it slide. Tang Xiaoxiao retrieved her tablet and opened the map application. The surrounding communication towers had collapsed, yet she had preemptively cached all maps. The nearest police station is just 3 blocks away, she instructed. Following her directions, Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, launching the vehicle forward with a powerful thrust and a resonant roar. The Mercedes G-Class surged ahead, attracting the attention of numerous survivors who peeked out from their homes. Drawn by the commotion, some had been observing them while they transported supplies. Their eyes filled with envy and longing as they took in the sight of the laden vehicle and the striking young women accompanying Lin Chen. The road was littered with vehicles parked haphazardly along the curb, and in many areas, a series of collisions had rendered the streets completely impassable. Numerous zombies linger around the vehicles. Fortunately, the power of the Mercedes G-Class is formidable, and its elevated chassis allows Lin Chen to drive onto the sidewalk, sending the obstructing zombies flying as the wheels crush them beneath. In this apocalyptic scenario, who still concerns themselves with traffic regulations? At this moment, Lin Chen has confirmed a crucial fact. Colliding with zombies in his vehicle does not activate his killing talent, nor does it yield experience points. This implies that he must personally eliminate the zombies to gain any benefit. This absurd rule of the apocalypse seems to treat the struggle between humans and zombies as a mere evolutionary game, compelling humans to engage in close combat with the undead. Having navigated through 3 streets without incident, they finally arrived outside the police station. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Outside the station, severed limbs and dismembered bodies were piled high, with the ground littered with the remains of countless decapitated zombies, easily numbering 400 or 500. The makeshift defenses, comprised of barricades and barbed wire, had long been overrun by the horde, and shell casings were strewn across the ground. The main entrance of the building lay in ruins, with congealed blood trailing from the doorway into the interior. Had the horde breached this stronghold? Nangong Ruyao swallowed hard, her voice trembling. The sight before them was far more horrifying than the encounters they had faced on campus. It was difficult to fathom the brutal battle that must have taken place here. Shall we proceed inside? Yi Hongying turned to Lin Chen, her inquiry laced with concern. If even the enforcement team had been unable to withstand the assault of the zombies, the situation within remained a mystery. Recklessly entering could lead to unimaginable peril. Lin Chen hesitated. At his current second-tier status, he believed himself ill-equipped to confront zombies compared to the might of firearms. Just as he contemplated retreat, Tang Xiaoxiao, who had been quietly resting her eyes in the back seat, suddenly opened them, her lips slightly pale. I utilized my prophetic insight talent and glimpsed the interior. There is a third-tier zombie on the third floor, along with about 20 ordinary zombies. Chapter 13. Encountering the third-tier zombie dog. Do zombies possess intelligence? Lin Chen nearly overlooked the fact that Tang Xiaoxiao was an S-rank talent awakener, equipped with a divine skill for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. However, it was evident that employing such a talent required significant mental energy. There was no need to venture into the weapons cache. Around the corpses in the lobby on the first floor, several handguns and shotguns lay within reach. As long as they did not disturb the third-tier zombie on the fourth floor, acquiring these weapons would suffice for their needs. Tang Xiaoxiao articulated her plan, and Lin Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging its feasibility. With her intelligence bolstering their strategy, the challenges ahead appeared significantly less daunting. He parked the vehicle approximately 50 meters from the police station and turned to Yi Hongying. Sister Riao and Xiaoxiao will stay in the car for support. Hongying, you and I will procure the weapons. Yi Hongying affirmed with a nod, grasping her tang knife. Then, let us proceed. Lin Chen zipped up his black sports jacket, gripping the fire axe, and leaped out of the vehicle. In the desolate and dilapidated streets, he exchanged a glance with Yi Hongying before they began to sprint towards the police station. They treaded over the remains of zombies scattered across the ground, navigating around the vehicles obstructing their path. With a few agile jumps, they effortlessly vaulted over the collapsed electric gates of the police station. The courtyard was devoid of wandering zombies, allowing them to enter the building without incident. However, as soon as they stepped through the entrance, the acrid stench of congealed blood assaulted their senses, a testament to the ferocity of the battles that had transpired within. Dismembered zombie limbs lay strewn about everywhere. The scene before Lin Chen was profoundly shocking. It was evident that nearly 1,000 zombies had besieged the police station. Upon reflection, Lin Chen began to piece together the circumstances. When the apocalypse struck, while some timid individuals chose to hide in their homes, the majority instinctively sought refuge at the police station. An unceasing influx of survivors gravitated towards the station, inevitably drawing the attention of the zombies. The chaos of battle, amplified by the reports of firearms, further attracted the roaming undead, culminating in the grim scene they now faced. There, a firearm. Yi Hongying pointed toward a corner of the hall. Beneath the bodies of 7 or 8 zombies lay a corpse, ravaged beyond recognition, clutching a shotgun in its hand. Lin Chen retrieved it, conducting a brief inspection. The weapon was intact, and he also grabbed a nearby ammunition pouch. Regrettably, it contained only 7 rounds. At that moment, a zombie suddenly emerged from the adjacent corridor. Upon spotting Lin Chen, it unleashed a guttural roar, its mouth dripping with gore as it lunged forward. Lin Chen swiftly recognized the threat. Activating both his talents, Power Surge and Swift Dash, he closed the distance in an instant, the fire axe cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Just as the zombie's roar escaped its throat, its head was severed cleanly from its body. Killed a level 1 zombie. Experience points 1. Gather as much as we can, quickly, Lin Chen urged in a hushed tone. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying hastened her search, collecting 2 handguns and 7 or 8 magazines from the fallen corpses. However, the commotion had attracted the attention of 7 or 8 more zombies that appeared at the end of the corridor. Should we retreat? Yi Hongying inquired softly as she approached Lin Chen. His eyes narrowed as he focused on a corpse lying several meters away in the corridor, clad in a tattered uniform and wielding a sniper rifle. Though not a military enthusiast, Lin Chen understood the weapon's formidable power. Acquiring such a treasure could easily dispatch even a level 4 zombie with a single shot. Yi Hongying sensed Lin Chen's intentions and said nothing more. Raising her Tang Dao, flames spiraled around the blade, causing her red dress to billow without wind. Lin Chen, too, summoned the crackling energy of lightning, activating his thunderous might talent. In unison, they crouched and charged forward, plunging into the horde of corpses. The blade of the axe, the glint of the knife, the thunder of the storm, and the waves of fire surged forth within the narrow corridor. Eliminated a level 1 zombie. Gained 1 experience point. Slaughter and plunder complete. Gained 1 mental strength. Acquired F-grade talent. Super jump. Eliminated a level 1 zombie. Gained 1 experience point. Eliminated a level 1 zombie. Gained 1 experience point. In the span of less than 5 seconds, a total of 7 zombies were vanquished by Lin Chen and Yi Hongying. Lin Chen discovered that despite possessing a talent that increased his speed, his efficiency in dispatching the zombies was slightly inferior to that of Yi Hongying. Just as he felled the 3rd zombie, Yi Hongying had already commenced her assault on the 4th. That knife-wielding girl was stealing the kills. However, it mattered little. Everyone levels up in their own right. He could afford to accumulate fewer Q points without it being a significant concern. Reaching the end of the corridor, Lin Chen slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder and rummaged through the remains, retrieving a pack of 86mm ammunition. Satisfied, he tucked the bullets away and called out to Yi Hongying. Yet, Yi Hongying furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed solemnly out the window. A level 3 zombie has detected our presence. No sooner had she spoken than a thundering crash echoed from outside, as a creature over 2 meters in height, a grotesque dog of the dead with protruding fangs and decaying flesh, fixed its grayish-white eyes upon Lin Chen and Yi Hongying. From the gaping wounds of the beast, greenish slime dripped to the ground, corroding the earth and releasing wisps of acrid smoke. Damn, that's disgusting, Lin Chen cursed under his breath, realizing that the level 3 zombie referred to by Tang Xiaoxiao was, in fact, a mutated corpse dog. While he was accustomed to dispatching zombies, facing a corpse dog was an entirely new experience, especially one of such high rank. He could not afford to be careless. Placing his hand firmly on the rifle's stock, Lin Chen swiftly aimed the weapon at the beast. Bang! The bullet was expelled from the chamber, the powerful recoil causing his shoulder to tingle slightly. Yet for his second-tier physique, such force was trivial. In a flash, the corpse dog darted aside, leaving behind a flickering afterimage in the air, evading the shot. Witnessing this, Lin Chen and Yi Hongying were both taken aback, not merely by the creature's uncanny speed, but by its apparent ability to actively dodge bullets. It possessed intelligence. Wasn't he a zombie merely a creature driven by a bloodthirsty instinct? Could it be that higher-tier zombies had evolved advanced cognitive faculties? A cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's back. The terrifying infectiousness of zombies had already rendered humanity cautious. If these creatures were to gain wisdom, humanity would truly be on the brink of extinction. With a low growl, the level 3 corpse dog lunged towards Lin Chen and Yi Hongying with incredible speed. Lin Chen, undeterred, once again pulled the trigger. The corpse dog surged forward, its speed magnifying, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The distance between them closed in an instant, and the beast lunged at Lin Chen, its maw wide open, aiming for his head. Even Lin Chen could detect the pungent stench emanating from the mouth of the corpse dog. In Chapter 14, the blooming leaf red cherry in flames. As Yi Hongying engaged in combat with the 3rd-tier corpse dog, a cold glint flashed as she drew her sword, delivering a fierce horizontal slash right across the creature's gaping maw. Instantly, a torrent of searing flames erupted from the blade, enveloping the entire head of the corpse dog in fire. However, in the blink of an eye, a shocking scene unfolded. The zombie dog violently shook its head, not only dispersing the flames, but also clamping down on the Tang sword with its powerful jaws, forcefully pulling Yi Hongying forward. The evolved claws of the corpse dog lunged directly at Yi Hongying's chest. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, she released her grip on the sword, gracefully arching her body backward while pressing her waist down. The claws narrowly grazed her chest, instantly tearing her clothing. Fortunately, while Yi Hongying was well endowed, she did not possess the astonishing proportions of Nangong Ruyao. Lin Chen, quick to act, grasped the collar of Yi Hongying's attire and vigorously pulled her back. They both tumbled to the ground, and Lin Chen, with one hand gripping his firearm, aimed it at the corpse dog and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the thunderous shot reverberated in close quarters, striking the corpse dog squarely and tearing away a significant portion of flesh from its shoulder. The creature, momentarily stunned by the power of the sniper rifle, flickered and retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages as it distanced itself. Lin Chen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, turned anxiously to Yi Hongying, who lay atop him, urgently inquiring, "Are you hurt?" However, from his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of her torn clothing, revealing an unsettling sight. "I'm fine," Yi Hongying replied, swiftly rolling over to retrieve the Tang sword from the ground. Her brow furrowed. This corpse dog is stronger than the one we faced on campus. Engaging it head-on will prove challenging. Lin Chen felt his face flush with embarrassment and quickly averted his gaze, removing his sports jacket and offering it to her. Here, put this on. Realizing the situation, Yi Hongying glanced down to find her cheeks flushed crimson, as the claw marks on her chest had ripped a significant tear in her white shirt. Lin Chen stood before her, sniper rifle at the ready, vigilantly watching the third-tier corpse dog lurking 10 paces away. This creature possessed immense strength and an extraordinary resistance to flames, coupled with an intelligence surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Most crucially, it exhibited an eerie ability, seemingly able to anticipate the trajectory of bullets and evade them with astonishing speed. Nevertheless, the corpse dog also feared the might of the sniper rifle, knowing that at close range, it could not escape the bullets and thus circled within 10 paces, seeking an opportunity. Just as Lin Chen believed he had temporarily stabilized the situation, the corpse dog suddenly emitted a low, guttural growl. From the staircase, a dozen zombies surged forth, clamoring to reach Lin Chen and Yi Hongying, while the corpse dog paced behind the horde, searching for its chance to strike. Lin Chen and Yi Hongying found themselves cornered at the end of the corridor, with no means of escape. The situation swiftly spiraled into crisis. I will fend off the horde. You keep an eye on that zombie dog, Yi Hongying decisively declared, her Tang Dao held firmly before her, flames raging fiercely along its blade. The intense heat distorted the very air around them, causing Lin Chen, standing behind her, to feel the searing pain of the flames. How formidable! A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chen's eyes. This was the true extent of Yi Hongying's power. As the horde surged forward, Yi Hongying did not retreat but instead countered. She kicked off the corridor wall, propelling herself into the air, her body twisting gracefully as the Tang Dao traced a magnificent arc, conjuring a fire dragon that cleaved through the advancing zombies. The scorching flames erupted, toppling the foremost undead, engulfing them in a fiery blaze. As Yi Hongying landed, she spun once more, channeling energy into a horizontal slash that unleashed a fiery blade of light. Then, she plunged straight into the throng of zombies, wielding her Tang Dao with a flurry of strikes, slicing, thrusting, lifting, and hacking, her movements so swift they left behind mere afterimages. One by one, the zombies stood before her like lambs awaiting slaughter. However, at that moment, the third-tier zombie dog sprang into action. It viciously clamped down on a zombie's waist, violently tossing its head, sending the creature hurtling toward Yi Hongying. Simultaneously, it leaped high into the air, following closely behind its victim. Be careful! Lin Chen, who had been intently observing the third-tier zombie dog from a distance, sprang into action. With a surge of his innate talent, Thunder's might, he unleashed a torrent of electricity that coiled around him like serpents, culminating in a fierce concentration upon his fire axe. The surrounding zombies obscured Yi Hongying's view. All she could see was the zombie descending upon her. With a subtle shift of her left foot backward and her right leg as a pivot, she executed a spinning kick that sent the falling zombie flying. Yet, the massive form of the third-tier zombie dog loomed above her, rendering her unable to evade. Gritting her teeth, she braced for a desperate struggle. Just then, a figure darted past her like a gust of wind. Damn it! Lin Chen, wielding the axe like a god of thunder, brought it crashing down upon the zombie dog's head, the violent lightning enveloping the axe. Caught midair and unable to find leverage, the zombie dog was left with no means of escape. A resounding thud echoed as the axe struck true, cleaving into its skull with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that toppled the remaining zombies around them. The third-tier zombie dog skidded 5 meters along the ground, its body scorched by the lightning, emitting a charred scent, while the electricity numbed its nerves, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. The fire axe lodged firmly within the dog's skull had slipped from Lin Chen's grasp, leaving his hands bloodied and raw from the friction. However, disregarding the pain, Lin Chen swiftly retrieved the shotgun strapped to his back, ready for the next confrontation. With the swift sprint, talent activated, and the superb jump, talent triggered, Lin Chen found himself a mere half a meter in front of the corpse dog. The muzzle of his gun forcefully inserted into the creature's mouth, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. A thunderous bang erupted, flames spouted from the gun, and the massive head of the corpse dog exploded, resembling a burst watermelon, from which a dark green crystal core rolled out. Killed a level 3 zombie. Experience points, 20. Slaughter plunder completed. Mental power, 20. Acquired C-class talent, potential eruption, allows instantaneous elevation of one's perception to its critical point, maximizing physical state. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, finally relieved. It turned out that this corpse dog possessed a C-class talent. Upon reviewing the detailed description of this talent, Lin Chen understood why long-range bullets had been unable to hit it. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying dispatched the remaining 2 zombies, her chest rising and falling slightly as she approached Lin Chen. The recent fierce battle had nearly depleted her mental power. What is this? Yi Hongying picked up the crystal core from the ground, examining it closely. Lin Chen shook his head. You should keep it for now. Let us collect some weapons before we leave. After speaking, Lin Chen led Yi Hongying straight to the upper floors, gathering every bullet and high-explosive grenade they could find along the way. Chapter 15. A precise headshot from 100 meters away. When Lin Chen and Yi Hongying emerged from the police station again, they were laden with equipment. In the car, Nangong Ruyao, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately drove over to greet them. Wow, so much equipment! Exclaimed Tang Xiaoxiao from the back seat, astonished at the sight of the two returning with such a haul. Among the gear Lin Chen brought back were 4 handguns, a shotgun, an assault rifle, and a sniper rifle, along with over 400 assorted rounds of ammunition and 5 high-explosive grenades. Is this the 202 sniper rifle? I didn't expect to find such equipment here, Nangong Ruyao remarked, her eyes gleaming as she focused on the sniper rifle behind Lin Chen, seated in the passenger seat. Lin Chen handed over the sniper rifle he had discovered on the 3rd floor to Nangong Ruyao, curious as he asked, "Do you recognize it?" Nangong Ruyao nodded. "My father is a military enthusiast. I've seen realistic models in his study." Taking the advanced sniper rifle into her hands, she expertly checked the chamber, magazine, safety, and scope. This is a new generation of self-developed high-precision sniper rifle, utilizing 8.6mm bullets with a maximum effective range of 1,500 meters. As she spoke, Nangong Ruyao rolled down the car window, aiming the rifle at a zombie wandering 100 meters away on the street. Bang! The deafening sound erupted from the gun's chamber, the powerful recoil causing her chest to surge. Simultaneously, the zombie 100 meters away had its head obliterated. A shot, a soul taken. Everyone in the car was momentarily stunned, and Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Senior Nangong, is your marksmanship always this precise?" Nangong Ruyao squinted and smiled. Previously, during her travels abroad, she had spent 2 months at a professional shooting range. 2 months? Not just a couple of visits, but 2 entire months? Lin Chen glanced at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class beneath them, suppressing his astonishment. Indeed, the world of the affluent is beyond imagination. In the back seat, Yi Hongying retrieved a crystal core from her pocket and handed it to Tang Xiaoxiao beside her. "This is what Lin Chen and I obtained after defeating a 3rd-tier zombie. Take a look." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao's mouth fell slightly agape, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Yi Hongying. "Sister Hongying, you too actually killed that 3rd-tier zombie?" She then scrutinized the crystal core in her hand, her eyes enveloped in a grayish-white glow as she activated her talent, prophetic insight. Moments later, Tang Xiaoxiao exhaled a breath of astonishment, her face alight with joy. This is a zombie crystal core, which only appears within the bodies of zombies above the 3rd tier. This core contains immense energy. Upon absorption, it can significantly enhance one's combat prowess, and the higher the tier of the core, the more powerful the energy it harbors. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart leaped with excitement as he instantly grasped the significance of the crystal core. In a post-apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. A core that can directly augment combat power is indeed a treasure of immeasurable value. Furthermore, with the global catastrophe leading to the collapse of the economic system, all currency had instantly become worthless. Only food and weapons remained as genuine currency. Yet even those, in the presence of this crystal core, pale in comparison. Undoubtedly, this core is destined to become the most vital resource in the apocalypse. However, Lin Chen's mind sparked with another thought. Within the team, both he and Yi Hongying possessed sufficient combat strength to continuously upgrade themselves through the hunt for zombies. Yet, individuals like Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, despite their formidable talents, were not adept at engaging in battles against zombies. Thus, allowing them to elevate their tier through the absorption of the crystal core would be the most prudent approach. The strength of a single individual cannot uphold the entire team. To journey further, collective strength is the optimal choice. I suggest that Xiaoxiao absorb this crystal core first. Lin Chen proposed. Tang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her twin ponytails swaying vigorously. No, no, this crystal core was acquired through your and Sister Hongying's perilous efforts. You two are the backbone of our team. It is better for you to absorb it. Yi Hongying shook her head. I do not require it. Her voice was calm and melodious, not a cold refusal, but rather a testament to the confidence instilled in her character through years of martial training. Lin Chen smiled slightly, revealing a glimpse of his pristine white teeth. Nangong Shuejia possesses exceptional marksmanship, and her talent also enhances her firearms. Her combat prowess should not be underestimated. You should absorb this crystal core first, and when we acquire another, we can then give it to Nangong Shuejia. Tang Xiaoxiao pouted, her brows knitted in concern. In the team, I am the only one lacking in combat capability, dragging everyone down. Lin Chen scoffed, raising his hand to give Tang Xiaoxiao a light slap on the head. What are you thinking? It is precisely because of your prophetic talent that we were able to prepare and defeat that third-tier zombie. Had we encountered it unexpectedly, it is likely that neither of us would have emerged unscathed. Therefore, your abilities enhancement is of utmost benefit to the entire team. The S-rank, prophetic insight, talent is akin to having a full view of the entire map. This is invaluable for their survival amidst the sea of zombies. However, Lin Chen had long since realized that Tang Xiaoxiao was still merely a first-tier evolver. Previously, just activating her talent once had already left her fatigued. If she could advance to the second tier, the effectiveness of her talent would surely be greatly enhanced. All right, I understand now. Tang Xiaoxiao, possessing high intelligence, had only been affected by her emotions earlier. After Lin Chen's guidance, she quickly comprehended the situation and ceased her reluctance. She then tightly gripped the crystal core, holding it before her eyes, and with a firm motion of her fingers, the core instantly cracked like a glass orb. With a crisp sound, it shattered completely, releasing a dense, dark green phosphorescence that floated out. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiaoxiao inhaled all the luminous essence into her body. The three people in the vehicle were left dumbfounded, not expecting such a method of absorption. Had Tang Xiaoxiao not demonstrated, Lin Chen might have thought it required swallowing whole. As they watched her absorb the glowing substance entirely, the three of them anxiously observed, fearful of any unexpected reactions. After a few seconds, Tang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes again, her face glowing with joy as she exclaimed, I have advanced to the second tier. Upon saying this, she pinched her chin thoughtfully before continuing, currently, my data for advancing to the third tier indicates that I require 90 experience points, meaning this crystal core provided a total of 20 experience points. A third-tier crystal core is equivalent to 20 experience points. This aligns with Lin Chen's expectations. He recalled that when he killed the third-tier zombie dog, he also received 20 experience points. By this calculation, a third-tier zombie, through hunting and consuming the crystal core, could yield 40 experience points. Moreover, I feel that in addition to providing 20 experience points, it seems to randomly enhance some attribute values. My original stamina was 10 points, theoretically. Upon advancing to the second tier, it should have been 20 points. Yet now, it has increased to 21 points. Can it also randomly increase attribute values? Lin Chen noted this in his mind, unable to suppress his thoughts, realizing that hunting high-tier zombies indeed offers substantial rewards. Truly, the principle that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish holds true at all times. What is our next destination? Nangong Ruyao asked as she started the car. With food and weapons secured, the first step on the path of survival in this apocalyptic world had been accomplished. Can you get in touch with your family? If they are still safe, we shall make our way there, Lin Chen remarked, casting a glance at the three young women beside him, his brow furrowed in thought. Chapter 16. The highway entrance is blocked. We shall blast our way through. As soon as these words fell, a brief silence enveloped the vehicle. Lin Chen himself bore little concern. His parents had tragically passed away in an accident when he was merely 12. It was this status as an orphan that subjected him to relentless bullying, prompting him to study martial arts for 3 years during high school, after which no one dared to intimidate him. The scar above his brow was a testament to a skirmish with local ruffians. After a few moments of silence, Yi Hongying spoke up first. I managed to contact my father immediately when the disaster struck. Our home is safe. My father is quite formidable. Curiously, Lin Chen inquired, Hongying, where is your hometown? Ningfeng County in Huinan Province, she replied. Upon hearing the location, Lin Chen instantly grasped the reason behind Yi Hongying's impressive combat skills. Ningfeng County is renowned across the nation as a cradle of martial arts. However, It was a staggering 1,000 kilometers away from Hanhai City. Given the current circumstances, traveling there in less than a month seemed implausible, fraught with peril at every turn. Nangong Ruyao then added, "My parents are divorced. My father is conducting business abroad, and my mother is a researcher. I am unable to reach them, but I trust that if they have not transformed during this cataclysm, they should be unharmed." Lin Chen's gaze shifted to Tang Xiaoxiao, who appeared troubled. "I just tapped into my innate ability to ascertain the situation at home. My parents seem to be safe, but nearly 90% of our apartment complex has succumbed to the transformation into zombies, and there are even third-tier zombies present." Upon hearing this, both Nangong Ruyao and Yi Hongying turned their attention to Tang Xiaoxiao. Nangong Ruyao spoke softly. "I recall your home is in Lingshi, merely 200 kilometers from here. Xiaoxiao, do not worry, we shall depart at once." The vehicle ceased its idle motion, unleashing its full capabilities as the beast-like engine roared to life. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class lunging forward like a predator. The zombies that had been wandering the streets were instantly drawn to the commotion. However, as they lunged forward, they were left only with the scent of exhaust. Just as the vehicle navigated through 2 blocks, a group of survivors burst forth from a nearby supermarket, pursued by a horde of frenzied zombies. The men among them hurled Molotov cocktails in desperation towards the advancing undead, but their efforts were futile, barely making a dent in the oncoming swarm. The last man running was swiftly overtaken and swallowed by the horde. Amidst the chaos, a woman from the fleeing group suddenly froze, then, driven by madness, dashed toward the direction where the man had fallen. Yet, in an instant, she too was engulfed, leaving not a ripple in the relentless tide of zombies. This harrowing scene unfolded before Lin Chen and his companions. In this apocalyptic world, some would forsake their loved ones to secure their own survival, while others, like the woman, would not wish to live alone, embodying a poignant sense of compassion. The survivors, pursued by zombies, were overwhelmed with hope upon spotting Lin Chen and his companions' approaching vehicle, frantically waving the food they clutched in their hands, desperately wishing to barter their provisions for a glimmer of salvation. However, Nangong Ruyao showed no intention of easing the accelerator, and the car zoomed past them. A subtle smirk graced Lin Chen's lips as he recalled a moment back on campus when a girl had stood in front of their car, causing Nangong Ruyao to hesitate. But it was evident that her disposition had now adapted to the apocalyptic environment. "Nangong, did you not entertain the thought of stopping to save them?" Lin Chen inquired. Nangong Ruyao clearly detected the jest in his words, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "In this apocalypse, there is no deity. Those who perish first are invariably the saints, along with those ensnared by their virtue." They were swiftly approaching the highway entrance. Once they ascended it, they would have a direct route to Lin City. As Lin Chen drove, he glanced at the road signs and addressed the young women beside him. Just 10 minutes prior, they had traversed a bustling urban area teeming with zombies. Nangong Ruyao, not particularly skilled behind the wheel, had relinquished control to Lin Chen, who adeptly maneuvered the vehicle through the throngs of the undead, successfully escaping the chaos of the city. With the number of zombies on the road diminishing, the tension among the group began to ease. Lin Chen even played a song within the vehicle, the buildings outside retreating into the distance. For a fleeting moment, the young women felt a sense of surrealism, as if they were merely embarking on a road trip to Lin City during a holiday, before reality abruptly reasserted itself through the shattered glass and the desolate, dilapidated structures surrounding them, alongside the moaning zombies prowling the streets. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow, they faced a daunting 200 kilometers on the highway. Lin Chen optimistically believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would reach Lin City before nightfall. However, upon arriving at the highway entrance, he realized his expectations had been overly optimistic. There, hundreds of vehicles were entangled in a chaotic collision, some overturned, others ablaze, completely obstructing the passage. In particular, electric vehicles emitted billowing smoke. A horde of zombies congregated at the entrance, viciously attacking the trapped survivors within their cars. Some zombies relentlessly battered the vehicle windows with their heads, even as their skulls became bloodied and mangled. Others had evolved to a second stage, shattering glass with their fists and gnawing hungrily at the survivors inside. In a moment of despair, some individuals, pursued by the ravenous undead, leaped from the elevated highway, splattering upon impact. In the sky, mutated carrion birds flapped their wings, circling down to feast upon the corpses of the deceased. Inside the vehicle, Lin Chen and his companions furrowed their brows, profoundly shaken by the apocalyptic scene before them. This place resembled a veritable hell on earth. Even after Lin Chen brought the car to a halt, more vehicles approached from the distance, equally stunned and coming to a stop. It is evident that at the very moment of the apocalypse, the multitude of survivors shared a singular thought: to drive to the highway entrance in a desperate attempt to flee to remote provinces or sparsely populated countryside. However, they were met with a sudden onslaught of zombies, leading to infection and further attacks on the survivors who followed. The road was utterly blocked, and the sheer number of zombies made any escape nearly impossible. Nangong Ruyao observed the chaos meticulously before letting out a resigned sigh. Lin Chen, too, fell into contemplation. If they were to avoid the highway and reach the city where Tang Xiaoxiao's parents resided, it would require at least 5 hours of travel. The critical issue was that the area was completely sealed off by the horde. The situation at other exits from the city could be easily inferred. After a full minute of reflection, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely. They would have to charge through, finding a way to detonate the car to clear a path. Upon hearing this seemingly reckless idea, several young women exchanged glances, devoid of doubt or dissent, and immediately set to work. Tang Xiaoxiao pulled out paper and pen from her backpack, beginning to sketch and calculate. Give me 5 minutes. I will determine the explosion linkage points and the optimal route to clear the road. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruyao donned her goggles and checked her precision sniper rifle, awaiting Tang Xiaoxiao's calculations to detonate the car's fuel tank. Chapter 17. Breaking through the zombie blockade with a soul-piercing electromagnetic cannon boom. The Mercedes-Benz G roared like a beast, propelling forward with overwhelming force. First, they would blow up that business vehicle, followed by the Tank 300. Be quick. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned forward from the armrest, gesturing with her small fingers. All right, Nangong Ruyao replied, gripping her sniper rifle, her body extending from the car window as her palm glided over the magazine. The enchanted talent enhanced the friction of the bullet. She inserted the magazine with precision, aimed steadily, and pulled the trigger. As the gun trembled, the bullet sliced through the air, heated by intense friction until it glowed red. The distant business vehicle's fuel tank was pierced, erupting in a sudden explosion. Flames erupted, and the deafening blast instantly drew the attention of all zombies at the highway entrance. Hundreds of zombies reacted violently to the sound, with some second-tier zombies leaping atop the vehicles to survey the surroundings. Without any hesitation, Nangong Ruyao shifted her aim and pulled the trigger again. The second vehicle met the same fate. Its fuel tank ruptured. The shockwave from the powerful explosion engulfed several nearby zombies in flames. The ignition of both vehicles triggered a domino effect, igniting a dozen more cars in the vicinity. A towering inferno erupted, and in an instant, hundreds of zombies were obliterated, the destruction astounding. The massive shockwave from the series of explosions even overturned several lighter Japanese cars, creating a passage through the previously blocked road. Well done. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration towards Tang Xiaoxiao. The computational prowess displayed is truly astonishing. Even someone like Lin Chen, who struggles academically, cannot fathom how such calculations were derived. The moment the road was blasted open, Lin Chen immediately pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling towards the inferno ahead. With a distance of 200 meters, the acceleration capability of the Mercedes G63 would allow him to cover it in no more than 7 or 8 seconds. However, at that very instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A segment of a car door, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, suddenly hurtled towards the vehicle from the side. Quick-witted, Lin Chen deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the car to gracefully drift half a turn, narrowly avoiding the door fragment. At the highway entrance, atop a heavy truck, a humanoid zombie, over 2 meters tall and evolved with bone blades, fixed its piercing gaze upon Lin Chen and his companions. A third tier? Lin Chen squinted, the creature's behavior instantly reminding him of the third-tier zombie dog he had encountered. Undoubtedly, this was a third-tier zombie endowed with intelligence. The third-tier zombie emitted a deep, guttural roar that resonated through the air, summoning a horde of zombies from all directions to charge towards Lin Chen's vehicle. Goodness, it can control lower-tier zombies? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, a sense of dread gripping him. Observing the ever-growing horde, he realized that while the Mercedes G63 boasted formidable off-road capabilities and a high ground clearance, its structural integrity was insufficient. If he recklessly plunged into the mass of hundreds of zombies, escape would be nearly impossible. Moreover, a dozen or so zombie hawks circled above, flapping their wings furiously as they dove towards the car. With a thud, the first zombie hawk collided with the windshield, instantly erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. The vehicle shuddered violently, a crack forming where the beak struck. This cannot continue. If the impacts persist, the glass will shatter completely. I'll handle the zombie hawks. You keep driving, Yi Hongying declared from the back seat. She swung open the car door, grasped the roof handle with one hand, and nimbly vaulted onto the car's roof. Crouching down, she firmly gripped the luggage rack, her tang sword slashing outwards, flames entwining the blade, effortlessly cleaving the second zombie hawk in two. Lin Chen glanced up and caught a glimpse of Yi Hongying's slender, elegant legs beneath her red skirt, suppressing the flutter in his heart. He redirected his focus back to the encroaching tide of zombies. With the zombie hawks dealt with by Yi Hongying, the zombies would be his responsibility. Xiao Xiao. Hand me the assault rifle. Senior Nangong, you take the wheel. Lin Chen unfastened his seatbelt, opened the sunroof, and accepted the assault rifle from Tang Xiao Xiao, his head protruding from the opening. Simultaneously, Nangong Ria comprehended Lin Chen's intentions, her long legs gracefully crossing over the center console as she seated herself in the driver's seat. Hongying, I'll hold on to your leg. You can go all out. Lin Chen braced himself against the armrest, wrapping his left arm around Yi Hongying's ankle, one-handedly wielding the rifle as he began to unleash a torrent of gunfire towards the advancing horde. The recoil of the assault rifle posed little challenge to Lin Chen, whose second-tier physique absorbed the force with ease. Yi Hongying glanced at Lin Chen beneath her crimson skirt, feeling a gentle touch at her ankles, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. Yet in the next moment, her eyes sharpened, and she slowly rose to her feet, entering a state of combat. Fixing her left foot as a pivot, she gracefully shifted her stance and unleashed a flurry of strikes with her Tang Dao. With each swing, a corpse eagle fell. A barrage of bullets was rapidly expended, finally creating a breach in the throng of undead ahead. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Riao steered the car straight into the fray. In the distance, a third-tier zombie leapt atop a car, rapidly closing in on Lin Chen and the others. Be careful, it's coming, exclaimed Tang Xiao Xiao from within the vehicle. On the car's roof, Yi Hongying furrowed her brow, her right hand poised with the blade, ready for action. If we don't confront it, it will attempt to stall us. Commanding the horde to engulf us, Lin Chen said gravely, retrieving a coin from his pocket. What shall we do? Yi Hongying asked, glancing down at Lin Chen, who had lifted his head from beneath her skirt. Leave it to me. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, raising his right arm high to gather energy. The talent, thunderous might, surged forth, fervently channeling mental power 10, mental power 10, mental power 10, mental power 20. His mental energy poured forth, transforming into electromagnetic force, continuously coalescing and compressing within his palm, ultimately infused into the coin. A powerful surge of lightning erupted, swirling around Yi Hongying's skirt, her fair legs appearing tantalizingly between the fabric. Now, Lin Chen commanded, abruptly flinging the coin, now imbued with immense electromagnetic power, in a brilliant azure beam towards the third-tier zombie, which leapt within 5 meters of them. The speed of the lightning beam was astonishing, surpassing the speed of sound. And the third-tier zombie did not evade, but rather raised its arms to shield its chest. In the next instant, the beam pierced through its body, its arms obliterated in a cascade of blood and flesh. Third-tier zombie killed, experience gained, 20. A swift execution. Lin Chen felt a dazzling rush, an overwhelming fatigue sweeping over him, akin to an all-nighter gaming session followed by 3 rounds of intense activity. He felt utterly drained, yet within, he was exhilarated. Consuming 50 points of mental energy, the super electromagnetic cannon he had conjured with the coin had annihilated the third-tier zombie in an instant. Impressive, truly formidable, Yi Hongying mused, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen between her legs, astonishment reflected in her eyes. Having faced third-tier zombies twice during their escape from the campus, she understood their terrifying strength and reflexes. However, Lin Chen's recent strike had effortlessly dispatched one. His talent had unleashed an astonishing destructive power. Chapter 18. The plunder of B-class talent once again. Cheers from the maidens. Slaughter plunder completed. Mental strength 20. Acquired B-class talent. Telekinesis. Ability to manipulate objects at a distance through mental power. The divine talent of slaughter has been activated. Lin Chen. once drained of mental energy and in a state of exhaustion, suddenly felt a surge of power emanate from within. The panel displayed a pulsating 20 points of mental strength, instantly revitalizing him. After all, the ordinary second-tier evolver has a maximum of merely 20 points of mental strength. Thus, he was effectively at full capacity. Simultaneously, Lin Chen gazed at the newly acquired talent on the panel, his heart brimming with joy. It was a B-class talent. In addition to the power of thunder, he now possessed yet another B-class talent. Moreover, the upper limit of his mental strength had increased by another 20 points. Oh! Lin Chen's brow arched as his gaze fell upon the newly plundered talent panel. Telekinesis? Manipulating objects at a distance. Lin Chen extended his palm towards the corpse of the third-tier zombie, channeling his mental energy outward. At that moment, a layer of white fluorescence enveloped his eyes, as if an invisible arm extended through the air. From the shattered cranium of the third-tier zombie, a crystal floated upwards. Lin Chen's fingers clenched tightly, and the crystal core was drawn towards him by his telekinetic force, landing steadily in his palm. Success! With the control over the third-tier zombie severed, the horde of zombies ahead began to falter and disperse. Nangong Ruyao gritted her silver teeth, closed her eyes, and pressed the accelerator, crashing fiercely into the horde. Bang! 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 The vehicle collided relentlessly with the zombies, blood and viscera splattering everywhere. The bumper emitted a creaking sound of damage as the tires rolled over one zombie after another, the vehicle jolting violently. Everyone was on high alert, watching as the car careened through the throng of undead, fearful that they might be halted by the relentless swarm. At last, after several tense seconds, the off-road vehicle, now splattered with blood and remnants, burst forth. The car successfully merged onto the highway. Only at this moment did Nangong Ruyao realize that she had been holding her breath since the chaos began. With her mind finally at ease, she began to breathe deeply. We truly made it through. As the speed gradually decreased, Yi Hongying also returned to the vehicle through the sunroof. Gazing at the golden rays of the setting sun spilling across the horizon, everyone felt a profound sense of relief, having narrowly escaped calamity. This crisis was far more exhilarating than the one they faced while breaking out of the campus. Lin Chen leaned back against the seat, opening his personal panel. Name: Lin Chen. Level: Tier 2, 86100. Strength: 24. Agility: 22. Constitution: 23. Mental power: 116. Resistance: 5. Talent: Goddess Slaughter. SSS grade: Unique. Talent: Thunder Power. B grade: Talent: Telekinesis. B grade: Talent: Potential Burst. C grade: Talent: Swift Dash. E grade: Talent: Strength Burst. E grade: Talent: Enhanced Hearing. F grade: Talent: Stamina Recovery. E grade. Upon gazing at the array of talents, a smirk crept across his lips. The formidable nature of the Goddess Slaughter talent was becoming evident. If one were to consider a talent as a skill, Lin Chen could easily be likened to a full-fledged mage. Moreover, with nearly 100 points in mental power, he possessed ample reserves of mana, enabling him to maneuver and showcase his abilities with ease. Now, he required merely 14 experience points to ascend to Tier 3, at which point his strength would undergo a significant transformation. How did he manage to retrieve that object from a distance? Tang Xiaoxiao scrutinized Lin Chen with curiosity. Having witnessed the moment, he effortlessly drew the crystal core into his hand. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he weighed his options, contemplating whether to reveal his true capabilities to these young women. However, just as he prepared to speak, he noticed Tang Xiaoxiao dismissively wave her hand. It's all good. Curiosity is natural, but it's not essential for you to know. Beside her, Yi Hongying interjected earnestly. It matters not what powers you possess. All I know is that you saved our lives. You are someone I can trust with my back. That sounds a bit odd, remarked Nangong Ruyao, who was driving. Teasingly, Hongying, do be cautious about entrusting your back to him. He might engage in some mischief, she added with a playful chuckle. Tang Xiaoxiao joined in with a light-hearted quip that added a splash of color to their banter. What sort of mischief? Yi Hongying inquired curiously, as she typically focused on martial arts and studies, rarely indulging in online humor. For a moment, she failed to grasp the jest in Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Laughter erupted from Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, filling the vehicle with a jovial atmosphere. Amidst this lightheartedness, Yi Hongying reached into her backpack from the rear seat and retrieved a spare white shirt to change into, removing the sports jacket she had been wearing. This jacket had been lent to her by Lin Chen earlier at the police station due to damage to her clothing. As she changed, 2 exquisite little boxes tumbled out from the pocket of the jacket. What is this? Okamoto 001. Yi Hongying picked one up, intrigued, and read the label aloud. Lin Chen's face flushed crimson, and he suddenly found himself unable to sit still. This was something he had carelessly stuffed into his pocket during a supermarket sweep. This was far more embarrassing than if his browsing history had been publicly exposed. As Nangong Ruyao glanced in the rearview mirror, her cheeks flushed upon noticing the exquisite small box in Yi Hongying's hands, and she cast a mildly reproachful look at Lin Chen. "Oh, so you truly have set your sights on us," she remarked. Well, this item possesses numerous utilities. Senior, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I have seen its many applications on short videos." Lin Chen scratched the back of his head, awkwardly elaborating. "For instance, it can serve as a tourniquet. It can store water, and, oh yes, it can be fashioned into a rudimentary water purification device." Nangong Ruyao let out a scoff, her tone playful. "As for creating a water purification device, have you forgotten that I am a chemistry major? If pure water runs out, I could distill urine for you." "That is entirely unnecessary," Lin Chen interjected, crossing his arms defiantly. "All right, no more jesting. The fuel tank is nearing empty, and we must reach the next service area for refueling." Nangong Ruyao glanced up at the roadside sign. "There are still 40 kilometers to the next service area. You all can take a nap. I will wake you once we arrive." The others nodded in agreement. In this apocalyptic scenario, it was crucial to restore their bodies to peak condition whenever possible, so they could confront impending crises with full vigor. During the recent skirmish, Lin Chen had expended all his mental energy, unleashing a powerful electromagnetic cannon. Although he had regained 20 points of mental energy by vanquishing a Tier 3 zombie, he had subsequently lost 10 points while using telekinesis to retrieve the Tier 3 crystal core. Now, he was left with merely 10 points of mental energy. After sipping some water, Lin Chen leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed unnoticed until the vehicle jolted suddenly, causing Lin Chen to open his eyes instantly and look toward the driver, Nangong Ruyao. "What happened?" "We have a flat tire," she replied, furrowing her brow as she gradually reduced the speed of the vehicle. "Fortunately, there is a service area just a kilometer ahead." Lin Chen glanced in the rearview mirror, observing a scattering of sharp metallic objects along the road behind them. The presence of such debris on the highway was distinctly suspicious. Even if spotted, it would be nearly impossible to evade at high speeds. He frowned slightly, pondering the peculiar appearance of these sharp objects. Chapter 19. Entering the highway service area. The quirky and adorable Yi Hongying the off-road vehicle slowly rolled into the highway service area. Night had fallen, yet the area remained brightly lit. A boy, around 11 or 12 years old, spotted the approaching vehicle from a distance and immediately sprinted toward the distant building. "Are there still survivors here?" Nangong Ruyao inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen, however, noticed a heap of corpses piled near a trash mound by the roadside. Nangong Ruyao parked the vehicle directly in front of the service area building and stepped out to examine the condition of the tires under the bright lights. Both front tires had been punctured. Lin Chen also exited the vehicle, his brow furrowed. Without repairing the tires, they would be unable to continue their journey. At that moment, several individuals emerged from within the service area building. Lin Chen cast a glance at the boy leading the group, the same lad he had observed earlier, around 11 or 12 years of age. Following closely behind him were several middle-aged women. "Survivors, just like us," he thought. "Mom, come and see," the little boy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced on his feet, while the women behind him wore expressions of sheer joy. Humans are inherently social creatures. During times of profound upheaval, the greatest yearning is for companionship and support. To encounter fellow beings who have not succumbed to the infection amidst the apocalypse is indeed an exhilarating prospect. "Friends, none of you have been bitten by zombies, have you?" One of the women, a short-haired lady in her 30s, inquired with a hint of caution. After exchanging a glance with Nangong Ruyao, Lin Chen replied calmly, "Of course not." "Ah, that is a relief," the short-haired woman sighed, her tension easing as she glanced toward the vehicle. However, the tinted windows obscured any view of the interior. "So it's just the two of you?" another slightly plump woman asked with curiosity. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. "There are 2 more girls. They are resting inside the car." "Oh, then please let them come down too. We have an abundance of supplies here, an entire large supermarket, and plenty of lounges on the 2nd and 3rd floors," the plump woman cheerfully urged. Nangong Ryo smiled and waved her hand dismissively. There's no need. Our tire is flat, and we must repair it first. Oh. The service station is equipped with all the tools you might need. Son, go fetch the tire repair kit, and tell Uncle Lee to come help fix the car. The woman said, playfully patting the boy on the back of his head, exhibiting her warm hospitality. She then turned her gaze back to Lin Chen. Handsome young man, why don't you accompany us inside to rest a bit? Thank you, but we'll fix the tire and refuel before we leave. We want to linger. Lin Chen declined again. Upon hearing this rejection, the smile vanished from the plump woman's face, and without uttering another word, she turned and walked towards the service station's main hall. The other women following her also lost their earlier enthusiasm, yet their curious eyes continued to scrutinize the off-road vehicle. It seems they have their eyes set on our car, Nangong Ryo remarked with a chuckle as she opened the car door and grasped her precision rifle. Lin Chen leaned lazily against the car door, exuding a relaxed demeanor. It's not just our car they covet. They are likely interested in us as well. In the back seat, Yi Hongying lowered her window halfway and said earnestly, if it comes to a confrontation, give me a signal in advance. Otherwise, I might not react in time. Lin Chen glanced at Yi Hongying through the window, her serious yet adorably earnest face eliciting an involuntary smile from him. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that Yi Hongying was truly a hidden gem. In everyday life, her beauty was breathtaking and delightful. In battle, her combat prowess was formidable, striking with lethal precision. Coupled with a hint of youthful innocence, she often expressed endearing thoughts with utmost sincerity. What should we do now? To fix the car, we can only retrieve the tools from them. Should we resort to force? Nangong Ryo inquired as she approached Lin Chen. Unbeknownst to them, the women in the team had already begun to regard Lin Chen as their pillar of support. Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the distant service station building, acutely aware that they were being covertly observed from within. I will go and speak with them. If they lack reason, we shall take a firmer approach. With those words, Lin Chen strode towards the lobby. Yi Hongying followed him as she disembarked from the vehicle. I will accompany you. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The car contained grenades and firearms, ensuring that Nangong Ryo and Tang Xiao could defend themselves adequately. In the innermost room of the service station, two young men were excessively vigilant, completely evading any traps. The plump woman seethed with indignation. How about we just take a more aggressive stance, Li Go? I sense there is a substantial amount of food concealed in that car. In the center of the room, a burly middle-aged man with an unkempt beard reclined on the sofa, his feet propped on the coffee table, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 men engaged in a game of poker, the air thick with swirling smoke. In a corner, 2 girls, stripped bare, were shackled by dog collars, their bodies marred with bruises. Li Go, I just caught a glimpse of that girl behind the wheel. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is also remarkable. Just a glance was almost too much for me, a lean youth boasted, exposing his torso and licking his lips in excitement. Another tattooed young man joined in. Li Go, another woman has stepped out of the car, and she's even more stunning. These 2 girls are simply exquisite. The man known as Li Go slowly opened his eyes, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. What a bunch of base creatures. It's only the 2nd day after the Cataclysm, and all they can think about is women. To thrive in the apocalypse, securing supplies and enhancing strength is paramount. As he spoke, Li Zutai rose, delivering a brutal slap to the plump woman, blood gushing from her mouth as a tooth flew out. The woman, intimidated by the 185-meter-tall, muscular Li Zutai, dared not utter a sound. Useless woman, if you fail again, I'll just toss you to the backyard to feed the zombies, saving us the hassle of wasting food. Subsequently, Li Zutai retrieved a handgun from beneath the coffee table, casually tucking it into his pocket as he swaggered out. Li Go, should we call the brothers from the backyard? Li Zutai shook his head. Do we need to rally the troops for a few young punks? Just follow me. Upon hearing this, the younger men who had been playing cards immediately discarded their hands and followed suit. Some picked up a nail gun from the corner. Others grabbed a car repair hammer, while a few drew out watermelon knives. Just as Li Zutai exited the room, Lin Chen stepped into the service station lobby. In a vast, empty hall, 2 individuals locked eyes. Chapter 20. The Dance of the Tang Knife. We are merely ordinary college students. Lin Chen cast a glance at the group of ruffians behind Li Zutai before returning his gaze to Li Zutai himself. Li Zutai initially regarded Lin Chen, but in the next moment, his attention was captivated by Yi Hongying, who followed closely behind him. A sound of astonishment escaped his lips. Clearly taken aback by Yi Hongying's striking beauty, the gang of thugs behind Li Zutai reacted similarly. Upon seeing Yi Hongying for the first time, their eyes gleamed with hunger, akin to wolves spotting their prey. "Goodness, this girl is stunning," remarked a lean, blonde thug, eagerly rubbing his hands together. However, Li Zutai's gaze shifted slightly as he noticed the tang knife clutched in Yi Hongying's hand. Yet, he merely cast a fleeting glance, not overly concerned. He was originally a coach in free fighting, and during the Cataclysm, he had been resting at a service station when the surrounding populace suddenly mutated, plunging the scene into chaos. Initially, he was terrified, fleeing in panic throughout the hall. However, he soon discovered that he had awakened a C-level talent, diamond hardening. By activating this ability, he could harden parts of his skin to the level of diamond. In the midst of the turmoil, after smashing a zombie's head with his hardened fist, he realized the means to ascend. By continuously hunting zombies, he could enhance his strength. With his professional free-fighting skills, combined with his C-level talent, he gradually advanced to the second tier and even acquired a handgun from a high-speed patrol officer. The people around him began to look up to him, and in the 2 hours following the Cataclysm, he became the undisputed leader of the service station. As he reveled in this newfound sense of control, he fully unleashed the desires that had long dwelled within him. He monopolized the station's resources, compelling everyone to submit to him. He toyed with women, ruthlessly disposing of those who defied him. Moreover, he devised a method for rapid power enhancement. He deliberately left a single zombie alive, securely chaining it in the backyard. Subsequently, any survivors passing through the service station, particularly attractive women, were temporarily retained, while the rest were bound and fed to the zombie, one by one. Once these individuals transformed completely, he would personally eliminate them. Through such means, he had already slain over 80 zombies within a day, his experience points skyrocketing, and he was on the verge of ascending to the third tier. Yet, he was perplexed as to why, since that afternoon, the number of vehicles on the highway had dwindled significantly, greatly hindering his goal of cultivating new zombies and advancing to the third tier. This situation irked him. Just then, new prey appeared before him. It seemed this place was indeed a den of thieves. Lin Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, approached a chair in the hall and sat down. Li Zutai chuckled lightly and strode directly towards Lin Chen, raising a hand to tap his ear. "Quite interesting. You remain remarkably composed. Your mindset is commendable. Brother, why waste words with this kid? Just break his arms and legs, toss him to the zombies. You, big brother, can savor the first taste. Then let the brothers have a sip of the broth. Ha ha. By the way, big brother, there's a stunning figure outside." The youths trailing behind Li Zutai were already brimming with impatience. Among them, a slender youth with yellow hair and a tattooed bald man eagerly approached Lin Chen. The slender youth twirled a switchblade, while the tattooed bald man brandished a diesel-powered lawn mower, yanking the switch with ferocity, causing the mower's blades to whir ominously. "Kid, I advise you to behave, or I'll remove your arm right here." The tattooed bald man grinned menacingly as he advanced towards Lin Chen. At that moment, a flash of cold light erupted. Simultaneously, the lawn mower and an arm fell to the ground with a dull thud. The tattooed bald man, belatedly aware, glanced down at the severed arm and let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned, even Li Zutai breaking into a cold sweat. Quick, too fast. Even though he had ascended to the second tier, he realized he hadn't fully grasped the blade's glint that had just flashed before him. With a swift strike, Yi Hongying advanced and slashed. The slender youth, still toying with his switchblade, felt a gash open across his chest, the blade slicing through his carotid artery and down to his left side. With a thud, the slender youth collapsed, spewing blood as his body convulsed uncontrollably. "Feed zombies? You still keep zombies?" Lin Chen observed the scene with indifference, lost in contemplation over the slender youth's earlier words. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Chen discerned the underlying reason. His brow furrowed deeply. He had initially believed these ruffians were merely highway robbers wishing to seize the supplies of passing survivors. Little did he expect them to be even more malevolent than he had imagined. "Don't move." Li Zutai reacted swiftly, retreating a step while distancing himself from Yi Hongying, pulling a handgun from his pocket. However, just as he lifted the firearm, the glass of the hall shattered, and a high-precision sniper bullet hurtled towards his head. As if favored by fortune, Li Zutai's slight retreat saved his life. The sniper bullet pierced through his shoulder, its formidable penetration tearing his entire arm to shreds, turning bone to dust. Ah! Li Zhutai let out a piercing wail, his mind blank. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying sprang into action. Wait, don't kill him. Lin Chen's voice rang out timely from behind. Yi Hongying's gaze flickered slightly, yet her movements remained unimpeded. The tang knife sliced, slashed diagonally, thrust, and twirled. Each motion precise and fierce, her skirt fluttering gracefully. In merely 3 seconds, the 5 individuals before him lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their severed arms and agonizingly wailing over their severed tendons. Apologies for not signaling me earlier. That fellow is utterly lifeless now. Yi Hongying cast a glance of mild regret at Lin Chen, pointing towards the first victim, a lean youth with yellow hair. Lin Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. In truth, it mattered little that they were all slain. However, a whimsical thought struck him. Since this group relished raising zombies, why not allow the undead a hearty feast? What exactly are you? Li Zhutai, clutching his severed arm, retreated repeatedly, his face a mask of terror as he regarded the pair before him. He had believed himself to be ruthless enough, yet he was taken aback by the ferocity of this girl wielding a tang knife. From the very nature of her movements, Li Zhutai discerned that Yi Hongying was a seasoned practitioner, undoubtedly at the second tier of proficiency. Lin Chen rose from his seat, hands nestled in his pockets, and approached Li Zhutai. A smirk graced his lips, revealing a glimpse of his pearly white teeth, illuminated by the sun's rays. We are merely ordinary university students. Chapter 21. The Apocalypse. A world where humanity consumes itself. The anticipated battle never materialized. Initially, Li Zhutai had presumed his side would dominate effortlessly. However, the moment the conflict erupted, Lin Chen seized complete control of the situation. With a swift kick to Li Zhutai's chest, the burly man was propelled backward as though struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing through tables and chairs, blood frothing from his mouth. Spare me. I can offer you all the resources here. In the backyard, I have a dozen vehicles I plundered. Moreover, I possess a military radio capable of receiving the latest updates from the command. Lin Chen let out a dismissive chuckle. Killing you means the resources are ours anyway. As he spoke, he advanced, grasping Li Zhutai's pant leg and dragging him toward the backyard. He was curious to see how the zombies were being fed. Yet, as Lin Chen bent down to grasp Li Zhutai's pants, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Li Zhutai's eyes. In an instant, he surged upward, activating his diamond-hardening ability. His remaining left arm became enveloped in a brilliant layer of diamond-like sheen. With a vigorous twist of his waist, he freed his ankle from Lin Chen's grip and sprang from the ground, his fist aimed squarely at Lin Chen's carotid artery. Having trained in freestyle combat for years, Li Zhutai was acutely aware of the human body's vulnerabilities. Numerous areas could be lethal with a single strike. In such close proximity, even with only one arm, Li Zhutai felt confident that he could eliminate Lin Chen in an instant. However, just as his fist was about to strike, a powerful jolt of electricity coursed through his body, rendering him rigid in place. Lin Chen's fingers, now poised together, made contact with Li Zhutai's chest. With a flicker of intent, the electric current surged from his fingertips. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Li Zhutai's upper garments disintegrated, leaving a charred mark on his chest. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed, lifeless. I offered you a chance, yet you proved utterly ineffectual. Lin Chen shook his head slightly, lifting the completely immobilized Li Zhutai once more and heading towards the backyard. In truth, he held little regard for engaging with Li Zhutai. Although Li Zhutai was also a secondary stage evolver with commendable innate abilities, he paled in comparison to Lin Chen. Having battled successive third-tier zombies, Lin Chen was no longer the naive youth who wielded a fire axe with brute force at the onset of the catastrophe. Now, he had mastered the control of thunderous power, augmented by a formidable mental strength. He was a veritable thunder mage. Furthermore, in addition to his innate talent for thunder, he possessed B-grade psychokinesis, C-grade potential eruption, and various other enhancement abilities. Strictly speaking, if Lin Chen were to face a third-tier zombie alone, he was confident in achieving a 70-30 chance, capable of cleaving the undead into 3 segments within 7 seconds. Arriving at the backyard, Lin Chen halted. Before him sat a dozen vehicles, including a large truck transporting live pigs, within which were several female survivors confined in iron cages. 7 or 8 young men were busily engaged in various tasks around the yard, with 2 of them publicly bullying a young girl. Meanwhile, 5 others were treating beaten survivors as if they were livestock, dragging them, broken and battered, to a zombie tethered with several nylon ropes and chains. This particular zombie, having had its legs severed, could only crawl with its upper body, eagerly lunging at the thrown survivors to feast upon them. The sight before Lin Chen, who had fought his way through a horde of zombies, stirred profound emotions within him. The women at the service station were tasked with luring and incapacitating incoming survivors, reserving the more attractive ones for their own gratification, while the rest were systematically infected to become zombies, only to be killed for experience points, forming a grim assembly line. The malevolence of humanity was far more nauseating than that of the undead. In the absence of moral and legal constraints, when humanity's essence is entirely lost, the world truly descends into apocalypse. Lin Chen's hand emerged from his pocket, a coin entwined with lightning launching from his fingers in a flash of azure light. The beam vanished almost instantaneously. The 2 men tormenting the young girl had their heads pierced by the thunder, collapsing lifelessly. "What are you?" Someone began to notice Lin Chen's presence, but before the sentence could be completed, he surged forward, gripping the unconscious Li Zhutai. Lin Chen used his hefty form as a makeshift weapon, hurling him towards the group with a fierce swing. With a powerful, swinging strike, he sent all 5 tumbling to the ground like bowling pins. Blood spattered, bones shattered, and some fell unconscious. Lin Chen's gaze darkened like the depths of water as he casually picked up a chainsaw lying nearby and pulled the trigger. Instantly, the chainsaw's teeth whirred to life, emitting a menacing buzz from the motor. The 2 men on the ground, still clinging to life, stared wide-eyed in terror at Lin Chen, who wielded a chainsaw, retreating in fear. However, Lin Chen walked past them without a glance, making his way directly to the zombie securely bound before him. The creature sensed Lin Chen's presence. Abruptly lifting its head, its mouth smeared with congealed blood and flesh, emitting a low, guttural growl. "Come forth, beast, the feast begins." Lin Chen swung the chainsaw, severing the nylon ropes that bound the zombie, leaving only a chain. With most of its restraints removed, the zombie immediately lunged at Lin Chen, using both hands and feet. Lin Chen squinted, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to the zombie's head, sending it tumbling across the ground. Despite its neck hanging at an odd angle, it swiftly regained its footing. It then turned to Li Zhutai, the nearest target, and began to gnaw at his face, leaving it unrecognizable before moving on to others. Meanwhile, Lin Chen casually picked up a rebar and stood coldly to the side. After a few seconds, Li Zhutai, the first to be bitten, began to exhibit signs of infection. His body convulsing violently, veins bulging, and his eyes turning a deathly gray. With a swift motion, Lin Chen struck him down with the rebar. Killed a Tier 2 zombie. Experience points, 5. Slaughter and plunder completed. Mental power, 5. Acquired C-rank talent. Diamond hardening. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, silently noting this new discovery. Tier 2 evolved beings, upon infection, would directly transform into Tier 2 zombies. The few men, whose bones had been shattered yet remained conscious, watched in horror as the zombie lunged towards them, their eyes wide with desperation. They wished to flee, but their broken bones rendered them immobile, leaving them to hopelessly witness the zombie pounce upon them, tearing into their flesh. Lin Chen remained composed behind the zombie, delivering finishing blows one by one. Killed a Tier 1 zombie. Experience points, 1. Slaughter and plunder completed. Mental power, 1. Acquired F-rank talent. Olfactory enhancement. Killed a Tier 1 zombie. Experience points, 1. Slaughter and plunder completed. Mental power, 1. Acquired F-rank talent. Strength enhancement. Killed a Tier 1 zombie. Experience points, 1. Slaughter and plunder completed. Mental power, 1. Acquired E-rank talent. Rending. Once Lin Chen had dealt with all of Li Zhutai's subordinates in the backyard, he observed the steadily increasing experience points on his attribute panel. Just 4 more points were needed for his promotion to Tier 3. After the zombie claimed its final victim, it immediately began to crawl towards Lin Chen. He picked up the chain that had pierced through the zombie's shoulder blade and dragged it towards the front hall, where several human remnants had their tendons severed by Yi Hongying. Glancing at the crawling zombie, Lin Chen scoffed. This creature, having evidently advanced to Tier 2, was reduced to a mere dog here. Indeed, the apocalypse was truly a world where humanity devours itself. Chapter 22. Yi Hongying. I have yet to exert myself. Yet they have fallen. Returning to the front hall, the previous actions were repeated. The zombies gnawed at those unfortunate souls, and Lin Chen delivered the final blow. After crushing the last individual who had just succumbed to the infection, his experience points surged from 99 to 100. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen felt his heart thump with newfound vigor. Subsequently, his entire bloodstream surged with fervor, and every cell within him entered a state of frenzy, as if each nucleus was undergoing a transformation, with genetic sequences beginning to reassemble, and his muscles and bones were being reshaped. A formidable force burgeoned within him. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, slightly clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming sense of power coursing through his knuckles. Name: Lin Chen. Level: Tier 3, 01000. Strength: 54. Agility: 52. Constitution: 53. Mental power: 160. Resistance: 20. Gazing upon the pristine attribute panel, Lin Chen's heart brimmed with excitement. Engaging in battle with Tier 3 zombies had been perilous at every turn. At long last, he had ascended to Tier 3, possessing the means to establish himself in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, it had only been a mere 2 days since the onset of the apocalypse. Such rapid advancement undoubtedly placed him among the elite survivors. However, upon glancing at the experience bar, a wry smile crept across Lin Chen's face. To progress from Tier 3 to Tier 4 required a staggering 1,000 points, an increase by a factor of 10. It was evident that the difficulty of advancement would escalate exponentially as one progressed. Hongying, this zombie is yours, Lin Chen called out to Yi Hongying, who had been closely following him, gesturing for her to dispatch the limping Tier 2 zombie before them. Yi Hongying approached Lin Chen, seemingly sensing the shift in his aura, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of astonishment and delight. Lin Chen, have you leveled up? Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Tier 3. Curiously, he inquired, how much experience do you need to advance? Yi Hongying paused for a moment before extending 4 fingers. 31 points. 31 points? You're right to show 4 fingers, Lin Chen remarked, increasingly aware of Yi Hongying's unconventional way of thinking. Yet, it remained within the realm of comprehension. As he observed Yi Hongying eliminate the Tier 2 zombie, Lin Chen silently noted her experience bar, 26 points. It wasn't an insignificant amount. She would likely ascend to Tier 3 by the following day. How shall we deal with them? Yi Hongying pointed toward the corner where several women trembled in terror, their faces filled with dread as they looked at Lin Chen and Yi Hongying. They were utterly terrified by the scene that had just unfolded, unable to fathom how the ruthless and exceptionally talented Li Zutai could be so effortlessly dispatched by that young man. Even Li Zutai's numerous subordinates were rendered powerless before this man and woman. These two were truly formidable. Lin Chen lifted his gaze and cast a casual glance at the group of women. Their role was to lure the arriving survivors into the lounge, where they would drug the food to incapacitate them. They were complicit in the tyranny, sharing the same guilt. Lin Chen approached unhesitatingly. Where are the tools for car repairs? He inquired. If you swear not to kill me, I will tell you, the short-haired woman replied, her voice somewhat shrill as she swallowed hard, feigning calmness. Bang! No sooner had the woman's words left her lips than Lin Chen swung the rebar he held, striking her on the head and sending her crashing to the ground. The swiftness and strength of his action were such that her body momentarily floated in the air. Are you threatening me? Lin Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head, realizing that this foolish woman still did not grasp the situation. I'll tell you. At the end of the corridor, there's a tool room stocked with all sorts of car repair equipment, the plump woman said, her voice trembling with fear as she hastily pointed down the hallway. Eager to appease Lin Chen regarded her closely, recalling that this was the very woman who had warmly greeted them upon their arrival at the service station. Her apparent expertise suggested that many survivors had likely been lured in by her enthusiasm. Lin Chen casually rubbed his wrist, as if making small talk. What did you do before the apocalypse? I worked in real estate sales, the plump woman answered, somewhat bewildered, her voice quavering as she cautiously observed Lin Chen's reaction. Oh. Lin Chen responded, I imagine your performance was quite commendable. As he inquired with a tone reminiscent of casual conversation, the plump woman secretly exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with a bright smile. In our development, I was the top sales champion. Bang! The plump woman, too, received a blow from the rebar and collapsed into unconsciousness. The sudden turn of events sent the remaining 2 women and the boy of around 11 or 12 into a tremor of fear, causing the women to weaken and fall to the ground. Lin Chen cast a dispassionate glance at them before turning to head towards the tool room. He was not a heartless butcher who viewed human life as mere fodder. Rather, The killings of the past 2 days had left him somewhat numb and weary. Yet, in this world of chaos, the law of the jungle prevailed. There was no alternative to violence, but to counter it with violence. Strength was the only truth. After retrieving the car repair equipment from the tool room, Lin Chen began to dismantle the tires, while Yi Hongying recounted the recent events to Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, who were waiting by the vehicle. Upon hearing that many girls were imprisoned like livestock in cages in the backyard, Nangong Ruyao pressed her lips together and looked at Lin Chen, asking, "Lin Chen, should I go and release them?" Lin Chen nodded slightly, continuing to remove the tire. "All right. Sister Ruyao, please be careful." Nangong Ruyao retained her innate kindness, rather than embodying the archetype of a self-righteous savior. Lin Chen, however, was indifferent to this. It was only when Nangong Ruyao saw his acquiescence that she took her high-precision sniper rifle and entered the service hall. In the back seat, Tang Xiaoxiao opened the door, sitting sideways with her legs dangling. Her head tilted curiously as she inquired of Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, what did you feel when you killed? Was there any physiological aversion or fluctuations in your mindset?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused his actions, reflecting earnestly before responding, "I felt nothing else." At that moment, I no longer attributed humanity to them. Killing them was akin to squashing an ant or stepping on a cockroach. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding, grasping Lin Chen's meaning instantly. This was akin to how some individuals could swat mosquitoes or flies without hesitation, yet recoiled at the thought of slaughtering a pig or even killing a rat. Deep down, they had anthropomorphized pigs and rats. Once that barrier of perception was crossed, taking life became a mundane affair. Clearly, Lin Chen had transcended this threshold. Curiously, she turned her head to glance at Yi Hongying. "Sister Hongying, what about you? How do you feel when you take action?" Yi Hongying, who had been standing in a daze, raised her gaze and replied with calmness, "Well, the feeling. They were too weak. I hadn't even exerted myself. And they had already fallen." Chapter 23. A broadcast from the military, survival of the fittest. Nangong Ruyao stepped into the backyard, her pupils trembling uncontrollably at the sight before her. In a corner, a bullied girl clutched her torn clothing, huddling against the wall. On the truck, several young women were imprisoned within dog cages. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she rummaged through the corpses on the ground, locating the keys and unlocking the iron cage. "You are safe now." Nangong Ruyao glanced around and added, "The food in this service station should suffice for you for a while." Having completed her task, she prepared to reunite with Lin Chen. At that moment, a woman from within the cage reached out, grasping the hem of her clothing. "You were with those two earlier, right?" Nangong Ruyao nodded slightly, realizing the woman referred to Lin Chen and Hongying. "You are so powerful. Why couldn't you have appeared sooner? If only you had come an hour earlier. My husband wouldn't have been beaten to death." The woman's voice was filled with anguish and fury. "I have no husband now, remaining here. I want to survive long. You must take responsibility for me. I want to leave with you." Upon hearing this audacious declaration, Nangong Ruyao narrowed her eyes. "You are so formidable, armed with guns. You must be military personnel. I don't care. You have to ensure my safety." Bang! The powerful recoil of the high-precision sniper rifle caused a violent tremor in Nangong Ruyao's chest. The muffled gunfire echoed through the stillness of the night, resonating from afar. In close proximity to the impact, the woman's body was propelled violently, lying on the ground with her eyes wide open in disbelief. It was truly a profound tragedy. Nangong Ruyao stowed away her sniper rifle, pressed her forehead with a sigh, and then elegantly turned to leave. "Rescuing you was merely an attempt to preserve the goodness within my humanity, yet, at my core, I am not a benign force." Upon returning to the car, she found Lin Chen just finishing the installation of a newly repaired tire. "What just transpired?" Lin Chen inquired with concern, casting a glance at Nangong Ruyao. Recalling the earlier scene, she couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. A foolish little fairy, indeed. At that moment, Yi Hongying and Tang Xiaoxiao emerged from the service station. The two girls had taken the opportunity to visit the restroom while Lin Chen was busy with the tire. "Lin Chen, come quick and see what I've discovered." Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, waving an object in her hand, her twin ponytails swaying energetically. Lin Chen wiped his palms with a wet tissue while observing the item in her grasp. A high-frequency satellite broadcaster. "I just tuned it, and it successfully receives emergency signals from the military." As she approached Lin Chen, the intermittent sounds from the broadcaster became discernible. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Nearly half a day had passed, and with a drastic decrease in electrical load, the communication networks had begun to falter. By the following day, widespread network disruptions occurred, leaving only a few nodes with residual signals. It would not be long before civilian networks collapsed entirely, rendering external information nearly inaccessible. This high-frequency satellite broadcaster, capable of receiving military emergency signals, held immense value. This is the Eastern Military Command Center. Attention, all survivors. The Eastern Military is in the process of re-establishing its structure. Based on the distribution of military districts, survivor bases are being constructed. Rescue operations will commence in various provinces within 7 days. Please strive to survive. The crackling signal continued, conveying urgent messages about humanity facing an unprecedented apocalypse. Please make every effort to endure and await military rescue. The intermittent transmission allowed the girls to glean the military's announcements. After listening to the loop several times, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. The abrupt arrival of the apocalypse had caught everyone off guard. Yet the military had demonstrated remarkable cohesion, swiftly regaining control of the internal situation within just 2 days. The establishment of survivor bases by the military was indeed promising news. Nangong Ruyao beamed with a glimmer of hope. Despite the terrifying and highly infectious zombies, they were ultimately just carbon-based organisms, inadequate against the military's firepower. If they could survive these 7 days until the shelter was completed, humanity would gain a foothold amidst the apocalypse. However, Lin Chen shook his head. One should not be overly optimistic. Although I have faith in the military's might, it is evident that this apocalyptic calamity, which engulfs all life on Earth, cannot be solely managed by their forces. Enhancing one's own strength is the most reliable safeguard. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, her expression betraying a hint of gravity. Actually, I have not shared this with you all, but when I ascended to the 2nd tier, I glimpsed fragmented visions of the future. Lin Chen glanced over slightly. Tang Xiaoxiao took another deep breath. Half of humanity will be transformed into zombies. This is merely the first phase of the impending apocalypse. In the near future, a second phase of catastrophe will emerge, perhaps even a third. We are confronted with an existential crisis, akin to the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods that have long been relegated to the annals of Blue Star's history. What we are experiencing is, in essence, a natural selection, and perhaps the genetic evolution of humanity is a sliver of hope bestowed upon us by our Creator. At this juncture, Tang Xiaoxiao playfully tilted her head and smiled. However, that is a matter for another time. Living well in the present remains paramount. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, Nangong Ruyao, and Yi Hongying fell into silence. Lin Chen regarded Tang Xiaoxiao with earnestness. This 16-year-old prodigious hacker, who advanced academically without examination, managed to extrapolate such profound insights from the fragmented future glimpsed through her S-grade prophetic talent. It is truly astonishing. What further impressed Lin Chen was Tang Xiaoxiao's character. Despite her deeper contemplations than most, she consistently radiated a vivacious and optimistic demeanor. Simultaneously, with Tang Xiaoxiao's reminder, Lin Chen felt his resolve solidifying. Ascension was imperative. According to Tang Xiaoxiao's deductions, genetic evolution might be the singular correct answer to this apocalyptic upheaval. Thus, he should strive for further advancement. Having awakened his SSS-level slaughter talent, he would carve a path to survival in this apocalypse. They would continue their journey to Lin City. Lin Chen took the driver's seat, the car engine roared to life, and the girls boarded, their eyes ablaze with determination. Amidst the profound night, a beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating a path of hope. Chapter 24, Breaking Through the Zombie Horde. Hongying also ascends the journey along the highway stretched for 150 kilometers, typically taking just over an hour. However, due to a punctured tire and the frequent accidents littering the highway, many sections were severely congested, some entirely blocked by wrecked vehicles. Whenever they encountered such conditions, Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao took charge of clearing the nearby wandering zombies, while Lin Chen transformed into a laborer, moving the obstructing vehicles aside. Having evolved to the 3rd tier, Lin Chen now possessed 54 points of base strength. Coupled with the C-grade talent of potential burst and the E-grade strength enhancement effect, Lin Chen's power could momentarily exceed 100 points. With a mighty heave, he effortlessly overturned a car weighing 3 to 4 tons, casting it off the highway. I have ascended to the 2nd tier. Nangong Ruyao pushed her goggles up to her forehead, revealing a hint of a smile. During her earlier assault on the zombies, an ingenious thought struck her. She could enhance her B-level talent attribute and imbue it onto the bullets. The bullets fired thereafter, which felled the zombies, bestowed her with experience points. This revelation was nothing short of delightful for Lin Chen. Nangong Ruyao was destined to become the team's ranged damage dealer, and her rate of advancement would not falter. Contemplating this, Lin Chen retrieved a Tier 3 crystal core from his pocket, which he had collected using psychokinesis while speeding along the highway. Originally intended for Ruyao, it now seemed unnecessary for her. Thus, he offered it to Tang Xiaoxiao in the back seat. Although she was not adept at direct combat, her S-level, Prophet Insight, talent, with higher tiers demonstrating increasingly formidable power, was considered top-tier support, essential for the entire team. Therefore, her tier must not lag behind. Tang Xiaoxiao cheerfully accepted the crystal core, but instead of absorbing it immediately, she placed it in her small handbag. Meanwhile, after a long night of turmoil, the distant horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. At the edge of their visibility, the structures of the Ningqing highway exit came into view, accompanied by overturned vehicles and wandering zombies scattered about. Among the horde, a mutated Samoyed, over 2 meters in height and drenched in foul blood, stood out. Clearly, this was a Tier 2 corpse dog. Lin Chen gradually reduced the speed of the vehicle, and Nangong Ruyao, understanding his intent, lowered her goggles and readied her high-precision sniper rifle. With one bare foot on the passenger seat and the other resting on the armrest, she leaned out through the sunroof, aimed, and fired. Bang! Smoke curled from the muzzle as the sound of the gun rang out, and the mutated corpse dog, 300 to 400 meters away, was struck cleanly in the head. A remarkable shot, Lin Chen thought to himself. He then pressed the accelerator hard, feeling a powerful surge as the vehicle sped up rapidly. At the Ningqing exit, dozens of zombies were drawn by the engine's roar, howling as they charged forward. Lin Chen, however, brought the vehicle to a steady stop just 50 meters from the horde. He grasped the fire axe and opened the door. In calm demeanor, Yi Hongying stepped out of the vehicle, slowly drawing her Tang Dao. These were merely low-tier zombies, and their numbers were few. They constituted a small horde, not yet reaching the level of a zombie tide. Thus, it was an opportune moment to accumulate experience. Nangong Ruyao, meanwhile, swapped her sniper rifle for 2 handguns. With only 20 rounds left for the sniper, it was needless to waste such ammunition on low-tier zombies, while the handguns boasted a generous supply of 300 to 400 bullets. Hongying, how many more zombies do you need to reach Tier 3? Lin Chen inquired with a playful smile, the corners of his mouth lifted. Only 2 points of experience remained. Yi Hongying discerned Lin Chen's intention and smiled in response. All right, you level up first, and then we shall compete. As Lin Chen's words fell, Yi Hongying surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Fiery flames coalesced into 2 serpentine fireballs, entwining and rising around the hilt of her blade. Subsequently, she drew her sword and struck forward. The 2 fire serpents transformed into a blade of energy, slicing through the air. Within the horde of corpses, the heads of 2 zombies were struck by the fire serpents, instantly engulfed in flames, and after a few staggering steps, they collapsed to the ground. She leveled up. With her successful strike, Yi Hongying paused momentarily, her pupils constricting sharply as her entire being underwent a transformation in the blink of an eye. 1 second later, when Yi Hongying opened her eyes again, her aura had entirely shifted, reminiscent of a queen awakening, radiating an overwhelming and formidable presence. Those who have trained in martial arts for years naturally exude an indescribable charisma. Upon ascending to the 3rd tier, with her attributes surpassing the limits of the human body, this charisma was now fully manifest. Let the competition begin. Lin Chen observed as Yi Hongying adeptly acclimated to her newfound strength, and with a grin, he charged forward into the throng of zombies like a ravenous wolf. Power boost, swift dash, superb stamina, potential eruption, 4 layers of buffs instantly stacked, propelling his combat prowess to new heights. With a whoosh, the fire axe cleaved through the air, striking down upon 2 zombies with ferocity. Lin Chen recalled how, when the calamity first struck, the axe would often get stuck against a zombie's skull. Yet at this moment, with over 100 points of strength unleashed, the skulls were as fragile as tofu before the axe's blade. As Lin Chen swung his axe, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and the glint of a tang knife flashed from the side, swiftly piercing the neck of one zombie. Though they were fearsome and grotesque, These zombies had now become mere experience fodder for Lin Chen and Yi Hongying as they tested their might. After ascending to the 3rd tier, both of their physical resistances had reached 20 points. Even if bitten by a 1st-tier zombie, they would not succumb to infection unless they were completely overwhelmed by a horde, exceeding their bodily limits. Clearly, the 40 or so zombies before them posed no such threat to either Lin Chen or Yi Hongying. How brutal. In the vehicle behind, Tang Xiaoxiao watched the bloody battle unfold, her mouth agape in awe. She envied Yi Hongying's combat prowess, yet simultaneously felt an instinctive aversion to such gruesome scenes. Xiao, if you don't take this opportunity to practice your shooting skills, you will regret it, Nangong Ruyao urged as she handed several handguns to Tang Xiaoxiao. I've never held a gun before. Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the handgun. She understood that the dangers they would face in the future would only grow more frequent and formidable. Each member of the team possesses a distinct role, and she must not become a hindrance, even if it simply means ensuring her own safety and not adding to the troubles of others. I shall teach you. First, activate the insurance. In the midst of battle, Lin Chen and Yi Hongying exhibit entirely different styles. Lin Chen charges forward recklessly, wielding his axe with sheer force, akin to a bulldozer, crushing through the throngs of the undead. In contrast, Yi Hongying's combat style is technical, her blade strikes precise and agile, each swing executed with the intent to kill while conserving her stamina, and remarkably, she manages to avoid splatters of blood. With a swift motion, her tang knife slices through the air, and the last zombie staggers and falls. Yi Hongying twirls her knife, discarding the bloodied remnants, and gradually sheathes her weapon. Your knife is quite impressive, Lin Chen remarked, his gaze lingering on the tang knife in Yi Hongying's hand, unable to suppress his admiration. His fire axe had suffered considerable wear, yet her blade remained as sharp as ever. Yi Hongying, lifting her tang knife, assumed Lin Chen was expressing a fondness for it, and earnestly explained, "This was a gift from my father for my coming of age. He spent over 4 months crafting it. Therefore, I cannot part with it." Lin Chen, realizing that the straightforward school beauty had misinterpreted his compliment, waved his hands dismissively. "I merely offered a simple compliment. There's no need to overthink it." As they chatted, they walked side by side back towards the vehicle. Lin Chen had taken down 24 zombies, while Hongying had dispatched 19. Upon their return, Nangong Ruyao smiled and reported their achievements. The warm-up was over. The path ahead would be arduous. Lin Chen approached the trunk, discarding his blood-soaked clothes and retrieving a spare set of garments to change into. Lin Chen City, the provincial capital, boasts a population 6 times that of Hanhai City. After they burst from the campus, their route had deliberately avoided densely populated areas, allowing them to escape large hordes of zombies. However, their next destination was the residential community where Tang Xiaoxiao's parents lived, necessitating an incursion into the city center. The more densely populated the area, the greater the likelihood of encountering advanced zombies. The true challenge was only just beginning. One must admit, Lin Chen's musculature is rather impressive, Nangong Ruyao teased, observing Lin Chen clad only in his undergarments, arms crossed. Indeed, he appears quite formidable. Yi Hongying nodded in agreement, adding her own commentary. Nangong Ruyao was amused by Yi Hongying's serious demeanor, chuckling softly. Chapter 25. The rapidly deteriorating climate. Charging into a 4-star hotel, the group successfully exited the highway. It was now past 7 in the morning. Despite having not rested throughout the night, Lin Chen felt no trace of fatigue, his ascension to the 3rd tier having significantly enhanced his genes. As the vehicle entered the city streets, the roads were congested with vehicles, and the number of zombies was visibly on the rise. It is still 16 kilometers to my home. Tang Xiaoxiao retrieved her portable tablet and displayed the offline map she had downloaded earlier, handing it to Lin Chen. Beside them, Nangong Ruyao leaned in to take a look and exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaoxiao, your home is in a villa district, and it's close to a scenic area. This location must be quite valuable." Of course, this was merely a jest. In the face of the apocalypse and global catastrophe, all wealth, status, and fame had evaporated in an instant. The riches that once drew many to their allure could scarcely exchange for a bowl of instant noodles or a bottle of purified water. "Thank you, Ruyao, I'm fine," Tang Xiaoxiao replied with a sweet smile, revealing a small canine tooth. She understood that Ruyao's playful banter was intended to alleviate her own inner unease and apprehension. Having lost contact with her parents for 2 days now, she remained uncertain of their safety. Xiao Xiao attempted to employ her prophetic insight to sense her parents' situation. But perhaps due to the distance or the limitations of her mental fortitude, she received no effective feedback. However, she was acutely aware that in such circumstances, urgency would yield no advantage. Only by ensuring her own safety could she secure a safe return to her hometown. Moreover, she was not alone. She was part of a team. Her own concerns must not jeopardize the safety of the group. The vehicle careened through the streets, the surrounding zombies drawn by the noise. Yet before they could approach, they were left far behind. As they ventured deeper into the city, the horde grew larger. Fortunately, with the map Xiao Xiao had downloaded in advance, Lin Chen maintained his focus on maneuvering the car, deftly weaving through the throngs of the undead before they could fully converge. It seemed as though the wind had picked up. In the passenger seat, Nangong Ruyao turned her gaze to the window, her brow slightly furrowed. It was only around 9 in the morning, yet the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. Dust swirled at the horizon, and city billboards and posters were caught in the wind, swirling chaotically in the air. The greenery lining the roads swayed violently in the gusts. Clatter. Fragments of gravel were swept up by the fierce wind, striking the car windows with a delicate sound. Why is the wind getting stronger? Tang Xiao Xiao exclaimed from the back seat, noticing a few distant zombies being blown askew. Suddenly, a few drops of rain splattered onto the hood, producing a wisp of smoke. Lin Chen's gaze fixed intently on the engine cover. After a brief pause, he rolled down the window and extended his hand outside. This is bad, it's acid rain. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the girls in the car turned grave. Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, the speed of the vehicle surging as he began to search for a shelter from the impending rain. The G63 was their sole means of transportation, laden with provisions. Its off-road capabilities were commendable, and its horsepower was exceptional. If the acid rain were to corrode the electronic components, it would be a costly setback indeed. At this moment, the sky grew increasingly dark as fierce winds whipped up swirling dust, obscuring visibility. Most alarmingly, the once gentle drizzle began to intensify, with raindrops incessantly battering the car's exterior. After traversing 2 streets without discovering a suitable underground parking facility, Lin Chen decisively turned the vehicle around, heading straight for a magnificent 20-story building in the distance. With a resounding crash, the glass door shattered, and Lin Chen drove the car directly into the building's grand foyer. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, swept inside by the relentless wind. Due to the disaster-induced drop in electrical load, most of the circuit components controlling the building's power were damaged or short-circuited, leaving only a few emergency lights flickering feebly. This appeared to be a 4-star hotel. Nangong Ruyao surveyed the surroundings and spoke up. Lin Chen glanced at the downpour through the rearview mirror. Let us take a moment here. We'll leave once the rain subsides. Indeed, as Tang Xiao Xiao had mentioned, the zombie outbreak was merely the first phase of a global catastrophe. This sudden, unheralded sandstorm and acid rain were indicative of the natural environment undergoing a perilous transformation. To survive in this apocalyptic world, one must contend not only with the undead, but also with the deteriorating environment. If nature continues to worsen in this manner, it won't be long before the world is reduced to a wasteland. Most critically, this was only the 3rd day of the global disaster, offering survivors no respite. Yi Hongying was the first to open the car door, and Tang Dao slowly unsheathed his blade. With a slight movement of her skirt, Tang Dao struck forward, swiftly dispatching a female zombie that had suddenly lunged from behind the front desk. Simultaneously, 2 more zombies emerged from a corner, emitting low growls. In an instant, 2 bolts of brilliant blue lightning flashed by, obliterating the zombies before Yi Hongying could intervene. The sound of distorted coins clattering to the ground echoed, still crackling with residual electricity. Lin Chen rubbed his wrist, a smirk playing on his lips. He had become increasingly adept at wielding the electromagnetic cannon, even more precise than when using a handgun. A basic version of the electromagnetic cannon required merely 10 points of mental energy, yet he currently possessed nearly 200 points. Something felt amiss, however. Nangong Ruyao stroked her chin, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she assessed the surroundings. Lin Chen too sensed the oddity, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. Indeed, there was something unsettling. Given the hotel's specifications, it should have accommodated at least 1,000 guests daily. The lobby should not be home to merely these 3 zombies. Yi Hongying extended her palm, summoning a burst of searing flames that illuminated the dim environment. Come look here. As the others gathered beside her, They beheld the shattered remnants of a once magnificent exhibition aquarium in the hotel lobby, yet all the fish within had vanished. Moreover, in a corner of the hall, the lounge area appeared as though it had been viciously torn asunder by a colossal scythe, with the sofa fragmented into disarray. Numerous solid wood cabinets lay scattered across the floor, their contents in disarray. The ground was marred by extensive pools of congealed blood, while the walls bore stains of an unknown viscous liquid. It was evident that a brutal massacre had occurred here. However, curiously, not a single corpse could be found. Lin Chen gingerly touched the scar at his brow, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Given the signs of conflict in the hall and the vast patches of dried blood on the floor, it was reasonable to assume that at least 40 or 50 survivors and zombies must have perished here. Yet, since their arrival, aside from the 3 zombies they had just dispatched, they had encountered not a single remnant of a body. This was exceedingly strange, as if the area had been meticulously cleansed. I must uncover the dreadful entities lurking within this hotel. Standing at the rear of the crowd, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were veiled in a grayish mist. With a surge of her prophetic insight, she reopened her eyes a minute later, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Then, shaking her head, her twin ponytails swayed rhythmically. "No way," she murmured. "What is it?" The others, observing her reaction, were left perplexed. Tang Xiaoxiao then turned her gaze towards Lin Chen and Yi Hongying, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Do you think there are many individuals like you too?" Sensing their confusion, she elaborated, "I mean those who can dispatch zombies without a flinch, who have managed to slay over 100 zombies and evolve to the 3rd tier in less than 3 days since the catastrophe." Lin Chen exchanged glances with Yi Hongying before responding. To achieve such feats, one must possess exceptional adaptability and mental fortitude, or possess formidable innate abilities. While such individuals are rare, they do exist. This was not mere self-aggrandizement. Lin Chen had practiced martial arts since high school, often engaging in fights with delinquents, thus garnering some combat experience. More importantly, he had awakened the divine talent for slaughter. From the moment he felled his first zombie, he understood that to survive in this apocalypse, one must exert every effort, overcoming all physiological barriers and adapting to the relentless nature of slaughter. As for Yi Hongying, her background was more straightforward. She had trained in martial arts since childhood, possessing exceptional agility and extensive combat experience, complemented by the astonishing power of her A-class talent. Another pivotal aspect was her untainted character and unwavering will, which prevented her from succumbing to unnecessary thoughts that could burden her psyche. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed upwards. "Within this building, there exists a trio of a small team, 2 of whom are at the 3rd tier, while the other is at the 2nd tier. They have eliminated most of the zombies in this structure." "To 3rd tier?" Lin Chen's interest was piqued at this revelation. He finally comprehended why Tang Xiaoxiao had been so astonished as to utter expletives. In other words, this small team of 3 had managed to eliminate at least 230 zombies within the span of 2 days. Slaying zombies is not akin to chopping cabbage. For an ordinary person, even armed with a metal rod or a blade, dispatching a single zombie without sustaining injury is no trifling matter. Moreover, human stamina is finite. Battling those mindless creatures that feel no pain and only know how to attack relentlessly is immensely draining. Additionally, zombies possess acute hearing. Any skirmish will promptly attract a horde of their kind. Therefore, those who have ascended to the 3rd tier at this juncture are undeniably exceptional. Quite intriguing indeed. However, their current predicament seemed rather precarious. The leader appeared to have been bitten by a 3rd tier zombie, and his companion had just severed one of his arms. Meanwhile, that very zombie lurked in the shadows, poised to hunt. Tang Xiaoxiao inquired once more, "Should we lend them a hand?" Lin Chen did not respond but turned to the young women, smiling as he asked, "Would you prefer to wait in the car until the rain subsides, or ascend to the upper floors for a bit of respite in a presidential suite?" Resting in the car would be comparatively safer, allowing them to disregard any happenings within the building. Conversely, ascending would necessitate dealing with that 3rd tier zombie first to mitigate any threats. "I conducted a brief inspection earlier, and it appears the backup power in this building is still operational, which means the rooms still have running water." Nangong Ruyao smiled warmly. "Why not go upstairs for a bath?" Upon hearing the prospect of a bath, Yi Hongying's eyes brightened, and she raised her hand timidly. I would like to bathe as well." Despite her diligence during their escape, her dress had become stained with grime and blood. Seizing the opportunity while the water source remained uncontaminated, She longed to indulge herself. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled mischievously. Then let's head upstairs. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Since their departure from the campus, they had yet to have a proper rest. With the rain still pouring, hindering their journey, it was the perfect moment to recuperate. Lin Chen glanced at the vehicle, retrieved a backpack filled with food and water from the trunk, and readied his assault rifle. Let's south keep our weapons close. We're heading upstairs. The three young women nodded, quickly tidying up their belongings before following closely behind Lin Chen into the hotel lobby. Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Chen, who was leading the way, and suddenly smirked, revealing a hint of mischief. In a pre-apocalyptic world, wouldn't this scene resemble that of college couples checking into a hotel? Nangong Ruyao giggled softly. Xiaoxiao, what chaotic thoughts are swirling in your mind? Hearing the phrase checking into a hotel, Lin Chen's stride faltered slightly as he recalled the 2 boxes of contraceptives stuffed in his backpack. Upon reaching the elevator waiting area, they found that 3 out of the 4 elevators had been severely damaged and were inoperative. The remaining elevator displayed a red error light. However, Tang Xiaoxiao approached and fiddled with it, dismantling the control panel and pointing to the power box inside. The unstable voltage had caused the main control system to lock up. A low stable current would suffice to reactivate it. Lin Chen nodded and extended 2 fingers towards the positive and negative terminals of the power box. As the current coalesced at his fingertips, the elevator buttons began to flicker rapidly, and the main control system initiated a reboot. Moments later, the elevator resumed its normal operation. Xiaoxiao, how many floors up is that 3rd-tier zombie? It should be on the 14th floor. All right, let us head to the 14th floor first. Once we deal with it, we can ascend to the penthouse suite. Lin Chen smirked and pressed the button for the 14th floor. On the 14th floor, a disheveled man in his 40s, Yang Jinghua, sat against the wall, clutching his severed arm and gritting his teeth. Beside him, a girl in a baseball jersey anxiously tore her short-sleeved shirt into strips to bandage his wound. Dad, hold on. You'll be fine. Nothing will happen to you. Yang Jinghua's lips were pale from excessive blood loss, yet his gaze remained sharp. Don't worry, my daughter. I severed the arm in time. I should be free from infection. He then glanced at the young man vigilantly watching the staircase, armed with 2 watermelon knives. Son, take your sister and leave. This monster is too troublesome. Once it feeds again, it will be beyond the 3 of us to handle. I refuse. If anyone is to leave, it should be you taking Shuawu. I will stand my ground against that creature. Yang Anil, whose white shirt was already torn into tatters, turned his face to Yang Jinghua, resolutely declaring, Damn it, you are my son, and I am your father. How can I allow my son to cover my retreat? Where would that leave my dignity? Yang Jinghua stepped forward and grasped his son's arm, attempting to pull him back. However, Yang Anil stubbornly stiffened his body, refusing to budge. His lips even bleeding from the pressure, tears welling in his eyes as he choked out a desperate roar. Dad, Mom is gone. She was mutated into a zombie by this damned apocalypse. I couldn't protect her, so I must protect you and my sister. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinghua froze, his heart constricting painfully, as though it were a sponge wrung dry of water. The catastrophe had struck too suddenly. Their family of 4 had been joyfully traveling, only for his wife to transform into a zombie before his very eyes. To prevent her from biting their son and daughter, he had to tearfully snap her neck. From that moment onward, he was consumed by a seething rage towards these filthy, twisted, and grotesque creatures. He and his son, Yang Anil, were left with a singular thought: to eradicate every last zombie and pierce through this damned apocalypse. Chapter 27. The Stitched Monster Zombie. A desperate moment of crisis. Yang Jinghua had served as a reconnaissance soldier for 7 years, possessing formidable psychological resilience. Even after retiring from the military, he maintained his physical training. After he forcefully severed the mutated form of his wife, he took his son and daughter with him, battling zombies while rescuing other survivors trapped in adjacent rooms. Within a mere 2 days, he had eradicated the zombie threat across several floors, amassing nearly 20 survivors. Together, they fought their way to the hotel lobby. It was there that calamity struck. A horrific creature, resembling a stitched monster, emerged unexpectedly, nearly annihilating them in an instant. The survivors scattered in a panic, completely disbanding, leaving only the 3 members of the Yang family alive as they fled to their current location. A commotion erupted at the staircase as 7 or 8 zombies, drawn by the sounds of the recent argument between the father and son, tumbled down from above, lunging towards the Yang family. Among them was a particularly grotesque 2nd-tier zombie, its distended belly resembling a massive water tank. with his last remaining arm. Yang Jinghua grasped his firefighting axe, preparing to fight. However, before he could make a move, his son, Yang Anil, charged forward, wielding 2 watermelon knives with reckless abandon, relying solely on brute strength. The overwhelming power and rapid reflexes characteristic of a third-tier zombie were more than sufficient to crush these lower-tier foes. In mere seconds, the 6 zombies before him were reduced to a bloody mess, sprawled on either side of the corridor. Yet, as Yang Anil confronted the corpulent second-tier zombie, its belly began to swell ominously, inflating like a balloon. With a sudden explosion, it burst apart, scattering debris in all directions. The shockwave reverberated throughout the floor, rivaling the force of a detonated explosive. "Brother!" Yang Xiaowu, behind him, cried out in alarm. Yang Jinghua, his face etched with concern, rushed forward. Just then, as the blood mist began to dissipate, Yang Anil shook the congealed blood from his knives, rising from the ground. "Don't worry, little sister, I'm fine." At that moment, Yang Anil's eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, his body enveloped in a shimmering golden membrane. This was the manifestation of his awakened talent, sea-level energy barrier. By expending mental energy, he could generate a protective shield, significantly enhancing his defenses and even absorbing the impact of attacks. It was precisely this formidable ability that had enabled him to advance to the 3rd tier through sheer combat. At that instant, a foul stench assailed his senses. From the stairwell, a dense cloud of blood mist surged forth. Suddenly, a massive octopus tentacle emerged, swiftly coiling around Yang Anil's ankle, yanking him down violently as he had only just regained his footing. At that moment, the tentacle of the octopus exerted a tremendous force, dragging his body towards the staircase. The monster had arrived. Yang Jinghua's eyes ignited with a fierce, killing intent. This terrifying creature had suddenly appeared in the hotel lobby, instantly scattering the group of survivors. He and his son, Yang Anil, had managed to temporarily subdue the monster together, but to his astonishment, it could also consume corpses. Whether they belonged to survivors or zombies, they could all serve as its sustenance. Moreover, after devouring, its strength would grow, even healing the wounds inflicted by the combined efforts of the father and son in an instant. During their earlier confrontation on the 10th floor, Yang Jinghua had narrowly escaped with his life after having one of his arms bitten off. Now, this creature was pursuing them once more, seemingly even stronger than before. "Don't touch my brother." The girl in the baseball uniform, Yang Xiaowu, lunged to grasp Yang Anil's arm, raising her other hand high. In the next moment, the temperature around her plummeted rapidly, drawing the steam from the air and the filthy blood from the ground towards her palm. In the blink of an eye, an ice spear coalesced in Yang Xiaowu's hand, which she then hurled with all her might. Her B-level talent, extreme cold ice aura, manifested as the ice spear, formed from the tainted blood and vapor, pierced the monster's tentacle. However, the creature exhibited no sign of pain, aside from a brief pause in its movement. There was no discernible effect. Meanwhile, Yang Jinghua leaped high, his fire axe glinting coldly as he brought it down with force. With a dull thud, the axe embedded itself into the flesh, severing the tentacle. As the binding sensation around his legs dissipated, Yang Anil swiftly rolled to his feet, gripping 2 kitchen knives tightly, and sprinted towards the staircase. He understood that the monstrous zombie was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Having been without food and water for a day, escaping was no longer an option. If they did not muster the strength to fight back, they would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. At the staircase, a massive zombie, over 2 meters tall and grotesquely overweight, emerged. Its body appeared as though it had been cobbled together, with a bulbous head that squeezed its features into a distorted visage. Sharp spikes protruded from its upper arms, while its lower half was adorned with 4 enormous octopus tentacles. At its belly, a gaping maw lined with fangs opened and closed rhythmically as it advanced. Just as Yang Anil leaped, a tentacle from behind the zombie lashed out like a whip, sending him flying. Thud! His body slammed violently against the wall, leaving it riddled with cracks. Following this, 2 more tentacles struck out in a torrential assault against him. Yang Xiaowu and Yang Jinghua instinctively rushed forward to assist. Yet the zombie, with its gaping maw, spewed forth a torrent of ink-like substance towards the 2 individuals. Upon contact with the ground, the viscous liquid swiftly corroded a significant portion of the earth beneath it. Within the ruins, Yang Anil shielded his head with both hands. As the glow of his energy barrier began to wane, his mental fortitude was nearly depleted. capitalizing on his third-tier physical prowess. Yang Jingwu deftly dodged the corrosive slime and lunged forward, closing the distance to the zombie. With a series of swift strikes from his firefighting axe, he inflicted several gaping wounds upon the creature, exposing the foul, slimy entrails within. However, with only one arm remaining, Yang Jingwu had just found the proper angle to strike the zombie's nape when it seized his head in a vice-like grip, lifting him off the ground. Its remaining arm, now armed with a menacing spike, aimed directly at his chest, poised to plunge downwards. In a moment of crisis, Yang Shuowu expended her last remnants of mental energy. A shield composed entirely of coagulated blood and filth materialized in her hands, and she dashed forward to protect Yang Jingwu. Yet, the zombie extended a tentacle that ensnared her waist, pulling her inexorably towards its gaping maw. The battle had devolved into a one-sided affair, with the Yang family teetering on the brink of annihilation. Just then, with a resounding ding, the elevator arrived at the 14th floor. As the door slid open, Lin Chen emerged. Chapter 28, 10,000 volts. A one-sided onslaught. Yang Jingwu's head was firmly clasped within the zombie's grip, blood streaming from his nostrils. Coupled with the loss of blood from his severed arm, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the grotesque stitched zombie had unfurled its maw, glistening fangs dripping with the viscous substance, preparing to consume Yang Shuowu. Her pupils trembled as she fought desperately against the constricting tentacles, but she was unable to free herself. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes. There seemed to be no escape. The monstrous zombie was overwhelmingly powerful, and it appeared that their family would not survive this apocalypse. Just as Yang Shuowu braced herself to close her eyes in resignation, she caught a glimpse of a young man clad in black stepping out of the elevator at the end of the corridor. Could there still be survivors in the building? Suddenly, a brilliant blue current erupted, and a beam of lightning narrowly grazed Yang Shuowu's cheek, stirring a few strands of hair by her ear. The bolt surged directly into the zombie's gaping maw. With a deafening explosion, the grotesque abomination was sent hurtling through the air. Freed from the tentacle's grasp, Yang Shuowu fell to the ground, disbelief etched across her face as she turned back to look. Lin Chen was enveloped in crackling lightning, his garments billowing, while in his left hand, he held a coin infused with electric energy, suspended and rotating in his palm. Simultaneously, Yi Hongying, clad in a white shirt and red skirt, gripped an unsheathed Tang Dao, and Nangong Ruya, donning goggles, wielded a precision sniper rifle with one hand. Tang Xiaoxiao, with a lollipop in her mouth and hands in her pockets, joined them as the three women stepped out of the elevator, standing resolutely beside Lin Chen. Oh, how formidable they were! On Yang Shuowu's delicate face, astonishment was evident. Deep within, she was utterly convinced that the formidable thunderous strike just witnessed had been unleashed by the young man before her. She knew all too well the terrifying nature of this third-tier zombie. Yet, this youth had seemingly dispatched the abomination with a casual flick of his wrist. With a swift motion, Lin Chen hurled forth another electromagnetic cannon, aimed at the grotesque amalgamation of flesh that had been sent sprawling. The once maimed third-tier mutant zombie, having been pierced through the abdomen and toppled to the ground, was struck again, chunks of its flesh erupting from the impact. Nevertheless, it remained alive, its four tentacles frantically grasping at the earth. The remnants of the zombies previously felled by Yang Anil were ensnared by those very appendages, drawn inexorably toward the monstrous maw on its belly. As it consumed, the body that had just sustained severe damage from the two electromagnetic blasts began to visibly regenerate. Quite intriguing, Lin Chen mused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The resilience of this third-tier zombie was indeed remarkable. He had anticipated that a mere finishing blow would suffice, yet this creature's vitality was proving more substantial than he had anticipated. With a resounding crack, Nangong Riao raised her sniper rifle, taking aim at the mutant zombie's head before pulling the trigger. The creature's bulbous cranium was obliterated halfway, yet it remained undeterred, continuing its relentless feeding. Its core was not situated in its head, it must be located in its chest, Tang Xiaoxiao interjected. Beside Lin Chen, Yi Hongying slowly drew her blade, a flicker of flames coiling around the edge. Hongying, allow me to handle this, Lin Chen urged, gently restraining her wrist before stepping forward toward the mutant zombie. He was eager to discover what talents he might seize upon vanquishing this monstrosity. Yi Hongying retracted her half-drawn saber, obediently standing still. As she observed Lin Chen approaching the mutant zombie with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll, Yang Shuowu, struggling to rise from the ground, could not help but voice a warning. Do not underestimate it. This creature is formidable. Fear not, for I am far more terrifying. Lin Chen replied with a calm smile toward Yang Xiaowu. He even took a moment to appraise the young woman before him. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, likely a high school student. Though dust clung to her features, her natural beauty exuded the freshness of youth. Such a sweet visage would surely have captured the hearts of many boys at her school. Lin Chen silently compared her to the others. Yi Hongying possessed an aloof, ethereal quality, intertwined with a hint of youthful rebellion. Nangong Riao embodied the allure of maturity and warmth, while Tang Xiaoxiao was a sprightly yet slightly cunning little girl with a sharp intellect. As for this girl, she radiated the charm of a neighborly little sister. Retracting his gaze, Lin Chen continued his advance toward the third-tier mutant zombie. At this moment, the mutated zombie had completely absorbed the corpses strewn across the ground, its flesh beginning to swell and divide incessantly, transforming into a grotesque and bloated form within mere breaths. The creature emitted a low, guttural growl, its two tentacle-like appendages rising like spears, slicing through the air with a whistling sound aimed at Lin Chen. The closest to him, Yang Xiaowu, instinctively tensed her toes, her heart racing at the alarming speed of the approaching tendrils. She yearned to call out a warning to the man before her, yet feared that her voice might distract him. However, Lin Chen harbored no inclination to evade. His eyes narrowed slightly as a diamond-like sheen enveloped his arms, activated by his C-grade talent, diamond hardening. This ability had been acquired during a fierce encounter at the toll station when he vanquished Li Zhutai. Now, it was an opportune moment to test its practical effectiveness. With determination, Lin Chen thrust his hands forward, seizing the tentacle with a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me test my new trick, 100,000 volts, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than azure lightning erupted from his hands. Using the tentacle as a conduit, the violent currents surged throughout the zombie's body. The mutated creature's form tensed entirely, its decaying flesh emitting wisps of steam, before it was reduced to char in a mere heartbeat. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Although this zombie possessed formidable abilities, it remained a carbon-based organism. Nevertheless, he did not allow his guard to drop. With a swift motion, he activated his telekinetic talent, summoning a fallen watermelon knife to his hand. He then bent forward, charging ahead, the cold glint of the blade flashing momentarily. He cleaved through the fully carbonized chest of the zombie, simultaneously thrusting his hand into its torso, grasping the crystal core and pulling with all his might. With a resounding thud, the zombie's flesh disintegrated like shattered blocks, scattering across the ground. Yang Xiaowu swallowed hard, her face etched with astonishment. The entire combat sequence had lasted less than 5 seconds, and she was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of this mutated zombie. Over 20 survivors had been slaughtered in under a minute, and even the combined efforts of her family had proven futile. Her father had not only lost an arm, but had nearly led them to annihilation. Yet, this dreadfully powerful zombie was effortlessly dispatched before her very eyes by this man. She gazed at him, awe and curiosity filling her eyes, tinged with a hint of admiration. Chapter 29. Hazards eliminated. Taking the ladies for a bath. Kill level 3 zombie. Experience points 20. Plunder complete. Mental power 20. Acquired B-grade talent devour. Through extensive consumption, continuously enhance one's strength, heal injuries, and assimilate biological traits. Lin Chen held the crystal core in his hand, a slight grin gracing his lips. It felt exhilarating to have acquired another B-grade talent. At the same time, Lin Chen validated his conjecture. When the apocalypse descended, those who could rapidly evolve to the third tier, whether as evolved beings or infected zombies, typically possessed remarkable talents. Such formidable gifts provided immense advantages in the early stages. A swift step forward often led to a cascade of further advantages. Therefore, Lin Chen had resolved that ordinary zombies could be left for Hongying and Ru Yao to farm for experience. However, for these high-tier zombies, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity himself. Lin Chen, the diligent junior, exhibited great responsibility. Throughout their journey, it was he who silently confronted the formidable high-tier zombies, absorbing the dangers himself. Observing Lin Chen's graceful silhouette, Nangong Ru Yao's eyes shimmered with tender admiration. Upon hearing Ru Yao's words, Yi Hongying's cheeks flushed a subtle crimson. Realizing that Lin Chen had refrained from allowing her to engage in battle, evidently to protect her. TCH, Tang Xiao pouted slightly. Having meticulously observed Lin Chen throughout their travels, it was evident to her that he possessed talents beyond just the thunderous power. In her mind, she had formed a substantial hypothesis. She understood that Ru Yao and Hong Ying were merely indulging in self-deception. Lin Chen likely sought to secure kills, and his true talent seemed to hinge upon claiming heads to grow stronger. Just as she prepared to voice her suspicions, she witnessed Lin Chen turning back to face them. The first action he took being to extend a crystal core towards Tang Xiao. Xiao, I've obtained another crystal core for you. Be sure to absorb it later. Is this for me? Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, clumsily accepting the core into her hands as her heartbeat quickened slightly. A tender place within her stirred. In this apocalypse, all laws, civilization, and order had vanished. The sole reliance lay in formidable strength. The significance of the crystal core was abundantly clear to all, equating to at least 20 experience points. The first core he had obtained for himself was a gesture to ensure he did not hinder the team. The second core, given back to himself, could be viewed as an acknowledgement of his own talent. However, the third core, handed to her without hesitation, spoke volumes. It indicated that he truly regarded her as important and was genuinely striving to assist her in leveling up. Tang Xiao pressed her lips together, her eyes betraying a hint of unshed tears. Gifted with high intelligence from a young age, it was no wonder she had been exceptionally admitted to Hanhai University at the age of 15. Yet, it was precisely because of her intelligence that her mindset matured early, leading her to eschew the childish topics often discussed among her peers. Consequently, she had few friends and had seldom experienced such care and concern from others. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired, bemused by the sight of her glistening eyes and quivering lips. Nothing, thank you, Tang Xiao replied, hastily wiping her nose with her sleeve. Regaining her composure, a radiant smile broke across her face, revealing her signature small tiger tooth. All right, with the danger averted, aren't you all eager for a bath? Why not check out the presidential suite upstairs? After resolving the crisis, Lin Chen smiled at the several young women, who instantly erupted in cheers at the prospect of a warm bath. However, just before entering the elevator, Nangong Ruya glanced back at the chaotic corridor. Aren't you going to say hello to them? Lin Chen turned to look at Yang Shuowu and the others. At that moment, Yang Anil had just regained a fragment of consciousness, crawling out from the debris of the collapsed wall, while Yang Shuowu was helping the unconscious Yang Jinghua to his feet. Coincidentally, Yang Shuowu looked up at Lin Chen, their eyes meeting. Thank you for saving us. My name is Yang Shuowu, and we will surely repay you, she said, summoning her courage and feeling somewhat bashful. Although she was aware that, in his eyes, their combat prowess might seem insignificant, her gratitude was genuine. There's no need for repayment. I was merely passing by, Lin Chen replied, waving his hand as he stepped into the elevator. Can you tell me your name? Yang Shuowu raised her voice slightly, but by then, the elevator doors had closed completely, muffling her last words. Cough, cough. Amidst the ruins, Yang Anil coughed a few times, staggering to his feet. After shaking his head a few times, he caught sight of the scattered remains nearby, his eyes widening in shock. He then glanced at his sister and their father, supported by Yang Shuowu. Did you defeat that monster, Shuowu? Just moments ago, he had been mercilessly whipped by the tentacles of an octopus, and although an energy barrier absorbed most of the impact, he had been left dazed and nearly unconscious. Now, as he regained clarity, he was utterly bewildered by the events that transpired. Yang Shuowu quickly shook her head and briefly recounted the situation. Yang Anil was stunned for several seconds, his eyes fixed on the ground strewn with remains. Are you saying a group of survivors suddenly appeared, and one of the men effortlessly dispatched that creature? Yang Shuowu nodded vigorously. They saved us. My goodness, this is a true powerhouse. Where is he? He saved our family's lives. I must pay my respects to him as an elder brother. Yang Anil looked around, but there was no trace of Lin Chen and the others. However, his excitement could hardly be contained. In their situation, akin to a martial arts drama, they had encountered a fortuitous event. It seems they went to the presidential suite upstairs, Yang Shuowu added, her cheeks flushed. The young man is accompanied by 3 exceptionally beautiful women. Even in the apocalypse, he can take 3 ladies to a hotel room. This powerhouse is truly remarkable. Yet, she thought, to intrude upon them now would be ill-advised. By the way, how is our father? Yang Anil suddenly recalled the unconscious Yang Jinghua and hurried over to check on him. His breathing is steady. He should be fine, Yang Shuowu observed, watching her somewhat dazed brother with a sigh. The father, a veteran, has instilled a strict discipline in his elder brother since childhood, insisting on daily runs of 5 kilometers and a regular schedule. Even after his brother was accepted into university, the father demanded that he take a leave of absence in his second year to enlist in the military. However, having been raised under such stringent supervision, young Anil, once liberated from his father's influence at university, rebelled against his father's plans by tattooing his entire back. This enraged their father to the point of physically reprimanding him in the streets. Yet, when the apocalypse struck, young Anil realized that despite his usually nonchalant demeanor, her elder brother could fiercely stand in front of her and their father, displaying remarkable courage. Where shall we go now? With their father in a state of unconsciousness, Yang Shuowu could only look to her brother for guidance. Young Anil, patting his already emaciated stomach, glanced at the ceiling. Let us find a room to rest for a while and assess our father's injuries. After a few hours, once that important figure has concluded his affairs, we shall pay a visit. Chapter 30. Relaxation in the bathroom. Why is the buoyancy so strong? Ding. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor and came to a gentle halt. As the doors slid open, a lavish red carpet stretched toward the corridor's end, flanked by exquisitely designed crystal wall sconces that illuminated the hallway with elegance and dignity, showcasing luxurious details. The 50-meter-long hotel corridor, with only 4 rooms on either side, attested to the spaciousness of the interior. It was impeccably clean, devoid of any signs of the undead. Lin Chen stepped out of the elevator and approached the door of a suite. No keycard? No matter. He seized the Tang Dao from Yi Hongying's hands and executed a cross slash, the blade's brilliance flashing briefly as the expensive smart lock was effortlessly reduced to fragments. We shall stay in this room tonight. Lin Chen turned back to the 3 girls behind him, noting that the suite was spacious enough for 4 without any discomfort. Yi Hongying remained composed and nodded slightly. Very well, together for safety. Upon hearing they would be sharing the space, Tang Xiaoxiao immediately placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest with a hint of warning in her tone. Sharing is fine, but do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. We will not allow you to take advantage. Lin Chen glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao's assertive posture and shook his head. Rest assured, even if I were to take advantage, my initial target would be Sister Riao. You, who do you look down upon? Tang Xiaoxiao retorted, her cheeks flushed. I am still developing, with immense potential. I will surely catch up to her in the future. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Xiaoxiao reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, her temper flaring. Yet, after uttering that line, she fell silent, realizing she had just warned Lin Chen against inappropriate thoughts while inadvertently turning the conversation in that very direction. Furthermore, why was she discussing her development with someone like Lin Chen? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Nangong Ruyao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her curves swaying in tandem. It must be said, the banter between Lin Chen and Tang Xiaoxiao was quite amusing. Moreover, Lin Chen's earlier remarks were indeed compliments to her figure, which greatly pleased Nangong Ruyao. Lin Chen pushed open the door and entered the room first. After surveying several suites, he found no trace of zombies. It seemed this room had fortuitously remained unoccupied during the global catastrophe. Wow, what a magnificent bathtub. No, it should be called a bath pool. From the bathroom came Tang Xiaoxiao's exclamations of awe. Lin Chen approached and beheld a spacious bathroom of at least 50 or 60 square meters, featuring a luxurious mini bath pool measuring 4 by 4 meters, ample enough for 3 or 4 people to bathe without feeling cramped. Additionally, there was a separate steam room. Impressive. Lin Chen mused inwardly, acknowledging the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. Before he could depart, Yi Hongying had already begun to remove her white shirt and was unfastening her skirt. The smooth, fair expanse of her back and her alluring waist were laid bare to the air, momentarily stunning Lin Chen into silence. Years of martial arts training had sculpted Yi Hongying's physique to perfection, her skin exuding resilience. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, Yi Hongying paused in her undressing, a hint of confusion crossing her features as she inquired, "Do you wish to join me for a bath?" Is that possible? Lin Chen's excitement surged. Absolutely not. Yi Hongying replied with a serious shake of her head. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruyao stepped forward and gently pushed Lin Chen out of the room with a wry smile. What are you thinking? We're going to bathe now. You should relax on the sofa for a bit. With a sigh, Lin Chen retreated to the sofa. Listening to the sound of rushing water from the bathroom, he propped his feet on the coffee table attempting to block it all out. Inside the bathroom, the three women shed their clothes, playfully rinsing off before joyfully plunging into the water, splashing about. Even Yi Honging wore a rare smile. Leaning against the edge of the bath, her head tilted back slightly as she exhaled in relaxation. The harrowing escape they had endured had kept their nerves taut, and now, at last, they could relinquish their defenses and savor a moment of tranquility. After some time of playful splashing in the pool, Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Honging's stunning figure, then looked down at herself, her smile faltering instantly. Turning her gaze to Nangong Ruyao on the other side of the pool, her expression fell entirely, submerging slightly, with only her head bobbing above the surface. How infuriating! Why is she so buoyant? Lin Chen stood on the balcony, gazing out the window. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, fierce winds sweeping across the ground, uprooting numerous trees along the roadside. Even several small cars were swaying under the force of the gusts. The gravel mingled with acid rain swept across the streets. He squinted slightly, realizing that the path to survival ahead would likely become increasingly arduous. One could only wonder what the world would resemble when the second catastrophe, as mentioned by Tang Xiaoxiao, finally descended. The three young women had luxuriated in the bath for a full hour before emerging from the restroom, still yearning for more. They tossed their clothes into the washing machine, donning only bathrobes as they stepped out. Wei Yi finished bathing. You should take your turn, announced Nangong Ruyao. The first to exit, her long, elegantly shaped legs, softened by the milk bath, appearing exceptionally smooth. The neckline of her bathrobe rose high, revealing a deep valley. Following her was Yi Honging, who, lacking a bathrobe of her own due to Nangong Ruyao's occupancy of the only one, had to wrap herself in a towel. The warmth of the bath had left her cheeks flushed, and her flawless, fair legs were almost entirely exposed to the air. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze upon her, she instinctively tugged at the towel, but its limited length allowed only a slight adjustment, resulting in a few inches of white skin becoming visible, enough to rival most girls, though not quite comparable to Nangong Ruyao. Stop staring. Your eyes are about to pop out, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in exasperation, crossing her arms in discontent. At that moment, her twin ponytails had completely come undone, and water droplets clung to her hair, framing her face and adding to her charm. Yet, she was fuming. For after she and her companions emerged from the bathroom, Lin Chen's gaze lingered on Nangong Ruyao for 8 seconds and on Yi Honging for 10 seconds. But he hadn't spared her even a single glance. Humph. I'm only 16, 6 years younger than Sister Ruyao, and 3 years behind Yi Honging. Why should they look down on me? She was infuriated, absolutely furious. Chapter 31, Yi Honging. Left without clothes after the theft of supplies, watching the three young women retreat into the master bedroom to rest, Lin Chen shrugged and made his way into the bathroom. The air was thick with steam and fragrant aromas. In a matter of moments, he shed his clothing and, with a splash, jumped into the bath. Leaning back, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. Closing his eyes, he allowed his body to completely relax. At that moment, he experienced an almost dreamlike sensation. It had only been 3 days since the onset of the catastrophe, yet he had transformed from an ordinary university student into a third-tier evolver. Moreover, he had already acquired more than 10 supernatural abilities, including powerful talents such as the B-rank thunder power and telekinesis, as well as C-rank potential explosion and diamond hardening. Each of these abilities would typically enable one to establish a foothold in the early days of the apocalypse, and yet he possessed such a vast array. Most critically, his mental prowess had now surpassed 260 points. Like Yi Honging, a third-tier evolver, possesses a mere 50 points of basic mental strength. This amount of mental power is sufficient for him to effortlessly activate his talents. A mage devoid of cooldowns, with an abundance of skills and ample mana, presents a formidable challenge. Lin Chen has already meticulously devised his next course of action. Once the torrential rain outside ceases, he plans to continue his journey to Tang Xiaoxiao's hometown, with the subsequent destination being Yi Honging's place of origin. Along this path, he aims to hunt as many zombies as possible to continuously bolster his strength. He firmly believes that in the near future, numerous small refuge bases will emerge, and many survivors will gradually congregate, forming small factions. Should he find a suitable sanctuary, Lin Chen aspires to establish his own power, firmly rooting himself in this apocalyptic world. Suddenly, an exclamation from Nangong Ruyao pierced through the air, startling Lin Chen. He instantly opened his eyes, leaping from the bath and rushing out of the restroom. Fearing that Nangong Ruyao and the others were in peril, he immediately assumed a combat stance. "Damn it, someone has taken our car," Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed from the balcony. Watching the Mercedes plunge into the acid rain below, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. "I'll chase after them." Yi Hongying, clad only in a bathrobe, seized a Tang knife, ready to pursue. At that moment, Lin Chen began to comprehend the situation. He initially thought zombies had appeared, only to realize the vehicle had been stolen. He intercepted Yi Hongying, shaking his head. "It's futile, we wouldn't catch up now. We're on the 26th floor. And by the time we take the elevator down, they will have vanished." Yi Hongying bit her lip, reluctantly lowering the Tang knife. However, as she cast her gaze downward, catching Lin Chen in her peripheral vision, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away. Nangong Ruyao, standing nearby, also exhibited a faint blush, glancing at Lin Chen with an awkward expression, pointing at his lower half. Goodness, Lin Chen suddenly realized, having just emerged from the bath. He hastily covered himself and awkwardly retreated back to the restroom. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao, returning from the balcony, noticed the unusual expressions on Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao's faces and inquired, "What is wrong with you two? By the way, I think I heard Lin Chen come out." "Where did he go?" He went back to take a shower," Nangong Ruyao explained, her mind involuntarily replaying the earlier scene at the mention of Lin Chen. In less than half a minute, Lin Chen emerged from the bathroom, now dressed. "Lin Chen, our food and spare clothes are in the car," Tang Xiaoxiao said urgently upon seeing him. The distance to her parents' residence was still a daunting 10 kilometers away, without any means of transport. The prospect of reaching it seemed tenfold more difficult. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Since the event had already transpired, dwelling on it further was unnecessary. In a world fraught with despair, it is impossible for everything to proceed smoothly. One can only gaze ahead. First, let us assess our current supplies before making further plans. Lin Chen retrieved the backpack that had been placed beside the sofa. The three young women also gathered their respective bags. These were the possessions they had carried upstairs. "I have 3 lollipops, 2 bags of snacks, a bottle of drink, a tablet, and a high-frequency satellite radio," Tang Xiaoxiao declared as she emptied her backpack, laying all her items before the group. "I possess 21 rounds of sniper rifle ammunition, nearly 100 rounds of pistol ammunition, 6 high-explosive grenades, 2 pistols, a pair of goggles, 3 boxes of antibiotics, and a box of serum. I also have several boxes of vitamin C," Nangong Ruyao revealed as she presented her belongings. Upon seeing her supplies, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Ruyao's backpack resembled a miniature arsenal and medical kit. He was astonished to discover that she had also prepared antibiotics and vitamins, demonstrating her meticulous nature. Vitamins would sustain basic energy levels, while antibiotics could prove life-saving in critical moments. "I only have a rope, a waterproof flashlight, wrist guards, a red silk strap, and half a bottle of water," Yi Hongying said, emptying her satchel, which contained relatively simple items. Lin Chen, on the other hand, appended his backpack in one swift motion. Instantly, sausages, compressed biscuits, noodles, and even canned beef tumbled out, along with several boxes of ultra-thin snacks. Quick-witted, Lin Chen swiftly grabbed the boxes of snacks and stuffed them back into his bag, grinning to himself. While he had not anticipated the need for such provisions, he understood well the significance of food in a post-apocalyptic landscape. Thus, carrying supplies had become a second nature to him. "By the way, we still have the crystal cores, right?" Lin Chen inquired of Tang Xiaoxiao, knowing that these were of utmost importance. She nodded vigorously. "I have both crystal cores with me, but regrettably, the shotgun and ammunition remain in the car." Lin Chen reassured her nonchalantly. "It matters not. Supplies are merely material possessions that can be gathered anew. For now, these provisions should suffice." However, he then realized that their clothing had been washed, and their spare garments were still in the vehicle. Yi Hongying glanced down at her slightly short bath towel, realizing it was hardly suitable for combat. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, acknowledging this as an issue. Observing Yi Hongying seated cross-legged on the sofa, her long hair simply tied back, cascading down to her waist, he noted that the bath towel barely concealed much, exposing her fair, elegant legs, which left him momentarily dizzy. Nevertheless, it was not a significant concern. After all, they were in a hotel, and guests typically carried ample spare clothing. A simple collection would suffice. "You all rest for now. I shall attend to the clothing situation," Lin Chen declared before stepping out of the room, heading directly towards the presidential suite across the corridor. Chapter 32. Garments of diverse styles and Lin Chen's subtle thoughts. Lin Chen meandered through the 3 opulent presidential suites on the top floor. After perusing the other 2 rooms and finding no signs of habitation, he struck gold with the 4th. With a forceful twist, he dismantled the door lock and strode into the suite. At the entrance, a pair of exquisite red-soled stilettos caught his eye, igniting a spark of delight within him. As he stepped into the grand hall of the suite, a lithe figure clad in a cosplay of a female zombie lunged at him. With a swift motion, Lin Chen extended his hand, and a coin shot forth from his fingertips, transforming into a cerulean bolt of lightning that obliterated the zombie's head in an instant. He kicked the lifeless body aside and continued toward the master bedroom. There, on the bed, lay a corpulent, balding man in oversized shorts, his neck savagely bitten, the stench of decay already permeating the air. What a wild escapade, Lin Chen mused, shaking his head. He then opened the adjacent wardrobe, and his eyes sparkled with delight. The wardrobe was brimming with an array of garments: professional attire, sailor suits, nurse uniforms, traditional hanfu, and various anime cosplays, each style more eclectic than the last, yet conspicuously devoid of anything conventional. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. The absence of regular clothes was even better. He grabbed a suitcase and hastily stuffed the clothes inside. Minutes later, Lin Chen returned to the room. "Did you find the clothes?" Nangong Ruyao approached him, her face lighting up at the sight of the suitcase in his hands. She was currently devoid of any proper attire. Yi Hongying, seated on the sofa, cast a sidelong glance, noting that the size of her towel was woefully inadequate for any vigorous movement. "I've scoured the entire floor, and this is all I could find. You all can decide for yourselves," Lin Chen said, suppressing his excitement as he presented the suitcase to Nangong Ruyao. The 3 women gathered eagerly around him, and upon opening the suitcase, they were momentarily taken aback. Yi Hongying picked up a pair of black lace panties, a look of profound confusion etched on her face. "Is this a mask or an eye cover?" she wondered aloud, gazing at the scanty designs. Nangong Ruyao was equally stunned, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Lin Chen. Suspecting that he had orchestrated this, Lin Chen raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, his expression earnest. "I searched thoroughly. This is genuinely all there was. But rest assured, I checked, and all the tags are intact. These are brand new." Tang Xiaoxiao held up a sailor suit and compared it to her figure. "Not bad. This fits me perfectly." At her words, Lin Chen stifled a laugh. The sailor suit would be form-fitting on the 1.7-meter-tall Yi Hongying, perfectly accentuating her figure. "For you at 1.56 meters, it fits just right, but that's only because you lack the stature to fill out the clothing. Ultimately, it all boils down to a lack of nourishment. Please step outside for a moment. We need to change." Nangong Ruyao temporarily expelled Lin Chen from the room. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she cast a glance at the scattered garments. With no alternative at hand, she had no choice but to select something to wear from the array before her. It was undoubtedly a compromise for Lin Chen. Leaning against the doorway with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lin Chen eagerly anticipated the ensuing spectacle. Just then, the elevator beside them began to ascend slowly. Lin Chen squinted slightly and turned his head to observe. Ding! As the elevator door slid open, Yang Xiaowu and her brother Yang Anil emerged. "Why you?" "Hello," Yang Xiaowu stammered upon seeing Lin Chen, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. Her previous resolve from battling mutated zombies completely dissipated. The imposing image Lin Chen had left in her mind was too formidable to overlook. "Brother, were you the one who eliminated that creature?" Yang Anil inquired, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Lin Chen. Previously, during Lin Chen's confrontation on the 14th floor, he had been left in a daze and thus had not laid eyes on him. On the way to pay a visit, he had imagined various powerful personas, but had not anticipated that Lin Chen appeared as an ordinary university student, even lacking the robust physique he possessed himself. "What brings you to me?" Lin Chen replied in a nonchalant tone, devoid of the playful demeanor he exhibited with Hong Ying and the others. In this post-apocalyptic world, trust was a rare commodity. The malice inherent in humanity often proved more vile than the zombies themselves. "Please, do not misunderstand. My sister and I have come to express our gratitude," Yang Anil said, sensing Lin Chen's indifference. He stepped closer, retrieving a cigarette from a tattered shirt pocket and respectfully offering it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen pinched the cigarette between his fingers. He had taken up smoking since high school, though he typically only indulged during late-night gaming sessions, rarely partaking otherwise. Upon noticing Lin Chen accept the cigarette, Yang Annal's face broke into a broad smile, signaling to Yang Shuowu, who promptly opened her bag and presented it to Lin Chen. We have exhausted our food supply, but we do have these few bottles of purified water, she stated, attempting to hand the water to Lin Chen. Lin Chen refrained from accepting it, fully grasping their intent. They truly wished to thank him. In this dire world, most water sources had become contaminated, rendering clean water and food precious commodities, their value destined to rise. This indicated that the siblings were indeed sincere in their approach. Just as Lin Chen prepared to politely decline, Yang Shuowu's stomach emitted a loud growl, causing her cheeks to flush a deep red as she shyly lowered her gaze. For the past few days, she had been tirelessly slaying zombies alongside her father and brother, depleting her energy reserves. The meager bread they had consumed was no longer sufficient to stave off hunger, especially since their supplies had run dry since yesterday, intensifying her gnawing hunger. I shall accept the water, but I am not one to keep score of favors, Lin Chen declared. Lin Chen pushed open the door and approached the coffee table, retrieving 2 sausages and 2 bags of biscuits, which he placed into Yang Shuowu's hands. I have saved your lives. Although I do not expect repayment, it cannot be merely offset by a few bottles of water. Consider these provisions as a fair exchange for your water. We shall settle our accounts separately. Yang Shuowu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Lin Chen's underlying kindness. As she gazed at the striking young man before her, a flicker of unusual sentiment glimmered in her eyes. Thank you. My name is Yang Shuowu. May I know yours? She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Chen's, but as their eyes met, she shyly averted her glance. You have already introduced yourself. I am Lin Chen. He replied in a calm tone. Lin Chen, she silently repeated, as if cherishing a precious treasure, and her heart filled with joy. Chapter 33, A Frantic Dash. Entangled by a horde of corpses after bidding farewell to the 2 siblings, Lin Chen returned indoors just as the suite door opened, revealing Nangong Ruyao stepping out first. She was clad in a secretary outfit, an alluring low-cut white shirt that revealed a stunningly captivating expanse of skin at her chest. The high-slit pencil skirt, paired with sheer black stockings, accentuated her long and elegant legs to perfection. This ensemble radiated professionalism, further complemented by Nangong Ruyao's signature glasses, embodying the essence of a commanding presence. Following her was Yi Hongying, dressed in a simplified version of a red and white hanfu. The so-called simplified version still retained elements of traditional attire, yet the fabric was significantly modernized. The top resembled a refined version of a traditional bodice, exposing her delicate collarbone to the air, while the sleeves, made of red silk, extended from just below her shoulders to her wrists. The bodice barely concealed her midriff, beautifully showcasing her graceful curves. The skirt, modest yet revealing, allowed glimpses of her alluring legs, enhancing her overall allure. Her long hair, tied in a ponytail with red silk, harmonized splendidly with her attire, making her resemble a fierce yet pure-hearted second sister from a fantasy animation. If Yi Hongying's original beauty and figure were already rated as perfect, her ensemble of a white shirt paired with a pleated skirt showcased her at a score of 95. However, this new attire elevated her allure to an impressive 99, leaving just a hint of room for further improvement. Absolutely stunning. Lin Chen turned, grinning widely as he praised Hongying and Ruyao. These outfits perfectly complement your personalities and showcase your figures beautifully. Quite impressive. It was evident that they had carefully selected their attire from a plethora of charming options. Junior, you shouldn't stare so intently. Nangong Ruyao, despite her mature appearance, felt a flush of shyness and instinctively raised her delicate hand to shield her neckline. Yi Hongying appeared somewhat hesitant in her actions, reluctant to make any bold movements. The minimalist hanfu she donned was exceedingly scant in fabric and rather embarrassing. However, there was no need for modesty. She possessed a figure that warranted pride. Lin Chen chuckled, uttering a rather dubious rationale. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruyao's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly seized a cushion from the sofa, playfully striking Lin Chen's face. Stop staring, you naughty brother. Hurry and find a way to dry our clothes. All right, Lin Chen replied, acutely aware that he had taken advantage of the situation. He figured that if he continued to gaze, the 2 sisters would truly become annoyed. With that thought, he turned and made his way toward the bathroom. As he approached the door, he glanced back for another look, suddenly recalling something. What about Xiao Xiao? She seemed a bit down, lying on the bed in the bedroom. Nangong Ruyao responded while turning slightly, attempting to minimize Lin Chen's opportunity to gaze. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled inwardly. Was Xiao Xiao truly feeling downcast? Perhaps she was simply disheartened by the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. Entering the bathroom, he observed the intimate garments the sisters had removed and washed, stirring a rush of blood within him. At that moment, a saying sprang to mind: desire breeds firmness. Both Ruyo and Hongying were top-tier campus beauties, and the desire was undeniably present. Yet, they had always acted as a team, leaving no opportunity for solitude. Never mind. Let us continue on our way. Once things settle down, I must taste the forbidden fruit, he mused, gripping the hairdryer and starting to dry each article of clothing. Outside the door, Nangong Ruyo suddenly recalled something, her expression stiffening as she turned to Yi Hongying. I forgot to take out the second round. Yi Hongying pursed her lips and looked toward the bathroom. I did too. Half an hour later, Lin Chen begrudgingly handed over the dried clothes to the two sisters. Watching them re-enter the room to change back into their original attire, he felt a twinge of regret. How fleeting were joyful moments. When the three sisters re-emerged, holding the few whimsical garments, Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Don't discard them. They might come in handy later." "Lin Chen, something has happened. We need to leave immediately." Nangong Ruyo approached him without a hint of jest. Hearing her words, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "What has transpired?" Nangong Ruyo glanced back, prompting Lin Chen to follow her gaze, finally noticing Tang Xiaoxiao trailing behind. Her complexion was pale, lips pressed tightly together, her eyes filled with urgency. Xiaoxiao had just absorbed 2 crystal cores and, subsequently, activated her ability to sense her parents' situation. "Just now, a massive horde of zombies attacked my parents' community," she said. However, due to the exhaustion of mental strength, the specific circumstances remain unclear. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Time was of the essence, and he needed to head over immediately. "You all tidy up. I will retrieve the vehicle from the basement." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen opened the door and strode towards the elevator. At that moment, the elevator doors opened just in time, revealing Yang Anil and Yang Shuwu approaching, carrying some food and 2 bottles of fine red wine, items they had just scavenged from the hotel's second-floor kitchen. With the threat of the third-tier zombie eliminated, they finally felt brave enough to search for supplies. Their first thought upon obtaining these items was to express their gratitude to Lin Chen, the esteemed figure. Yang Anil even thoughtfully brought 2 bottles of red wine, embodying the quintessential combination of beauty, a hotel, and fine wine. As the elevator doors parted, Lin Chen, appearing anxious, hurried toward them, prompting Yang Anil to immediately sense that something was amiss. "Boss, what has happened? Do you need my assistance? I would gladly risk my life for you." "Boss." Lin Chen noticed the change in address, but deemed it inappropriate to dwell on such matters at the moment. He looked at Yang Anil and asked, "Do you have a vehicle?" "Yes, of course," Yang Anil replied, excitement bubbling within him as he recognized this as a chance to impress his superior. "We are 4 people. Can your vehicle accommodate us?" Lin Chen turned his gaze toward Yang Anil. "Absolutely. It's a great wall POW, with a bed, even 4 more could fit." As Yang Anil dashed toward the elevator, he called back, "Boss, I'll get the car from the basement. Let us gather at the entrance on the 1st floor." Yang Shuwu, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly squeezed into the elevator alongside him. A few minutes later, when Lin Chen arrived at the 1st floor with several women, he found Yang Shuwu supporting the unconscious Yang Jinghua, who had been waiting at the entrance. Lin Chen glanced at the weather outside. The wind had completely ceased, and the acid rain had significantly diminished to a gentle drizzle. The rumbling of an engine broke the silence as Yang Anil drove the Great Wall POW, smoothly parking in front of the hotel lobby. "Boss, I didn't expect the rain to continue. The car can't fit everyone, so 2 will have to sit in the bed." Yang Anil, demonstrating his awareness, promptly jumped out of the vehicle and climbed into the bed, offering a spot. He looked eagerly at Lin Chen, anticipating the opportunity to bond with him while braving the rain together. In his eyes, this was a splendid chance to deepen their camaraderie. Lin Chen surveyed the Great Wall POW. Due to its high frame, the interior was quite spacious. With Yi Hongying, Nangong Ruyao, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Yang Shuwu, plus the unconscious Yang Jinghua, they totaled 6 individuals. With a little adjustment, they could all fit inside. "Get in, Hongying and Xiaoxiao, you sit in the passenger seat. And Xiaoxiao, direct me." As he spoke, Lin Chen had already taken his seat in the driver's position. With everyone aboard, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor, sending the pickup truck careening into the curtain of rain. As young Anil stumbled, he hurriedly grasped the handrail, standing in the cargo area, disheveled and facing the relentless rain. The vehicle sped along, its engine's roar muffled by the downpour, failing to attract an excessive number of zombies. Yet, after hours of corrosive acid rain, the surrounding roads lay in a state of disrepair and desolation. Many buildings bore the scars of the acid, their paint stripped away, while trees lining the streets had been snapped by the preceding storm. The landscape was imbued with a sense of apocalyptic bleakness. However, Lin Chen also discerned a peculiar phenomenon: the zombies trudging through the acidic rain. Despite their clothing being stripped of color, were not only resistant to the corrosive downpour, but seemed to be undergoing a transformation towards a metallic texture. These undead were adapting to such extreme conditions. How could this be? Did these zombies possess a semblance of life? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his terrifying conjecture seeming to hold truth. These zombies were not mere corpses, but a new breed of life, stripped of consciousness, yet infected. The earlier encounter with the third-tier zombies was a testament to this. They possessed not only the instinct to hunt, but also the capacity for independent thought. As the distance of 10 kilometers rapidly diminished under Lin Chen's full acceleration, an unexpected event transpired. Just as Lin Chen crossed the street, a massive third-tier mutated corpse dog was suddenly drawn by the roar of the vehicle, commencing a frenzied chase. The creature, as if endowed with extraordinary speed, galloped on all fours, matching the car's velocity of 80 miles per hour. Furthermore, at the next intersection, a dozen zombies emerged, blocking the vehicle's path. Most of them grotesquely hefty, weighing around 300 pounds. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, preparing to crash through them. Don't. Those zombies might explode. Tang Xiao, seated in the passenger seat, urgently cautioned. Lin Chen frowned. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to confront them head-on. He slammed the brakes, the car coming to a halt. As he prepared to leap from the vehicle to eliminate the zombies, young Anil, who had been entirely unresponsive in the cargo area, was propelled forward by the sudden stop, landing directly in front of the corpulent horde. Ow, that hurts, young Anil exclaimed, scrambling to his feet with a watermelon knife in hand. Upon raising his gaze to the group of zombies before him, a grin spread across his face. Just when he was lamenting the lack of opportunity to impress his leader, the chance had presented itself. Without hesitation, young Anil charged forward, watermelon knife in hand, ready to engage. Soaring high into the air, he delivered a powerful strike, cleaving down upon the ponderous head of a zombie weighing over 300 pounds, causing a spray of foul blood to erupt. Subjected to a fatal blow, the corpulent zombie's abdomen began to swell rapidly, expanding like an overinflated balloon. With a resounding bang, it burst apart. The ensuing shockwave was akin to that of a gas canister explosion. In this moment of peril, young Anil summoned his innate talent, manifesting a dark golden energy barrier that enveloped his form entirely. Nevertheless, the deafening roar of the explosion left his head ringing, momentarily disorienting him. Before he could regain his senses, the explosion from the bloated zombie triggered a chain reaction among the nearby fat zombies, causing them to inflate as if ignited by a fuse. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted in quick succession, severing limbs and scattering the horde. In the very center of the blast, young Anil was left dazed and disoriented, with blood streaming from his ears and nose. He staggered to his feet, bewildered by the chaotic scene surrounding him. Wiping away the relentless flow of blood, he grinned and hurried towards the pickup truck, exclaiming, "Boss, see how impressive I am? I dealt with these zombies in one fell swoop." However, before young Anil could bask in his triumph for even a moment, he was struck with shock, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Lin Chen stepped out of the vehicle, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, coldly gazing at the formidable three-tiered zombie dog that was charging towards them. This creature, which had mutated from a Tibetan Mastiff, was massive, its size dwarfing that of a lion. With an incredibly thick mane surrounding its neck, its limbs had evolved into powerful claws measuring 20 centimeters in length. As it leaped over the abandoned cars lining the roadside, its claws effortlessly carved deep gashes into the vehicle's roofs. Additionally, at the tip of its tail was a mass of flesh covered in black-bone spurs, which it swung with abandon, collapsing the roofs of the cars beneath its strikes. One glance was enough to reveal the terrifying explosive power of this mutated zombie dog. Should it close in, even a body as robust as a third-tier evolved being would be torn to shreds in an instant. Yet, just as the beast leaped into the air, its formidable form hurtling towards Lin Chen like a meteor, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. In the rain, Lin Chen raised his left hand, aiming at the zombie dog, then suddenly clenched his fingers together. A powerful wave of telekinetic energy was unleashed, enveloping the canine like an invisible hand, freezing its descent in midair as it writhed in desperation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's right fist was raised high above his head, his body arching backward like a drawn bow, poised for action. His right fist shimmered with a diamond-like brilliance, ferocious arcs of lightning swirling around him, causing his clothing to ripple ominously. Thunderous energy coalesced into his fist. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Chen thrust his fist forward, his right hand, wreathed in violent lightning, shot forth like a cannonball, erupting with explosive force. In midair, the corpse of a hound, struck by a powerful thunderclap, instantly disintegrated into a torrential rain of blood. Meeting its demise, amidst the falling remnants, Lin Chen deftly summoned a dark blue crystal core into his hand with a single gesture. With one hand thrust casually into his pocket, the gust of wind tousled his bangs, revealing the signature scar at the corner of his brow, a testament to his pride and cold demeanor. Turning to the dazed young animal, Lin Chen's brow arched slightly. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Gulping audibly, young Anil felt his earlier bravado evaporate entirely. A sheepish smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he stammered, "And nothing, boss. I'll just wait in the truck bed." It was only when he climbed into the truck bed that he realized he had almost forgotten to breathe. Previously, when Lin Chen had vanquished the third-tier devouring zombie at the hotel, Yang Anil had not witnessed the battle. All he knew had come from Yang Shuowu's retelling. Thus, although he acknowledged Lin Chen's strength, he had imagined that as fellow third-tier evolvers, their differences in power would not be insurmountable. Though he had always referred to Lin Chen as boss, his title was imbued more with gratitude for Lin Chen's life-saving intervention. Yet at this moment, he finally comprehended the breathtaking ferocity of Lin Chen's combat prowess. In that instant, the term boss transformed from mere respect into profound admiration. Lin Chen hopped into the truck and handed the crystal core to Tang Xiaoxiao in the passenger seat. This marks the fourth third-tier crystal core. The first core propelled you directly to the second tier. It is estimated that with 2 more cores, you will ascend to the third tier. Once you reach that level, your S-class prophetic talent may undergo a qualitative enhancement. With the crisis resolved, the pickup truck accelerated once more, and after traversing 2 lengthy streets, Tang Xiaoxiao's family villa district came into view. Her excitement grew, while the entire crew remained on high alert, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Upon reaching the perimeter of the villa district, they observed high walls adorned with barbed wire, and the entrance gate was completely barricaded by several stacked vehicles. The pedestrian passage's iron gate was ensnared in wire, flanked by barrels of gasoline that could be ignited at any moment. Such defensive measures were undoubtedly formidable. Even Lin Chen found himself at a loss for a means to breach the villa complex. As the rain subsided entirely, the anguished roars of the undead and the screams of the living echoed from within the high walls. After driving a few hundred meters further, Lin Chen finally discerned how the horde had infiltrated the villa district. A passenger bus had crashed through the wall, and a zombie lay trapped beneath its wreckage, struggling amidst the debris. A brief examination of the scene led Lin Chen to surmise the unfolding events. A survivor was at the helm of the vehicle, drawing the attention of a horde of corpses from the nearby vicinity. In the ensuing chaos, the bus driver collided with the community's towering wall, resulting in an inexplicable catastrophe. Lin Chen gazed upon the vast expanse of collapsed masonry, flooring the accelerator and maneuvering the pickup truck over the debris, crashing directly into the heart of the community, where he began to wreak havoc. A zombie, ablaze from a Molotov cocktail, barely had time to react before being crushed beneath the wheels of the truck. "Xiao, where is your house located?" Lin Chen inquired, his attention divided amidst the frantic survivors fleeing the community and the wandering undead. "Building 41, my home is a row villa. Turn left ahead," Tang Xiaoxiao replied, her urgency mounting. As she guided Lin Chen, she activated her innate abilities, searching for her parents' whereabouts. Chapter 35, Survivor Base in the Villa District. The astonishing Yi Hongying help. "Hey, everyone, don't panic. Run towards Building 8, and whatever you do, don't get separated from the group." Within the Villa District, cries for help and the roars of the undead echoed in a tumultuous chorus. A horde of 20 to 30 zombies was relentlessly overpowering one survivor after another. Yet, a team of individuals suddenly burst forth from a narrow path, valiantly hurling Molotov cocktails at the horde while shouting loudly. With the guidance of these brave souls, the other survivors who emerged from the villas hastily made their way to the fabled Building 8. Meanwhile, in the pickup truck, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes wide with excitement, exclaiming to Lin Chen, "My parents are in Building 8. Let us hurry there." Without hesitation, Lin Chen turned the vehicle around, following her directions. The community was now inundated with at least 100 zombies, which had divided into 5 or 6 groups, each launching an assault on the villas. As they passed through the throng of the undead, Lin Chen noted that each leading figure of the groups was a second-tier zombie. These second-tier zombies did not seem to rely on auditory cues for their movements. Rather, they appeared to utilize their sense of smell to track the survivors. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. In his school days, he had encountered second-tier zombies, but back then, they had not evolved the ability to scent out survivors. If this continued, those who had managed to hide in their rooms until now would soon face annihilation. They had missed the opportunity to hunt and level up, losing the chance for an early advantage. Now, all they could hope for was the resilience of their doors. Half a minute later, Building 8 came into view. It was a substantial standalone villa, and within its private courtyard, a considerable number of survivors had gathered. Among them, 4 or 5 individuals were fervently throwing Molotov cocktails, igniting the approaching zombies. Further back in the crowd, 7 or 8 burly men wielded steel rods over 2 meters long, thrusting them into the flaming undead. Even among the throng, a man wielding a compound bow shot arrows with precision, each finding its mark in the heads of the zombies. The group worked in perfect harmony, dispatching the dozen or so zombies in less than a minute. Lin Chen, who witnessed this scene, arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard, abruptly halting the vehicle with a swift brake. The sudden appearance of the pickup truck sent the survivors within the courtyard on high alert. "Fear not, fellow villagers. I am here to rescue you." Yang Anil, brandishing 2 watermelon knives, was the first to leap from the truck, scanning the surroundings in search of a zombie to demonstrate his prowess. However, after an exhaustive search, he found not a single living dead to confront, resulting in a resigned sigh. His grand entrance to save the day had been thwarted by circumstance. "Where did you come from?" A middle-aged man wielding a compound bow furrowed his brow, tautly gripping the bowstring, poised to take aim at Yang Anil if necessary. "Dad." The excitement bubbled within Tang Xiaoxiao as she spotted the middle-aged man, leaping from the passenger seat with tears shimmering in her eyes. The man, Tang Feng, turned at the sound, and upon recognizing his daughter, rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace and spinning her around. "My daughter, you're alive. This is wonderful. Your mother and I were terribly worried." His voice trembled as he tenderly caressed Tang Xiaoxiao's hair. "Your mother is in the villa. Let me take you to her. Now that I see you're safe, I can finally breathe easy." The sight of Tang Xiaoxiao instantly eased the tension among the residents of the villa area. "The Tang family girl has returned. Remarkable. She managed to escape from Hanhai City. How on earth did she manage that? You all must be Tang Xiaoxiao's classmates. Come inside quickly. The community has been breached by zombies. Hurry into the villa for shelter." The group warmly welcomed Lin Chen and the others as they disembarked from the vehicle. Nevertheless, they regarded Yang Anil with a hint of wariness, primarily due to his rather disheveled appearance. At that moment, Yang Anil wore a white shirt that was nearly in tatters, with a streak of dyed yellow hair falling over his forehead and beneath the shredded fabric. His back was adorned with tattoos that certainly did not lend him an air of benevolence. As Lin Chen and his companions alighted, they observed Tang Xiaoxiao and her father entering the villa, yet they remained still, turning their gazes toward the direction of the community garden path. There, a horde of over 30 zombies was converging toward them. Yi Hongying took a half-step forward, subtly drawing her dagger. Nangong Ruyao hoisted her sniper rifle onto her shoulder, her other hand gripping a handgun, poised for action. Meanwhile, Yang Xuewu, after assisting her unconscious father from the vehicle, assumed a combat-ready stance. In the villa district, the onlookers finally realized upon seeing the formidable weaponry adorned by Nangong Ruyao that these seemingly youthful university students were, in fact, valiant warriors who had traversed through the global catastrophe, laden with hordes of zombie infections, battling their way from the distant city of Hanhai. They were prepared for combat. At that moment, everyone noticed the approaching swarm of zombies. Even Tang's father, who was about to escort Tang Xiaoxiao indoors, abruptly halted, gripping his compound bow with a solemn expression. This small courtyard represented the last bastion of defense within the villa area, housing the wives and children of the residents in the standalone Villa Number 8. Should this line of defense falter against the relentless onslaught of the undead, it would spell doom for all. As they gazed at the frenzied horde rushing from 50 meters away, tension gripped everyone. Some had already produced their prepared Molotov cocktails, waiting for the zombies to reach the courtyard gate before igniting and hurling them. Yet, before the horde could close in, Nangong Ruyao had already taken the initiative and fired her weapon. With a few precise shots from her pistol, each bullet found its mark, exploding the heads of the zombies. Her remarkable marksmanship instantly stunned the spectators in the villa district. However, before they could fully recover from the astonishment brought by Nangong Ruyao, a fleeting shadow dashed forth. Yi Hongying lunged forward, her figure ethereal and ghostly, the hem of her dress and the hilt of her blade flickering with tongues of flame. "Don't go. It's dangerous," someone in the crowd exclaimed, unable to fathom that this young girl would dare to plunge into the midst of the horde alone, seemingly disregarding her own life. But in the next instant, all breath was collectively held. A burst of searing light shot into the sky as Yi Hongying drew her sword in a horizontal slash. The fiery blade enveloped 4 or 5 zombies in an instant, and her speed surged once more, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 zombies lay defeated at her feet. Remarkable, truly formidable. The crowd was left awestruck by Yi Hongying's displayed prowess, even forgetting to breathe. Chapter 36. Xiaoxiao's friends, each more reliable than the last amidst the crowd. Young Anil stood gripping his watermelon knife, initially poised to showcase his abilities, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of Yi Hongying charging through the horde like a tiger amongst sheep. One phrase echoed in his mind: the Queen of Flaming Blossoms. This. He had initially thought that the leader surrounded himself with these strikingly beautiful women merely for his own amusement. However, it was evident that his assumptions were misguided. Moreover, he had observed closely that the woman clad in professional secretary attire, whose allure was undeniable, wielded a pistol that unleashed bullets akin to high explosive rounds, devastating the zombies' heads as easily as splitting watermelons. It was clear that she possessed a talent of considerable caliber. Both of the women accompanying the leader were formidable forces in their own right. "Hey, you better step up your game too," Yang Anil whispered to Yang Shuwu, nudging her gently with his elbow. He no longer wishes to engage in the slaughter of zombies. Although he is a third-tier evolved being, there is little to no spectacle in his actions. He simply activates his shield and proceeds with blunt force. However, his sister, Yang Shuwu, despite being a second-tier evolved being, possesses the B-grade talent of extreme cold ice aura, which is quite impressive in its execution. Yang Shuwu paused for a moment, glancing at the battlefield entirely dominated by Yi Hongying, contemplating that there was no real need for her intervention. Yet, upon noticing her brother's urging, she discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, a peculiar warmth blossoming in her heart. Subsequently, she summoned her talent. With one hand raised high, the temperature around her plummeted rapidly, and countless water vapor particles in the air swiftly coalesced into her outstretched palm. Eventually, this culminated in the formation of a 1-meter-long ice spear. She hurled it with great force, the ice spear slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, instantly piercing a zombie at the edge of the battlefield. As the ice spear penetrated its body, a powerful chill spread forth, transforming the blood within the zombie into myriad ice crystals that burst forth. Lin Chen, witnessing this spectacle, felt a flicker of movement in his eyes as he turned his head to glance at Yang Shuwu. Sensing his gaze upon her, Yang Shuwu's heart raced, her head instinctively lowering, her toes tensing in response. "How much further do you need to ascend to the 3rd tier?" Lin Chen inquired, approaching her side and observing this somewhat bashful high school junior. Upon hearing his question, Yang Shuwu responded earnestly, akin to a student called upon by a teacher. "I still need 71 points. Earlier, in the hotel, to best protect Yang Shuwu, the majority of the zombies were dealt with by Yang Anil and his father, Yang Jinghua. Only the completely docile zombies were left for Yang Shuwu to finish off, hence her slow advancement in levels." Understanding the reasoning behind her response, Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. "You should strive to elevate your level swiftly. Do not squander your talent. Your ability is formidable." "Yes, I understand." Yang Shuwu nodded eagerly, an uncontrollable flutter of excitement swelling within her. Lin Chen had just smiled at her, shedding the earlier cold demeanor that had created distance between them. At the steps of the villa, Father Tang looked incredulously at Tang Xiaoxiao, his throat moving slightly. Child, what exactly are the backgrounds of your friends? Tang Xiaoxiao grinned widely, filled with a sense of pride in her associations. They are my companions, exceptionally reliable. Father Tang smiled, reassured by his daughter's evident satisfaction. She had grown up, no longer requiring his constant concern. Throughout her childhood, due to her superior intellect, Tang Xiaoxiao had seldom socialized with her peers, resulting in a lack of close friends. However, it was clear now that she was no longer alone. Moreover, her friends appeared to be increasingly trustworthy. In less than 2 minutes, the horde of over 30 zombies was thoroughly dispatched by the combined efforts of Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao. With a flick of her Tang Dao, Yi Hongying cast off the congealed blood, then calmly approached Lin Chen's side. At that moment, the survivors in the villa district regarded Yi Hongying with a flicker of reverence in their eyes, many of them stealing glances at the valiant young woman. Come, follow me inside. Tang Xiaoxiao beckoned proudly to Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen nodded slightly and followed her into the villa. As the armored door swung open, they were greeted by the sight of a lavishly decorated, spacious hall filled with women and children. Among the crowd, a poised middle-aged woman with an elegant demeanor hurriedly pushed her way through upon catching sight of them, making her way swiftly towards Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, Mom. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately rushed into the woman's embrace, resembling a little girl as she buried her head in her mother's bosom, clinging tightly. It's so wonderful that you're safe, Xiaoxiao. Tang's mother, with her exquisite oval face, snow-white skin, and cherry-red lips, bore striking resemblance to her daughter, suggesting that she, too, must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. The poignant reunion between mother and daughter moved those around them, eliciting congratulations and sighs from the neighbors. Some women, hiding at the back of the crowd, discreetly wiped away tears. In the face of the apocalypse, reuniting with family was a happiness beyond imagination for many, especially when their loved ones had already been claimed by the calamity. At that moment, from the spiral staircase, an elderly gentleman clad in a casual Tang suit, his hair speckled with gray, yet still exuding vitality, ambled forward. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, their gazes toward the elder imbued with respect. Zhengbo, Zhenglao. Several men promptly approached him. The elder nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to Yi Hongying with a smile, saying, You must have evolved to the 3rd stage. My young friend, I am Zheng Qinghe, awakened with a sea-level talent, shockwave, and a 2nd stage evolver. He had observed the recent battle from a 2nd-floor window, greatly impressed by Yi Hongying's remarkable combat prowess. This young woman, barely in her 20s, not only possessed a formidable talent, but was evidently an extraordinary martial artist, earning his admiration. At that opportune moment, Tang's father interjected, We owe our survival to Uncle Zheng's assistance. When the catastrophe first struck, it was he who led the effort to clear the zombies from our community and established various protective measures around the perimeter. Zheng Qinghe humbly shook his head. In my youth, I traveled the world by sea and encountered numerous dangers. Thus, I have gained some experience in handling such emergencies. Yi Hongying merely glanced at Zheng Qinghe before taking a step back to stand behind Lin Chen, her voice calm. If you have something to say, speak to him. I will heed his words. Chapter 37. The Rescue Operation. Only for Tang Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary silence, their gazes converging upon Lin Chen. Even Zheng Qinghe could not help but reassess Lin Chen. In the collective subconscious of the onlookers, they had believed that the formidable Yi Hongying was the leader of this small team, entirely unprepared for the presence of another expert. Ever since Tang Xiaoxiao and her group had appeared, Lin Chen's existence had been remarkably understated, to the extent that many had instinctively overlooked him. Yet, Yi Hongying's demeanor immediately sparked a profound interest in Lin Chen from Zheng Qinghe. He had encountered many skilled individuals throughout his life, but he understood that those with genuine prowess, like Yi Hongying, often possessed a certain pride that made it difficult for them to yield to others. Greetings, young friend. Zheng Qinghe turned to Lin Chen with a warm smile. Lin Chen reciprocated with a slight nod, acknowledging the gesture. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I am Lin Chen. Indeed, Hongying is a 3rd-tier evolver. She has managed to maintain order amidst the chaos of the apocalypse within the entire community. Lin Chen spoke with genuine respect for Zheng Qinghe, recognizing his merits. At that moment, a soft rumble emanated from the stomach of a nearby girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old. She clung to her father's leg, looking up with a pout. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Her father sighed softly, helplessly ruffling her hair. Among the crowd, a woman reached into her sleeve and hesitated before breaking off half of a sausage and placing it into the girl's hands. Lin Chen observed this scene intently, while Zheng Qinghe sighed. "As you can see, young friend Lin, although we can temporarily fend off the zombies outside, we have run out of food." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Is there no rice or flour?" While vegetables and fruits might not last long, it was common for households to stockpile at least 100 or 80 pounds of rice and flour. Zheng Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. The food was destroyed. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, while Tang Xiaoxiao cast a curious glance in his direction. After a brief silence, Zheng Qinghe, wearing a look of guilt, continued, "Earlier, I suggested that we pool our food resources and ration them daily, hoping that we could make our limited supplies last longer while awaiting rescue from the military. Unfortunately, an idiot set fire to our stored provisions. Ridiculously, this fool did not act out of hunger or disagreement with my plan. Rather, he sought to drag us all down with him after his family succumbed to the infection." Listening quietly to the account, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Zheng Qinghe's intentions were noble, and his approach commendable. However, he overlooked the darker aspects of human nature. There exists a certain type of twisted individual who, when faced with personal hardship, seeks to ensure that others suffer alongside them. "What do you mean?" Lin Chen inquired, gazing at the other man. Zheng Qinghe glanced back at the women and children behind him, his expression grave. "Without food, we cannot endure much longer. I had organized everyone into small groups to take turns searching for provisions. Yet the first team that ventured out this morning has yet to return." Lin Chen grasped the situation. Zheng Qinghe's words contained two requests. One was for Lin Chen and his group to assist in locating the missing search team, and the second was a plea for help in bringing back some food. These survivors had managed to withstand minor waves of undead due to their community's defensive structures and familiarity with the terrain, but they remained mere ordinary individuals. Venturing out in search of food meant confronting the ever-present threat of zombies and various unforeseen dangers. The odds of survival were exceedingly slim. Ordinarily, Lin Chen would have dismissed the matter entirely. However, upon glancing at Tang Xiaoxiao, he nodded affirmatively and stated, "I can offer my assistance, but not out of gratitude for you. Rather, it is for Tang Xiaoxiao." His tone was calm, almost devoid of warmth. Yet Zheng Qinghe understood that Lin Chen possessed principles and wisdom. By maintaining a certain distance from them, he could avert further complications. Zheng Qinghe now comprehended why that young girl wielding a tang knife held such unwavering faith in Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao, nestled against her mother, smiled gratefully at Lin Chen. Though she had no desire to play the role of a do-gooder in this apocalyptic world, her parents' survival was, without a doubt, a collective effort. As these individuals were her neighbors, Lin Chen must have considered his position, which is why he kindly agreed. "Let us first eliminate the zombies within the community, and then we shall set out," Lin Chen declared, turning to leave. "Young friend, there is no need to rush. You have traveled a long way. Please take a moment to rest," Zheng Qinghe said apologetically, realizing that since their arrival, he had not even offered them a seat or a drink. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "We must prioritize the task at hand. If that search team is fortunate enough to be alive, every minute wasted diminishes their chances." As Lin Chen set off, Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyo immediately followed suit, one on either side. Tang Xiaoxiao released her mother's hand and hurried to catch up. But Lin Chen paused and smiled gently at her. "Stay at home and be safe. Your presence would only complicate matters." Tang Xiaoxiao pouted slightly. "Humph. I know you mean well. Forget it. I won't bicker with you this time. You must be cautious." Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyo nodded with smiles. As they were about to step out the door, Yang Anil quickly followed. "Boss, take me along." Lin Chen glanced at Yang Anil and patted his arm. "You stay here. Let your sister accompany me." "Me?" Yang Shuowu, who stood obediently in the corner, pointed to herself, momentarily taken aback in disbelief. "Don't you want to come?" Lin Chen chuckled. Upon seeing Lin Chen smile at her, Yang Shuowu's heart raced, and she hurriedly approached him, suppressing her excitement. I'm going, brother. Take care of Dad. I'll go out with Chingu." Yang Anil slumped his shoulders and responded weakly, "All right." He sensed that the boss was only interested in pretty girls, completely indifferent to his little brother. By the way, the boss specifically took Yang Shuowu out. Could it be that he intends to do something inappropriate with his sister? Lin Chen took the driver's seat, and as the three sisters piled into the car, he deftly turned the vehicle around and pressed the accelerator to the floor, sending the tires screeching as they sped away. Chapter 38. Harvesting Experience Points. Yang Shuawu's Determination. The roar of the pickup truck's engine attracted the wandering zombies in the vicinity. Lin Chen abruptly stopped the vehicle, allowing the surrounding zombies to converge towards them. Sister Ruyao, how much experience do you need to reach the 3rd tier? Nangong Ruyao, busy loading bullets into her handgun, smiled at the query. I still need 36 points. Throughout the journey, each time Nangong Ruyao fired, she enchanted the bullets, significantly enhancing their explosive power. Thanks to this innate talent, she could earn experience points without having to engage the zombies closely. The pace of her advancement was already quite rapid. Hearing her response, Lin Chen nodded slightly. There are over 30 zombies here, 2 of which are 2nd tier. You and Shuawu can divide them evenly, and I'll provide cover for you both. As he spoke, Lin Chen opened the car door and stepped out. Seated in the back, Yang Shuawu suddenly realized that Lin Chen had intentionally brought her along to assist her in hunting zombies and expedite her ascent to the 3rd tier. She recalled Lin Chen's earlier words about her strong innate abilities and not wasting her talent. He is looking out for me. A wave of joy washed over Yang Shuawu, and a determined glint appeared in her eyes. She absolutely could not disappoint Lin Chen's expectations and must strive diligently. Pushing open the car door, Nangong Ruyao stepped out gracefully, lowering her goggles and gripping her firearm, swiftly pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! As the gun fired, 2 zombies were accurately shot in the head, the enchanted bullets greatly enhancing the impact damage. The force sent the 2 zombies tumbling backward, akin to dominoes, knocking down the subsequent zombies. How formidable! Yang Shuawu cast a furtive glance at Nangong Ruyao, and a flicker of competitive spirit ignited within her. This sister from the Nangong clan was remarkable in both stature and demeanor. Now it appeared that her innate talent was equally formidable. Yang Shuawu did not wish to present herself as overly feeble in the presence of Lin Chen. With this thought in mind, she focused her gaze, raised her hands above her head, and an aura of chilling energy began to envelop her. The water vapor in the air swiftly condensed, forming slender ice blades that coalesced above her. With a vigorous thrust of her hands forward, the ice blades shot forth towards the horde of zombies. However, the penetrating power of the ice blades paled in comparison to that of bullets, yet they possessed sufficient force to rival that of a knife hurled by an ordinary person. The blades pierced through the decaying flesh of the zombies, but failed to inflict significant damage. The creatures merely staggered momentarily before lunging at Yang Shu once more. At that moment, Yang Shuawu clenched her hands tightly and uttered a low chant, "Explode." In the next instant, the blood within the zombies struck by the ice blades was instantaneously frozen by the chilling energy, and numerous dark red ice shards erupted from their bodies, transforming them into grotesque pincushions. Yang Shuawu felt her mental energy dwindle significantly, with perspiration soaking her bangs. Lin Chen had been observing her closely, and upon witnessing this scene, a sense of approval arose within him. Yang Shuawu's mastery of her frigid talent was commendable, as she skillfully utilized the blood within the zombies to maximize damage, a promising individual indeed. Yet, it was unfortunate that her mental energy was rather limited. At this level of attack, she could manage no more than 2 instances. Realizing that Yang Shuawu could not possibly eliminate the dozen zombies with her current strength, Lin Chen decided not to waste any more time and stepped forward. In the next moment, the skin on his hands transformed into a diamond-like hardness. Potential unleashed, activated. Power enhancement, initiated, swift dash, engaged, supercharged stamina, activated. As he expended a significant portion of his mental energy, the quadruple enhancement of his talents fully triggered. Lin Chen bent forward and dashed into the throng of zombies, his movements reminiscent of a cheetah, delivering powerful punches with relentless force. With 3 years of experience in Sanda and bolstered by a 3rd-tier physique, Lin Chen's strikes were both rapid and ferocious, accurately targeting the zombies' spines, jaws, and necks, vital points. In mere moments, 12 zombies lay sprawled on the ground, their necks broken, heads drooping, and spines contorted as they writhed helplessly. Among them was a 2nd-tier zombie. Its skin hardened like iron. Nonetheless, it could not withstand the force of Lin Chen's punch and was sent crashing to the ground. The only commonality among these zombies was their complete loss of offensive capability, though they remained alive. Lin Chen approached the vehicle, retrieved the fire axe originally wielded by Yang Jinghua, and handed it to Yang Xiaowu. "This is for you." Yang Xiaowu somewhat awkwardly accepted the fire axe, feeling as though Lin Chen had quite literally placed sustenance in her hands. Wasting no time, she immediately swung the axe, dispatching the zombies scattered on the ground, garnering a direct harvest of 17 experience points. She glanced up at Lin Chen's resolute profile. He had saved her life, and now he was exerting himself to such lengths on her behalf. Yang Xiaowu was not naive. On the contrary, she was astute and perceptive. She understood that Lin Chen was under no obligation or necessity to treat her in such a manner. This was a grace, as well as an earnest expectation he held for her. Gently biting her lip, she resolved within herself to grow quickly, aspiring to become a trustworthy companion, akin to Sister Hongying, who could stand beside Lin Chen. After eliminating this wave of zombies, the trio returned to the vehicle, seated quietly in the passenger seat. Yi Hongying turned her head to Lin Chen and inquired, "Where shall we seek out people next?" As he started the car, Lin Chen explained, "During our earlier journey, I observed that there are no commercial streets surrounding the villa area. The nearest large supermarket is approximately 700 or 800 meters from the community entrance. If I were to venture out to gather supplies, that would be my first choice. Let us head there first." "Understood." Yi Hongying nodded slightly, placing her Tang Dao across her fair legs and beginning to rest her eyes. She was accustomed to preparing her body to peak condition before the onset of battle. The pickup truck drove out through the breach in the wall, its tires splashing through a puddle, sending a spray of murky water into the air. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of acid rain mingled with earth. Under the relentless assault of the acid rain, the paint on many building walls had peeled away, rendering them gray and dilapidated. Zombies wandering the streets were ruthlessly crushed beneath the speeding truck. Suddenly, a grotesquely large mutated rat, the size of a wildcat, emerged from the sewer, its blood-red eyes fixated on the bodies of the two zombies by the roadside. With a swift motion, it pounced and began to voraciously devour the flesh. In rapid succession, a swarm of mutated rats poured forth, and within mere moments, they had completely stripped the corpses of their decaying flesh. Lin Chen witnessed this scene in the rearview mirror, and as he withdrew his gaze, a grave expression settled in his eyes. Chapter 39. Delving into the zombie horde. The imminent crisis in the shadows before the vast expanse of the large supermarket. Spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, countless colliding vehicles had completely obstructed the road. Surrounding the cars, a throng of 70 to 80 zombies wandered in scattered groups. 100 meters away, Lin Chen had already eased off the accelerator, allowing the vehicle to crawl forward at idle speed, minimizing the engine's noise. Observing the scene before him, he could easily imagine how, at the onset of the apocalypse, countless individuals must have rushed here, driven by the instinct to gather supplies. The food within the supermarket resembles bait used by zombies to lure survivors, with countless individuals drawn to the promise of sustenance, only to ultimately become the zombie's next meal. How shall we proceed? In the back, Nangong Ruyao furrowed her brow, noting that nearly 100 zombies lurked around the perimeter of the supermarket. The number of undead within remains an unknown. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Although their small team possessed commendable combat prowess, their physical and mental stamina were finite. Most critically, the contagion among the zombies was exceedingly potent, making it nearly impossible to charge through the horde without sustaining injuries. Thus, a frontal assault on the supermarket was not a feasible option. "We shall employ the old method," Lin Chen stated with a resolute tone. Seated beside Nangong Ruyao, Yang Xiaowu was curious about the old method Lin Chen referenced, when she noticed Ruyao had already retrieved a high-explosive grenade from her satchel. As the skylight opened, Nangong Ruyao, clad in black stockings, placed her delicate foot on the railing and leaned out. Enchanting. A luminescent aura enveloped her palm as she cast it over the grenade. Subsequently, she released the safety and hurled it with great force. Thanks to her innate talent that reduced the grenade's weight, combined with Nangong Ruyao's second-tier strength, it was flung over 100 meters. Boom. The grenade detonated mid-air, reverberating through the silent street. In an instant, the zombies at the supermarket's entrance turned their heads in unison, then surged towards the source of the sound like a swarm of locusts. Even the glass on the second and third floors shattered as dozens of zombies plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Yang Xiaowu gasped in astonishment. Is it possible to engage in such tactics? Action. Lin Chen engaged the handbrake, opened the car door, and leaned forward towards the supermarket entrance. The three young women reacted swiftly, closely following Lin Chen's lead. In just a few seconds, they covered the distance of less than 100 meters at full speed. Lin Chen chose not to enter through the main entrance, where numerous zombies remained visible. Instead, he guided Yi Hongying and the others to a side door used for deliveries, where the original chain lock had been violently destroyed, thus sparing them the hassle. Pushing open the iron door, Lin Chen was the first to slip inside. The dark corridor was illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights. Yi Hongying produced a waterproof flashlight from her satchel, ready to hand it to Lin Chen. At that moment, a mutated rat suddenly leaped down from the ceiling. With a swift motion, Lin Chen extended his hand, instantly activating his telekinesis. The rat was suspended midair, writhing frantically. Without hesitation, Yi Hongying drew her knife and cleaved the mutated rat in two. Lin Chen glanced at her, his gaze questioning. Yi Hongying, with an unspoken understanding, shook her head. No experience points gained. Hearing this, Lin Chen acknowledged with a soft murmur and lowered his voice to give instructions. The situation here is intricate, requiring constant vigilance. The lengthy corridor, extending several meters, quickly reaches its terminus, where a freight elevator and an emergency exit lie around the corner, providing direct access to the second, third, and fourth floors. Continuing onward and pushing open the fire door leads to the bustling supermarket hall on the first floor. Lin Chen, upon entering, cast a swift glance across the hall, which was predominantly filled with an array of breads, cakes, honey, supplements, fresh produce, rice, cooking oil, and more. A preliminary assessment suggested that the number of zombies had likely exceeded 300. He decided to head to the fourth floor. The sheer volume of zombies on the first floor made it unsuitable for gathering supplies, despite the abundance of resources. Moreover, Lin Chen had an additional objective: to locate the small team from the villa area. Based on his estimations, the higher the floor, the fewer zombies there would be. If that team was still alive, the fourth floor was their most probable refuge. The elevator was no longer operational, so Lin Chen ascended the emergency staircase without pause. Reaching the fourth floor, carefully pushing open the fire door, Lin Chen stepped out first. In the dimly lit supermarket hall, the overhead lights flickered intermittently, and several shelves had already toppled over. The silence was punctuated only by faint crackling and creaking sounds, rendering the scene reminiscent of a horror house. A brief scan confirmed Lin Chen's suspicions. The fourth floor was dedicated to home goods, offering bedsheets, curtains, slippers, umbrellas, pots, pans, and other daily necessities. Only a few scattered zombies wandered near some shelves. In this apocalyptic world, all survivors gravitated towards food, which rendered the first and second floors as heavily impacted zones. Conversely, the fourth floor seemed to have evaded much attention. The few zombies lingering here were likely customers who had come to shop when the catastrophe struck. Suddenly, a female zombie, the closest to the fire door, detected the noise and lunged at Lin Chen. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed a shelf toppled at his feet, atop which lay several sharp watermelon knives. With a flick of his telekinetic ability, he levitated the knives into the air. "Go," Lin Chen commanded. His fingers pinched together as he pointed subtly at the female zombie. In an instant, the knives surged forth like a multitude of arrows, piercing through her body entirely. The final blade struck true, embedding itself into her forehead. Activating his F-grade, enhanced hearing, ability, Lin Chen felt a surge in his auditory perception. He could now discern sounds and frequencies beyond the typical human range of 20 to 20,000 Hz, akin to a bat's echolocation. This low-tier ability, previously acquired during zombie hunts, proved invaluable in this moment. Moments later, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, there were survivors on the fourth floor. However, he remained uncertain if they were from the villa area. He had just detected heartbeats that did not belong to Yi Hongying and her companions. As he prepared to advance towards the source of the sound, Lin Chen suddenly halted, his brows knitting together in concentration. Beside him, Yi Hongying seemed to sense something amiss, her grip on the Tang Dao tightening instinctively. "Be cautious," Lin Chen commanded, abruptly turning to unleash his telekinetic power towards Yang Shuowu and Nangong Ruyo. Under the tremendous force of his psychic energy, the two young women were thrust backward, tumbling to safety. At that moment, an invisible blade of air struck the very spot where they had just stood, carving a 2-meter-long trench into the tiled floor. "Third-tier zombie," Yi Hongying muttered, her brow furrowed as she swung her flame-infused blade towards the shadow lurking in the darkness ahead. Chapter 40. Yi Hongying, if I don't destroy it, I won't sleep a wink tonight. As the flames surged forward, the surrounding darkness was momentarily illuminated, revealing a slender shadow that darted away in an instant. The fire collided with the wall, erupting into a shower of sparks and leaving behind scorched marks. This creature is remarkably swift, Yi Hongying thought, her gaze scanning the shadows for any sign of the elusive figure, as she unleashed 2 more waves of fire. Yet, each attack met with futility. Lin Chen, acting swiftly, positioned himself protectively in front of Nangong Ruyo and Yang Shuowu. Although the two were initially flustered, they quickly steadied themselves. Nangong Ruyo gripped her handgun tightly, ready to fire at a moment's notice, while Yang Shuowu clasped her hands together, shards of ice gathering around her, poised to form a shield against any incoming assault. Damn it, Lin Chen muttered under his breath, cursing the circumstances. Had he not reacted in time, both Yang Shuowu and Ruyo would have fallen victim to the ambush. It was a realization he should have anticipated. With so many zombies congregating in this area, the emergence of a few third-tier zombies was entirely plausible. Throughout their journey, Tang Xiaoxiao had consistently warned them of nearby third-tier zombies, but he had overlooked the absence of her guidance this time. Suddenly, another blade of wind sliced through the darkness. Lin Chen crossed his arms to brace himself, activating his diamond-hardening ability to its fullest. In an instant, his skin was enveloped in a radiant diamond sheen. With a mental fortitude of 18, he braced for impact. The air blade struck him with tremendous force, pushing him back a step and tearing his clothing, exposing his chest to the open air. Lin Chen, are you all right? Nangong Ruyo called out anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She understood that he could have evaded the attack, but chose to absorb the damage to protect her and Yang Shuowu. Rest assured, it cannot breach my defenses. Lin Chen replied calmly, though a simmering anger brewed within him. This third-tier zombie was cunning, utilizing the shadows to evade detection and launching successive ambushes. This was Lin Chen's first encounter with such a cunning third-tier zombie. The previous third-tier zombies he had faced, while exhibiting signs of intelligence, possessed only a primitive, animalistic instinct. However, the creature before him was distinctly different. It demonstrated an understanding of stealth and ambush. Moreover, its offensive capabilities were formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to significant misfortune. It was imperative to eliminate it swiftly, lest any commotion attract the hordes from the second and third floors, thereby rendering their situation utterly precarious. In the shadows, a blade of wind shot forth once more, this time aimed at Yi Hongying. With agile grace, Yi Hongying performed a mid-air flip, narrowly avoiding the wind blade as it grazed her, severing a small lock of hair. Lin Chen's heart tightened at this sight. Had it not been for her exceptional skills, that strike could have cleaved her in twain. The zombie's attacks came with intervals, indicating that it could not unleash wind blades indefinitely, with each strike spaced approximately 5 seconds apart. He whispered to himself, recognizing that he could not act just yet. He needed to ensure the safety of Nangong Ruyo and Yang Shuowu first. Yi Hongying understood Lin Chen's intent. She refrained from further assault, taking a deep breath to steady her energy. Sure enough, mere seconds later, a fourth wind blade was launched, again directed at Lin Chen. He stood his ground, invoking his diamond-hardening talent to withstand the blow. At the moment the fourth wind blade manifested, Yi Hongying's eyes narrowed, her body pivoting in place as she executed a horizontal slash with her tang knife. A wave of searing flames surged forth, radiating outward with astonishing speed. In an instant, the surroundings were illuminated by the blaze. A lizard-like zombie hung inverted from the ceiling, its form fully revealed in the fiery glow. Now was the time. Nangong Ruyo was the first to pull the trigger, 2 bullets racing forth in rapid succession. Simultaneously, Lin Chen flicked a coin into the air, as thunderous energy surged. The coin transformed into a brilliant azure beam, hurtling toward the target. The ceiling collapsed under the impact, yet the zombie had deftly evaded the attack at the last moment. Trying to escape? Yi Hongying exclaimed, leaping high into the air, her blade sealing off the zombie's route of retreat. In that fleeting moment, an invisible wave of psychic energy enveloped the third-tier zombie. Lin Chen stood firm, his eyes aglow with a blue-white luminescence, his fingers tightening towards the creature. The third-tier zombie lost its balance mid-air, crashing down to the ground. With 2 more gunshots echoing, Nangong Ruyo quickly followed up, striking the zombie's legs and erupting 2 clouds of crimson mist. As Yi Hongying landed gracefully, she flicked her tang knife, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to the third-tier zombie. But at that moment, a bizarre transformation occurred. From the recently demolished ceiling, a multitude of mutated cockroaches, each the size of a fist, surged forth. These grotesque creatures seemed inexplicably drawn to the scent of blood, frantically lunging towards Lin Chen and his companions. A few of the young women furrowed their brows, and Lin Chen's attention was momentarily diverted by this sudden onslaught of mutated cockroaches. In that fleeting moment of distraction, his telekinetic control waned, allowing the third-tier zombie to break free from his grasp, scuttling across the ground with alarming speed. Yi Hongying hastened forward to deliver a finishing blow, but the cooldown for her wind blade had elapsed. Instantly, the zombie turned, opening its gaping maw to unleash a fierce gale. Yi Hongying raised her tang knife defensively, yet the gale still swept past her, inflicting numerous small lacerations upon her skin. Even her clothing was torn, exposing large swathes of her fair flesh. In the blink of an eye, the third-tier zombie vanished into the shadows. It had escaped. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Yi Hongying's eyes as she approached Lin Chen. Her demeanor akin to a remorseful child, her head slightly bowed. She had been closest to the zombie, but had failed to stop it. At that moment, Lin Chen was channeling his telekinetic powers to eliminate the mutated cockroaches, and upon seeing Yi Hongying's guilty expression, he offered her a calm smile. Let it go. Your safety is paramount. Yi Hongying raised her gaze slightly, observing Lin Chen's reassuring demeanor, yet she shook her head earnestly. If I don't destroy it, I won't have a restful night. Indeed, Yi Hongying harbored a grudge. Just as they all began to relax slightly, a deep rumbling echoed from the staircase. Instantly, Lin Chen and his companions' nerves tightened. The commotion they had caused had attracted zombies from below. Chapter 41. A single hero holds back 1,000 foes. Lin Chen. The experienced hunter, what should we do now? Should we continue searching for those survivors? Hearing the increasingly imminent rumbling, Nangong Ruyao turned to Lin Chen, inquiring about his thoughts. Lin Chen decided to abandon his concealment, raising his voice to call out. We are here on the orders of Zheng Qing and Elder Zheng to rescue you. Do not hide. Follow us if you wish to survive. As Lin Chen's voice echoed in the vast emptiness of the fourth floor, a response emerged from the darkness 2 seconds later. We are here, coming right away. In the dimly lit hall of the fourth floor, a series of metallic clinks resonated, followed by a beam of flickering flashlight illuminating the shadows. 3 figures, supporting each other, rushed toward Lin Chen. The zombies that had been wandering on the fourth floor were now in hot pursuit behind them. Simultaneously, the thunderous sound of a horde of zombies rushing forward grew ever closer, having completely ascended to the fourth floor. With a swift motion, a brilliant blue beam shot forth from Lin Chen's hand. A coin, infused with electrical energy, morphed into an electromagnetic cannon, sending the zombies behind the 3 individuals flying. Lin Chen opened the iron door of the fire escape behind him, allowing Yi Hongying and the other 2 young women to enter first. Moments later, the 3 of them, gasping for breath, finally reached Lin Chen's side. Are you really the ones Zheng Bo sent to rescue us? One of the trio? A middle-aged man with a meticulously styled haircut asked hesitantly. Lin Chen cast a casual glance at him before stepping through the fire door. If they didn't believe him, so be it. He was merely offering assistance without any obligation to waste words explaining himself to them. Furthermore, he had almost put Yi Hongying and her companions in danger while trying to help, which had already proven to be more trouble than it was worth. I believe you. I believe you. Chinshuda, why are you wasting words? Hurry up and follow. The other middle-aged man, clad in a black tank top and possessing a slightly robust physique, urged the meticulously coiffed man. In the darkness behind them, nearly 100 zombies were howling and rushing towards them, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. As the 3 squeezed through the fire door, Lin Chen slammed the door shut at the last moment, securing it with a heavy iron bolt. Ah, the 3, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air as their hearts raced. Is it just the 3 of you? Lin Chen assessed them, noticing that each carried a bulging backpack, presumably filled with provisions. It's just the 3 of us left. Originally, there were 7 of us before we set out, the robust man replied, simultaneously introducing himself. I am Wang Jinyu. This is Chunda, and the quiet one is my cousin, Wang Zuan. Lin Chen nodded slightly, but had no intention of introducing himself. Bang, bang, bang. The horde of zombies relentlessly battered against the fire door, the advancing mass pressing against those at the forefront. The entire door creaked ominously, on the verge of collapse. Let us head downstairs. It's not safe here, Lin Chen urged. Nangong Ruyao, Yi Hongying, and Yang Shuo nodded in agreement and began to lead the way. At that moment, illuminated by the emergency lights in the corridor, Wang Jinyu and his companions finally got a good look at Lin Chen and the others, and they were taken aback. They had never imagined that the ones who dared to enter the zombie-infested supermarket to rescue them would be a group of young university students, 3 of whom were girls. How could they have the audacity? Just then, the fire door could no longer withstand the frenzied assault of the hundreds of zombies, and with a resounding crash, it was flung open. A throng of zombies surged into the corridor, pushing forward in a chaotic frenzy. "Run!" Chinda, the elegant-looking one, exclaimed in panic, turning to flee. Fearing that his heavy backpack would hinder his speed, he discarded it on the ground as he escaped. Coward! Although Wang Jinyu's face was filled with panic, he hesitated for a moment before picking up the backpack discarded by Chinda. His cousin immediately stepped forward to assist him, and together they hurried down the staircase, carrying the bulging travel bags and a third one in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Chen paused his steps and turned around. "Hongying, you all go ahead. I will hold off the zombies." The speed of the zombies was alarmingly swift, and their descent down the stairs was almost a roll, making it impossible for a normal person to outrun them on 2 legs. Yi Hongying glanced back at Lin Chen. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and then she hurried down with Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shuowu. As Lin Chen watched Yi Hongying and the others disappear around the corner of the staircase, he shifted his gaze to the densely approaching horde of zombies. He rubbed his wrist, and a cold smile crept across his lips. "Oh, it's time to reap a bountiful harvest." The narrow corridor worked to his advantage, and these grotesque low-tier zombies appeared to him as delightful experience points. He glanced at his attribute panel. Current experience points, 631,000. To advance to the 4th tier, he required a staggering 1,000 points, which seemed an eternity away. However, Lin Chen was not anxious. The difficulty of his advancement mirrored the rarity of 4th-tier zombies. As long as he remained steady and focused, promotion would eventually come. Bringing his thoughts back, Lin Chen raised his hand. 2 coins nestled between his fingers. These were the last 2 coins he possessed, but it mattered little. Coins were relatively easy to collect. He then leaned back, his body arched like a drawn bow, raising his right hand in a standard shot-put stance. Instantly, 30 points of mental energy drained and transformed rapidly into thunderous energy. In the next moment, dozens of lightning bolts surged around him, causing his clothes to crackle and flutter with the energy's intensity. As the overwhelming thunder energy infused the coins, Lin Chen suddenly stepped forward, exerting force from his waist, and launched his right arm forward like a cannonball. 2 electromagnetic projectiles shot forth simultaneously, clearing a path through the horde before him. The heads of several zombies were pierced by the beams, and the 2 already twisted coins fell to the ground with a clatter, having lost their potency. Kill 12 first-tier zombies. Gain 12 experience points. Successful plunder. Mental energy 1. Gain F-grade talent. Strength enhancement. Successful plunder. Mental energy 1. Gain E-grade talent. Eagle Eye Night Vision. Successful plunder. Mental energy 1. Gain. Watching the numbers on the panel fluctuate, Lin Chen's fists were once again enveloped in a diamond-like glow, activating various talent enhancements simultaneously. He rubbed his wrist and shrugged his shoulders, preparing for battle. The corridor, merely 3 meters wide, presented him with an ideal terrain to stand alone against the oncoming tide of over 100 zombies, ready to harvest them all in one go. As Lin Chen was engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the undead, Yi Hongying had just descended to the corner of the 2nd floor when an unexpected horde of 40 to 50 zombies emerged from the stairwell, completely obstructing their path. Just as Yi Hongying prepared to forge a bloody path through the throng, Nangong Ruyao urgently tugged at her sleeve. "Warning, Hongying, wait. There are explosive zombies inside." At that moment, Yi Hongying finally noticed that among the mass of corpses, 2 particularly large zombies, each weighing over 400 pounds, lurked within. These 2nd-tier explosive zombies possessed devastating destructive power, making a direct confrontation ill-advised. "To the 3rd floor, quickly," urged Wang Jinyu from the group. Pulling out a homemade Molotov cocktail from his backpack, he ignited it and hurled it towards the horde. With a resounding explosion, the makeshift bomb erupted, flames instantly engulfing the first few zombies. However, for these mindless, low-tier zombies driven solely by primal hunger, the intimidation factor was nearly non-existent. The subsequent zombies crashed into their flaming counterparts, relentlessly charging forward. Meanwhile, Yang Shuowu kicked the fire escape door leading to the third floor with all her might. And with a loud bang, the door swung open. Let us take refuge on the third floor. Even if we manage to deal with these zombies, the horde outside the supermarket will surely be drawn to us, she suggested. Nangong Ruyao furrowed her brow, weighing the pros and cons. The few dozen zombies in the stairwell could potentially be dealt with, but the throng in the first-floor lobby and outside the supermarket numbered at least 300 to 400, far beyond their capability to handle. Yi Hongying nodded in agreement. With Lin Chen absent, she felt the weight of responsibility for the lives of her companions. As the group hastily retreated to the third-floor lobby, just before slipping through the fire escape door, Nangong Ruyao produced a high-explosive grenade from her pocket, activating her innate ability. She hurled the grenade towards the staircase as she firmly closed the fire escape door behind her. The explosion reverberated violently, shaking the entire floor and sending dust swirling. Wang Jinyu and the others were momentarily stunned, their eardrums ringing, as they gazed incredulously at the trio of young women before them. Not only were they each braver than the last, but they also possessed high-explosive grenades in addition to their handguns. Wang Jinyu glanced down at the Molotov cocktail still in his hand, suddenly feeling it was nothing more than a child's toy in comparison. At that moment, the three of them fully realized why Elder Zheng had entrusted this group of young saviors to their aid. The combat prowess of this small team was astonishingly disproportionate to their age, verging on terrifying. 2 seconds after the explosive detonation, Nangong Ruyao felt a slight tremor in her waist, her heart pounding vigorously. The cellular genes within her began an instantaneous transformation, a surge of inexplicable power sweeping through her entire being. Whether in strength, stamina, or mental fortitude, she has experienced a remarkable enhancement. She has ascended to the third tier. The zombies on the third floor seemed to be few in number. The first to enter the third floor area, Yang Shuwu, spoke after inspecting the surroundings under the flickering lights. It is likely that the zombies originally present on the third floor have been drawn to the fourth floor. Chunda, still shaken, leaned against the wall as he speculated. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuwu paused momentarily, a deep concern surfacing in her eyes. Lin Chen was holding off nearly 100 zombies in the corridor on the fourth floor to provide them with cover. What should we do now? Chunda swallowed hard as he quietly inquired, gazing into the dimly lit supermarket hall before them. Surrounding them were various shelves obscuring their line of sight, extending endlessly. And aside from the buzzing of the overhead chandelier, an unsettling silence enveloped the area, as if something was lurking in a shadowy corner, evoking a chilling sensation along their spines. I recall this supermarket has a symmetrical structure. There is a fire exit at the diagonal position, said Wang Zuan, who had been relatively inconspicuous due to his shorter stature. Should we go over there and take a look? Perhaps we could escape. Wang Jinyu did not respond, but turned to glance at Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao, realizing that the decision rested with the leaders. At this moment, Nangong Ruyao had fully adapted to her newfound powers, and a newfound confidence glimmered in her eyes. Surveying the dim hall ahead, she efficiently reloaded her magazine and nodded, stating, "Let's give it a try." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinyu and the others immediately tensed up. Although the distance to the fire exit across the hall was merely 100 meters, it was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Yang Shu rummaged through a nearby shelf and found several baseball bats, preparing to distribute them for protection. Wait, Nangong Ruyao stepped forward, her slender fingers gliding over the bats. Instantly, all the bats gleamed with a metallic luster. She utilized her talent to significantly enhance their hardness. Having completed this, she positioned herself at the forefront of the group, gripping her pistol and vigilantly scanning the surroundings before taking the first step. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying chose to bring up the rear, ready to react swiftly at the first sign of danger. At the same time, flames wrapped around the tang knife in her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, a fiery arrow was carved into the floor, serving as a signal for Lin Chen. On the fourth floor, as the floorboards beneath him trembled violently, Lin Chen, who was furiously slaughtering through the horde of zombies, felt a shift in his expression. He recognized it was the sound produced by a high-explosive grenade. Were Hongying and the others also facing a horde? The fleeting thought of worry was quickly suppressed as Lin Chen refocused on the zombies before him. He needed to expedite the elimination of these undead and then hastened to find Hongying and the others. At this moment, he was consuming his mental energy with reckless abandon. With no one else present, Lin Chen unleashed all of his innate talents. The explosive potential of his C-grade ability manifested fully in this protracted battle. Lin Chen's physical condition sustained an extraordinary state of hyperactivity, with his motor neurons, cognitive responses, musculature, senses, and mental state reaching their utmost pinnacle. The C-grade diamond hardening talent enveloped most of his skin in a layer of diamond-like radiance, providing him with formidable defense while sharpening the impact of his iron fists. Moreover, he had just acquired a D-grade ability, rending, during the skirmish, which endowed each of his punches with a devastating attack effect. Any zombie struck by his iron fist immediately suffered gaping wounds torn open by his talent. In addition, he benefited from various enhancement abilities such as strength augmentation, super stamina, and rapid dash. If any other third-tier evolver were to expend their 50 points of mental energy in such a manner, they would find themselves utterly depleted in less than a minute. Yet, Lin Chen's mental energy, though only 50 points, was augmented by the formidable SSS-grade Godslayer talent, revealing its true power. In the dimly lit corridor, Lin Chen, in full combat mode, transformed into a relentless killing machine. With a final punch that obliterated the last second-tier acid zombie, corrosive blood splattered against the corridor walls, and Lin Chen bent over, gasping for breath. The entire fourth-floor fire escape corridor was permeated with a nauseating stench of putrid blood, and the ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, resembling a hellish nightmare. Observing the skyrocketing experience points, 1,851,000, and the maximum mental energy reaching 345 points, Lin Chen smirked. This bounty was indeed substantial. Straightening his posture, he brushed aside the bangs from his forehead and tore off the large, tattered, and filth-covered garments that clung to him, discarding them on the floor, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. He felt utterly filthy, a state that was quite repulsive. Approaching the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, he shattered the outer glass with his hand and turned the water valve. Moments later, a torrent of high-pressure water surged forth, washing away the grime from his body. Once he had rinsed himself sufficiently, with no time to rest, Lin Chen, barefoot, hastened toward the third floor. Chapter 43. Brother, free me from this cruel apocalypse. At this moment on the third floor, Nangong Riyao and her companions were cautiously maneuvering swiftly through the shelves. Just as they passed a row of racks, two zombies clad in stock clerk uniforms suddenly lunged out, knocking over the shelves as they charged. Bang! Bang! Nangong Riyao swiftly turned and fired, accurately blasting the heads of the two zombies. Standing beside Nangong Riyao, Yang Shuowu immediately lunged forward, embracing Nangong Riyao's waist and tumbling to the ground, successfully avoiding the heavy shelf that crashed down. A dull thud echoed as the shelf hit the floor, accompanied by the clattering noise of the items it held. Thank you. Nangong Riyao nodded in gratitude to Yang Shuowu. Had she been struck by the shelf, even her robust third-tier physique would not have spared her from injury, which could prove fatal in a post-apocalyptic world. The surrounding zombies, previously scattered in the dim corners of the third floor, were now drawn to the cacophony, emitting low growls as they swiftly converged from all directions. Should we run? Chinda from the group anxiously scanned the murky darkness. All he could hear were the zombies' roars and the sounds of their bodies colliding with the shelves. Yet the dim lighting rendered their locations invisible. The terror of the unknown, where only sounds were discernible but not the figures, caused his body to tense up, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. We must not run in chaos. That would be tantamount to death. Wang Jinyu in the group felt his throat tighten, his head throbbing, yet he retained a sliver of composure. Surrounded by zombies and with visibility so poor, a reckless dash could easily lead one into a horde. Most importantly, the group must remain united. With a few young beauties among them, their chances of survival would be bolstered. From the sounds, there are not many zombies. Prepare for battle. Nangong Riyao maintained her composure amidst the chaos, having witnessed far graver situations alongside Lin Chen. She deftly rose to her feet and, aided by the flickering beam of the flashlight above, aimed at the approaching zombies and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed as two handguns emptied their magazines in mere seconds. Suddenly, in the shadows, a small zombie, roughly the size of a 5- or 6-year-old child, crawled swiftly across the ground amidst the chaos, closing in on Nangong Riyao. By the time she reacted, the child zombie was less than a meter away, its jagged, bloodied maw opened wide as it lunged for her thigh. At that moment, Yang Shuwu stepped forward, her baseball bat shimmering with countless ice crystals, resembling a spiked club. and swung it with force, striking the child zombie's head. Crack! The ice crystals shattered upon impact, and with a splatter of dark blood. The child zombie's head twisted grotesquely, its body flying backward. With the shelves piled high with goods obstructing Nangong Ruyao's line of fire, and her magazine now empty. As she reloaded, 5 or 6 zombies had already surged toward the group. One particularly agile zombie leaped, soaring 3 to 4 meters in height, descending from an angle toward the group. Clang! A cluster of flames blossomed in the darkness as Yi Hongying leapt into the air, drawing her blade and slicing the second-tier zombie in half. Below, Wang Jinyu, Chunda, and Wang Zuan gripped their baseball bats tightly, striking fiercely at the other approaching zombies. Their audacity to venture beyond the villa district in search of supplies marked them as courageous survivors. Prior to encountering Lin Chen and his companions, they had already faced numerous life-and-death crises. Although they felt fear when confronted with a horde of zombies, they exhibited remarkable bravery when dealing with a few straggling foes. Within mere seconds, the swarm of zombies was vanquished, compelling the group to hasten their pace forward. However, after running a short distance, Nangong Ruyao suddenly furrowed her brow, halting her steps and aiming her gun at Wang Zuan within the group. "What are you doing?" Wang Jinyu's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Nangong Ruyao's firearm. Nangong Ruyao's delicate brows knitted in concern. Her gaze fixated on Wang Zuan behind Wang Jinyu. "He has been bitten by a zombie. He will soon be infected and undergo mutation." "What?" The rest of the group gasped in unison, turning to glance at Wang Zuan. His complexion had turned an ashen hue, his shoulder trembling uncontrollably. He willingly rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm marred by a severe bite. The wound was a dark purple, a substantial chunk of flesh torn away. "Brother, I've been bitten. I truly don't want to die." Wang Zuan's voice trembled with suppressed sobs as he clutched Wang Jinyu's sleeve tightly. Gazing at his cousin, Wang Jinyu felt a constriction in his throat, his heart aching as if drained of all vitality. Yet, observing his cousin's increasingly pallid face and the veins bulging on his forehead, he realized that Wang Zuan's body was rapidly mutating, leaving no hope for salvation. Yi Hongying, at the rear of the group, stepped forward, her tone calm and unwavering. "Hesitation will not only endanger yourself, but also torment him. If you cannot bring yourself to act, I can assist." As she spoke, she had already grasped the hilt of her blade. "Brother, please help me find release. I do not wish to become a zombie." Wang Zuan seemed to sense the transformation within himself, despair overtaking him as he relinquished his grip on Wang Jinyu's sleeve, sinking helplessly against a shelf until he collapsed to the ground. Wang Jinyu fell silent. After 2 agonizing seconds, he turned to Nangong Ruyao. Understanding his intent, she handed him a handgun. Accepting the weapon, he pressed it against Wang Zuan's temple, gritting his teeth, his eyes closed tight, his voice hoarse with sorrow. "Brother, in the next life, let us still be brothers. Farewell." A gunshot rang out, and Wang Zuan's head fell limply to the side. Chunda, standing nearby, similarly shut his eyes in pain. Though he was not related to Wang Zuan, they had journeyed together as a team from the beginning. Now witnessing yet another companion lost before them, the profound sorrow weighs heavily upon the heart. In this apocalyptic world, life stands before it, utterly despicable. At that moment, the haunting howls of zombies echoed around them. It was time to depart. Nangong Ruyao whispered a reminder. In this world of despair, the strong prey upon the weak, and survival demands one's own fortitude. Wang Jinyu swiftly rose, seizing Wang Zuan's backpack, though he could not retrieve his brother's lifeless body. This backpack had been earned at the cost of his brother's life, and he was determined to carry it with him. Meanwhile, Chunda silently donned his own backpack and took hold of Wang Zuan's as well. Suddenly, Yi Hongying's brows twitched, and she pivoted, her blade igniting in a blaze, cleaving through the encroaching darkness. From that darkness emerged a sudden gust of wind, a deadly blade of air. As the flames clashed with the wind blade in midair, a shower of sparks erupted, significantly diminishing the wind blade's destructive force, which left a deep gash on a nearby shelf. Observing the sudden appearance of the wind blade, both Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shuowu's expressions changed dramatically. This was the 3rd-tier zombie they had encountered on the 4th floor. It had inexplicably manifested on the 3rd floor. Chapter 44, Embracing the Sister, Breaking Through the Zombie Tide. Yi Hongying's eyes narrowed, the flames on her blade surging fiercely, the intense heat warping the air around her. Nangong Ruyao quickly aimed her dual pistols, But obstacles hindered her line of sight. The surrounding shelves offered ample hiding spots, and the speed of the third-tier zombie rendered it impossible to lock onto. Wasn't it injured? How can it move so swiftly? Yang Xuewu exclaimed anxiously. Zombies possessed no sense of pain. Although it had sustained injuries earlier, they were insufficient. As Nangong Ruyao remained vigilant of her surroundings, she explained, if only Tang Xiaoxiao were here, her prophetic insight would leave this zombie with nowhere to hide. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid, with Lin Chen previously by her side. They could suppress the third-tier zombie, but without him, she felt uncertain about her ability to withstand its assault. They were now akin to prey, entirely ensnared in a passive position. The wind blades unleashed by the zombie came every 5 seconds, each one a lethal threat. If they could not swiftly devise a countermeasure, they would inevitably perish here. Yang Xuewu felt an acute sense of urgency. Throughout their journey, she had been of little assistance. Watching her sisters, Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao, engaged in battle, she yearned to contribute. Scanning the vicinity, her gaze settled upon a shelf stacked with an array of fine wines. After a brief moment's contemplation, she bit her lip and sprinted towards the shelf. Raising her baseball bat high, she struck down fiercely, shattering bottle after bottle of red wine. The sound of exploding glass reverberated, the crimson liquid spilling across the ground. In the stillness, the shattering of glass bottles rang out with an unsettling sharpness. At that moment, a second blade of wind shot forth from the darkness, aimed directly at Yang Xuewu. Be careful. Yi Hongying swiftly dodged, colliding with Yang Xuewu and pushing her aside. Yet in the process, a vivid crimson mark marred Yi Hongying's thigh. Had it not been for her formidable third-tier physique and her ability to evade the full force of the wind blade, it would have severed her leg entirely. Hongying Jia, Yang Xuewu exclaimed, her face a canvas of guilt and fury. She slammed her palm against the ground, and with a determined effort, she raised her hand, fingers tightening. A chilling aura surged around her, instantly freezing the spilled liquor into countless ice crystals. With a flourish of her hands, the crystalline shards transformed into lethal blades, indiscriminately shooting in all directions. Clang! The ice blades struck the surrounding walls, ceiling, and shelves, producing a series of dull thuds, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible sound of something amiss. In that moment of intense focus, Nangong Ruyao detected the source of the anomaly. Swiftly redirecting her twin guns and unleashing a barrage of bullets, emptying her magazine in a frenzy. In the shadows, a slender figure, akin to a gecko, swiftly scaled the wall, evading most of the incoming bullets. You bastard, I'm right here. Yang Xuewu suddenly burst forth from the side, raising her hand to fire 2 ice blades at the approaching zombie. Simultaneously, wielding a baseball bat, she sprinted away while smashing the bottles on the nearby shelves. The sound of shattering glass successfully drew the attention of the third-tier zombie, which quickly advanced toward Yang Xuewu along the ceiling. Hongying Jia, you all must flee. I'll lead it away. Yang Xuewu shouted, conjuring the liquor into an ice shield the size of an umbrella before dashing into the darkness ahead. Not only the third-tier zombie was drawn by the commotion, dozens of zombies from the second floor, attracted by the noise, began to pursue Yang Xuewu's direction. Xuewu, it's dangerous. Come back. Nangong Ruyao urged anxiously, yet Yang Xuewu had already sprinted far beyond reach. Yi Hongying tore a strip of fabric from her skirt, hastily bandaging her thigh wound. Struggling to rise from the ground, her brow furrowed in distress. She regretted not protecting Yang Xuewu adequately, but in her current state, she could not pursue to assist. What should she do? Within the dimly lit supermarket, Yang Xuewu had already lost her sense of direction. All she knew was that she had to divert the zombies as much as possible to buy time for Hongying Jia and the others to escape. That was all she could do. Just then, a third blade of wind shot toward her from the darkness. In an instant, the ice shield in her hands shattered like a broken mirror. The residual force of the wind blade sent her tumbling to the ground, rolling several times. Fortunately, the third-tier zombie did not seize the opportunity to pounce. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in her arm, Yang Xuewu struggled to rise from the floor. Her gaze incessantly roamed the surrounding darkness, searching for the elusive figure of the third-tier zombie, yet she found nothing. Her heart raced uncontrollably, a symphony of anxiety resonating within her. The silence enveloped her, save for the distant, approaching horde of the undead, which emitted chilling howls. At this moment, Yang Xuewu pressed her lips tightly together. Although she had previously displayed determination in diverting the zombies, She was, after all, merely an 18-year-old high school student. When the specter of death loomed so closely, ensconced in darkness, her fear burgeoned uncontrollably. Was she truly destined to perish? The wind blade attack of the third-tier zombie had a mere 5-second interval, and it seemed that the countdown was nearing its end. Just as Yang Shuowu's nerves tightened in anticipation of her impending doom, a shadow surged towards her from the abyss. Before she could react, her body was suddenly lifted. As if propelled by the front of a speeding vehicle, her form retreating rapidly, the wind howling fiercely in her ears. It was him. Just as Yang Shuowu contemplated resisting, the voice of Lin Chen reached her ears. Upon hearing his voice, her taut nerves relaxed entirely, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. A window on the third floor of the shopping complex erupted in a cacophony of splinters as Lin Chen, cradling Yang Shuowu, leapt through it, tracing an arc in midair. With the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Yang Shuowu felt a jolt in her waist. A sensation of weightlessness enveloping her as the surrounding light brightened considerably. Although it was already dusk outside, visibility was far superior to the dim interior of the shopping complex. They had escaped. Lin Chen landed with Yang Shuowu in his arms, causing the tiles beneath them to shatter like fragile glass. The radiant aura surrounding his legs dissipated, and he felt a sharp pain radiating from his ankle. Yet, there was no time to catch his breath. The commotion he had caused attracted the horde of zombies outside, who now surged towards them in a frenzied tide, their numbers exceeding 500. With one arm securing Yang Shuowu's waist and the other supporting her posterior, Lin Chen bolted. It was only then that Yang Shuowu realized she was clinging to him like an octopus, her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs gripping his waist. A glance downward revealed her blushing cheeks. Lin Chen was clad only in his undergarments. As he sprinted and leaped down the stairs, her body swayed rhythmically in tandem with his movements. How mortifying! However, as they were fleeing for their lives, Yang Shuowu dared not utter a word that might distract Lin Chen. She could only bite her lip in silence, even instinctively tensing her toes in anxiety. Chapter 45. The delicate lace-trimmed white socks. Can we change positions? In the grand hall on the third floor, Yi Hongying, wielding a tang knife, along with Nangong Ruyao, prepared to rescue Yang Shuowu. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed from outside, followed by the frantic stomping of a horde of corpses. The two young women hurriedly approached a nearby window, shattering the glass to gaze outside. It was Lin Chen, cradling Shuowu in his arms. As Nangong Ruyao discerned the situation below, her lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of joy. Yang Shuowu was alive. Lin Chen had arrived just in time to save her. The zombies downstairs had been diverted by their actions. However, Yi Hongying's gaze fell upon the densely packed horde chasing after Lin Chen, a deep concern reflected in her eyes. Moreover, the direction Lin Chen had taken was completely opposite to the path they had initially followed. Observing Lin Chen sprinting further away from the villa area, eventually disappearing around a street corner, Nangong Ruyao's anxiety mounted. What should we do now? Should we pursue him? Yi Hongying pondered for a moment before turning towards the fire escape. Let's head downstairs, get the car, and look for them. If we can't find them, we must return to the villa area immediately. Xiao Xiao's abilities can track Lin Chen's whereabouts. Upon hearing Yi Hongying's words, Nangong Ruyao suddenly snapped to attention and quickly followed her lead. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the streetlights, corroded by the acid rain of the day, lay in ruins. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright. Lin Chen had been running for several minutes, aware only that he had finally shaken off the pursuing horde. Maintaining his embrace of Yang Shuowu, he leaped over the park's outer fence and landed steadily, finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. Could you let me down now? Yang Shuowu, her cheeks flushed, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Lin Chen then realized that he had been holding her in such an ambiguous position, one hand securely supporting her. Feeling the softness of the girl in his arms, he hastily released her. In that moment, he recalled the astonished faces peering from the windows of the nearby residential buildings as he had sprinted past, a sight that would leave anyone shocked. It was no wonder. Who wouldn't be taken aback by the sight of a man clad only in undergarments, carrying a high school girl? With 500 zombies trailing behind them in a mad dash down the street? Let us rest here for a moment. I'm quite exhausted, Lin Chen remarked, beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Were it not for his impressive stamina of 53 points, coupled with a talent for extraordinary endurance. He could never have covered such a distance. Yet now, his energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a good night's rest to recuperate. Glancing around, he spotted a park bench and was about to approach it when he turned to see Yang Shuwu grimace in pain after taking just 2 steps. Injured? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, assisting Yang Shuwu to the bench before crouching down to remove her shoes, gently removing the delicate lace-trimmed white socks. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon Yang Shuwu's exquisitely rounded little feet, marred by a swollen ankle. Yang Shuwu's feet were notably sensitive, as Lin Chen held them in his hands. A tingling sensation coursed through her, rendering her somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, the embarrassment of wanting to withdraw made her toes instinctively curl tighter. This ankle sprain must have resulted from being flung by a wind blade and landing awkwardly. I can manage it myself, Yang Shuwu said softly, cautiously retracting her foot. She then summoned her innate ability, concentrating a chill within her palm to gently massage her injured ankle. Just then, Lin Chen settled onto a bench. When a sudden growl emanated from his stomach, an overwhelming wave of hunger washing over him. Since a light meal at the hotel in the morning, he had not consumed a single drop of water. As the depletion of his mental and physical energy intensified, the sensation of hunger grew even more acute. Now that his nerves had relaxed, Lin Chen felt as though he could devour 6 or 7 pounds of meat in one sitting. However, in this park, where could he possibly procure food? Moreover, being clad only in his undergarments was hardly ideal, especially with a high school girl in close proximity. Seated on the bench, Yang Shuwu too felt the pangs of hunger. The energy expended during the earlier confrontation had drained her completely, leaving her both famished and fatigued. She lifted her gaze, intending to ask Lin Chen what their next step should be, but as her eyes drifted to his midsection, she immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There is a secluded courtyard over there. Perhaps we could try our luck, Lin Chen suggested after scanning the surroundings. His eyes brightened upon spotting a 2-story cafe nestled at the edge of the park. I can carry you there, Lin Chen proposed, glancing at Yang Shuwu's swollen ankle. Upon hearing this, memories surged in her mind of the earlier moment when she had clung to Lin Chen's waist like an octopus, and her face heated with shyness as she quietly asked, could we perhaps change positions? Realizing her embarrassment, Lin Chen approached her, squatting down beside her. I will carry you, he assured. As she felt his warm body press against her from behind, Lin Chen lifted her thighs and began to walk towards the cafe. As they made their way, Lin Chen inquired about what had transpired after they had separated. When he learned that Yi Hongying had been injured by a 3rd-tier zombie, a flicker of concern rose within him. However, upon hearing that Yang Shuwu had bravely diverted the zombie's attention, Lin Chen shook his head slightly, relieved. He had suspected as much, but now he felt entirely at ease. Yang Shuwu had been saved, and the majority of the zombies in the supermarket had been lured away. Given the strength of Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao, escaping should not pose much difficulty. Now, his immediate concern was to satiate his hunger, find a change of clothes, and, once dawn broke, devise a way to return to the villa area. In the park, one could occasionally discern a couple of zombies wandering aimlessly. Lin Chen, however, had no time to engage in harvest. He would only take action against those mindless creatures that collided with him head-on. His method of resolution was straightforward and brutal. He would summon his telekinetic powers to manipulate the surrounding debris, relentlessly striking the zombies' heads until their brains were splattered. Although this approach consumed considerable mental energy and felt somewhat excessive, it was, for Lin Chen, a far simpler solution, especially as his mental reserves were abundant. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen leisurely arrived at the entrance of the cafe on the 2nd floor. The glass door had been shattered to smithereens. Inside, the ordering counter and the floor were stained with congealed blood and remnants of flesh, while a putrid odor of decay permeated the air. Yet, he had little time to dwell on such details. He stepped inside for a brief survey. In a corner, a zombie was impaled firmly to the ground by a spear. Yet it remained alive. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter such a rare object in the park. Sensing Lin Chen's approach, the zombie began to struggle violently, its body contorting grotesquely as it exerted itself against the spear that held it in place. Moments later, the flesh was gruesomely torn apart, and the zombie finally freed itself from its constraints, crawling rapidly towards Lin Chen. Without hesitation, he raised a hand, and a sharp stone, under his telekinetic control, pierced through the zombie's skull. Having eliminated the threat, Lin Chen set Yang Shuwu down and rummaged through the counter. he discovered some coffee grounds and 2 bottles containing fresh milk. However, given that the global catastrophe had transpired 3 days prior, the milk had long since spoiled. Noticing a cafe staff apron in the corner, he donned it, though the combination of just wearing underwear beneath the apron appeared somewhat peculiar. Yet, such trivialities were of little consequence. The primary concern was finding sustenance to quell his hunger. A gnawing hunger intensified within Lin Chen, prompting him to abruptly turn his gaze towards the recently deceased zombie on the ground, instinctively swallowing hard. Chapter 46. Shall we sleep together? The visitor with a shotgun gazing at the decapitated zombie, Lin Chen quickly shook his head, suppressing the wild thoughts racing through his mind. He suddenly recalled his earlier acquisition of a devouring talent in the hotel, which enabled him to consume various substances to enhance his physique and even gain certain traits. Yet, who in their right mind would wish to eat something as repulsive as a zombie? Suppressing the impulse to feast upon the undead, Lin Chen glanced back at Yang Xuewu. Let us check the second floor. If we find no food, we shall seek elsewhere. Yang Xuewu nodded obediently and followed closely behind Lin Chen, grasping the handrail as she playfully bounded up the stairs to the second floor. Beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight, Lin Chen swiftly surveyed the surroundings from the second floor. This space had once been the scene of a violent clash. Several dining tables lay askew and shattered, while a few lifeless bodies sprawled around, their blood long since dried upon the floor. Yet, these details held little significance for Lin Chen, whose gaze ultimately settled on a partitioned room nestled in the corner. A small wooden sign hung there, inscribed with the word storeroom. A fierce pang of hunger surged within him once more, prompting Lin Chen to stride purposefully toward the door, which he kicked open with a decisive force. Inside, shelves upon shelves of semi-finished goods greeted his eyes, alongside a standard temperature storage freezer tucked away in the corner. He swallowed hard, then began to retrieve boxes one by one. Upon opening several, he discovered an array of honey, cookies, soda crackers, concentrated coffee liquid, and an entire box of toast. Even within the storage freezer, he found several large, unopened containers of milk. Swallowing again, Lin Chen hastily grabbed handfuls of cookies and bread, stuffing them into his mouth and devouring them ravenously. When he found himself choking, he seized one of the large containers of milk and poured it directly into his mouth. This spectacle left Yang Xuewu, observing nearby, utterly astonished. It was as though Lin Chen resembled a ravenous wolf, starved for far too long, his manner of eating shockingly ferocious. Eat, quickly, Lin Chen urged in between mouthfuls, tossing a large bag of bread toward Yang Xuewu. Although the food was primarily semi-finished and lacked much flavor, being rather dry and tough, it was, to Lin Chen, a veritable feast. His sole desire was to satiate his hunger. He consumed 2 full boxes of bread and cookies, weighing at least 5 kilograms, alongside another 5-kilogram container of milk. In the span of merely 10 minutes, he had devoured it all. His belly slightly distended, the gnawing hunger within him finally subsided. With a contented sigh, Lin Chen leaned back, releasing a breath of relief while simultaneously noting the state of his attributes. To his astonishment, the stamina and mental fortitude he had previously expended were rapidly replenishing. So that is how it works, Lin Chen mused, beginning to comprehend the passive application of his devouring talent. What would ordinarily require a full day and night of rest to recover could now be swiftly remedied through ample consumption of food. Following this line of reasoning, he surmised that even his injuries might be expedited through eating. Moreover, after this episode of gluttony, his body now experienced an unprecedented state of fullness. Lin Chen also noted that his strength attribute had increased from 54 to 55 points. This perfect indulgence had, astonishingly, elevated his attribute score. Truly, the B-grade talent possessed formidable advantages. Glancing at Yang Xuewu beside him, he noticed her kneeling on the ground, her legs spread outward, barefoot as she sipped milk daintily. A smudge of white inadvertently marking the corner of her mouth. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Yang Xuewu raised her delicate face to look at him. What is the matter? Observing Yang Xuewu in this manner, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel she resembled an obedient little sister from the neighborhood. He reached out and gently patted her small head. It's nothing. Once we finish eating, we can have a good night's rest. We'll figure out a way to head back in the morning. The rain had just fallen during the day, and the temperature dropped sharply at night, making it more advantageous for the zombies. However, the most crucial aspect was that Lin Chen couldn't recall the way back. Are we sleeping together? Upon hearing this, Yang Shuowu instinctively tensed her toes, nervously looking up at Lin Chen. It is often said that when one is well fed, thoughts turn to desires. Now that both had eaten their fill, she couldn't help but worry that Lin Chen might want something more intimate. Haha, don't think too much. Lin Chen discerned her misinterpretation. He stood up, stretched his body, and began to walk downstairs. The storage room is clean and spacious. You can rest well there. Watching Lin Chen's figure disappear at the staircase, Yang Shuwu bit her lip, her heart still racing with anxiety. She was genuinely afraid Lin Chen would want to engage in inappropriate activities. But now, as she saw him leave, she felt a sense of relief mixed with an inexplicable hint of disappointment. Earlier that day at the supermarket, when she had prepared herself to face death, Lin Chen had swept her up, shattering glass as they leapt to safety. In that moment, he truly was the light in her life. Especially when he had carried her in his arms, his warm chest and soothing hands lingered in her mind. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she quickly shook her head. What am I thinking? Oh my, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen returned to the first floor and opened the cash register. As expected, he found a bundle of unopened 1 yuan coins inside. With this, he could freely employ the electromagnetic cannon technique again. After searching around, he eventually found a men's handbag, with only his underwear and an apron on. He had no pockets, so he placed the bundle of coins inside the handbag for the time being. While rummaging through the bag, he unexpectedly discovered a Rolex Submariner within. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to wear the watch on his wrist to keep track of time. He then tucked the handbag under his arm and began to test the ease of retrieving the coins, but the more he tried, the more awkward it felt. Damn, my appearance is too peculiar. Clad in nothing but underwear and an apron, adorned with a Rolex and clutching a handbag, he sighed. Forget it, it's the apocalypse. Who cares about appearances? Lin Chen carried the handbag to a corner, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and when the clock struck 3 in the morning, faint sounds suddenly echoed from outside the cafe. 4 or 5 motorcycles approached, growing louder as they drew near. Although the motorcycle had deliberately slowed its pace and attempted to muffle the sound of its exhaust, the noise still echoed through the tranquil night. Lin Chen, seated within the cafe, abruptly opened his eyes. Approaching the window, he peered outside, squinting as he did so. A group of individuals was advancing toward the cafe, each wielding a shotgun. Instantly, Lin Chen retreated 2 steps, blending into the shadows. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Yang Shuowu, lost in slumber, was suddenly stirred by an oppressive force, awakening in fright. To her dismay, she found a sturdy hand firmly covering her mouth, and Lin Chen stood before her, signaling her to remain silent. Big brother, there's a cafe here. It should have some supplies. Search thoroughly and take whatever you find, the man leading the group ordered. Below, several motorcycles came to a halt, and a man at the forefront, brandishing a shotgun, cautiously surveyed the vicinity before stepping into the building. Chapter 47. The Brotherhood of Life and Death. Lin Chen, need assistance? Someone has just been here. As the man with the shotgun surveyed the hall on the first floor and spotted a zombie with its head pierced by stones, his nerves instantly tensed. He scanned the surroundings anxiously, finally directing his gaze toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Behind him, 4 or 5 men, clad in riding gear and donning helmets, swiftly adopted a combat stance, clearly accustomed to such scenarios. Weapons were drawn. Aside from the man with the shotgun, the others revealed their arms. Some retrieved machetes from their motorcycles, while others raised riot shields and wielded electric batons. A closer inspection would reveal that, apart from the machetes, the remaining gear appeared to be standard issue for bank couriers, evidently accumulated by this group along their journey. The leader, clutching the shotgun, ascended the staircase step by step. The second floor, inherently sparse, did not require extensive searching, and the man's gaze settled on a storage room in the corner. Zombie or survivor? If you do not answer, I will fire, he hissed, inching closer while his comrades gathered around, poised to assist. It's not a zombie. The partition door creaked open, and Lin Chen emerged. He discreetly assessed the positions of the men while shielding Yang Shuowu behind him, one hand gripping 2 coins. Amongst the group, only the shotgun posed a tangible threat, albeit a limited one. Should a conflict arise, Lin Chen could easily activate his diamond-hardening ability to withstand the shot, leading to a one-sided massacre. Turns out to be just a couple of youngsters. After scrutinizing Lin Chen and Yang Shuowu, the surrounding riders visibly relaxed. The leader, a man with a square face, even removed his helmet, revealing a strong jawline. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before teasing. Are you two high school or university students? Is this a date? Laughter erupted among the surrounding group, seemingly unfazed by the presence of two young survivors. Particularly, they found Lin Chen's attire amusing, a watch paired with a handbag and an apron over his underwear, quite an unconventional choice. Noticing that the man bore no malice, Lin Chen took a half-step back with Yang Xiaowu, allowing access to the storage room behind them, which contained some food. Feel free to take what you need, he offered. Surprised by Lin Chen's willingness to share, the square-faced leader noted the youth's unusual composure. After all, they were a heavily armed group. Yet this young man exhibited neither panic nor fear. In a post-apocalyptic world, food was akin to life for survivors, yet he seemed indifferent to the provisions within the storage. Even the young girl behind him appeared unafraid, as if she had weathered many storms and regarded this minor inconvenience with nonchalance. Interesting mindset, the square-faced man mused, beckoning his companions to gather supplies. They decided to take only half, leaving the remainder for the young pair. As his comrades began their task, the leader instructed them to be mindful. However, Lin Chen calmly interjected, "We do not require any. You may take it all." This statement momentarily stunned even the men who were carrying the supplies. Were these two youths genuinely unconcerned about the food? Or were they attempting to ingratiate themselves with the group in light of their imposing presence? Yet, their demeanor suggested no trace of fear. "We will leave at dawn. So we have no need for these items," Lin Chen added, further clarifying. The square-faced man scrutinized Lin Chen anew, increasingly intrigued by him. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "Back to our camp," Lin Chen replied calmly, his eyes subtly observing the others, ready to act should they entertain any ill intentions. Upon hearing the word camp, the group paused, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter, realizing the two youngsters had snuck out. They glanced at Yang Xiuwu, barefoot, and at Lin Chen, clad only in his undergarments, and assumed they were a pair of young lovers sneaking away to indulge in forbidden pleasures. The square-faced man, with a knowing smile, inquired, "Where's your camp? We can give you a lift back at dawn." One of his companions chimed in, jesting playfully. "Our elder brother, Zhang Hang, is a second-tier evolver, and has awakened a Class C talent, offering to serve as your protector free of charge. You two are indeed fortunate." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and realized he sensed no malice from these individuals. Nevertheless, even if they harbored ulterior motives, he felt no fear. Casting a glance at Yang Xiuwu, who had twisted her ankle, he nodded slightly. "Thank you. All right, everyone, let us rest for 2 hours and set off again around 5. Zhang Hang instructed his companions before settling down on the ground to have a few bites of food. The others instinctively refrained from crowding around Yang Xiuwu, even avoiding lingering gazes upon her. This consideration earned Lin Chen a favorable impression of this survival team. 3 hours swiftly passed, and as dawn broke on the horizon, Zhang Hang and the others began to organize their belongings and mounted their motorcycles. There were 7 of them in total, riding 6 motorcycles. Lin Chen and Yang Xiuwu were assigned to the 2 central bikes. After mentioning the name of Tang Xiaoxiao's villa community, the motorcycle convoy surged out of the park. "Yo!" A man nicknamed Monkey, responsible for leading Lin Chen, suddenly revved the throttle with a wild shout. "Is your camp really that far away? How did you two manage to escape?" After riding for 5 or 6 minutes and crossing 7 streets, Monkey sensed something was amiss. Lin Chen was equally surprised that they had covered such a distance in just over half an hour. The roar of the motorcycles echoed through the morning streets, attracting the attention of the wandering zombies, who began to converge like a tide from the surrounding avenues. Fortunately, the motorcycles were incredibly agile, and the riders displayed exceptional skill, weaving through the chaotic abandoned vehicles on the streets, occasionally veering onto the sidewalks, and even speeding up stairways, shaking off the encroaching zombies. "Thrilling," Monkey chuckled. However, in the next instant, the lead rider's motorcycle was abruptly hurled into the air, his body cleaved in two by a flying car door. "Ah!" Monkey exclaimed in shock, staring at his dismembered companion, rage igniting in his eyes beneath his helmet. Lin Chen squinted and turned his head, spotting a massive zombie over 2 meters tall on a nearby truck, gripping a thick chain with both hands. Its skin glistened with a metallic sheen, and it fixed its gaze on the group with chilling intensity. Amidst the flow of traffic, 30 or 40 ordinary zombies began to charge towards them. This must be a 3rd-tier zombie. Monkey, who had been seething with anger over the loss of his comrade, now trembled as he beheld the colossal creature. Quickly retreat. Head east. Zhang Heng commanded decisively, his voice ringing through the ranks. The monkey, in a fluster, fumbled to restart his motorcycle. But just as he was about to accelerate away, he spotted Zhang Heng leaping off his bike to reload his shotgun. He resolved to stay behind and intercept the third-tier zombie, buying precious time for the others. Witnessing this, the monkey rode his motorcycle to Zhang Heng's side. "Boss, what are you doing? Let's run." Zhang Heng turned, cursing, "Get the hell out of here, don't waste time." Upon hearing this, the monkey promptly dismounted. "If you're not leaving, then I won't either. You saved my life. I've already lived 2 extra days, it's worth it." "Damn it, you fool." Zhang Heng shot a frustrated glance at the monkey, but then chuckled. Having a brother brave enough to share life and death was truly commendable. Lin Chen, seated in the back, observed the 2 brothers getting sentimental and felt entirely overlooked. He shook his head in resignation. "I'm still here. Do you need assistance?" Chapter 48. Lin Chen takes action. "I am truly tier 3." The monkey turned to glance at Lin Chen, a smirk forming on his lips. He hadn't anticipated this younger brother to be so loyal. He waved dismissively. "You? Forget it, just don't complicate things. Hurry and chase after your little girlfriend." With that, he drew a machete from his motorcycle, preparing for battle. At that moment, 30 to 40 zombies charged forward. Zhang Heng immediately pulled the trigger, blowing the heads off 2 approaching zombies in a single shot. Reloading with precision, he fired again. The monkey swung his machete fiercely, displaying remarkable prowess. And with the protection of his rider's gear and helmet, he felt no fear of the zombies' claws. However, within mere seconds, he was overwhelmed by 2 zombies that knocked him to the ground, struggling fiercely. Beside him, Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, activating his innate ability. The shadow beneath him suddenly stood upright, coalescing into a dark entity. This shadow separated from Zhang Heng's body, rushing to the monkey and kicking away the 2 zombies that were pinning him down. A shadow? Intriguing. Lin Chen, still on his motorcycle, observed Zhang Heng more intently. This brother was not to be underestimated, especially in a crisis. His skills were indeed commendable. He addressed the monkey, who was scrambling to his feet. "Why don't I handle this?" The monkey paused, momentarily distracted as he swung his machete at the zombies, glancing back at Lin Chen, who was spectating from a few meters away on his motorcycle. "Why haven't you left? Who do you think you are at tier 3? He admonished. "Run for your life. Don't throw it away needlessly." Just then, a third-tier zombie, standing on a large truck in the distance, sprang into motion. It charged forward, each step leaving deep imprints in the cargo container beneath it. With a formidable iron chain in hand, it swung it with terrifying force. As the third-tier zombie rapidly approached, Zhang Heng's expression changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of a tier 3 zombie. Just yesterday, they had encountered one, and within a mere moment, 3 of his brothers had perished. Their once 15-member cycling team was reduced to a mere 7 by the time they evaded that tier 3 menace. The creature they now faced appeared even more ferocious than the one from the previous day. Regardless, every second they could delay was precious. Zhang Hai clenched his teeth, summoning his shadow clone to the forefront, ready to confront the impending threat. Suddenly, the tier 3 zombie released its grip, and a rapidly spinning iron chain flew forth with a whistling wind, hurtling towards Zhang Hai amidst the horde of undead. The chain spun with tremendous speed, generating immense force that sent 2 unfortunate zombies flying, their brains splattered and bones shattered. As the chain lost some of its momentum, it continued its assault on Zhang Hai. Narrowing his eyes, he exerted his mental energy to control the shadow clone, placing it in front of him as a shield. With a resounding crash, the shadow clone held for but a fleeting second before being utterly torn to shreds. Yet, due to its sacrifice, the chain's impact was significantly diminished. Ultimately, the chain struck Zhang Hai's chest with the remnants of its force, knocking him to the ground. His helmet shattered and rolled away, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Weakly, he gazed up at the advancing tier 3 zombie, realizing that he was no match for such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, without the assistance of Zhang Hai's shadow clone, the monkey was once again overwhelmed by the subsequent 7 or 8 zombies, his rider's outfit torn and tattered. Just as despair began to creep into Zhang Hai's heart, he suddenly discerned a sigh amidst the cacophony surrounding him. In the next moment, a brilliant blue beam, crackling with thunder, materialized before him. The zombies that had been upon the monkey were sent flying by the force of the thunderous light. What? Both Zhang Hai and the monkey were taken aback. And as if struck by a revelation, they turned abruptly toward Lin Chen's direction. Lin Chen, clutching a handbag, dismounted his motorcycle, glanced at his Rolex, and sighed softly. I truly am Tier 3. This monkey's crew is commendable, though they never allow one to finish speaking. How infuriating. Stand back, let me have some fun with it. Lin Chen raised his gaze towards the distant Tier 3 zombie, flexing his wrist. Had it not been for the journey that led him here, Zhang Haoyi and his companions might have chosen a different path and would not have encountered this formidable foe. He did not wish to interrupt the brothers' camaraderie forged in the face of death, yet if he did not intervene now, it would indeed spell doom for them. How is this possible? Zhang Haoyi swallowed hard, staring incredulously at Lin Chen. The monkey, too, stood agape, utterly astonished by the recent display of power emanating from the thunderous beam. This kid, he truly is a Tier 3 powerhouse. Before the monkeys could recover from their shock, 2 electromagnetic cannons shot forth from Lin Chen's hands. Instantly, the remaining dozen zombies on the field were decimated, leaving only 3 or 4 straggling zombies charging from the periphery. Lin Chen paid no mind to these trifling foes. At that moment, a third-tier zombie leapt into the air, its iron chain slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. Aimed directly at Zhang Haoyi. This formidable strike possessed the power to cleave a car in two. Yet, in the final moment, Zhang Haoyi's body seemed to be yanked aside by an invisible hand, narrowly evading disaster. As he watched himself hurtle towards Lin Chen, he landed safely behind him. At this point, Zhang Haoyi's mind had completely short-circuited. How was this even possible? The talent he had just employed resembled a form of electrical energy. But if it was electrical, how had he been pulled away? Before Zhang Haoyi could ponder further, Lin Chen had already bent forward and charged straight at the third-tier zombie. With a crackle, another electromagnetic cannon erupted from his hand. The furious currents swirled the air around him, causing the apron on his body to flap wildly, revealing his undergarments. Simultaneously, a layer of diamond brilliance enveloped Lin Chen's legs. A triad of enhancements surged through him: power boost, rapid dash, and potential eruption. His body soared into the air, delivering a fierce high kick towards the third-tier zombie. The third-tier zombie, having just evaded the electromagnetic cannon, was struck squarely on the head by Lin Chen's follow-up kick. The more than 2-meter-tall, muscular figure was sent flying, crashing into an abandoned car. So powerful. Nearby, Zhang Haoyi and the monkey stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be the power of a human? A third-tier evolved being so formidable. What a spectacle. Brother, we're here to save you. If we die together. Damn this apocalyptic nightmare. Not far behind, 3 motorcycles roared back through the wreckage of abandoned vehicles. It was the same group that had fled moments earlier. They had indeed been terrified by the third-tier zombie, haunted by the memory of 8 or 9 brothers who had perished at the hands of such creatures the previous day, leaving them devoid of courage to confront the threat. However, after running 2 blocks, as their fear began to wane, a deep sense of guilt and regret took root in their hearts. Brother Zhang Haoyi had risked his life to buy them time, and yet they had turned and fled. Such an ungrateful act. Ultimately, caught between the instinct for survival and the bonds of loyalty, they chose the latter. As the motorcycles approached, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Zombies lay dead all around, and several cars were overturned. Yet, Zhang Haoyi and the monkey appeared relatively unscathed, apart from some torn clothing and missing helmets. Brother, did you do all of this? Someone widened their eyes and stammered a question. However, at that moment, Zhang Haoyi's neck was rigid, his gaze fixed intently on the man standing on the car roof in the distance, clad in flat shorts and a fluttering apron. No, it wasn't me. It was the eccentric fashionista. Chapter 49. I was just warming up when it crashed. Crack, crack, crack. The body was ensnared within the twisted remains of an abandoned sedan, struggling to extract its arms from the contorted chassis, bones popping and cracking ominously. Its physique seemed to bulk up as well. In the next instant, it dropped to all fours and charged towards Lin Chen like a rampaging gorilla. The cars flanking its path were toppled effortlessly under its brute force, a testament to its immense strength. Lin Chen stood atop the car, surveying the approaching third-tier zombie with an air of calm. This third-tier zombie appeared to be merely a brute force variant, lacking any special abilities. Such an adversary was, in fact, the easiest to handle. Come on. Lin Chen's leg muscles tensed instantly as he charged directly at the third-tier zombie. He refrained from employing his thunderous powers or telekinesis, activating only his diamond hardening, strength enhancement, and superpower explosion talents. Seizing this opportunity, he also wished to test the true extent of his physical strength. Bang! The two figures collided, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. The third-tier zombie was forced back several meters, its feet carving deep grooves into the ground. With a successful initial strike, Lin Chen swiftly bent forward and leapt upward, delivering a powerful blow to the zombie's face. His fist, reinforced by diamond hardening, caved in the zombie's nasal bridge, tilting its head back sharply. As Lin Chen landed, he sprang into action again, driving his knee forward in a devastating dragon knee strike to the zombie's throat. Immediately after, while still airborne, he raised his elbow high and brought it crashing down onto the zombie's crown. Bang! The third-tier zombie was slammed into the ground, its robust form crashing down with a thud. As Lin Chen activated his D-grade tearing talent, the zombie's skull shattered, revealing a dark green crystal core nestled within. Lin Chen reached in and forcefully extracted the core. This series of attacks flowed seamlessly, violent yet swift. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 5 seconds. Kill third-tier zombie. Experience gained, 20. Slaughter completed. Mental power, 20. D-grade talent acquired. Strength frenzy, as the notifications appeared. Lin Chen rubbed his wrist and shifted his focus to the strength frenzy talent. Upon activation, strength can be tripled for 1 minute. Cooldown period, 10 minutes. Triple the strength? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This enhancement was rather extraordinary. If other talents were to be added, would not my strength be? Oh, where has my strength enhancement talent gone? Lin Chen was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the talent he had plundered, the strength enhancement, had inexplicably vanished. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen deduced that all talents were structured like a tree diagram, categorized into various systems. For instance, when he had previously acquired 2 F-grade agility enhancement talents, they had automatically merged into an E-grade swift dash talent. It now appeared that the D-grade strength frenzy was merely an advanced version of the strength enhancement talent. Talents of the same system could not be stacked. Lin Chen chuckled wryly. Was this the talent rule's way of rectifying the bug that was his own existence? Was this it, the conclusion? In the distance, the observing monkey stared intently at the third-tier zombie lying at Lin Chen's feet, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Zhang Heng, who had been on edge, even forgetting to breathe, had also snapped back to reality from his shock. It was a complete, unilateral massacre. How could this be possible? Throughout the battle, Lin Chen had not afforded the third-tier zombie a single chance to retaliate, delivering a relentless barrage of blows that ultimately crushed the creature. Moreover, he had wielded no weapon. It was pure hand-to-hand combat with the zombie. Yet, this was a third-tier zombie, a being of terrifying might that they had all experienced firsthand. But before Lin Chen, it felt as if he were a high school student mercilessly overpowering an elementary schooler. The riders who returned later, although they had not witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of Lin Chen unleashing his electromagnetic cannon, had witnessed the entire scene of him demolishing the third-tier zombie. They now stood in stunned silence, their expressions mirroring those of Zhang Heng and the monkey. When they turned their gaze back to Lin Chen, a chill crept into their hearts. This young man of merely 20 seemed almost superhuman in strength. It's done, let us depart, Lin Chen declared as he returned to his motorcycle, addressing the monkey. The monkey, momentarily dazed, quickly approached Lin Chen with a respectful demeanor, his hands trembling as he retrieved a cigarette pack from his pocket and offered it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took one and placed it between his lips, while Zhang Heng promptly stepped forward to light it for him. Brother, no. Chen-gu, I truly did not expect you to be a third-tier evolver. I apologize for my earlier ignorance, Zhang Heng expressed, a wave of relief washing over him for not having offended such a formidable figure. Lin Chen inhaled a puff of smoke, his tone calm. It's nothing. Curiosity piqued. The monkey interjected, Chen-gu, you must have killed several third-tier zombies, right? You seem remarkably unfazed. The monkey, inherently curious, had recovered from his earlier astonishment and was now filled with admiration and intrigue for the extraordinary Lin Chen, the first true powerhouse he had encountered in this apocalyptic world. He could sense that Lin Chen, despite appearing somewhat aloof and reluctant to engage with them, possessed a serene demeanor, which emboldened him to voice his curiosity. Lin Chen nodded. This is the fifth one. Fifth. Upon hearing this figure, Monkey, Zhang Heng, and several other riders in the vicinity were once again profoundly astonished. No wonder Lin Chen appeared so composed. Ordinary folks like them would have perished 5 times over upon encountering a third-tier zombie. Yet Lin Chen had already dispatched 5. So, how would you assess the strength of that zombie just now? Zhang Heng could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. In truth, what he truly yearned to understand was the gap between his own capabilities and the ability to confront a third-tier zombie. However, upon hearing Zhang Heng's question, Lin Chen slightly shook his head. Not quite sure. I had just warmed up when it fell. Damn. Zhang Heng felt as though Lin Chen was boasting. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, rendered completely speechless. Sister-in-law, how about you ride with Lin Chen on this vehicle? I'll take another one. The yellow-haired rider, who had originally been transporting the beautiful Yang Shuwu, obediently dismounted his motorcycle and approached his companions. He had felt quite proud of carrying such a lovely girl, but now he trembled in fear, unable to even twist the throttle. He had thought she was merely a high school sweetheart. Instead, she turned out to be his sister-in-law. Chapter 50. Lin Chen, Sister Ruyao, I can hardly breathe. Inside the living room of Tang Xiaoxiao's home within the villa district, Yi Hongying's exquisitely toned legs were wrapped in thick bandages, resting flat on the sofa. She held a piece of silk cloth in her hand, diligently polishing her Tang Dao. Don't worry, Sister Hongying. I've used my talent to sense that Lin Chen and Yang Shuwu are both safe, Tang Xiaoxiao reassured, her mouth occupied with a lollipop, already dressed in her pajamas. Sitting opposite Yi Hongying. Yi Hongying lifted her gaze slightly, her tone calm. Yes, I also believe that with Lin Chen's strength, he will be fine. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao curiously raised her eyes. Then why do you look as though you haven't slept all night? Yi Hongying gradually sheathed her polished Tang Dao. I was replaying the events of last night. Huh, replaying? Tang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, before quickly grasping the implication. She had previously heard about yesterday's experiences from Nangong Ruyao. However, she did not expect Sister Hongying to be so straightforward and harboring a grudge. Having suffered a setback against a third-tier zombie wielding wind blades, she had spent the entire night awake. Nevertheless, from what she had gathered from Nangong Ruyao's account, Tang Xiaoxiao could sense that the third-tier zombie was likely the most formidable creature they had encountered thus far. Not only is it cunning and wise, adept at leveraging the geographical landscape, but most importantly, the power of the wind blade is immense, with a mere cooldown period of only 5 seconds. One can only imagine the extent of its might should it ascend to the 4th tier. They have returned. Lin Chen and Shui Wu have come back. Downstairs. Nangong Ruyao's excited voice, imbued with a mature charm, resonated through the air. At the sound, Tang Xiaoxiao immediately sprang from the sofa, eager to assist Yi Hongying, who, however, declined her offer. Although the wound on her leg was quite severe, her third-tier physical constitution had significantly enhanced her healing abilities after a night of rest. She was now able to move about without much difficulty. At that moment, 5 motorcycles came to a halt in front of the fountain viewing pool at the entrance of the villa community. Zhang Heng, balancing on one foot, cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Upon noticing several human survivors emerging from the nearby villas and converging towards them, he let out a subtle sigh of relief. Indeed, this place had not been overrun by zombies, and there were so many survivors. At the rear of the group, Lin Chen had just brought his motorcycle to a steady stop when he caught sight of a familiar and graceful figure, dressed in a split skirt and a secretary uniform. Nangong Ruyao joyfully approached, her ample bosom swaying with each step. Zhang Heng and the others turned to follow the sound, witnessing Nangong Ruyao hurry to Lin Chen's side. Overcome with excitement, she threw her arms around him without hesitation. Before Lin Chen could react, his head was enveloped in her warm embrace, the softness of her touch leaving him somewhat breathless. I'm so relieved you're safe. I was terribly worried. Nangong Ruyao's concern was palpable. Ever since their return the previous day, she had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. Had it not been for Tang Xiaoxiao's innate ability to sense Lin Chen's safety, she would have already ventured out with Yi Hongying in search of him. Ugh, Ruyao, I can't breathe. Lin Chen struggled, shaking his head in protest. Only then did Nangong Ruyao realize the nature of her actions was overly intimate, and she had inadvertently allowed Lin Chen to take advantage of the situation. She quickly released him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of shyness, realizing she had been too exuberant. Zhang Heng and the others exchanged glances, puzzled, as they observed Nangong Ruyao before turning their attention to Yang Shuiwu, who sat atop Lin Chen's motorcycle. Which one of them is the sister-in-law? They wondered. At that moment, a striking figure approached from a distance, brandishing a Dao sword. Yi Hongying, with waist-length hair tied back in a red ribbon, arrived before Lin Chen. Rarely did her usually calm demeanor display a smile, but today it illuminated her face like the spring sun melting away winter-esque frost, refreshing to the soul. Lin Chen smiled back, and in that fleeting exchange of glances, no words were necessary. An unspoken understanding passed between them. This connection was forged not only through their shared experiences in life and death battles, but also seemed to resonate on a deeper, more spiritual level. Yet, Lin Chen's attention was soon drawn to the white bandage on Yi Hongying's leg, causing his brow to furrow with concern. "You're injured?" he inquired. To which Yi Hongying nodded slightly. "It's nothing serious." Lin Chen gently caressed Yi Hongying's hair, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, Tang Xiao, with her twin ponytails, sprang out from behind Yi Hongying, hands on her hips and head held high in a haughty manner. "Well, Lin Chen, you finally decided to return after gallivanting all night. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Hearing her tone reminiscent of a spoiled princess, Zhang Heping and the others were utterly befuddled. Their gazes flitted between Yang Xuewu, Nangong Ruyao, Yi Hongying, and Tang Xiao, pondering which one truly held the title of the eldest sister-in-law. Zhang Heping cast an admiring glance at Lin Chen, realizing this was true professionalism. Even amidst the apocalypse, surrounded by such captivating beauty, it was evident that a true stronghold never complained about their circumstances. Before long, Zheng Qinghe, with his gray hair and clad in traditional attire, approached amidst the crowd. Upon meeting Lin Chen, he respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention the previous day, rescuing Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao from Wang Jinyu and Chunda, their entire community would still be without food. "Lin Xiaoyu, who are they?" After the introductions, Zheng Qinghe's gaze fell upon Zhang Heping and his companions. His caution was understandable. In a world turned upside down, trust was a rare commodity. As the leader of a community of over 100, he bore the responsibility for their safety. Lin Chen glanced at his companions, noting their decent character from their earlier encounters. Zheng Qinghe, relieved by Lin Chen's assessment, though still wary of Zhang Heping's group, placed his trust in Lin Chen. "Since they are friends of Lin Xiaoyu, please, everyone, come in and rest," Zheng Qinghe warmly invited, prompting the residents of the villa community to step forward and offer their hospitality. Zhang Heping, though initially on guard, also felt reassured by Lin Chen's presence and lowered his defenses. He even encouraged his companions to bring the food from their motorcycle into the villa. Just as Lin Chen and Zhang Heping entered Villa number 8, Yang Anil, wearing a shirt and jacket, rushed down the spiral staircase on the second floor. "Hey, boss. You guys are finally back. I was so worried," Yang Anil exclaimed excitedly, bounding down the last few steps and bumping into Zhang Heping's shoulder before rushing to Lin Chen. "You have no idea how worried I was. I couldn't sleep a wink all night." Lin Chen, glancing at Yang Anil's disheveled hair, was skeptical. "You look like you just woke up." Yang Anil chuckled. "Well, I didn't sleep all night. I only managed to catch some sleep in the morning." Meanwhile, Yang Xuewu, who had remained quietly beside Lin Chen, stepped forward to inquire, "Brother, how is Dad?" Yang Anil waved his hand dismissively. "Dad is fine. He is upstairs, eating well and resting. There's no need to worry." Upon uttering those words, Yang Anil stepped forward, gently draping his arm around Yang Xuewu's shoulders. Leading her a few paces away, lowering his voice, he inquired, "Sister, speak honestly with me. Did the boss bully you last night? What are you saying, brother?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xuewu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she promptly stepped on Yang Anil's foot. Though he winced in pain, the more he beheld his sister's bashful demeanor, the more he sensed something amiss. Her reaction suggested that the boss had indeed not mistreated her. Yet he had an inkling that his sister might be experiencing the stirrings of love. "By the way, boss, follow me for a moment. I have something impressive to show you." Suddenly recalling an important matter, Yang Anil seized Lin Chen's arm, leading him towards the villa's exit without allowing a moment's respite. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed, yet he followed suit. After navigating through the villa district for 2 minutes, just as Lin Chen was about to voice his curiosity, he caught sight of an open area nearby where Wang Jinyu, accompanied by 2 men, was busily working in front of a pickup truck, drenched in sweat. With a spark of excitement igniting within him, Lin Chen hastened towards them. Wang Jinyu, who was in the midst of attaching the last tire, heard the commotion, lifted his gaze, and upon spotting Lin Chen, immediately approached him. "Brother Chen, you're back. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just call me Lin Chen. I'm not that old. He then gestured towards the transformed pickup truck. His curiosity piqued. Did you do this? The front of the pickup was fitted with a solid steel bumper, prominently adorned with dozens of sharp triangular spikes, reminiscent of a shark's serrated teeth. Furthermore, 6 sets of powerful floodlights had been affixed to the roof. The entire vehicle had undergone fortification and protection, resembling a fearsome steel beast. Wang Jinyu nodded enthusiastically, patting the truck's body with pride. This is just the beginning of the modifications. It's expected to take a couple more days to complete. Next, I plan to reinforce the chassis with a layer of carbon steel plating, capable of withstanding even the impact of high-explosive grenades. Additionally, the suspension system will be upgraded with 4 nitrogen shock absorbers, ensuring it can traverse extreme terrains with ease. Oh, and we will also install meat grinder spikes on the wheels. The weight distribution across the vehicle will need adjustments as well. As Wang Jinyu spoke with increasing fervor, he passionately elaborated on his ideas. Although Lin Chen did not fully comprehend all the technical details, he was nonetheless impressed. If Wang Jinyu's plans were realized, this Great Wall Cannon would be able to charge recklessly through hordes of zombies. Lin Chen regarded Wang Jinyu with admiration. Your modification skills are truly remarkable. Wang Jinyu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, I enlisted at 18 and spent 5 years as a driver. I've always had a natural affinity for vehicles. After leaving the army, I opened a repair shop. As the situation grew more dire, I expanded my enterprise to include over a dozen chain stores. Ultimately, due to my personal interests, I established a specialized modification factory. However, many modifications became illegal just before the apocalypse, rendering my aspirations unattainable, until now. When an opportunity finally presents itself, Lin Chen gave Wang Jinyu a thumbs up. Now, this is what we call professionalism. Yang Anil interjected eagerly, a proud expression adorning his face. Boss, I also contributed significantly. I drove many materials back from the modification factory. Indeed, Lin Chen replied, by the way, young brother, you were truly formidable. You charged through the South Sky community wielding 2 machetes, sustaining dozens of bites without mutating. I was utterly astonished. Wang Jinyu regarded Yang Anil with admiration, clearly impressed by the indelible memory of that moment. How could one person endure such punishment? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, already envisioning the scene from the description. Yang Anil, with his robust physique, charged into the horde without any technique, relying solely on sheer resilience. While the group conversed, 3 armed helicopters suddenly circled overhead. The thunderous roar of the massive rotors drew many from the villas outside. It's the military's helicopters. Could they be commencing a zombie purge? We've finally made it through. Huh. The military is taking action. Let's not get too excited just yet. Even if they plan to commence a purge, our entire city has fallen. It will take several days for them to reach us. Many were elated at the sight of the armed helicopters. Yet some rational minds contemplated the deeper implications. Lin Chen observed the helicopters as they circled once before hastily departing, lacking any intention of rescue. He understood that these helicopters were merely there for reconnaissance. Despite the military's apparent intentions, Lin Chen firmly believed that in the apocalypse, one could only rely on oneself. Relying on others for hope was a path leading directly to death. Upon returning to Villa Number 8, Lin Chen entered to find a large group gathered around Tang Xiaoxiao, who was fiddling with an old satellite radio. As the frequency was adjusted, the static gradually faded, and the sound became increasingly clear. The surrounding individuals held their breath, listening intently. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the Great Xia military will continue to broadcast messages on this frequency. We are announcing today as report. The military has established 7 refuge bases. Coordinates are as follows. Survivors who hear this message should proceed to the refuge bases if they can ensure their safety. If you are trapped, please do not lose hope. The Great Xia military will soon implement rescue plans. This crisis can only be overcome if humanity stands united. Please maintain faith in the survival of humanity. Trust in the military's resolve, and have confidence in your own bravery. The news report concludes today, wishing you good fortune. On the 4th day of the apocalyptic disaster. As we listened to the broadcast, a brief silence enveloped the hall of the villa. This was soon followed by 2 contrasting voices. The military announced 7 refuge bases, the nearest of which is less than 300 kilometers away. We should form a convoy and head there. I believe it would be wiser to wait for rescue here. Have you not seen the armed helicopters arriving? Our city is the provincial capital, and there should be around 300,000 to 400,000 survivors within it. The military will not abandon us. I also feel safer here. The streets outside are teeming with zombies. Not to mention, we might not even make it out of the city. You just said that there are around 300,000 to 400,000 survivors in our city alone. And there are countless other cities as well. Do you truly think the military can manage all of that? Moreover, staying here presents a significant challenge regarding food supplies. After a moment of heated debate, no one could convince the others, and ultimately, all eyes turned to Zheng Qinghe. Meanwhile, Zhang Hang and his group directed their attention to Lin Chen, who stood on the periphery of the crowd. Chapter 52. A Despairing Unknown Future. A request for companionship. Lin Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at the crowd before turning and exiting the villa's hall. Leaning against the railing, he opened his bag, revealing half a pack of cigarettes he had not yet discarded. He pulled one out and placed it between his lips, only to realize he had no lighter. At that moment, Yi Hongying quietly approached Lin Chen, extending her hand and snapping her fingers. With a soft crack, a flicker of flame danced at her slender fingertips, igniting the cigarette at Lin Chen's mouth. On Lin Chen's other side, Nangong Ruyao thoughtfully draped a jacket over his shoulders, resting her hands on the railing with a gentle smile. No matter what decision you make, both Hongying and I will stand by your side. Lin Chen turned to look at Nangong Ruyao, noticing the determination in her eyes. A subtle smile graced his lips, causing a ripple of calm to wash over him. It is no wonder that they say heroes struggle at the threshold of beauty. With such a confidant, who can remain unperturbed? Although Lin Chen smiled, the furrow in his brow did not vanish, prompting Nangong Ruyao to curiously inquire, "Are you pondering whether, if you choose to leave now, Xiao Xiao would come with us?" Now that she has reunited with her parents, she is undoubtedly happy. If the roles were reversed, Nangong Ruyao could not be certain how she would choose if she were Tang Xiao Xiao. Family is, after all, the deepest concern. Lin Chen turned around, leaning against the railing as he exhaled a plume of smoke, a grin spreading across his face. I was not contemplating that. Rather, I find today's military announcement rather intriguing. Yi Hongying tilted her head slightly, her expression filled with innocent curiosity. Please share. I would love to hear it. The military wishes for the survivors to make their own way to the refuge base, revealing a palpable sense of instability within their ranks, as they seem overwhelmed. Lin Chen paused momentarily at this point. However, despite the military's own precarious situation, why the urgency to disclose the coordinates of the base, thereby guiding the survivors and instilling a desire for survival that propels them to venture forth? Yi Hongying listened intently to Lin Chen's analysis, contemplating deeply, but the clarity eluded her. She chose to empty her mind, tilting her head slightly to gaze quietly at Lin Chen, awaiting his next words. Do you recall the second-tier zombies we encountered in the villa area yesterday? They have begun to utilize their sense of smell to track human presence within buildings. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ruyao seemed to grasp the implication and quickly inquired, "Are you suggesting that the intelligence of the zombies is evolving?" I remember during our time on campus, those second-tier zombies, aside from being physically stronger and faster, behaved just like ordinary zombies, charging recklessly. Yet since yesterday, it appears that these second-tier zombies no longer act solely on instinct. Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. Zombies are indeed continuously evolving. This implies that during the apocalyptic upheaval, those fortunate enough to shelter indoors could survive for a month or even half a year with sufficient provisions. However, as the intelligence of the advanced zombies increases, their predicament will become increasingly perilous. Choosing to risk everything and flee the city may present a slim chance of survival, but as the zombies grow ever more formidable, their chances of survival will diminish correspondingly. At this juncture, Lin Chen extinguished his cigarette, a grave expression clouding his eyes. Furthermore, let us not forget that zombies evolve by preying upon survivors. As those hiding humans are systematically devoured and infected, not only will the zombies swiftly advance, but their numbers will also swell significantly, creating a vicious cycle. With this connection made, Nangong Ruyao felt a sudden clarity. This is indeed a chain reaction, and it is precisely because the military has recognized this that they issued such a message today. She inhaled deeply, a sense of despair washing over her. It truly leaves humanity no respite. What should we do now? Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do not panic. This does not significantly impact us. Do you recall our earlier agreement? At this, Lin Chen turned to Yi Hongying beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Our next destination is Ningfeng County. Ningfeng County. 1,000 miles away is Yi Hongying's hometown. Leaving the densely populated city will help avoid being besieged by hordes of zombies. On this arduous journey for survival, we can also continually hunt zombies to strengthen our team. Upon hearing the name Ningfeng County, a glimmer of brightness flickered in Yi Hongying's eyes. She had been concerned about her family's situation. However, she held immense confidence in her father. So her concern was more of a lingering thought than a source of deep worry. When shall we depart? Nangong Ruyao offered a faint smile and inquired softly. Though uncertainty and fear loomed ahead, she understood that the most expedient way to grow was to confront fear head-on and forge ahead resolutely. Tomorrow, then. The vehicle is still undergoing modifications. Lin Chen resolved to urge Wang Jinyu shortly, hoping to accomplish as much as possible within a day. At the entrance of the villa, Tang's father and Zheng Qinghe emerged side by side. Lin Xiaoyu, may we take a stroll together? Zheng Qinghe's demeanor was amiable as he extended the invitation to Lin Chen. Recognizing the intent behind the gesture, Lin Chen nodded and gestured for them to proceed. Accompanying Zheng Qinghe was Tang Feng, while Lin Chen was followed by Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao. As they walked along the path in the garden, Lin Xiaoyu, I have made a decision. After 2 more days, if the military has not initiated a rescue operation for Lin City, I shall lead everyone to the nearest shelter. Zheng Qinghe expressed his thoughts directly, then raised his gaze to Lin Chen. Might I invite you and your friends to accompany us? It would be beneficial for everyone to look out for one another. Although he had yet to witness Lin Chen's prowess, the remarkable abilities of his companions were evident, whether it was Yi Hongying's combat skills, Nangong Ruyao's marksmanship, or Yang Anil, wielding a watermelon knife with reckless abandon. They were undeniably formidable. These individuals were all third-tier evolvers, and their unwavering trust in Lin Chen spoke volumes of his exceptional capabilities. Moreover, Zhang Hang and his faction were no pushovers, clearly placing their faith in Lin Chen as well. In contrast, Zheng Qinghe's group, though numbering nearly 120, included many elderly and vulnerable individuals, severely limiting their mobility and combat effectiveness. If Lin Chen chose to join them, it would undoubtedly provide significant assurance. Zheng Qinghe understood that collaboration was often rooted in mutual benefit, but in the face of an apocalyptic scenario, all wealth and fame could vanish in an instant. He found himself unable to offer anything of value to Lin Chen, thus mustering the courage to take a chance. Lin Chen paused for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You may have misunderstood. I have no intention of heading to the military shelter. Chapter 53, Military Purge Operation Announcement. Lin Chen's ominous foreboding no intention of going to the military shelter? Upon hearing this, both Zheng Qinghe and Tang's father gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. In the wake of a global catastrophe, where could be safer than the military's constructed refuge? Furthermore, the military base would not only maintain order, but also provide ample food supplies. Why would Lin Chen choose otherwise? However, we are also preparing to leave the city tomorrow. If you wish to follow us, we can certainly travel together for that part of the journey. Lin Chen shifted the conversation, addressing Zheng Qinghe and Tang's father. Tomorrow? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Zheng Qinghe hesitated, initially intending to wait another 2 days to observe the military's movements. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. The apocalypse waits for no one. Even an additional day can give rise to numerous uncertainties. I will depart tomorrow. There is no room for negotiation, or rather, Lin Chen has already made his choice. Whether or not to accompany him rests upon Zheng Qinghe's decision, and it is of little consequence to Lin Chen. Very well. I shall return now and ensure that everyone is prepared. Zheng Qinghe, a man of considerable experience, did not hesitate and made his decision swiftly. He was currently seeking Lin Chen's protection and dared not ask for more. After a brief pause, Lin Chen added gravely, although we will be traveling together, should we encounter real danger, I will act according to the situation and may choose to remain uninvolved. Do not rely on me as your crutch. Understood. Zheng Qinghe nodded earnestly. Having witnessed countless trials, he was acutely aware of this truth. Those who achieve greatness seldom extend their hand to help. They are often accustomed to turning a blind eye in times of peril. This is not cold-heartedness, but rather a reverence for the nature of humanity. Blindly aiding the weak not only jeopardizes one's own interests, but may also go unappreciated. The more resolute one's spirit, the more indifferent one becomes. For the strong revere only the laws of nature and are seldom swayed by emotions. In this apocalypse, the rule is one of survival of the fittest. Once, he too was akin to Lin Chen, Yet with age and a lifetime of experiencing the warmth and coldness of human relations, he found himself without offspring or kin. The neighbors had become his friends, and he wished to protect this fragment of warmth before his demise. After discussing a few more operational details, Lin Chen departed with Nangong Ruyao and Yi Hongying. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Zheng Qinghe sighed lightly. If Lin Xiaoyu were in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a formidable hero. In this apocalypse, he would surely rise with great strength. After uttering these words, he glanced back at Tang Feng beside him. Your little girl may have made the right choice in following him. Tang Fu, standing nearby, fell into deep contemplation. Lin Chen returned to the villa belonging to Tang Xiaoxiao and found a room to rest. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not experienced such a peaceful slumber. With a new survival journey awaiting him on the morrow, he cherished this rare moment of tranquility. He need not worry about anything, nor fear any dangers. He simply surrendered himself to sleep. As evening approached, Nangong Ruyao hurriedly arrived at Lin Chen's door. Lin Chen, wake up. The military has issued a new announcement. Lin Chen climbed out of bed, dressed, and followed Nangong Ruyao to Villa Number 8. At this moment, nearly all the survivors had gathered in the small courtyard of Villa Number 8. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to the communications relayed through the satellite broadcast. Nangong Ruyao quietly explained to Lin Chen, this is not the frequency of the daytime Xia military, but rather an independent frequency from the Eastern District military. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's spirits were lifted. In the grand realm of Daxia, the territory is divided into 9 major military districts, with Lin City nestled within the jurisdiction of the Eastern Border Military Command. This implies that the information disseminated within this frequency holds significant relevance for all. On the evening of the 4th day of the apocalyptic catastrophe, the Eastern Border Military Command issued an operational announcement, urging all survivors located in Lin City, Chuan City, Tianshui City, Hanhai City, and Chunyang City to take heed. Tomorrow morning at precisely 10 o'clock, the military will dispatch a legion to eradicate the zombies within the cities. Should circumstances permit, all survivors are encouraged to act proactively and seek opportunities for escape. The Eastern Border Military Command will endeavor to draw the attention of the zombies, thereby securing a chance for everyone to flee. At the commencement of the military operation, standard weaponry will be airdropped simultaneously. Wishing you all the best. The broadcast from the Eastern Border Military Command on the 4th evening of the apocalypse was repeated thrice, filling the courtyard with the sounds of heavy breathing. Soon, nearly everyone could no longer contain their excitement and erupted in cheers. However, as the noise escaped their lips, a sudden realization dawned on them, and they quickly covered their mouths, stifling their voices, yet their bodies could not suppress the exhilaration, leading them to dance with joy. The Eastern Border Military Command was finally taking action. Not only would they dispatch a large-scale force to cleanse the city of zombies, but they would also airdrop weapons. Their hope for survival had significantly increased. The Legion was about to mobilize. Humanity's counteroffensive was finally commencing. I had always believed that the military would not abandon us. Just wait until tomorrow, and we can flee the city alongside the army. Ha ha ha. In truth, I feel we need not escape. Given the power of modern weaponry, exterminating those zombies is merely a matter of time. We can enjoy our time here, and within 2 weeks, the military will have eradicated all the zombies. The crowd buzzed with conversation. The pervasive dread of death from the apocalypse that had loomed over them for days now seemed to be lifting, as dawn appeared on the horizon. Yet, amidst the throng, Nangong Ruyao furrowed her brow. Indeed, Lin Chen's earlier analysis proved accurate. This announcement from the Eastern Border Military Command underscored the gravity of the situation. The broadcast clearly stated that the military would exert every effort to attract the zombies' attention, thereby providing an opportunity for escape. This, in turn, implied that the military's actions were urgent and hastily decided. In reality, for the military, the zombies of an entire city were merely equivalent to 2 nuclear weapons. However, the challenge lay in the fact that, taking Lin City as an example, with a resident population of over 5 million, there were still hundreds of thousands of individuals remaining within the city. It was not feasible to simply level the entire city. Everyone, listen to me. Zheng Qinghe, standing on the steps, clapped his hands, gradually silencing the noise in the crowd. Everyone immediately began preparing their belongings, advised to carry only the essentials and travel light. Additionally, they were instructed to ensure their vehicles were in good condition. After a good night's rest, all were to gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. We must seize this opportunity for survival, Zheng Qin and Lang Sheng instructed. Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately sprang into action. Among them, Wang Jinyu approached Lin Chen, his face alight with excitement. Brother Chen, your vehicle will be ready soon. Tonight. I just need to readjust the weight distribution. Lin Chen patted Wang Jinyu on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. He then gazed up at the full moon on the horizon, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 54. Unforeseen changes before battle. The Legion unleashes its firepower at 8 in the morning. The roads of the villa community were filled with an array of luxury cars. Over 100 survivors, driving more than 40 vehicles packed with supplies, were eagerly anticipating the arrival of 10 o'clock. Lin Chen stood before a specially modified pickup truck, marveling at its transformation. The heavy-duty crash beam was adorned with hundreds of steel spikes, resembling iron fangs, exuding a fierce aura. The entire body had been reinforced, with an additional layer of carbon steel plating on the chassis. The wheels were equipped with menacing meat grinder spikes, radiating a brutal ferocity. Surveying the scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but be awed by the apocalyptic steel beast before him. It would be perfect if they could equip it with a heavy machine gun in the truck bed. Zhang Hang and his companions rode up on their motorcycles. Approaching Lin Chen, Brother Chen, we wish to accompany you. The monkey chimed in eagerly. Brother Chen, once we set off, we will follow behind your vehicle and are ready to assist at any moment. Lin Chen nodded. Though he had only known these brothers for a day, he appreciated their loyalty. Meanwhile, Yang Anil, along with his father Yang Jinghua and sister Yang Shuawu, also approached. Despite having lost an arm, Yang Jinghua had fully recovered after 2 days of rest. I wanted to express my gratitude, but I hadn't found the opportunity, he said, bowing before Lin Chen. No need for formality, Lin Chen replied with a smile. At that moment, Yang Anil chimed in with his usual playful demeanor. Boss, we're about to set off. There should be some space in your vehicle, right? I'd like to claim a spot. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, he pulled Yang Shuawu closer to him, pushing her towards Lin Chen. Come on, sister, listen to the boss. Dad and I will take another vehicle. Brother, Yang Shuawu pouted, aware of her brother's intentions. Yang Jinghua, standing nearby, gave Lin Chen a hearty smile. I entrust my daughter to you. Lin Chen glanced at Yang Shuawu and nodded slightly. All right. Seeing Lin Chen's acquiescence, Yang Jinghua and Yang Anil headed towards the vehicles in the back, with Yang Anil jokingly bantering with his father. Dad, daughters don't stay long. It's the sons who must accompany you. I think you're asking for a beating, Yang Jinghua retorted. Yang Jinghua lifted his leg and forcefully kicked Yang Anil in the rear. Just as Lin Chen was about to get into the car, Tang's father, mother, and Tang Xiaoxiao approached. There's still a seat in the car, Lin Chen. Are you planning to leave me behind? Tang Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly, her twin ponytails swaying gently as she spoke with a hint of pride. Upon seeing Tang Xiaoxiao, Nangong Ruyao, and Yi Hongying, who were standing by the car, both brightened. Meanwhile, Yang Shuawu happily ran to join them. Tang's parents arrived beside Lin Chen, remaining silent for a moment before Tang's father spoke. Xiaoxiao has already discussed this with us. She said that as long as she sees us safe, she will feel at ease. She still wishes to stay with you all. And both Xiaoxiao's mother and I respect her choice. Tang's mother gazed longingly at Tang Xiaoxiao's departing figure, already aware that Lin Chen did not intend to head to the military refuge. Once they broke free from the city, she would have to part with her daughter once more. I never had the chance to express my gratitude. Without you, I would probably never see Xiaoxiao again in my lifetime. Tang's mother grasped Lin Chen's hand, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke softly. Lin Chen smiled lightly. There's no need to thank me. She is my companion, and it is only right to help. Tang's father took a deep breath, suppressing his reluctance at the imminent separation between father and daughter, and earnestly addressed Lin Chen. With your assurance, I can be completely at ease regarding Xiaoxiao. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in mutual understanding. No further words were needed. This was a silent agreement shared between men. As the clock struck 9, the skies over the city became filled with the roar of fighter jets. Shortly thereafter, dozens of armed helicopters began to hover over densely populated areas. Countless drones buzzed through the spaces between skyscrapers. Witnessing this scene, the residents of the villa community held their breath, gazing upward to observe the unfolding events. Some individuals stood atop their vehicles, waving flags in an attempt to attract the attention of the helicopters above. However, it was evident that the helicopters, tasked with a mission, paid them no heed. Yet, This was of little consequence. Everyone awaited the first shot fired by the military. At that moment, survivors like them, who wished to break free from the city, would commence their escape. As seconds ticked away, the military controlled the drones while monitoring the movements of the massive hordes of corpses in the city and strategizing their offensive. However, just as everyone anticipated the arrival of 10 o'clock, a sudden incident occurred. One of the armed helicopters appeared to be struck by something, billowing black smoke and trailing flames, completely out of control as it plummeted toward the ground. What had just transpired? Those who witnessed this scene, including Lin Chen, all changed their expressions in alarm. Before the battle had even begun, the military, who held air superiority, had already lost a helicopter. Calling headquarters, Armed Helicopter Team 3. Unit 7 has been struck by an unidentified object and crashed. There are suspected level 4 zombies in the Tieshi district, at the foothills 5 kilometers south of the city. Within a makeshift combat command base, the communication device crackled with reports from pilots. The chief of staff, a man over 50 with a mix of black and gray hair, gazed at the live footage relayed back, his countenance darkened to an extreme. All survivors within the city anxiously awaited the military's action, yet before a single strike commenced, they had already lost an aircraft. This was nothing short of an affront. All combat personnel entered a state of preparation, awaiting the Armored Tank Corps to breach the city limits. Reporting, the 3rd Armored Tank Corps has reached the designated position. Reporting, the 6th Armored Tank Corps has reached the designated position. The communication device continued to relay reports as various units' coordinates illuminated on the operational satellite map. The chief of staff narrowed his eyes, grasped the communication device, and intoned gravely, commenced the aerial drop of supplies. All personnel of the 27th Corps execute the combat operation. With the issuance of the command, the city erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, reverberating through the skies. Above, hundreds of crates laden with standard weaponry descended slowly toward the city, guided by parachutes. Below, the horde of corpses erupted into chaos, converging from every street. A relentless tide akin to an army of ants. Armed helicopters unleashed a barrage of grenades, crimson flashes streaking through the air, plummeting into the mass of the undead. With thunderous explosions, waves of fire surged forth, consuming hundreds of zombies in an instant. The cannon turrets mounted beneath the helicopters spun wildly, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. Countless zombies were torn asunder. Not far away, the armored forces, a veritable torrent of steel, barreled forward, crushing the undead in their path. The 127mm rounds from the anti-aircraft machine guns shattered the zombies with a single shot. Chapter 55. The ferocious counterattack of the undead. The retreat begins with a whoosh. A missile trailed a fiery tail, precisely striking the endless tide of corpses below. The immense explosion's shockwave swept through 3 or 4 surrounding blocks, shattering every window in the street. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies were reduced to cinders. The sheer density of the undead was enough to provoke a sense of claustrophobia. Inside an armed helicopter, the operator in the co-pilot seat furrowed his brow. Consider this. The city is a provincial capital, sprawling over 650 square kilometers with a resident population exceeding 5 million, excluding those completely deceased. Estimates from headquarters suggest there are still nearly 3 million zombies remaining. The pilot in command maneuvered the aircraft above the horde, turning to his comrade with a grave expression. 3 million? The co-pilot swallowed hard, evidently taken aback by the staggering figure. The pilot's gaze remained fixed on the throng below as he launched another grenade. Why the panic? After all, zombies are fundamentally carbon-based organisms. No matter how numerous, they cannot withstand a single grenade. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, his expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating in shock. Quick, look, what is that monstrous creature? From the side of the helicopter, a high-rise building erupted in a shower of shattered glass. A grotesque, 4-meter-tall humanoid being, its skin shed and muscles grotesquely exposed, leapt from the building, hurtling towards the helicopter like a cannonball. Ascend. Quickly ascend. The co-pilot, alarmed, maneuvered the turret to target the approaching zombie. With a resounding crash, before the turret could even lock on, the massive zombie lunged forward, its claws smashing through the reinforced glass. The colossal creature opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, and extended its blood-red tongue, ensnaring the pilot within the cockpit, ravenously devouring him. The helicopter's rotor blades, subjected to the overwhelming force, emitted a crackling sound before coming to a complete halt. Billowing black smoke enveloped the aircraft as it plummeted towards the ground. With a thunderous roar, the enormous zombie leapt from the flames, unscathed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the advance of the armored tank division had similarly slowed. Mountains of zombie corpses piled up, completely obstructing the streets. Hordes of zombies crashed through the windows of buildings lining the streets, cascading down like locusts. Dozens of armored vehicles within the ranks were swiftly engulfed by the tide of undead. Among them, second-tier explosive zombies detonated continuously, while acid-spewing zombies, after being pierced by bullets, sprayed corrosive blood that eroded the armored plating of the vehicles. Simultaneously, lurking in the shadows, several third-tier zombies finally made their move. A colossal brute, encased in bone armor, charged forth with such ferocity that it overturned a 10-ton armored vehicle. At that moment, a tank shell whistled through the air, striking the brute and obliterating it instantly. Such chaotic battles were rampant throughout the city. As countless third-tier zombies entered the fray, the tide of war shifted dramatically. The first 10 minutes had been a one-sided massacre by the military, yet now, the horde began to stabilize its formation. Due to the presence of numerous survivors within the urban area, the military found itself constrained, unable to unleash full firepower, relying instead on concentrated fire to suppress the gathering undead. Report to headquarters. Squad 7 is encountering obstacles, unable to advance. Report to headquarters. A significant number of zombie birds have appeared in the Tieshi district, with drones sustaining severe damage. Report to headquarters. Over 100 survivors are fleeing in District 416, requesting aerial support. Report to headquarters. A large number of survivors have emerged in District 223, moving towards the northwest. Within the makeshift operations base, the communicator buzzed incessantly with reports. The chief of staff furrowed his brow, fixating on the numerous monitors displaying the live combat footage. Surrounding him, the tactical advisors continuously issued orders in response to the evolving situation. As survivors began to seize the chaos to escape, the true test for the military was only just commencing. Indeed, the intelligence possessed by the higher-tier zombies was on par with that of humans. The chief of staff took a deep breath, acutely aware that in every combat zone, it felt as if a wolf king was orchestrating the attacks against the military from the shadows, launching relentless counteroffensives. According to the latest research report from the Great Siam military headquarters received the previous night, fourth-tier zombies possess formidable dominion capabilities, enabling them to command lower-tier zombies within a designated area. The Great Siam Military Research Institute has classified the fourth-tier zombies as Lord-level zombies. Sir, the forces we have deployed are highly mobile, yet in the complex urban environment, their actions are constrained and ineffective in assisting the survivors' retreat. Should we dispatch the Marine Corps? Inquired the aide-de-camp with a grave demeanor. The chief of staff, with his hair a mix of black and white, nodded slightly, but ultimately shook his head. No. The sheer number of zombies would overwhelm even a tank battalion. If infantry were to enter, the casualties would be catastrophic, and a large-scale infection among the infantry would lead to an even more unpredictable situation. However, we can order the Marine Corps stationed along the main roads on the city's outskirts to advance 3 kilometers to assist the survivors. Understood. The aide-de-camp saluted and was about to issue the command when the chief of staff called him back. By the way, the special operations team of psychics I instructed you to assemble. Let them engage in this battle to hone their skills and demonstrate their capabilities. Yes, sir. In the Villa district, as the distant sounds of artillery and errant missiles filled the air, everyone could not help but swallow nervously. Such intense combat was unfolding right before them. The recently downed armed helicopter in the distance added to their shock and disbelief. What manner of zombie could bring down an armed helicopter? A creature akin to the Hulk from the movies? I just saw an airdrop land near the supermarket outside our community. We should hurry and retrieve it. Someone shouted from the crowd. Indeed, there must be plenty of weapons in that airdrop. We should secure those before making our way out of the city. It's the most prudent course of action. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their gaze shifting toward the center of the convoy, where Zheng Qinghe sat in a jeep. Zheng leaned out, his gaze heavy as he looked at Lin Chen, who stood atop a pickup truck. Lin, are we setting off now? Lin Chen, still observing the distant battlefield, nodded solemnly upon hearing the question. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the driver's seat, leading the convoy ahead in the pickup truck. Subsequently, the grand convoy began to depart from the villa community. Lin Chen, while deftly steering the wheel, glanced back at the several young women beside him. The situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He had already arranged for Xiao Zhao's parents to board Yang Anil's vehicle. Should events spiral out of control, they would converge with them and make a swift escape. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the young women in the back seat nodded solemnly, including Tang Xiao, who was acutely aware of the looming crisis, leaving no room for concern about others. At such a moment, displaying a compassionate heart would be sheer folly. Lin Chen's continued thoughts of his own parents filled her with immense gratitude. As Lin Chen maneuvered the steering wheel, he retrieved a crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Tang Xiao in the back seat. She absorbed it without hesitation. This crystal core was obtained from a third-tier zombie he had vanquished while rescuing Zhang Heng and his companions the previous day. Counting this core, it marked the 5th she had absorbed. Each core provided 20 experience points, totaling 100 points with these 5. This meant that Tang Xiao only required 10 more experience points to successfully advance to the 3rd tier. Given her S-grade talent, her abilities would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement upon reaching the 3rd tier, which was crucial for the entire team. Without further ado, Tang Xiao recognized that this was not the time for hesitation or reluctance. After taking the crystal core, she crushed it with determination. A layer of pale green luminescence flowed into her body through her nostrils. The elongated convoy emerged onto the desolate, dilapidated streets, maintaining speed without concern that the sound of their engines might attract zombies. Every second counted, and all actions needed to be expedited. Lin Chen drove the pickup truck at the forefront, racing toward the airdrop location. In the passenger seat, Nangong Riyao was checking her firearms, ensuring that all bullets were loaded into the magazines. In the back seat, Yi Hongying was meticulously polishing her saber, her focus unwavering. Even Yang Shuowu was quietly preparing herself, gripping the edge of her clothing tightly, adjusting her state of readiness. Everyone was poised, entering a state of preparation for battle. At the location of the supermarket, smoke grenades released colorful plumes of smoke, guiding all survivors toward the airdrop's direction. However, the large crate of supplies fortuitously landed amidst a horde of nearly 100 zombies. Come on, you nuisances. Let us do this, brothers. Charge. Before Lin Chen could advance, Zhang Heng, accompanied by a group of riders, had already surged forward, roaring ahead. One hand controlled the motorcycle while the other brandished a metal rod studded with nails. Bang, bang, bang. The rod struck the heads of the zombies. Erupting in clouds of crimson mist, the dull thuds echoing continuously. The outermost zombies were knocked to the ground with force. Zhang Heng and his companions did not recklessly plunge into the horde. After dispatching the outer zombies, they swiftly turned their vehicles to race past the throng. Meanwhile, trailing behind the motorcycle brigade, Lin Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor. In an instant, his eyes were enveloped by a layer of grayish-white fluorescence, igniting his telekinetic prowess. With a mental capacity of 80, he expended a significant amount of mental energy, swiftly cloaking the pickup truck in an invisible force, akin to wrapping it in a protective shroud. The exhaust emitted a deep, thunderous roar as this apocalyptic steel beast barreled into the throng of zombies. Thud, thud, thud. The reinforced collision beam, studded with countless steel spikes, sent zombies tumbling to the ground, while the heavy all-terrain MT tires mercilessly crushed them beneath. The 30-centimeter-long diamond-shaped steel cones flanking the wheel rims acted like a meat grinder, harvesting the undead with chilling efficiency. Lin Chen maneuvered the vehicle recklessly through the horde, blood and decaying flesh splattering everywhere. With a deft drift, 3 zombies were sent flying. Killed level 1 zombie. 18. Experience gained. 18. Plunder successful. Mental energy. 18. Gained F-class talent. Super jump. Gained E-class talent. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes. His hypothesis was entirely correct. Previously, crashing into zombies with the vehicle had yielded no experience points, nor did using a handgun to slay them. However, South Palace Rial was an exception, as her enchanted bullets created a positive causal relationship with the talents she unleashed, granting her experience points. Thus, Lin Chen had conducted an experiment. By infusing telekinesis into the vehicle, killing zombies became directly linked to his psychic effects. As expected, not only did he earn experience points, but he also triggered a killing effect. Of course, such reckless feats could only be accomplished by Lin Chen. The sheer amount of mental energy consumed to envelop the entire pickup truck with telekinesis was staggering. The horde emitted low, guttural roars, surging from all directions. Lin Chen shifted into reverse, pivoting the vehicle's direction, relentlessly pressing the accelerator, treating the cumbersome pickup as if it were a bumper car. Bang, bang, bang. Every oncoming zombie was violently crushed. In the passenger seat, South Palace Royale was already prepared. She opened the sunroof, her long, slender legs perched on the armrest. Wielding a handgun with precision, firing several accurate shots into the throng. Among the undead, a rotund level 2 explosive zombie was executed with pinpoint accuracy, its body swelling rapidly before erupting violently, taking down a multitude of surrounding zombies. Within a mere 2 minutes, nearly 100 zombies in the commercial plaza had been decimated. Lin Chen racked up an impressive 40 experience points in a single breath. With a screeching halt, he parked the vehicle directly in front of the airdrop. The sudden stop caused South Palace Royale to lurch forward, her chest rising and falling, prompting Lin Chen to swiftly grasp her thigh, steadying her form. Oh, her legs were indeed round and incredibly resilient. Meanwhile, the convoy from behind approached swiftly. Many individuals excitedly leaped from their vehicles, racing towards the enormous airdrop crate. Weapons! Quickly! Grab the weapons! Take whatever you can, don't waste time. Leave one for me. The crowd jostled to open the crate, eagerly retrieving assault rifles and shotguns from within. At that moment, the surrounding zombies were drawn to the commotion, emerging from every corner, their numbers swelling into the hundreds, howling and brandishing their claws with alarming speed. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! With weapons now in hand, adrenaline surged through the crowd, as the first wave of armed individuals eagerly opened fire upon the horde of undead. However, it was evident that this was their first encounter with firearms, their aim astonishingly poor. Some, unaccustomed to the recoil, managed to hit a zombie with the first few rounds. But the remainder soared into the sky. Those wielding shotguns hastily pulled the trigger at zombies 50 meters away, oblivious to the shotgun's effective range of only 25 meters. They were merely wasting ammunition. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his voice grave as he commanded, "Everyone, get back in the vehicle, don't engage. These fools." The military airdropped weapons to aid the survivors in their escape, not to incite a bloodbath with the zombies. The tide of undead was inexhaustible. Every second spent lingering increased their peril. No sooner had Lin Chen's words left his lips than a blade of wind shot forth from the shadows. 2 survivors, still fumbling with their firearms, were instantly severed in 2, blood splattering the ground. Ye Hongying, who had remained seated within the pickup truck, felt her eyes narrow in shock. It was that cunning third-tier zombie. She had finally awaited its arrival. Chapter 57. The unspoken understanding among 3 sisters, plundering B-class talents Chunda and Xiaolu. The onlookers gasped instinctively at the gruesome sight of their neighbor being dismembered, with those possessing weaker psychological fortitude succumbing to terror, some even urinating in fear. This was an entirely different dread than facing the undead. It stemmed purely from visceral horror. One moment, a person was full of life. The next, they were in 2 halves. In fact, even the deceased had not yet registered their fate, as the upper half of one fell to the ground. Fingers still reflexively pulling the trigger. The shotgun erupted, sending lead pellets into the thigh of an unfortunate bystander, causing chaos to erupt among the survivors. Lin Chen. Ye Hongying in the back called out, her gaze fixed on him. Lin Chen nodded, understanding her intent. Let us go? He turned the vehicle towards the direction of the third-tier zombie. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao in the rear activated her prophetic insight talent, her eyes enveloped in a glowing hue. 5 seconds felt as fleeting as a heartbeat. Once again, a blade of wind surged from the shadows, aimed at the crowd gathered near the airdrop crate. In an instant, 2 more individuals fell victim to the razor-like winds. One had his waist entirely severed, while the other suffered a diagonal cleaving of his legs, eliciting agonized cries. Amidst the ensuing chaos among the survivors, the horde of hundreds of zombies seized the opportunity and surged toward the crowd. Everyone, get in the vehicle. Zheng Qing shouted from the jeep. The earlier bravado of the survivors had been utterly shattered by the 2 wind blades. Some even abandoned their weapons, scrambling toward the vehicles on hands and knees. The convoy, in a state of disarray, hastily turned around. Nevertheless, many brave souls among the throng clung to their submachine guns, retreating while unleashing a barrage upon the advancing undead, significantly slowing their charge. It was only at this moment that the survivors from the Villa district truly comprehended the horror of the zombie horde. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had driven the vehicle to the corner where the third-tier zombie lay concealed. Without hesitation, Yi Hongying flung open the car door, leaping out with a half-turn, drawing her blade in a sweeping motion that unleashed a wave of searing flames towards the front. From the sunroof, Nangong Ruyao switched her handgun for a high-precision sniper rifle, focusing intently on her target. "Sister Ruyao, don't rush. Wait until I lock onto it," Tang Xiaoxiao said, her eyes entirely illuminated with fluorescence as she activated her God's eye view. In her vision, the area within 100 meters transformed into a three-dimensional perspective, rendering even the third-tier zombie hiding behind an abandoned truck utterly visible. Boom! The wave of flames struck the truck, leaving a deep scorch mark. The third-tier zombie, sensing the impending danger, swiftly scuttled across the ground like a gecko, then leaped with all its might, darting away with such speed that it left afterimages in midair. Its landing point was the white Volkswagen. "Hurry," Tang Xiaoxiao urged. Nangong Ruyao instantly adjusted her aim, directing her rifle at the roof of the white Volkswagen and pulling the trigger. Bang! The powerful recoil caused her chest to rise and fall sharply, her waist trembling. As the third-tier zombie landed, a bullet pierced through its legs, shattering its bones. Yi Hongying had already charged forward with her blade, closing the distance rapidly. Suddenly, another razor-sharp wind blade swept towards her, enveloping her entirely. However, this time she was prepared. She executed a mid-air somersault, narrowly avoiding the blade. Each wind blade was spaced 5 seconds apart, and evading this one meant that the legless third-tier zombie had become a lamb awaiting slaughter under Yi Hongying's blade. Lin Chen watched as Yi Hongying leaped gracefully onto the roof of the Volkswagen, swiftly executing 3 precise strikes. He leaned back slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, he held a keen interest in the head of the zombie, yet he was acutely aware that if Yi Hongying did not eliminate the creature, she would be quite displeased. Thus, he resolved to let the blade maiden claim the head. Just as Lin Chen contemplated this, he noticed Yi Hongying standing atop the vehicle, gesturing downwards towards him. Raising an eyebrow, he maneuvered the pickup truck to crash through the abandoned cars flanking the road, drawing closer to the scene. It was then that he observed the third-tier zombie, its arms severed and its chest cleaved in two, yet its head remained intact and still clinging to life. Yi Hongying leapt down from the rooftop and returned to the back seat of the pickup, reclining with a contented smile upon her face. "I've avenged myself. The rest is up to you." At this juncture, she added, glancing at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror, "If you take it down, your rewards will be even greater." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Nangong Ruyao and Tang Xiaoxiao in the back seat. Noticing the smiles adorning their faces, he immediately comprehended why Nangong Ruyao had targeted the legs of the third-tier zombie earlier. It appeared that these 3 young women had already discerned the peculiarities about him, yet they had tactfully refrained from inquiring further. It made sense, considering Yi Hongying's endearingly naive and somewhat martial disposition, though she was far from foolish. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruyao, an exceptional student in her 2nd year of graduate studies in chemistry, and Tang Xiaoxiao, a prodigious young woman specially recruited for her talents, were no less perceptive. If they failed to notice anything amiss after their journey through this chaos, that would indeed signify a grave concern. Lin Chen smiled, not wishing to deflect responsibility. There was no need to exit the vehicle. He simply lowered the window and sent a coin flying from his fingers. A brilliant blue beam of lightning instantaneously penetrated the zombie's skull, and under the influence of his telekinesis, the crystal core was drawn back into his palm. "Xiaoxiao, it's time for you to advance to the 3rd tier." He offered the crystal core to Tang Xiaoxiao. With a solemn nod, she accepted. Her curiosity piqued regarding the extent of her innate abilities upon reaching the 3rd tier. Contemplating this, she crushed the crystal core in her hand. Kill third-tier zombie. Experience points 20. Plunder successful. Mental power 20. Gain B-level talent Wind Control Blade. Lin Chen surveyed the notification panel with satisfaction. As expected, it was yet another rare B-level talent. After carefully assessing the effects of the talent, he was astonished. The Wind Control Blade talent not only granted precise mastery over air currents, allowing the condensation of energy blades, but it also enabled gliding through the wind, provided there was sufficient mental power expended. A bold idea suddenly sparked within Lin Chen's mind. If the Wind Control Blade and telekinesis talents could be synergistically employed, might he be able to achieve flight upon a sword? Chapter 58. Confrontation with the vastest zombie tide. Chaos in the convoy. The number of zombies surrounding them swelled rapidly, exceeding 300 in the blink of an eye. Many of the slower reacting survivors from the Villa district were swiftly overwhelmed by the agile second-tier zombies, and within mere seconds, they were engulfed by the tide of corpses. Fortunately, the majority of survivors had already returned to their vehicles, hastily driving in the opposite direction of the oncoming horde. However, the relentless swarm pursued them, with several zombies leaping onto the last vehicle, their claws scratching furiously at the roof. The vehicle rocked precariously, on the verge of losing balance. Just as despair began to settle within the vehicle, an armed helicopter suddenly swooped down from above. The sound of gunfire erupted as the helicopter's door swung open, and a special operations team member opened fire, dispatching the zombies atop the vehicle. Simultaneously, the cannon turret beneath the helicopter spun wildly, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing horde. Report to headquarters, Zone D-121. A survivor convoy has been located, estimated to have over 100 individuals, currently being pursued by zombies. Requesting immediate assistance. The pilot relayed rapidly to headquarters. Received. Team 9 of the Special Abilities Task Force has been dispatched to your coordinates, came the response from headquarters. With the firepower support from the helicopter overhead, the pressure on the Villa District survivors convoy significantly eased, and many breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death, Lin Chen maneuvered his pickup truck back into the convoy, while taking a moment to glance at his attributes panel. Experience points, 404-1000. Mental power, 564. With over 500 in mental power, complemented by 4 B-grade talents, he felt himself to be extraordinarily formidable. Tenfold stronger than other third-tier evolvers. The cannon turret beneath the helicopter was impressive. He thought it would be splendid if they could install one on their vehicle. Seated in the passenger seat, Nangong Ruyao gazed at the helicopter circling above and couldn't help but express her admiration. Having an armed helicopter providing cover above brings a profound sense of security. Yi Hongying nodded in agreement, affirming the truth in her words. In the back seat, Tang Xiaoxiao had her eyes tightly shut since her ascension to the third tier, entering a meditative state. Meanwhile, Yang Shuowu clutched the hem of her clothing, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Witnessing the seamless cooperation among Yi Hongying, Nangong Ruyao, and Tang Xiaoxiao as they effortlessly dispatched the troublesome third-tier zombie, filled her with a yearning to grow stronger. She desired to become a worthy partner for Lin Chen, but felt powerless to contribute. As the convoy stabilized after traversing 5 or 6 blocks, drawing closer to the road out of the city, they were suddenly confronted by several abandoned buses blocking the path ahead. Even the sidewalks on either side were obstructed by the wreckage of collided vehicles. The advancing convoy came to an abrupt halt. Brother Chen, ahead lies a sea of abandoned vehicles, rendering passage impossible. The monkey, riding his motorcycle at the forefront of the procession, circled back to report to Lin Chen inside the vehicle. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This main thoroughfare was flanked by the Ichuan River, which meandered through a significant portion of the city. The most expedient route out of the city would have been via the bridge ahead. However, it appeared that the entire span was obstructed by derelict cars, necessitating a change of course. On the bridge, numerous wandering zombies, drawn by the noise of the convoy, began to converge towards their location. Survivors in the foremost vehicle had already begun to fire upon the undead. Turn back, quickly turn back. The way ahead is blocked. We must find a new route. Zhang Haing's subordinates, maneuvering their motorcycles to the rear of the convoy, directed the vehicles to reverse direction. After what felt like an eternity of 6 or 7 minutes, the entire convoy finally retreated from the bridge's entrance. The rear vehicles now leading as they set off along a different path. As Lin Chen observed the growing number of cars in the convoy, his brow arched in surprise. It seemed they had inadvertently attracted other survivors, drawn in by the helicopter, who had blended into their ranks. The lengthy procession continued its steady pace. But after 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Chen's expression tightened as he scrutinized the direction of the leading vehicle. Dense clusters of residential buildings began to emerge on either side of the road. What kind of route were they taking? Was the leader a fool? Beside him, Nangong Ruya could not hold back her exclamation. The more densely populated the area, the greater the likelihood of encountering massive hordes of zombies. In such a crowded neighborhood, they should have been taking precautions, yet the entire convoy was now heading straight into it. She recalled that prior to their departure, Zheng Qing had explicitly instructed everyone to steer clear of areas prone to zombie congregation. After a moment's reflection, Nangong Riao realized that during their turnaround at the bridge entrance, the lead of the convoy must now be held by one of the recently joined survivors. Lin Chen had already begun to decelerate his pickup truck, gesturing for the monkey, who had been trailing alongside, to relay a message to the vehicles behind. Inform them that this route is impassable. We need to change course. The monkey nodded, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What about the vehicle ahead?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, "Ignore it." "Understood," the monkey affirmed, altering his course to convey the message. However, as the monkey set off, an unexpected tremor ensued. The ground beneath them began to shake, and cracks appeared in the asphalt of the convoy's central position. A wide fissure formed within mere seconds. One unfortunate BMW found itself engulfed by the chasm. From the depths of the split, a torrent of mutated rats surged forth, overwhelming the ill-fated vehicle in the blink of an eye. The sturdy car's body, under the relentless gnawing of thousands of rodents, was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame in less than half a minute. Clearly, the ground had succumbed to the onslaught of a rodent tide. The sudden upheaval left all survivors in the convoy in a state of shock and terror. Yet calamity seldom strikes alone. From the adjacent residential building, a horde of zombies erupted from the stairwell, with many even crashing through windows, plummeting from the upper floors. A dense mass of the undead began to converge upon the convoy, numbering at least in the thousands. Amidst this overwhelming tide of corpses were dozens of second-tier zombies, and even a few third-tier zombies mingled within. Lin Chen furrowed his brow deeply. He had never encountered such a vast horde before. Compared to this scene, the battles he had previously fought seemed mere trifles. This kind of undead swarm was not something one could face with mere individual prowess. The armed helicopter overhead had promptly initiated a barrage against the horde. However, the zombies did not coalesce into a single mass, but scattered forth from several buildings. One helicopter could hardly manage the chaos. Lin Chen glanced up through the sunroof at the helicopter, momentarily at a loss for words. While the presence of the armed helicopter provided a sense of security, it also attracted the horde with the thunderous sound of its rotors. With no time to waste, Lin Chen deftly shifted into reverse, disregarding the panicked vehicles of fellow survivors, and aggressively forged a path. Maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand, he drove backwards. And after colliding with 5 or 6 cars, he finally found space to turn around. However, at that moment, the first wave of zombies had surged forward. The lead vehicles were quickly engulfed by dozens of the undead. The windshield of the foremost car was shattered by a second-tier zombie's punch, and within moments, the survivors inside were devoured, their flesh torn apart. Within mere seconds, their eyes began to turn a lifeless gray, veins bulging on their foreheads, and guttural sounds emanated from their throats. Without looking back, Lin Chen slammed on the accelerator, racing towards the rear of the convoy. Brother Chen, Zhang Hang, who had been trailing at the back on his motorcycle, was about to speak as he saw Lin Chen barreling towards them. But Lin Chen interrupted him with a stern command, "Run." Chapter 59, Deeply Ensnared in the Zombie Tide, a 7-meter-long great sword. Yang Anil, situated in the central position of the convoy, was casually smoking while engaging in light conversation with Tang Xiaoxiao's father in the back seat. Although he considered himself somewhat of a socialite, he had indeed seen quite a bit and found himself in agreeable discourse with Tang's father. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the convoy, and the helicopter above began to fire wildly. He immediately discarded his cigarette, adopting a serious demeanor. "Something's gone awry up front." As he spoke, he began to turn the vehicle around. Tang's mother, visibly anxious, fixed her gaze intently on the front of the convoy. "Don't worry, with the boss around, your daughter will be safe," Yang Anil reassured her, pausing briefly before adding, "My sister is also in the boss's vehicle." As Yang Anil deftly maneuvered his vehicle, Lin Chen, driving a pickup truck, passed by and urged him to follow. Lin Chen slammed on the brakes, uttering a remark to Yang Anil before launching forward, the exhaust pipe erupting with a deep roar as he sped away. The flicker of concern that had momentarily surfaced in Yang Anil's mind vanished entirely, and he turned to address Tang Mu in the rearview mirror, saying, "See? I told you there was no need to worry." However, just as his words hung in the air, a semicircular stone barrier from a nearby parking lot hurtled through the air with a whoosh, landing less than 2 meters from his vehicle. The occupants inside were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Following that, A series of thuds echoed as dozens of stone barriers fell from above like meteors. The few remaining vehicles of the survivors were smashed to pieces under the weight of the nearly 100-pound stones. The last stone struck the front of young Anil's Mercedes with precision, causing the car to lurch violently, the engine crumpling into a significant dent, and the front wheels deforming on impact. Not far away, a 3-meter-tall third-tier zombie, sporting 4 arms, hurled the last stone with great force and began charging toward the survivor convoy. Surrounding it were hundreds of zombies, surging forward like a pack of wolves following their leader. Simultaneously, another third-tier zombie, with membranous growths under its arms, glided through the air for several meters before diving directly beneath an armed helicopter. This particular zombie managed to position itself in the helicopter's blind spot and reached the gun turret within 3 seconds. As it seized the turret with its claws and yanked violently, it opened its maw and unleashed a cloud of highly corrosive mist at the mechanical joint. After several moments of brute force, a disconcerting cracking sound echoed, and the joint shattered completely. The heavy gun turret plummeted to the ground, while the third-tier zombie climbed up the helicopter's underside. Inside the cabin, a special forces soldier, gripping a machine gun and firing at the oncoming horde below, had no time to react before the third-tier zombie seized his ankle and tossed him into the air. The zombie then infiltrated the helicopter, commencing a frenzied massacre. Within 2 seconds, the helicopter spiraled out of control and began its descent toward the earth. With the helicopter's firepower no longer suppressing the horde, the onslaught intensified. The convoy of over 20 survivor vehicles was entirely engulfed, their cries of anguish and terror filling the battlefield. Even those survivors armed with assault rifles salvaged from airdrops could not stem the tide of the thousands of zombies advancing upon them. As young Anil surveyed the relentless wave of zombies closing in from all directions and glanced at the utterly wrecked Mercedes, he exchanged a glance with his father, Yang Jinghua. "Dad, how do we handle this situation?" Yang Jinghua, with the last remaining arm, grasped the fire axe from beneath his feet. There was no more to say. It was time for action. Young Anil lifted 2 machetes, a laugh escaping his lips. Father and son, united in battle, they charged forth. The force swiftly exited the vehicle. Young Anil glanced back at Tang Fu, who was knocking arrows onto his compound bow. "You two go ahead. My father and I will provide cover. I promised the boss I would protect you." Tang Fu turned to his wife beside him. "We move together. I will cover you with my bow." Young Anil refrained from further conversation. This was not a moment for sentimentality. The first wave of zombies surged forward. 7 ordinary zombies alongside a second-tier abomination with bone spikes protruding from its arms, its skin akin to that of a lizard. Damn it! Young Anil activated his enhanced physique, swinging the machetes with precision towards the horde. His father, Yang Jinghua, had long wished for him to enlist. Thus he had undergone various physical training since childhood. Yet, he had never disclosed that his childhood idol was Chun Haonan, the formidable figure from Tongluan. With the advantage of a third-tier robust physique, coupled with Young Anil's innate strength, he dispatched 5 zombies in an instant. Meanwhile, Tang Fu skillfully released 2 arrows, each striking true, piercing the skulls of the undead with devastating accuracy. At close range, the power of the compound bow was unmistakable, the arrows embedding deeply into the zombies' craniums. On the other side, despite Yang Jinghua's diminished strength with only 1 arm, he was still a third-tier evolved being, engaging in a fierce struggle with the second-tier zombie, inflicting several deep wounds upon its body. "Dad, fall back." Young Anil rushed in to assist, cleanly severing the head of the second-tier zombie. "Hey, Dad, do you see how impressive I am?" He twirled the machete with flair, showcasing his prowess. Hearing this, Yang Jinghua's eyes widened in surprise. "You dare refer to yourself as I for your father? Are you attempting a coup for the title of Dad?" Before their playful banter could continue, a second wave of zombies approached swiftly. This time, there were at least 70 to 80 of them, a dark and oppressive mass. The 4 turned and fled, but the zombies moved with alarming speed. Several second-tier zombies bounded across the tops of vehicles, rapidly closing the distance. Yang Anil's expression turned grave. He knew they could not escape on foot. Yang Jinghua exchanged a profound glance with his son, prepared to remain behind, willing to sacrifice himself to draw the zombies away, even if it bought his son an extra second to flee. Tang Fu clutched the last 3 arrows tightly, a deep sense of helplessness flooding his heart. The only solace he found was in the safety of his daughter, Tang Xiaoxiao. "Sister Ruyao, take the wheel. I need to check something." Having driven a few hundred meters into the woods, he noticed Yang Anil's vehicle had not followed. Realizing something had gone awry, he halted the car, opened the door, and stepped out. "We will accompany you." Nangong Ruyao hastily spoke up, while Yang Shuowu and Yi Hongying alongside her prepared themselves for combat upon disembarking. However, Lin Chen shook his head firmly, resolutely declining. "I am better off alone. Ruyao, you will drive and ensure our escape, and Hongying, please safeguard everyone. Shuowu, be ready for battle." After issuing his commands, Lin Chen was about to set off when a helicopter descended from the sky, crashing not far from them. Amidst the violent explosion, a spinning rotor blade hurtled toward their pickup truck. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, leaped into action, and seized the blade in his grasp. Holding the over 7-meter-long rotor blade, he presented it to Nangong Ruyao with a smirk. "Sister Ruyao, enchant this for me, maximize its hardness. A 7-meter-long blade will surely pack a punch." Chapter 60. The emergence of the Special Abilities Task Force. Lin Chen's divine armament descends 10 minutes earlier. Atop the 6-story large shopping mall, 2 medium-sized transport helicopters of the G-8 series descended in succession. A total of 40 fully armed soldiers disembarked with agility. The leading major promptly raised his binoculars to survey the situation in the urban streets below. The command center, the 9th group of the Special Abilities Task Force, had arrived at the designated coordinates and discovered a survivor convoy. "Good. Move immediately to assist the survivors' escape. Maintain contact at all times." "Received." The major stowed away the satellite communicator and signaled to his team. Soldiers swiftly secured the prepared fast ropes to the railing atop the terrace. A 50-meter-long rope was cast down the side of the building, and the team began to slide down in an orderly fashion, quickly dispersing towards the target area upon landing. This unit had undergone rigorous selection by the military, with each member being a second-tier evolver, all possessing a talent level above C. Among them were even 2 third-tier evolvers. This bold initiative by the military aimed to cultivate the strongest individual soldiers. During their descent, they encountered a small horde of zombies, which were swiftly eradicated by the soldiers without even a moment's delay in their rapid advance. The leading major possessed a rare A-grade talent, explosive telekinesis, allowing him to imbue any object with telekinetic energy and control it to produce formidable explosions. This powerful ability enabled each ordinary assault rifle bullet to rival the impact of explosive rounds, accelerating his promotion to a third-tier evolver, with his experience points soaring to 300. "Captain, a massive zombie tide has appeared over there." The soldiers turned their heads in unison, witnessing the scene of zombies surging from the residential buildings. A soldier with eagle-eyed talent, his gaze glowing, shifted to a third-person vantage point, observing the unfolding situation ahead. The survivor convoy was besieged, beset by a horde of over 1,000 zombies, among which it was estimated there were 3, for Tier 3 undead. At that critical moment, an armed helicopter hovering above the battlefield began to emit thick smoke, teetering as it plummeted toward the ground. Major Captain Zhou furrowed his brow deeply, briefly relaying the situation to the command center before hastening toward the fray. Divided into teams of 5, they executed segmented intercepts, providing cover for the survivors while ensuring their own safety, rescuing as many as they could. The soldiers behind him, rigorously trained, swiftly formed their groups. Some even readied individual rocket launchers, pulling the triggers toward the densely packed horde. Among the team, another Tier 3 evolver surged to the front lines, clapping her hands against the ground. Instantly, a row of spikes composed of concrete erupted from the earth, impaling 5 or 6 zombies and rescuing a survivor vehicle in peril. As the Tier 3 evolver lifted her gaze, her features were revealed to be those of a short-haired female soldier. With the arrival of this special operations team endowed with extraordinary abilities, the once disheartened survivor convoy found a fleeting respite. Yet, as the relentless tide of zombies surged forth, even the 40 extraordinary operatives could scarcely withstand the onslaught, retreating while engaging in combat. Among the throng, Tier 2 zombies advanced, some of which, weighing over 400 pounds, detonated themselves, unleashing a powerful shockwave mixed with foul blood and decaying flesh that sent several nearby operatives sprawling, leaving them with broken bones and damaged protective gear. Others, utilizing their agility, scuttled beneath vehicles, drawing closer while taking advantage of cover, their jagged maws snapping at the ankle of an operative. The battlefield was rife with intense conflict. Not far away, Yang Anil and his companions, previously steeped in despair, witnessed the sudden emergence of this contingent of soldiers. Their adrenaline surging as they charged through the undead tide toward the direction of the Special Operations Team leader. Major Captain Zhou had already spotted Yang Anil among the throng of survivors. He was astonished to discover that 2 Tier 3 evolvers were present among them. An unbelievable revelation. "Help!" he signaled, hastily moving to assist Yang Anil and his group while unleashing a wave of formidable firepower to suppress the encroaching horde behind them. Finally found an organization. "Thank you for your hard work, comrades." Yang Anil gasped as he sprinted to the side of the Special Operations Team, panting heavily from exertion. Captain Zhou quickly assessed him before bellowing, "No time for chatter. Find a drivable vehicle and escape." "Captain, it's overwhelming. There are too many zombies." A young soldier, no older than 18 or 19, shouted frantically as he squeezed the trigger beside Captain Zhou. The leader of the Extraordinary Abilities Team, Zhou Lai, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the complex terrain and the overwhelming tide of the undead. This time, in pursuit of agility, they refrained from carrying heavy weaponry. With only the arms at their disposal, they could manage smaller hordes, but this massive wave of corpses was insurmountable. Moreover, to shield the survivors, they could not afford to engage in guerrilla tactics and were forced to confront the threat head-on, placing them at a significant disadvantage. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. They just needed to hold on a little longer. "Captain, 2 third-tier zombies are charging towards us," shouted a teammate, panic evident in his voice. "And there's a horde closing in from the rear." The other team member's complexion turned ashen. The relentless swarm of zombies kept surging forth. As soon as they felled one wave, another would emerge. Each of them was equipped with 6 magazines, totaling 200 rounds, but they had already expended more than half. Meanwhile, Zhang Hang and a few comrades found themselves in a dire predicament as well. Earlier, a companion's motorcycle had lost balance, causing him to tumble to the ground. Zhang immediately turned back with his brothers to assist, but the brief delay of mere seconds had resulted in being encircled by over 20 zombies. His shadow clone, having been utilized repeatedly, was now nearly depleted of mental energy, rendering its form increasingly unstable, with signs of dissipating. Suddenly, a second-tier zombie, its body evolved with bone blades, lunged at Zhang Hang from an overhead angle. The razor-sharp bone blade glinted ominously in the sunlight like a scythe. Zhang instinctively commanded his shadow clone to intercept while simultaneously raising his shotgun. However, just as his mental energy was fully exhausted, the shadow clone dissolved into black mist, and his shotgun ran out of ammunition. It was over. Zhang Hang's pupils contracted. He was left with no choice but to wield the shotgun as a club to fend off the approaching zombie. Yet he understood all too well that engaging in close combat would likely spell his doom. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, enveloped in a torrent of energy, erupted from behind him. Boom! Amidst the crackling thunder, the second-tier zombie was obliterated in midair, reduced to charred remains. A figure soared atop a car, leaping with incredible speed towards the fray. "It's Chenggu!" exclaimed a teammate, Monkey, his voice filled with exhilaration as he beheld the silhouette clad in black sportswear, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens. At that moment, Lin Chen surged forward at breakneck speed, gripping a 7-meter-long propeller blade, with arcs of lightning cascading from his legs, leaving trails of brilliant blue in the air. The propeller, entirely enveloped in a layer of black luminescence, was as resilient as black gold. Chapter 61, A Decisive Strike, sweeping through the undead horde commander. All 16 extraordinary special operations teams have entered the battlefield and are currently engaged in the task of safeguarding the evacuation of survivors across various regions. In the makeshift command center, a throng of officers were busily attending to the chaos. Throughout the city, skirmishes erupted in every corner. The number of corpses far exceeds their pre-war estimates. The entire armed force, comprising helicopters and fighter jets, has been deployed, yet they remain unable to effectively suppress the tide of the undead. A middle-aged man with a square jaw and a robust physique stands like a sentinel before a row of surveillance screens, his brow furrowed in concern. The Eastern Military Command, to which he belongs, is conducting rescue operations across 5 densely populated central cities. The situation is dire not only in Lin City, but in the other 4 cities, all embroiled in fierce battles. The Chief of Staff, wary of losing control of the situation, has refrained from sending in the infantry. Thus, the tens of thousands of fleeing survivors in the city must rely solely on aerial support and the 16 specially selected special operations teams endowed with extraordinary abilities. The establishment of these extraordinary special forces is a bold initiative by the military. Although the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers is negligible compared to the vast machinery of the military and its sophisticated weaponry, the global catastrophe has rendered the future unpredictable. This marks the Eastern Military Command's first large-scale confrontation with the undead, and it is also the inaugural appearance of the Special Operations Teams. The efficacy of this decision to cultivate high-caliber individual soldiers will be validated by the data from this battle. Reconnaissance drones follow closely, ensuring that the combat footage from all teams is meticulously recorded. Brigade Commander Lu Guoyang issues his orders in a grave tone. The communication officers stationed at military computers are busy in a state of anxious urgency. Suddenly, a soldier rises and exclaims, "Report to the brigade commander. The 9th Special Operations Team has encountered the tide of corpses and is engaged in fierce combat, requesting support." With a furrowed brow, Brigade Commander Lu Guoyang commands, "Bring up the live feed from the scene." In the next moment, the central screen of the temporary command center transforms from hundreds of small images into 4 large battle scenes. These images are live broadcasts captured from 4 different angles by reconnaissance drones trailing the 9th Special Operations Team. In the footage, Captain Zhou Lai leads his team members as they strive to suppress the relentless waves of the undead. However, the zombies exhibit no fear akin to that of humans. Even when arms are shattered, chests pierced, and entrails exploded, they continue to surge forward with frenzied determination. The Special Operations Team valiantly holds back the tide of corpses, buying precious moments for the survivors to escape. Yet, with only 40 members, they are utterly outmatched against over 2,000 crazed zombies. One by one, team members are overwhelmed and taken down by the undead. How long until the nearest fighter jet can arrive? Brigade Commander Lu Guoyang inquires solemnly. An aide hastily responds, 2 minutes. 2 minutes may not be enough. Lu Guoyang sighs as he observes the live feed, which reveals the undead converging from all directions. Even if the Special Operations Team manages to break free, they will undoubtedly suffer severe casualties, and the survivors trapped within the encirclement are likely doomed. "Commander, look quickly." Just as Lu Guoyang turned his head in reluctance, one of his subordinates suddenly gasped in astonishment. Lu Guoyang lifted his gaze and beheld. On the outermost edge of the horde, several zombies hurled away by a brilliant azure beam of light. Following this, a colossal black cleaver, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, appeared on the screen. What on earth is this? Lu Guoyang was momentarily stunned. In the midst of battle, Lin Chen had fully activated his unparalleled mode. His arms were entirely enveloped in a diamond-like sheen, with lightning crackling around him, as torrents of electricity converged and entwined with the massive cleaver in his grasp. Simultaneously, his latent potential surged forth, propelling his body into a state of hyperacceleration, elevating all his attributes to their maximum limits. Various enhancement buffs, such as strength augmentation, rapid sprinting, neural enhancement, and extraordinary stamina compounded upon one another. His mental energy flowed out like water from a fully opened tap, depleting rapidly. Yet, the reward was his combat prowess reaching an unprecedented zenith. In that moment, Lin Chen felt he could confront a 4th-tier zombie head-on. With a whoosh, the 7-meter-long cleaver sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Dozens of zombies leaping towards Yang Anil and his companions were instantly cleaved in 2 mid-air. Yang Anil, Zhou Lai, and Tang S' father recoiled instinctively as the massive cleaver whizzed overhead, their heads ducking in fear. The force of the cleaver's swing even left their cheeks stinging. Zhou Lai, the captain, felt a tremor in his heart as he watched Lin Chen wielding the cleaver like a mere watermelon knife, and one word flashed through his mind: terrifying. With a powerful swing, the cleaver's immense inertia made it impossible to retract easily, prompting Lin Chen to spin his body in a complete circle. During the rotation, his leg muscles bulged, shoulders dropped, and his waist exerted force. With a roar, Lin Chen's garments fluttered in the fierce wind as he capitalized on the momentum of his first strike, accelerating through the spin, layering all his strength to deliver an even mightier second blow. Simultaneously, he gritted his teeth, his eyes illuminated with a soft green glow as he activated his wind blade talent. With a mental energy of 100, as the cleaver swung forth, an enormous wind blade, over 10 meters in diameter, swept through the dense horde of zombies with an unstoppable force. With a series of thuds, where the wind blade passed. Masses of zombies were effortlessly cleared away, resembling broken stalks of wheat, creating a vast fan-shaped area. Kill 1 tier zombie 73, experience points 73, slaughter completed, mental energy 73. Plunder F-grade talent. Kill 2 tier zombie 5, experience points 25, slaughter completed, mental energy 25, plunder E-grade talent retreat. Lin Chen, beads of sweat on his forehead, exhaled a breath of foul air and shouted loudly at the stunned Zheng Anil, Zhou Lai, and Tang S father, who were momentarily frozen in shock. Upon hearing Lin Chen's roar, they quickly snapped back to reality, turning on their heels and sprinting away. Is he still considered human? The soldier, endowed with the gift of keen eyesight, swallowed hard, trembling as he fled while asking the question. At this moment, Zhou Lai, the captain of the 9th Special Operations Team, was engulfed in profound shock. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to believe it. During the selection process for the Special Operations Team at the military headquarters, he had performed exceptionally well, even believing himself to be endowed with extraordinary talent and capability, which filled him with pride. Yet, that singular blow just now had completely severed the pride that resided within him. This individual was grotesquely powerful. Impressive, indeed. That is my leader, Lin Chen. Observing the deeply astonished Zhou Lai and the others, Yang Anil proudly introduced. Zhou Lai's brow twitched as he etched the name Lin Chen deeply into his memory. By the way, let me share a secret with you. Yang Anil lowered his voice, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lai immediately held his breath, looking at Yang Anil, awaiting further words. My name is Yang Anil. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lai felt utterly speechless, as if he had just consumed something exceedingly distasteful, with veins bulging on his forehead, and his lips pressed in an attempt to suppress his irritation. Who on earth cares about your name? Meanwhile, everything transpiring on the battlefield was fully displayed on the command center screen. Chapter 62, Zhou Lai. Before him, I feel like a mere rookie. The temporary command center of the entire brigade was enveloped in profound astonishment as they gazed at the live battlefield footage. The terrifying wind blade that swept through the tide of corpses left the communications officers and commanders drenched in cold sweat. Brigade Commander Lu Guoyang fixated on the robust figure wielding a 7-meter propeller, trembling within. Whose subordinate is this, exhibiting such valor? Which team does this person belong to? The adjutant, regaining composure after hearing Lu Guoyang's inquiry, scrutinized the scene closely and hesitantly replied, he seems not to be one of us. At this moment, Lu Guoyang also realized that the individual was not clad in the standard combat uniform of the Special Operations Team. He must be a survivor. Yet, a survivor wandering in the apocalypse, lacking robust military support, relying solely on his own skills to hunt zombies, could attain such terrifying combat prowess. This lad is undoubtedly a rare talent. If the military were to provide resources and cultivate him properly, his future would be boundless. Brigade Commander. The nearest fighter jets are expected to arrive at the battlefield of the 9th Team in half a minute. A communications officer quickly reported the latest situation. Understood. You all continue monitoring here. I must head to the Chief of Staff. The brigade commander instructed and turned to leave the tent. After taking a few steps, he immediately returned, addressing his deputy. Indeed, hasten to duplicate the recent combat footage. I must report it to the Chief of Staff. That strike was undoubtedly capable of astonishing the entire Eastern Command. Moreover, it serves as a testament to the viability of our initiative to cultivate high-tier soldiers. This young man exemplifies the ideal case. Moments later, when Brigade Commander Lu Guoyang presented Lin Chen's combat footage before the Chief of Staff, the multitude of officers present displayed expressions of shock akin to that of Lu Guoyang earlier. He is a third-tier evolver? Is it truly possible for a third-tier evolver to achieve such prowess? The destructive capability exhibited here rivals that of an 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar. It is astonishing to witness humanity harnessing innate talent to unleash such formidable devastation. The crowd buzzed with incredulity, their faces reflecting disbelief. They acutely sensed what it meant for a single individual to wield such destructive power, a harbinger of unparalleled mobility, impervious to external influences, akin to a humanoid mobile mortar. If the army could indeed assemble a squad of survivors of this caliber, it would fundamentally upend existing infiltration tactics. Who is this young man exactly? Someone glanced at Lu Guoyang, unable to conceal their excitement, and inquired. Lu Guoyang shook his head. I only know he is currently with the 9th Special Operations Team. The specifics remain unclear. Once they extricate themselves from their predicament, I shall have Captain Zhou Lai investigate further. It is imperative that we bring him back. He should be directly awarded the rank of Major, no, Lieutenant Colonel. The gray-haired Chief of Staff pondered for a moment and addressed Lu Guoyang beside him. Our Eastern Command must use him as a benchmark to establish a superpower team. The surrounding officers exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this. To directly confer the rank of Lieutenant Colonel is almost unimaginable. However, in light of the global catastrophe, comparisons to peacetime are no longer applicable. Such a rare talent is an invaluable asset to the military. Retaining him with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel is wholly justifiable. Indeed, Chief of Staff. Lu Guoyang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Chief of Staff continued replaying the combat footage on the screen, preparing to share this video with the various corps commanders of the Eastern Command, ensuring they too would experience a wave of astonishment. At this moment in the battlefield, as Lin Chen temporarily held back the tide of corpses, granting Zhou Lai and Yang Anil a brief respite, they were hastily retreating towards the rear. Lin Chen had intended to withdraw as well, but a third-tier zombie, its underarms sprouting bony wings, was already lurking closer. Before it could reach Lin Chen, its gaping maw opened wide, releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist that surged forth. The vehicles below, tainted by the noxious vapors, instantly exhibited signs of corrosion, emanating wisps of green steam. At this moment, Lin Chen remained in an overclocked state, his skin slightly flushed, blood coursing through his veins with accelerated fervor, emanating wisps of heat, while all his attributes teetered at their peak. Observing the third-tier zombie attempting to ensnare him, Lin Chen did not evade, but rather countered, decisively pivoting his form and charging towards the creature. With one hand gripping a 7-meter propeller, he thrust his other hand forward. An invisible wave of energy radiated from his being, instantly dispersing the dense toxic mist around him. Following this, Lin Chen stepped forward, his body leaning in, legs driving his waist, which transmitted force to his shoulders and elbows, as he swung the propeller overhead, cleaving downward. Amidst the howling wind, the propeller struck the roof of an abandoned vehicle with tremendous force, causing the vehicle's frame to sag deeply. 2 unfortunate ordinary zombies were instantaneously severed in half. Meanwhile, the third-tier bone-winged zombie adeptly evaded the attack, gliding gracefully through the air, swiftly closing in by skimming alongside the propeller. Its sharp claws lunged menacingly towards Lin Chen's neck. Caution! Zhou Lai, who had been fleeing, intended to glance back to assess the direction of the zombie tide, but upon witnessing this spectacle, he instinctively held his breath in anxious anticipation. Lin Chen's previous strike was indeed breathtaking, yet as a fellow third-tier evolver, Zhou Lai understood all too well that such a display of destructive power must have depleted Lin Chen's entire mental energy. Moreover, wielding a propeller as a weapon was brutally effective yet ill-suited for close combat. Now, faced with the proximity of the third-tier zombie, Lin Chen's fate seemed perilously grim. Without a moment's hesitation, driven purely by the muscle memory forged through years of training, Zhou Lai halted, pivoted, and raised his gun, preparing to intervene. However, in the next heartbeat, his finger poised to pull the trigger faltered as shock surged back into his mind. In the heat of battle, just as the third-tier zombie's claws were about to slice through Lin Chen's neck, he preemptively seized the creature's wrist, a tempest of azure lightning crackling in his palm. The third-tier zombie's body fell rigid in an instant. Releasing the propeller with one hand, Lin Chen stepped back half a pace and coiled his fist for a powerful strike. With a force akin to diamond, his fist crashed into the zombie's face. The tearing talent activated, and the third-tier zombie's head erupted, its brain matter splattering. A dark green crystal core was on the verge of being expelled, but Lin Chen's hands swiftly closed around it, executing all movements in one seamless flow. Without pausing after dispatching the third-tier zombie, Lin Chen turned and pursued Yang Anil and the others. As he passed Zhou Lai, who was preparing to shoot, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired with curiosity, "Why aren't you running?" "Huh. Oh." Zhou Lai quickly retracted his weapon, obediently trailing behind Lin Chen. He felt as though he were merely a novice in the presence of this formidable figure. Chapter 63. In the midst of an apocalypse. Are you still riding an electric bike? As seconds ticked by, the thunderous roar of fighter jets echoed through the sky, signaling the long-awaited arrival of military support. A barrage of small-caliber cannons and precision-guided munitions unleashed a frenzy of destruction upon the horde of corpses. In mere moments, the once overwhelming tide of the undead was decisively quelled by the formidable firepower. Although the number of zombies surpassed 2,000, it paled in comparison to the tens of thousands in other regions, remaining within a manageable scope. Under the cover of relentless bombardment, Lin Chen and his companions finally managed to escape the dense cluster of residential buildings. Nangong Riyao, Yang Xuewu, and the young Yi Hongying had been anxiously waiting. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen around the street corner, their racing hearts finally found solace. Originally, there had been over 50 vehicles belonging to the survivors. Now, only a handful remained. Lin Chen, Dad, brother. Yang Xuewu rushed forward, her eyes brimming with concern and tears. These individuals were immensely significant to her, and she had been consumed by worry. Hey, why are you crying? Look, we're all fine, Yang Anil chimed in, playfully patting Yang Xuewu on the head with a relaxed demeanor. Don't fret, dear, Yang Jingwa added, stepping forward to offer reassurance. Where's Xiao Xiao? Tangmu gasped, clearly exhausted from the recent escape. Yet, she couldn't afford to rest. Glancing around anxiously and not spotting Tang Xiao Xiao, she immediately inquired with urgency. Nangong Riyao, shouldering a sniper rifle, stepped forward to comfort her. Auntie, don't worry, Xiao Xiao is in the vehicle. She fell into a deep slumber after advancing to the third tier and hasn't awakened yet. Upon hearing this, Tang Fu and Tang Mu let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the special operations team members responsible for covering their retreat began to gather around the convoy. Vigilant of their surroundings, team leader Zhou Lai quickly assessed the situation. Of the original 40-member team, only 25 remained, suffering nearly 40% casualties. Yet, this was the harsh reality of the apocalypse. With no time for sorrow, Zhou Lai approached Lin Chen, saluted, and earnestly stated, Comrade Lin Chen, greetings. I am Major Zhou Lai from the 9th Corps of the Eastern Military. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely intervention. Otherwise, we would likely have lost several more brothers. The surviving onlookers, still shaken, turned to gaze at the unexpected sight of a major leading the rescue operation. Amongst the crowd, Zhang Hang and the monkey exchanged knowing glances, realizing that this small team was anything but ordinary. Zhang Hang had witnessed firsthand the remarkable abilities displayed by these individuals during the battle. Even one of them could easily overpower him without the use of firearms. Lin Chen turned his head to acknowledge Zhou Lai with a smile and a nod, returning the gesture. I must also express my gratitude for your timely support. So there is no need for formalities. Zhou Lai smiled faintly. Although he had only just met Lin Chen, he sensed that Lin Chen's temperament was neither arrogant nor impatient, aligning well with his own disposition. However, this was not the time for pleasantries. He straightened his posture and continued to convey the military's intentions. By the command of the Chief of Staff, the 9th Legion wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us, bestowing upon you the rank of Major, to oversee the training of the Special Operations Team within the 9th Legion. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The Chief of Staff personally inviting someone to serve in the military, along with an immediate promotion to Major? This was nothing short of a monumental opportunity. To gain entry into the military amidst this apocalyptic chaos signified a newfound source of support and security, ensuring the availability of food, weaponry, and other vital resources. Yang Anil, Zhang Hang, and the others felt genuine joy for Lin Chen. They had witnessed his prowess firsthand, and being granted the rank of Major upon his entry into the military foretold a future brimming with potential. Just as the group prepared to cheer, with Zhou Lai also ready to extend a handshake of welcome, they observed Lin Chen calmly shake his head. I appreciate the kind offer, but I have no intention of joining the military. This declaration plunged the surroundings into silence, leaving everyone bewildered as to why Lin Chen would refuse. After all, this was a world overrun by zombies, fraught with continuous calamities. Did he intend to be a lone wolf? Just as Zhou Lai contemplated urging him to reconsider, a small horde of zombies emerged from around the corner. Everyone, get into the vehicles. Zhou Lai hastily directed the survivors to retreat, coordinating with his teammates to cover their escape. This was not a place for idle chatter. They could discuss matters with Lin Chen in detail once they had safely vacated the city. With a roar of engines, several vehicles surged forward, racing towards the distant streets. Meanwhile, Yang Anil, along with Tang's parents, flagged down a survivor vehicle occupied solely by the driver. Once seated, Yang Anil, in the front passenger seat, retrieved the last cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to the driver. "Do you smoke, sir?" The bespectacled, slender driver with a receding hairline beamed at the sight of the cigarette. An old smoker, he had not had a puff in 2 days since the apocalypse began. Upon seeing the offered cigarette, he instinctively reached out to take it. "No, then forget it." With deftness, young Anil took the cigarette for himself, lit it, leaned back, and exhaled a plume of smoke with a sense of relief. "Goodness, sir, it's the apocalypse and you're still driving an electric car? Aren't you worried about the brakes?" At this remark, the driver's face turned pale. In the back seat, Yang Jinghua slapped young Anil on the back of the head. "Shut up already." 20 minutes later, the convoy safely entered the spacious ring road. At that moment, all the survivors finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Entering the ring road meant they would likely no longer encounter large hordes of zombies. As the survivors beheld the armored infantry vehicles standing resolutely along the distant highway, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted among them. This marked the arrival of the infantry regiment dispatched by the military to provide support on the outskirts of the city, signifying that, from this moment forth, they were finally safe. However, Zhou Lai and his team of extraordinary individuals did not follow. Merely moments ago, they had been assigned another mission to rescue a group of over 100 survivors who were under siege by a horde of corpses. Before departing, Zhou Lai had already briefed the command center on Lin Chen's situation. As the survivors drove their vehicles closer to the infantry regiment, a squad of soldiers advanced, raising their hands to signal them to halt. "All survivors, you are now safe. However, prior to your formal evacuation, please submit to an infection check." Among the infantry, an open-top jeep rolled to the forefront of the convoy, from which a captain with a rank of 1 bar and 3 stars leaped down. Scanning the crowd of survivors, he called out loudly, "May I inquire, who is Comrade Lin Chen?" Silence enveloped the crowd for a prolonged moment until the captain repeated his inquiry. "Where is Comrade Lin Chen?" At that point, young Anil, wielding 2 machetes, stepped forward. "I am Lin Chen." The captain's face lit up with joy as he hurried towards him, but before he could speak, young Anil continued, "I am but his subordinate." Young Anil glanced back at the recently traversed path, a grin spreading across his face. He then turned back, standing at attention with utmost seriousness. "My superior has departed. He entrusted me to represent him fully and to adhere completely to the military's command. Indeed, I was a young pioneer in my youth, with a profound sense of duty." Zhang Hang, Tang Fu, and Yang Jinghua exchanged knowing smiles, also redirecting their gaze to the path they had come from. At this moment, Lin Chen and his companions had embarked upon a new journey. Chapter 64, A New Journey, the gas station incident on the highway. A pickup truck cruised steadily at a speed of 60 miles per hour. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, feeling waves of hunger gnawing at him. The recent battle had depleted much of his mental energy, and now, under the influence of his unique ability, he felt an urgent desire to consume food to restore his physical state to its peak condition. Yet, he could only suppress this hunger. The provisions in the vehicle were scant and insufficient for his needs alone. Moreover, should he consume all, the other girls, including Yi Hongying, would go hungry. To distract himself from his hunger, Lin Chen gestured with his thumb over his shoulder toward the truck bed. "Is the turret in the back from that downed helicopter?" Hearing this, Nangong Ruyao smiled warmly. "We loaded it onto the truck while you were off fetching the rotor blades. Had you delayed any longer, we would have had to turn back to find you." Lin Chen glanced at Nangong Ruyao's profile, feeling a warmth in his heart, realizing that these girls were indeed capable. "Is that thing still operational?" Lin Chen recalled that previously, Nangong Ruyao had expressed a desire for a heavy machine gun to be mounted in the bed of their apocalyptic steel beast. Unexpectedly, while they did not acquire the machine gun, they obtained an even more formidable cannon turret. However, this apparatus was not an independent weapon unit. It required external power to operate the chain mechanism for loading and firing, and it also necessitated hydraulic devices to adjust the angle of fire. Moreover, the ammunition feed chain was broken and needed to be re-welded. As Lin Chen listened to the myriad of technical terms spilling from Nangong Ruyao's lips, he felt an unexplainable awe. "Can you fix it?" he queried. "I cannot," Nangong Ruyao replied, sticking out her tongue with a playful smile. "Then it's merely scrap metal, isn't it?" Lin Chen shrugged, realizing for the first time that his senior had a playful side. Nangong Ruyao glanced at the rearview mirror. "Once Xiao Xiao wakes up, let her tinker with it. The electric drive system should be manageable for her, and aren't you a mobile power source yourself? As for the welding of the ammunition feed, just find a welder." Perhaps you could learn as well. After all, we have this talent. Let's not waste it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at her barely contained laughter and could not help but retort, I'm a tall guy at 1.8 meters. If I have looks, I have skills. I'm not even a major, and you want me to learn welding? Nangong Ruyao waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come on, learning it would benefit you. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Yi Hongying was resting with her eyes closed, indulging in her two favorite pastimes, meditating and daydreaming. Beside her, Yang Xiaowu was fiddling with a compound bow. Just moments before their impending separation, Yang Anil wished to leave his sister a keepsake, but, after searching his person thoroughly, found only a lighter. Ultimately, he took the compound bow from Tang's father and placed it in Yang Xiaowu's arms. After all, the arrows had long been used up, rendering the bow merely a decorative item for Tang's father. Initially, Yang Xiaowu intended to refuse, but upon seeing Tang Xiaoxiao still in a slumber, she accepted the compound bow. She planned to return it to Tang Xiaoxiao once she awoke. Just as Yang Xiaowu pondered this, she glanced back at Tang Xiaoxiao and noticed her cheeks were flushed. She quickly reached out to feel her forehead. Xiaoxiao seems to have a slight fever, she remarked, withdrawing her hand and turning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Tang Xiaoxiao, furrowing his brow. Logically, given that Tang Xiaoxiao was now in the third stage of physical enhancement, she should not easily succumb to illness. Moreover, since her elevation to the third stage, she had been in slumber for 2 or 3 hours. Lin Chen suspected that perhaps she was merely conserving energy. The vehicle is running low on fuel. Should we find a gas station and take a brief respite? Suggested Nangong Ruyao, glancing at the fuel gauge. All right, Lin Chen nodded. The vehicle required refueling. Tang Xiaoxiao needed rest, and he himself was in dire need of sustenance. After traversing for over 20 minutes, a gas station emerged by the roadside. In front of the station, several zombies were impaled through the chin by rebar, resembling skewers, swaying gently in the wind. Observing this scene, Lin Chen smirked slightly. This was clearly a display of intimidation, a warning to outsiders that the area was claimed. To avoid death, one should refrain from provoking. However, while this threat might be effective against others, it was trivial in the face of Lin Chen. The vehicle rolled directly into the gas station and came to a steady halt. Before alighting, Lin Chen issued a cautionary note to Nangong Ruyao and the others. The threat posed by the others could be disregarded, yet one must never act carelessly. Even the smallest oversight could lead to disaster. To survive longer in this apocalyptic world, vigilance was paramount. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Chen raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill, proclaiming, "We merely seek to refuel and mean no harm. We kindly ask for your cooperation." No one responded from within the gas station. After standing still for half a minute, Lin Chen proceeded toward the fuel tank. Unfortunately, due to a power outage, this small gas station could not operate its submersible pumps or extract fuel from the underground tanks. Yet, for Lin Chen, this posed no real obstacle. As the nozzle was inserted into the pickup truck's fuel port, his eyes glimmered with a white luminescence, a manifestation of his telekinetic prowess. Instantly, a powerful suction extended from the nozzle, and within seconds, fuel gushed forth. At that moment, the gas station's doors swung open, and 2 men emerged. One brandished a crossbow, aiming it at Lin Chen, while the other held a shovel. Lin Chen tilted his head slightly, glancing at the pair. "We will leave once we finish refueling. There is no need for conflict." The man with the shovel scanned Lin Chen's pickup, noticing the presence of Nangong Ruyao and the other women inside. A fleeting expression of astonishment at their beauty crossed his face, replaced swiftly by a forced smile. "Don't misunderstand. Refueling is fine, but before that, I'd like to enlighten you about the National Road Usage Act and the National Tree Planting Act." "What do you mean?" Lin Chen inquired, removing the nozzle and tilting his head in curiosity. The man with the crossbow stepped forward, speaking coldly. "It means this road is mine, and these trees are mine. If you wish to pass, leave something behind. We'll take the pickup, you can leave." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes with a hint of amusement. "How intriguing. Your rhymes are quite clever. Are you two aspiring scholars?" At that moment, Yi Hongying stepped down from the vehicle, gripping the hilt of her sword. Standing resolutely beside the truck, the breeze stirred her waist-length ponytail. Upon seeing the Tang sword in Yi Hongying's hand, the man with the crossbow sneered disdainfully, even pulling out a cigarette to dangle from his lips. "Playing with knives? Can you outpace my arrows? Moreover, the two of us, with our talents combined, have yet to encounter a worthy opponent." Chapter 65. The Winds of Fist and the Blood of the Nose. The blade's light ignites smoke. Husband, brother. Do not provoke trouble, let them go. A woman, heavily pregnant, leaned out from behind the glass door of a gas station, her voice trembling with anxiety. Upon hearing her, the man wielding a shovel immediately tensed, turning to admonish her, quickly return inside. Do not come out. Lin Chen, initially poised to strike, narrowed his eyes. He discerned that the woman's belly was remarkably large, indicating that she was nearing her due date. The man with the shovel was presumably her husband, while the one brandishing a crossbow must be her brother. In this apocalyptic world, a heavily pregnant woman was akin to a burden, yet these two had not abandoned her. Lin Chen momentarily quelled the murderous intent brewing within him. You may take your pickup truck, but leave the bottled water. The man with the shovel hesitated before lowering his demands and speaking again. Lin Chen shook his head nonchalantly. I am not a philanthropist. The man with the crossbow, observing Lin Chen turning to depart, swiftly pulled the trigger, shooting at the ground beside Lin Chen, his voice cold and commanding. I am not negotiating with you. Attack. The man with the shovel lunged forward, swinging his shovel towards Lin Chen's shoulder with remarkable speed. Yet, to Lin Chen, that speed was still insufficient. He slightly sidestepped, evading the shovel while extending his hand to grasp the assailant's neck. At that moment, the man wielding the crossbow was enveloped in a purple glow. He activated his mental shock ability. Instantly, Lin Chen's mind was engulfed in a haze, akin to being pinned down by a supernatural force, rendering his body beyond his control. However, this disorienting sensation was fleeting for Lin Chen. As he regained control of his body, the man with the shovel executed a swift side kick, striking Lin Chen in the abdomen. He was propelled backward, crashing against the pickup truck. Humph, my brother-in-law is a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo and a second-tier evolver. That was merely a warning. Do not force us to resort to lethal measures, the man with the crossbow declared, his chin lifted in pride. Yet, as he observed Lin Chen being kicked several meters away, Nangong Ruyao, peering from the vehicle, chimed in with a smile. You underestimated him, didn't you? Beside her, Yi Hongying wore a subtle smile, having refrained from intervening earlier as she sensed no murderous intent from the attackers. Had either of them exuded even the slightest hint of malice, they would have been the first to perish. Lin Chen rose from the ground, brushing off the shoe prints on his chest, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. He too had failed to perceive the threat, which had delayed his activation of his ability. They say one can easily stumble in a gutter, and indeed, he had been caught off guard by this ambush. At this moment, the two men, one with the shovel and the other with the crossbow, exchanged bewildered glances, both momentarily taken aback. The man was sent flying 2 meters by a kick. Yet the group of girls displayed not a trace of fear. Instead, they laughed, as though they regarded the incident with indifference. The brother-in-law, wielding a shovel, glanced sideways at his younger brother. Brother, isn't your psychological impact supposed to last several seconds? How is he already back on his feet? The younger brother, holding a crossbow, was equally astonished. Aren't you a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo? How can he still stand? Lin Chen flexed his wrist, a smirk playing on his lips. If that kick of yours qualifies as a third-degree black belt, then my punch must be at least 30 degrees. In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted beneath Lin Chen's feet, propelling him forward like a bullet. He appeared before the shovel-wielding man, his fist poised perilously close to the man's nose. Less than half a centimeter away, the wind from his punch howled like a powerful hairdryer, tousling the man's hair and sending ripples through his skin. Moments later, a trickle of blood flowed from his nostrils. The man's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, unable to control himself. This was merely the force of the punch's wind that had made him bleed. Meanwhile, the younger brother trembled in fear, ready to raise his crossbow at Lin Chen. Suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air before him, paralyzing him with fear, his body frozen in place. His cigarette, still unlit and clutched between his lips, ignited spontaneously with a hiss. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Hongying stood 2 meters away, slowly sheathing her knife. Her long ponytail still suspended in the air as she completed the motion of drawing and sheathing. Both men were utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground, their limbs stiff with fear, their eyes wide with horror. The punch had drawn blood, and the knife had ignited a cigarette. Was this the capability of a mere human? It was more terrifying than any zombie. Lin Chen squatted down to pick up the crossbow from the ground, examining it. Has this thing ever killed anyone? The once defiant younger brother now resembled a docile kitten, shaking his head repeatedly. I've taken down 4 zombies, but never harmed a living person. Lin Chen raised his gaze to meet his, grinning. To be honest, I wouldn't mind if you had killed someone. I do it often. Big brother, please. I beg you, don't kill us. My child is about to be born. If we die, she and her mother won't survive in this apocalypse. The brother-in-law scrambled over, positioning himself protectively beside the younger brother, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. Lin Chen frowned, stepping back slightly, wary of the man's tears staining his pants. Stop crying. If I wanted to kill you, I would have acted long ago. That arrow your brother shot was merely a warning, and your kick was just a nudge, not an attempt to stab me with the shovel. If either of you truly intended to kill me, you'd likely be on the other side of the river of oblivion by now. May I ask you a question? Is there a supermarket nearby? The gnawing hunger within him was unrelenting, and Lin Chen found himself in dire need of sustenance. Upon hearing this, both individuals simultaneously raised their hands to point towards a narrow path beside the national road. There lay a village, home to a supermarket. However, it was also infested with zombies. All right, Lin Chen declared, rising to approach the pickup truck. The presence of a supermarket was promising, as he longed for a hearty meal. Hey, if you're going to gather supplies, could I possibly accompany you? The brother-in-law hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward nervously to inquire. My wife is due to give birth soon, and I truly require some purified water. Lin Chen glanced at him, aware that newborns possess extremely fragile immune systems, making them susceptible to mutations from even slightly contaminated water sources. He took a seat in the passenger side and replied to the man, if you wish to come along. You may, but do not expect me to look after your well-being. Thank you, brother. The man exclaimed, immediately rushing to a nearby Mazda and climbing inside. He then instructed his younger brother, take care of your sister. I'll return with the water. Nangong Riao turned the vehicle around and began driving towards the village road beneath the national highway. Meanwhile, Lin Chen glanced in the rearview mirror at the pregnant woman by the gas station, her face etched with concern. Curiosity stirred within him. Would a baby born amidst global calamity awaken random talents, or would it inherit the abilities of its parents? Or perhaps it would simply be an ordinary human. As the pickup truck traversed the rural road for 3 to 4 minutes, the outlines of houses materialized ahead. The first structure at the village entrance was a 2-story villa, its exterior tiles faded and corroded by acid rain, exuding an air of desolation and decay. At the entrance of the villa lay a half-eaten corpse, rotting and foul, while a mutated wild dog, its skin peeling and one eye missing, crouched over the remains, tearing at the putrid flesh. The noise of the approaching pickup truck caught the attention of the mutated wild dog, which immediately lifted its head and emitted a growl, poised to leap at the vehicle. Before it could act, a stone on the ground suddenly levitated, piercing the wild dog's skull in an instant. The pickup truck continued on its way, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Chen, toying with a coin in his hand, felt a fleeting glimmer of light in his eyes. He then inquired, Shui Wu, how many experience points do you lack? Yang Shui Wu looked up slightly, responding obediently, 22 points. Very well, let us upgrade you. Lin Chen replied calmly. 22 experience points were easily manageable. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to elevate Yang Shui Wu to the 3rd tier, ensuring that their entire team would be without weaknesses. Furthermore, Yang Shui Wu possessed an A-grade talent for extreme cold, with a remarkably high ceiling for potential. However, this high school junior still requires further development. As the vehicle entered the village, a cluster of red brick houses began to emerge. The majority of these structures were 2 stories high, and the village road was wide and well-maintained, with a few scattered shops lining either side. Rather than a mere village, it resembled a quaint little town. As the rumble of the pickup truck echoed throughout the area, a dozen zombies surged forth from every corner in a frenzied attack. Upon witnessing the horde approaching, Nangong Ruyao, at the wheel of the pickup, chose not to plow through them. Instead, she slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt. Simultaneously, she raised her hand to turn on the car's music. What should we listen to? Ignoring the zombies lunging toward the truck, Nangong Ruyao tilted her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she inquired. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before responding. How about the most dazzling folk style? Nangong Ruyao chuckled softly. Using this song as the background music for Hongyi? It seems a bit mismatched with her temperament. Meanwhile, the rear door of the vehicle swung open, and Yi Hongying stepped out, her skirt billowing in the wind. Her gaze was serene, her expression nonchalant. With her left hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her right hand grasped the handle firmly. The prelude of the most dazzling folk style began to play. With a crisp sound, the sword was drawn, and in the next instant, a graceful figure clad in red dashed toward the horde. She lunged forward to slice, spun to sweep, and sidestepped to slash. Yi Hongying's strikes were swift, fierce, and aesthetically pleasing, each movement executed with precision, maximizing speed and accuracy to their utmost potential. In the midst of battle, her waist-length ponytail, bound by a red ribbon, danced in the wind, and her elegant form moved gracefully among the filth of the undead. Blood spattered in all directions as dismembered limbs flew. With each rhythmic beat of the music, another zombie fell. As the final upward slash was delivered, a zombie tumbled from the air to the ground, and the scene abruptly froze. Yi Hongying stood firm, sheathing her sword, her long hair cascading down. Throughout the entire ordeal, not a single drop of tainted blood stained her. Unable to contain herself, Nangong Ruyao pulled out her phone, capturing the stunning tableau before her. "Sister Ruyao, if you have the chance, print me a copy later," Lin Chen, in the passenger seat, called out to her. Nangong Ruyao turned her head to glance at Lin Chen, her eyes narrowing with a teasing smile. "What do you want a picture of Hongying for? Speak up. Are you perhaps coveting her figure? You lecherous one." Lin Chen glanced at Yi Hongying, who stood amidst the fallen zombies, her long legs strikingly elegant. Of course, with such a captivating 32D beauty, a pure and innocent girl wielding a blade, it would be disingenuous to have no thoughts at all. "However, sister, your directness in steering the conversation this way makes me feel as though you are the one flirting with me." At this moment, Yi Hongying returned and addressed Yang Shuowu in the back seat. "They are not dead yet. I merely severed their joints. You may proceed to harvest them." Meanwhile, the song had just reached the lyric about the winding river descending from the heavens. Yang Shuowu paused, suddenly noticing that the zombies on the ground were still writhing. Their limbs had been severed, leaving only their heads capable of movement. "Thank you, Sister Hongying," Yang Shuowu said gratefully, casting a glance at Yi Hongying, but then instinctively swallowed hard. The sight of so many zombies reduced to mere torsos, with her remaining unfazed and devoid of any expression, was both brutal and awe-inspiring. As Yang Shuowu stepped out of the vehicle, contemplating which weapon to use to end the zombies, she heard Lin Chen's voice, filled with amusement. "Shuowu, use the compound bow." "Huh?" Yang Shuowu glanced at the compound bow in the car, about to mention her lack of arrows. However, in the next instant, she grasped Lin Chen's intention, a smile brightening her face. Indeed, how had she not thought of that? With that realization, Yang Shuowu held the compound bow with one hand, standing tall before her, while her right hand extended forward in a gesture of focus. As a wave of chilling energy surged around her, the moisture in the air and the tainted blood on the ground swiftly converged towards her palm, transforming into tiny ice crystals during the process. The ice crystals coalesced, swiftly forming into a crystalline arrow. With a sudden twang, the bowstring quivered, and the ice arrow soared through the air, striking a zombie. Though her aim still needed refinement, hitting the creature's back instead of its head was inconsequential. The moment the icy arrow penetrated the zombie, its blood was instantly frozen by the frigid energy. In the next instant, countless dark red ice spikes erupted from within, piercing through its innards and flesh. Yang Shuowu felt as if she had unlocked a new realm, drawing back the bowstring once more to unleash a flurry of ice arrows. With each successive shot, her accuracy improved. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, seated comfortably in the vehicle with his hands behind his head, leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed his team had gained another ice archer. On the other hand, the brother-in-law, who had been driving behind Lin Chen and the others, was now drenched in cold sweat from fear. The scenes of Yi Hongying's earlier strike and Yang Shuowu's creation of ice arrows to slay zombies had completely shattered his understanding. While they struggled for survival in this apocalyptic world, carefully approaching even a mere ordinary zombie for fear of being scratched or bitten, it was bewildering to witness Lin Chen and his companions treating low-level zombies as mere practice dummies. Amidst a village besieged by hordes of zombies, the atmosphere was paradoxically reminiscent of a leisurely road trip, serene and untroubled. The stark contrast between the grim reality and the carefree demeanor was striking. The brother-in-law gazed longingly at the pickup truck before him, his eyes filled with envy, pure, unadulterated envy, to traverse a world rife with the undead. Accompanied by 4 remarkably attractive companions, while he himself struggled for survival over a mere piece of bread or a bottle of clean water, was a notion beyond his comprehension. Chapter 67. The mysterious survivor convoy. Within a mere minute, Yang Shuwu had eradicated all the zombies in her path. The pickup continued its forward journey, with zombies occasionally lunging from the sides of the road, including a particularly robust second-tier zombie. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Yang Shuwu had learned to wield a compound bow, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. As her icy arrows pierced the skull of the second-tier zombie, she ascended to the third tier herself. With a powerful heartbeat resonating within her chest, a transformation surged through every cell in Yang Shuwu's body, augmenting her meridians, bones, muscle fibers, and nervous system. As she felt the newfound strength and an overwhelming surge of mental fortitude, a flush of excitement graced her cheeks. No longer would she be a burden to the team. Lin Chen glanced at the rearview mirror, capturing this moment in his memory, a smile gracing his lips. From this point forward, the entire team had reached the third tier. A short while later, the pickup truck came to a steady halt before a two-story building adorned with the sign of Judge's Supermarket. This was their destination. After gathering the necessary supplies, Lin Chen disembarked and instructed Nangong Ruyao and Yi Hongying to assist him, while Yang Shuwu remained in the vehicle, tasked with guarding the sleeping Tang Xiaoxiao. The Mazda parked behind the pickup, with the brother-in-law cautiously clutching an iron rod, trailing carefully behind the others. The glass doors of the supermarket had long since shattered, and Lin Chen was the first to step inside. As he crossed the threshold, a pungent odor of decay assaulted his senses. The two boxes of bananas nearest the entrance had turned black, and the oranges were covered in mold. However, the apples, cantaloupes, and watermelons in the adjacent basket retained a semblance of freshness. The sight of remaining fruit sparked a glimmer of joy in the eyes of the two women. On the sixth day since the apocalypse had begun, food had become a fiercely contested resource among all survivors. The prospect of obtaining fresh fruit in the future seemed increasingly bleak. Just as Nangong Ruyao leaned down to lift a watermelon, a child-sized zombie, standing only a meter tall, suddenly lunged from a corner of the supermarket. With its jagged, bloodied mouth wide open, it aimed to bite into Nangong Ruyao's arm. In response, she swiftly drew her handgun, aimed at the child zombie, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunfire echoed, the child zombies fell into an eternal slumber. Nangong Ruyao holstered her pistol once more and shook her head. Children, it is not right to frighten others. Meanwhile, her brother-in-law was nearly paralyzed with fear. They not only possess extraordinary talents, but are also armed. Who exactly are these university students? On another front, Lin Chen gazed hungrily at the rows of food on the shelves, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao busied themselves with transporting supplies to the vehicle, he approached a shelf and tore open a bag of bread, devouring it without regard for its expiration date. As the food entered his mouth, the sensation of hunger intensified. He continued to grab bread, crush cans, and indiscriminately shove everything into his mouth: chicken legs and sauce, corn sausages, marinated eggs, biscuits, and various chips. At that moment, he resembled a ravenous wolf, consuming anything edible with abandon. Even when some food had spoiled, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. Spoiled? No matter. Quantum microtoxins, let them contend with my stomach acid. This scene left both Nangong Ruyao and Yi Hongying momentarily speechless. However, they quickly returned to their task of moving food, sparing only a few glances at Lin Chen. Meanwhile, her brother-in-law was utterly astonished by Lin Chen's voracious appetite. A young man weighing around 140 to 150 pounds had devoured over 100 pounds of food, equivalent to the intake of multiple individuals. Yet Lin Chen merely exhibited a slight bulge in his abdomen. He swallowed hard, unwilling to scrutinize Lin Chen any further, and continued transporting supplies, reassuring himself that extraordinary individuals often exhibited unusual behaviors, which was, after all, quite normal. After a frenzied 10 minutes, the gnawing hunger within him finally dissipated. The hundreds of points of mental energy he had expended earlier in the city were fully restored. Were he to recover that mental energy through mere rest, it would have taken at least 3 days. In addition to the complete restoration of his mental energy, Lin Chen noticed that his strength attribute had increased from 55 to 57 points. Had he gained 2 points of strength? A wave of joy surged within him. After his ascension to the third tier, his base strength attribute was 54 points. The last time he had eaten in the park, he had only gained 1 point. This time, having eaten his fill, he had increased by 2 points. Though it may seem a modest enhancement for Lin Chen, Endowed with talents like potential eruption and strength augmentation, this increase was significant. "There's still plenty of pork in the fridge," he remarked, wiping his mouth with a wet napkin as he approached the pickup truck. Nangong Ruyao exclaimed with excitement. Although the refrigerator had lost power for 3 or 4 days, its airtight seal had merely softened the frozen meat without spoiling it. "Excellent. We'll have barbecued meat for dinner," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Ever since the onset of the global disaster, they had been in a constant state of flight. On ordinary days, surviving solely on biscuits and sausages. I had yet to enjoy a proper meal. The smiles adorning Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shuewu's faces revealed their longing for meat. At that moment, the bed of the pickup truck was brimming with an array of provisions: instant noodles, assorted snacks, beer, beverages, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and bottled water, a veritable cornucopia of sustenance. To preserve the freshness of the pork, Yang Shuewu had even activated her talent, freezing it on the spot. I recalled Nangong Ruyao's playful teasing, likening me to a human mobile power source. Now, our team had acquired yet another mobile appliance, a human refrigerator. And let us not forget Yi Hongying, who could be dubbed a portable oven. This excursion had yielded bountiful rewards. The truck was laden with enough food to last us a fortnight. And Yang Shuewu had successfully advanced to the 3rd tier. I savored a hearty meal, contemplating the need to gather more gasoline from the barrels for future use. Nangong Ruyao drove the pickup truck, returning along the familiar route, her body swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, her spirits high. I glanced over and thought, indeed, Ruyao's name is well earned. Moments later, we arrived back at the gas station. However, as we approached, Nangong Ruyao's brow furrowed slightly. A convoy of a dozen vehicles, part of a survival group in this apocalyptic scenario, was queuing for fuel. The license plates revealed they were from Lin City, and their vehicles bore the scars of battle, smeared with congealed blood and remnants of flesh. It was evident that these individuals, like us, had emerged from the tide of corpses in Lin City. Yet, why had they not sought refuge with the military, instead opting for solitary survival? Something was amiss. Before I could ponder further, a Mazda that had been trailing us surged ahead, hastily racing towards the gas station. "Quick! Fill up the tanks. We need to find a town to replenish our supplies," a voice barked. "Damn it, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to cremate your mother or something?" Another voice retorted angrily. The tension escalated as several men began to bicker over the fuel. With the power grid down, they resorted to using a 7 or 8 meter long hose to siphon gasoline from the storage tank, but with only one hose to serve a dozen vehicles. The process was agonizingly slow. A closer inspection revealed that the majority of the convoy consisted of men with crew cuts or shaved heads, many clad in prison uniforms, their expressions menacing. "Enough. Silence." A brawny man in a military green vest, dark-skinned and wielding an assault rifle, burst through the glass door of the gas station, commanding immediate attention. Upon the appearance of this man, those who had been previously filled with anger suddenly wilted like mice in the presence of a cat. "Brother Long." Someone promptly approached, offering a cigarette to the robust man. Pan Xiaolong exhaled a smoke ring, furrowing his brow. "Damn it, this is merely a rest stop, devoid of any supplies. And let us not forget the pregnant woman and the reckless young fool." "A pregnant woman? What a pity." Nearby, a bald man peered through the door's crack and glimpsed a pregnant woman lying on the ground, clutching her belly and wailing, her amniotic fluid gushing forth. Beside her, a young man with a buzz cut, bloodied and with a broken arm and fractured ribs, was crawling toward her. He withdrew his head, sighing. If only she weren't with child, she could have joined the convoy to alleviate the brothers' burdens. "Brother Long, I recall that there's a town about 10 kilometers ahead. What shall we do once we arrive?" the bald man inquired. Hearing this, Pan Xiaolong delivered a sharp knock to the bald man's head. "What shall we do? Kill zombies, seize women, scavenge for supplies, establish a base. Isn't that precisely what we are meant to do?" As he spoke, Pan Xiaolong glanced at the 30 or so men in the gas station, filled with hope for the future. For others, the onset of this apocalypse may have been a cataclysmic disaster, but for him, it was akin to divine providence. Prior to this calamity, he had been a prisoner sentenced to life, destined to languish in prison for all eternity. Yet this disaster transformed his life entirely. Not only did he acquire the rare C-grade talent of beast transformation, but amidst the chaos of the catastrophe, he escaped with this group of prisoners, establishing his own faction. Regrettably, the team he initially assembled boasted over 100 members, but following their desperate flight during the military's offensive against the zombie tide in Lin City. Only this 30+ remained with him here. Nevertheless, that number sufficed. Once he located a small town, he could lead these men to continually gather supplies, expand his influence, and reign supreme as a warlord. This was far more gratifying than following the military into a survivor's base, subject to the whims of others. As Pan Xiaolong contemplated this vision for the future, a smile crept across his lips. He intended to bestow a resonant name upon his burgeoning faction. What should it be? Just as he squatted on the stone steps, pondering this future blueprint, the sound of roaring engines in the distance suddenly captured his attention. The prisoners at the gas station, still vying for fuel, turned their gazes as well. On the rural road not far away, a Mazda was speeding toward them, with a wild-looking pickup truck resembling a steel beast following closely behind. Upon spotting the pickup, Pan Xiaolong's eyes gleamed. What a remarkable modification. It could easily plow through hordes of zombies, a true treasure. The Mazda sped into the gas station with remarkable haste, drawing the curiosity of the surrounding men, among whom one had already extracted a shotgun from the vehicle. As the Mazda came screeching to a halt, the brother-in-law leapt from the car in a state of urgency. Racing toward the lounge, two burly men immediately stepped forward, blocking his path, one of them raising his shotgun and striking the brother-in-law's head with the butt of the weapon. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Yet, he staggered back to his feet, murmuring the word wife. The men who had gathered, brandishing iron rods, were about to strike the brother-in-law from behind when they noticed Pan Xiaolong raising his hand to halt them. The man's motion faltered. A look of confusion etched on his face as he regarded Pan Xiaolong. Brother Long? Pan Xiaolong tilted his chin toward the approaching pickup truck, prompting those around him to turn and gaze at it. Upon closer inspection, their eyes brightened at the sight of numerous boxes of supplies in the truck bed. Starved and famished, the crowd became instantly invigorated. Meanwhile, the brother-in-law, unimpeded, staggered and crawled toward the lounge. Elsewhere, the pickup truck came to a halt several meters in front of the gas station. Nangong Ruya furrowed her brows, noting the prisoner's garb worn by the men and the firearms they wielded. Although she was now a third-tier evolved being, she was not adept enough to dodge bullets. This group was not to be trifled with. What should we do? Nangong Ruya turned to Lin Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Lin Chen's gaze remained serene, 2 coins spinning between his fingers. Given their demeanor, even if we wish to leave, escape is not an option. At that moment, 2 vehicles had already started, quietly blocking the entrance from the rural road to the national highway. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 men, armed with firearms, were forming a fan-shaped encirclement around the pickup truck. The stark contrast between humans and zombies lay in the cunning and treachery of humanity, along with their proficiency in weaponry. The muzzles of a dozen firearms were silently aimed at the pickup, a sight that caused both Nangong Ruya and Yang Shuowu to feel a twinge of tension. They had faced hordes of zombies and battled formidable third-tier zombies, yet this was their first direct confrontation with a group of armed humans. In the face of such reality, even third-tier evolved beings remained on equal footing with the masses. Do not worry. This vehicle has been reinforced and is rated B2 for bullet resistance. Stay inside while I engage them. Lin Chen recalled a parameter mentioned by Wang Jinyu during the vehicle's modification, though he was not entirely clear on its significance. As he spoke, Lin Chen opened the car door and stepped out. The moment he did, 3 submachine guns and 2 shotguns were immediately aimed at his head. These were originally airdropped by the military to assist survivors in the city in their struggle against the undead. Yet, in the hands of this group, they had become a means to seize resources. Brother Long, my scouting talent has revealed that this vehicle is not only laden with food, but also harbors for young and beautiful women. The bald man beside Pan Xiaolong, grinning broadly, leaned forward, even licking his lips in a display of hunger. The men around, upon hearing this, became visibly excited. Damn, there are women. Chapter 69, The Direct Confrontation of Talents and Firearms. The hunt begins. Kill the men, spare the women. Pan Xiaolong merely cast a glance at Lin Chen, who had just disembarked, without uttering a word. Come on, brother, this kid isn't bad looking. Can I have a turn with her? A rotund man, clad in sandals paired with white socks, sporting a scruffy beard and a buzz cut, chuckled as he made his request. Upon hearing this, the prisoners standing next to him instinctively tightened their postures, their faces betraying a sense of dread as they unconsciously stepped away from him. Suddenly, amidst the tension, The wail of an infant pierced the air, emanating from the gas station's lounge. The pregnant woman had gone into labor. At that very moment, Lin Chen struck. A coin infused with the energy of thunder erupted from his fingers, shooting forth with remarkable speed. A brilliant blue beam of lightning surged towards the crowd before him. In an instant, the ferocious energy pierced through two individuals, reducing half of their bodies to a gruesome mist of blood, while the remaining halves became charred remnants. Lin Chen's sudden assault caught all the prisoners off guard. Most of them had underestimated Lin Chen, viewing him as a mere unarmed figure as they swaggered towards him with cigarettes dangling from their lips. Yet, the disdain with which they had regarded him moments ago was now replaced by sheer shock. Two living beings had, in the blink of an eye, been obliterated to half their form. One among the crowd quickly regained his composure, brandishing an assault rifle, and began a frenzied barrage towards Lin Chen. However, every bullet missed its mark, ricocheting harmlessly into the ground or embedding into the sides of the pickup truck, leaving behind a trail of pockmarks. At the very instant the electromagnetic projectile was fired, Lin Chen's leg muscles surged with power, creating a powerful gust that billowed his pant legs. Harnessing the force of thunder beneath him, he transformed into a streak of lightning, lunging towards the crowd with astonishing speed, leaving only a shimmering blue afterimage in his wake. The nearest burly man found himself ensnared by Lin Chen's grip around his neck, his body propelled backward by the tremendous force, before crashing violently to the ground. The crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated throughout the scene. Lin Chen grasped the severed neck of his opponent, his body pivoting halfway, channeling strength through his waist and shoulders as he hurled the lifeless form of the burly man like a sandbag towards the prisoners before him. The sound of gunfire erupted as several of them squeezed the triggers, yet all the bullets found their mark in the corpse. The 200-plus-pound body, propelled with a whistling rush, crashed into the group, toppling them to the ground, some with shattered wrists, others spitting blood. In an instant, Lin Chen seized the opportunity, swiftly turning as his left hand transformed into a blade, sweeping in a diagonal arc towards the rear. In the next moment, a terrifying wind blade, 5 meters in diameter, sliced through the crowd with alarming speed. There was scarcely time for reaction as 4 prisoners were cleaved in half, blood spraying forth, their innards spilling onto the ground. A deep gorge marred the earth where the wind blade had passed. All of this transpired within a mere 2 seconds, resulting in 7 fatalities and 3 others severely injured. It was only at this juncture that the surrounding prisoners began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Some frantically pulled their triggers towards Lin Chen, while others, paralyzed by fear, sought refuge behind a vehicle, terrified of being bisected by that dreadful wind blade. Following his successful assault, Lin Chen executed a swift roll and took cover behind a nearby Mazda. A barrage of bullets rained down upon him, 2 of which found their mark, striking him in the lower back. However, the 58mm assault rifle rounds merely fell away from his body, having failed to penetrate. A sharp pain radiated from the impact site, yet it inflicted no substantial harm. The diamond hardening ability easily thwarted the bullet's penetration, though his internal organs experienced a slight jolt from the shock. From the very onset of the conflict, the diamond hardening talent had activated, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. Every part of him was as resilient as diamond. It was at this moment that the true terror of his SSS-level divine slaughter talent was fully unveiled. Were he an ordinary third-tier evolutionary, even with the diamond hardening ability, his mental fortitude would limit him to only protecting vital areas. Yet, under the relentless absorption of the divine slaughter talent, his mental capacity had surpassed 600 points, akin to a mage with an extensive repertoire of skills and an immense mana pool. As long as he entered combat, both diamond hardening and potential eruption talents would be activated to their fullest. Monster? At that instant, the bald man accompanying Pan Xiaolong was utterly paralyzed with fear, retreating in terror. With a resounding crack, Pan Xiaolong brought the butt of his gun crashing down on the bald man's forehead, causing blood to spurt forth. Pan Xiaolong's eyes were filled with malice, his face contorted with rage. What the hell do you mean, monster? He.S. a third-tier evolutionary. Where are the grenades? Blow him to bits. Ma Laohong, Lu Fatty, unleash your talents immediately. With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot bring him down. Pan Xiaolong stood on the steps, fiercely wielding an assault rifle, unleashing a torrent of gunfire towards Lin Chen's position, while vociferously berating the crowd. However, beneath his fierce facade, he was inwardly engulfed in trepidation. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Yet, with hostilities already ignited, retreat was no longer an option. It was a fight to the death. Among the prisoners, a diminutive man clambered into a vehicle, yanked out a few grenades, and removed the safety pins, preparing to hurl them towards the Mazda. Suddenly, a crack echoed, a sniper's shot rang out, and a crimson hole appeared in the man's forehead, his body freezing in place as the grenade slipped from his grasp, detonating with a resounding boom. The explosion sent the car and the two prisoners sheltering behind it hurtling into the air. Damn, there's still help inside the vehicle, someone shouted towards the pickup truck, prompting a fresh barrage of bullets to rain down upon it. The bullets ricocheted off the truck's body, creating a cacophony of noise and peppering it with a multitude of bullet holes. Among the prisoners, another man of dark complexion brandished two sharp fruit knives, rising to hurl them towards the Mazda. With his D-class telekinetic ability activated, the knives traced an uncanny parabolic arc through the air, circumventing the Mazda and targeting Lin Chen, who was hidden behind. In the ranks, another rotund individual sprang into action, his body's excess fat coalescing around his arms. In mere seconds, his limbs bulged like tree trunks. With a mighty effort, he hoisted a massive oil drum filled to the brim and, relying solely on brute strength, hurled the several hundred pounds of the drum towards the Mazda's roof. Not far away, Pan Xiaolong raised his submachine gun and squeezed the trigger at the oil drum. In the next instant, the drum erupted violently. A colossal fireball surged outward, the shockwave flipping the Mazda over. The windows of a dozen nearby cars shattered instantaneously, while a searing heat wave, exceeding 1,000 degrees, spread wildly, prompting everyone to instinctively shield their heads with their arms. Pan Xiaolong could not contain his laughter. What of a third-tier revolver? Cross me, and you shall perish. Yet, just as his laughter reached its peak, he suddenly froze in astonishment. Amidst the searing flames, a luminous psychic barrier shimmered, clearly visible against the inferno. The figure of a young man in black stood resolute within the barrier, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Farewell, everyone. The 5 seconds to gather the wind blade is over. Now, the hunting hour begins. Chapter 70, A One-Sided Massacre. The insatiable Yi Hongying, as everyone struggled to open their eyes against the scorching airwaves generated by the exploding oil drum, Lin Chen emanated a powerful psychic shield, effectively blocking the fiery onslaught 1 meter in front of him. Meanwhile, the garments adorning him danced wildly, as a continuous stream of air surged upwards from beneath his feet. His eyes were entirely enveloped in a pale green luminescence. Mental power surged from 10 to 20 to 30, transforming into a tempestuous gale that converged towards his palms. In the next instant, Lin Chen brought his hands together, stepping forward with his body leaning in, and slashed diagonally with his palms. This time, the blade of air was significantly wider than before, sweeping forth with unparalleled ferocity. The wind blade, with an unstoppable fury, cleaved through the air, instantly severing a nearby vehicle in two, as if it had been sliced by a high-speed cutting machine, leaving a smooth, clean break. The 3 prisoners, who had thought themselves safe behind the car, were caught in the aftermath of the air blade's power, their bodies instantly dismembered. Had the car been severed? Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the remaining dozen or so individuals felt their composure shatter. Was this truly still a human being? A deep chill spread uncontrollably from their hearts, and their mental state collapsed entirely. At this moment, they felt a terror greater than when they had desperately fled amidst the corpses in Lin City. The young man in black was a monster far beyond their capacity to confront. As the prisoners' morale crumbled, a sudden ice arrow pierced through the air. A man, revealing half his shoulder from behind the vehicle's cover, was struck by the ice arrow, letting out a pained wail. Just as he reached for his submachine gun to retaliate towards the pickup truck's direction, his blood instantly froze within him, crystallizing into cold ice that broke through his body. At this moment, Nangong Riao was also maneuvering the pickup truck, blocking the entrance to the national highway. With her protective goggles lowered and her long hair flowing, she raised her sniper rifle, not even aiming, and fired a shot. A prisoner who had just peeked out from behind the vehicle to assess the situation was instantly executed with a precise headshot. At this juncture, the dynamics of the battle had completely shifted. Pan Xiaolong, stationed at the entrance of the gas station's lounge, witnessed this scene unfold, his mindset fracturing entirely. The team of over 30 that he had painstakingly assembled had suffered significant casualties in an instant. His ambitions to establish a base and become a formidable figure in this apocalypse felt ever more distant. His teeth ground together in fury and with rage-filled eyes. He removed the empty magazine from his assault rifle, preparing to reload for another wave of gunfire. Just then, the glass door behind him was abruptly thrust open, and his brother-in-law, wielding a crowbar and with bloodshot eyes, lunged forward to fatally stab a nearby bald man. Subsequently, he fiercely wrapped his wrist around Pan Xiaolong's neck, forcibly dragging him into the building. Pan Xiaolong was also a second-tier evolved being, having awakened the C-class ability of beast transformation. In an instant, he summoned his extraordinary abilities. Transforming into a crocodilian form, his skin enveloped in a robust layer of keratinous scales, thereby evading the lethal grip of his opponent. Leveraging his superior strength, he forcibly extricated himself from his assailant's hold, pivoting to engage in a brutal melee with his brother-in-law, who bore a black belt. At this juncture, the battlefield had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Lin Chen's electromagnetic cannon, Nangong Ruyao's precise headshots, and Yang Shuowu's icy arrows dispatched any exposed adversary with lethal efficiency. Even those cowering behind the vehicle found no sanctuary. The ominous wind blades would strike once more after a mere 5 seconds, reaping lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Yet, despite the carnage, Lin Chen felt the pace of the slaughter was insufficient. His wind blade ability, capable of condensing air currents into razor-sharp blades, possessed remarkable penetrative prowess. However, its primary drawback was the requisite 5 seconds of build-up, rendering it incapable of instantaneous release. After all, if it could be unleashed instantaneously, it would undoubtedly be classified as an A-grade talent. As the number of prisoners swiftly dwindled, the remaining 4 or 5 individuals had completely lost their composure. They scrambled onto a jeep, starting the engine with no regard for whether their comrade had managed to board, flooring the accelerator in a desperate bid to escape. "Don't leave just yet. I have not yet had my fill of fun." Lin Chen, fueled by a surge of potential, radiated heat. His skin flushed, and a wicked grin adorning his face as he sprinted toward them. The scene before him was more terrifying than that of any villain. One man, having just clambered into the back seat, gripped a shotgun in fear and instinctively pulled the trigger. Yet, Lin Chen was already upon him. Seizing the barrel and redirecting it skyward, the iron shot dispersing harmlessly into the air. With a swift pull, Lin Chen yanked the man from the vehicle, his other hand pressing against the man's face. "Good night, Macabaka." A tempest of raging thunder surged through Lin Chen's fingers, and in an instant, the man was reduced to charred remains, emitting wisps of smoke. This life, irrevocably extinguished. Meanwhile, the jeep, akin to a wild beast unshackled, barreled toward the national highway. The 4 remaining occupants were paralyzed with terror, their foot pressing the accelerator as they sought to flee the scene. They would rather confront a horde of zombies than face that monstrosity. Just as they were about to burst through the gas station's entrance, a graceful figure stepped forward, blocking their path. "Crash into it, for heaven's sake." The burly man in the passenger seat yelled in panic. The scarred driver, his face contorted in a grimace, tightened his grip on the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a tang sword in hand and donned in a flowing red gown, Yi Hongying gazed at the approaching jeep, which charged towards her like a rampaging bull. Yet, a flicker of exhilaration sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Since the onset of the battle, she had yet to make her move, and her anticipation had reached a fever pitch. Drawing her tang sword and discarding the scabbard, she gripped it with both hands as fervent flames entwined wildly around the blade. In that fleeting moment when the jeep barreled closer, she thrust the sword forward, piercing the engine compartment. Simultaneously, she bent her waist, extended her right foot forward, and pivoted on her left foot, adopting a shoulder throw stance. With a fierce cry, flames surged from her wrists and ankles, her physical strength erupting in an instant. Astonishingly, the nearly 2-ton jeep was lifted into the air by her seemingly delicate force, soaring over her head before crashing down several meters away. With a thunderous boom, the jeep flipped and fell to the ground, its inertia causing it to skid an additional 20 meters. As the vehicle erupted into a violent explosion, Yi Hongying, illuminated by the fiery glow, approached Lin Chen with a flush of battle-induced excitement gracing her cheeks. Gazing at Yi Hongying, who stood before him, Lin Chen's attention lingered on her fair, delicate feet for a brief moment. Just moments ago, as she channeled her talent to infuse flames into the vehicle, The wild flames had reduced her sneakers and white socks to ashes, leaving her pristine feet bare upon the ground. How tender, he mused. What? Yi Hongying, taken aback by the remark, curiously lifted her gaze to inquire. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze with a smile. Nothing, just one remains unresolved. As he spoke, Lin Chen turned, his eyes sweeping over the chaotic scene of the gas station before settling on the lounge. The leader of the convoy had just been dragged into the building by his brother-in-law, and he was still unaware of the unfolding events inside. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped toward the entrance, with Yi Hongying closely following him up the steps. Inside, the sound of fierce clashes resounded, pushing through the shattered glass door. The scene of combat came into view. At that moment, Pan Xiaolong maintained his beastly, crocodilian form, cornered against the wall, desperately shielding his head with his arms. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, straight punches, hooks, low kicks, and spinning kicks, executing each move with precision and fluidity, resembling a master of martial arts. Each time Pan Xiaolong, gritting his teeth against the pain, prepared to counterattack, his brother-in-law's younger sibling, lying on the ground with fractured ribs and missing 2 front teeth, would activate his mental shock ability, plunging Pan Xiaolong back into a dazed and stiffened state. The exquisite teamwork between the younger brother-in-law and his brother-in-law rendered the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. However, Lin Chen stood still for over 10 seconds, only to realize that Pan Xiaolong was entirely covered in a tough, scaly armor, rendering his defenses formidable and nearly impenetrable. His brother-in-law dared not cease his onslaught in search of a weapon. Any pause would afford Pan Xiaolong a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, the younger brother-in-law was in no better position. Merely remaining conscious amidst the chaos was a testament to his resilience. After a few moments, Lin Chen could no longer restrain himself. Hey, why not let me finish him off? Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the brother-in-law hesitated momentarily, then obediently stepped back. As soon as he disengaged from battle, he doubled over, gasping for air, his head raised in deference towards Lin Chen. I apologize for the trouble. At that moment, Pan Xiaolong, battered and bruised, his mind clouded, felt the pressure lift significantly. He immediately bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain some clarity, his fists clenched, ready to lunge at the brother-in-law. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised a hand, and an invisible blade of wind sliced through Pan Xiaolong's body with astonishing speed. He remained in a forward-leaning stance for an instant before his legs froze, and his upper body crashed to the ground. Blood splattered, and his innards spilled forth. In the blink of an eye, life ebbed away. The sound of a baby's cry echoed once more. This chaotic battle, which began with cries, concluded with them as well. Lin Chen cast a glance to the side, where the exhausted pregnant woman lay weakly against the wall after giving birth, but thankfully, both mother and child were safe. He took another look at the newborn, a slight smile gracing his lips. Born in this apocalyptic world, survival was indeed fraught with difficulty. Yet it could also be seen as a stroke of fortune. Despite the world's pervasive filth, she had ultimately arrived. Let us depart. Lin Chen turned to leave with Yi Hongying. Wait. The brother-in-law gasped, stepping forward to block Lin Chen's path. Without a second thought, he knelt and bowed repeatedly. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, the 3 of us, no, our family of 4, would have perished here. If Lin Chen and his companions had not fortuitously appeared at the gas station, they would surely have fallen victim to the prisoner convoy, and without Lin Chen's intervention, survival would have been impossible. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. Go attend to your child. Hearing this, the brother-in-law suddenly seemed to remember something. He hurriedly rose, removed his outer coat, and carefully wrapped the baby, presenting the child to Lin Chen. Benefactor, could I trouble you to name my child? It would allow us to forever remember your kindness. Before Lin Chen could respond, Yi Hongying, intrigued by the prospect of naming the baby, leaned in and curiously inquired, is it a boy or a girl? Lin Chen seldom witnessed anything that could pique Yi Hongying's interest, yet to his surprise, she seemed quite fond of children, prompting him to halt his steps. It's a girl. Please, you name my daughter, his brother-in-law responded with a smile. He then added, my wife's surname is Huang, like the traffic light yellow. My surname is Su, like the one from the legend of the white snake. However, Yi Hongying paid no heed to her brother-in-law's words. Instead, she lifted her hand to playfully tease the infant, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. What a lovely girl. What should we name her? Yi Hongying mused. Tilting her head, and resting her chin on her fingers in contemplation. How about we call her Sangbiao? Huh? What did you say? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to gaze at Yi Hongying's charming face, realizing she was entirely serious. Her brother-in-law was equally taken aback. You want to name my newborn daughter Sangbiao? Yi Hongying nodded earnestly, explaining, in my hometown, naming a child carries great significance. One chooses a name to influence the child's destiny. For instance, if one wishes for a child to have good fortune, they might name them Fu Shang. And if they wish for safety, they might choose Ping'an. I want her to be able to slay zombies freely during the apocalypse, so Sangbiao is quite fitting. All right. Lin Chen found himself momentarily speechless, genuinely experiencing Yi Hongying's eccentric personality. To prevent the atmosphere from turning awkward, he grasped her wrist and led her towards the exit. Let's go. After uttering this phrase, Lin Chen escorted Yi Hongying back outside. Meanwhile, within the gas station, Nangong Ruyao had finished tidying the battlefield, collecting and organizing bullets and assault rifles, even stocking up on a few extra barrels of gasoline for good measure. Let's continue onward. Lin Chen took his place in the passenger seat and glanced at the gas station's lounge. At the entrance, Nangong Ruyao had left 3 firearms and some ammunition, providing this family of apocalypse survivors with a slightly better chance of survival. Observing this scene, Lin Chen chose to remain silent, as the equipment was of little consequence to him. The wheels kicked up dust as the pickup truck surged onto the national road, continuing its journey ahead. At that moment, in the gas station's lounge, the brother-in-law cradled his daughter and leaned close to his frail wife, hesitating for a moment before earnestly proposing, "Darling, how about we name our daughter Sangbiao?" Chapter 72. Barbecue Camping. The hallucinatory mist of the woods. The night was deep and profound as the pickup truck, with its high beams illuminating the way, gradually came to a stop on a deserted stretch of the national road. Dense foliage bordered one side, while a gentle stream flowed alongside the other. This place was seldom trodden, alleviating any concerns of zombie encounters. After breaking free from Lin City and enduring a fierce skirmish with the prisoner convoy, coupled with an additional 3 to 4 hours of travel, the group felt somewhat weary. Although the elevation to the 3rd tier has significantly augmented physical strength and stamina, the sensation of hunger persists, necessitating appropriate intervals of rest. After a prolonged journey in the vehicle, the discomfort of sitting has left several of the young ladies feeling rather numb. Let us camp here for the night, Lin Chen suggested, stepping out of the car to survey the surroundings, a smile creeping across his face. With mountains, water, and charming companions, the prospect of camping could not be more delightful. One by one, the girls emerged from the vehicle, stretching and massaging their sore backsides. Xiao Xiao remained in slumber. Having slept nearly 12 hours, was it truly unnecessary to wake her? Yang Xuewu, observing the still sleeping Tang Xiao Xiao, inquired of Lin Chen with a hint of anxiety. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as he approached, placing a hand beneath Tang Xiao Xiao's nostrils, then gently checking her pulse on her neck, ultimately shaking his head. Her breathing was steady, and her heartbeat regular. Let her rest a bit longer. If she remains asleep by morning, we can attempt to rouse her. Lin Chen, too, found himself at a loss. While they had all adjusted to the 3rd tier with minimal reactions, Tang Xiao Xiao had succumbed to a deep slumber. But for now, they had no choice but to wait. Shall we commence the barbecue? Nangong Ruyao exclaimed excitedly, noticing that Tang Xiao Xiao was fine. After the apocalypse began, their diet had consisted solely of bread and biscuits, leaving her craving substantial nourishment, feeling as though her figure had diminished slightly, desperately needing a protein boost. Having recently scavenged a supermarket, it was imperative to indulge in a hearty meal tonight. I shall handle the meat, declared Yi Hongying, her eyes gleaming at the prospect of barbecue. I will gather firewood, Yang Shuo volunteered, raising her hand enthusiastically. The girls busily engaged in their respective tasks, while Lin Chen made his way to the nearby stream, intending to catch 2 fish to complement their feast. He had observed that the stream, flowing from the mountains, was crystal clear and likely untainted by zombies. Furthermore, he could discern with the naked eye whether the fish had been infected or mutated. Any aberrant creature would exhibit signs of decay, and their forms would be somewhat altered. Even if there were traces of toxins, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Quantum microtoxins and my gastric acid are no match, he mused. Being 3rd-tier evolved beings, their resistance was a formidable 20 points, rendering ordinary toxins inconsequential. Half an hour later, a campfire crackled on the rocky shore of the stream. Pieces of meat were skewered on sharpened branches, sizzling over the flames. The fat popping and releasing a tantalizing aroma that enveloped the air. 2 plump fish were also skewered and propped upright, roasting to perfection. Earlier, during the supermarket raid, Nangong Ru Yao had gathered a variety of barbecue seasonings, which she was now sprinkling generously over the succulent meat, intensifying the savory fragrance. Wow, it smells divine. Yang Shuwu inhaled the fragrant air, her face alight with ecstasy. Even Yi Hongying's gaze was filled with anticipation, while others struggled to survive in the apocalypse. Unable even to find a morsel of moldy bread, they reveled in a delightful outdoor barbecue, a stark contrast that rendered their happiness almost overwhelming. Before long, the meat was ready. Yang Shuwu eagerly picked up a piece, blew gently on it, and took a bite. Instantly, the succulent flavor burst forth, filling her senses with bliss, and she could not hide her rapture. As the morning mist began to rise, Lin Chen, observing the fog enveloping the forest, returned to the campfire and reminded everyone to enjoy the moment. Relax, even if we encounter wild beasts, we have no reason to fear. Today we indulge and unwind. Nangong Ria brought down 2 crates of beer from the vehicle, popping open a bottle and handing it to Lin Chen with a beaming smile. Beside the campfire lay 2 assault rifles, fully loaded, and with Lin Chen nearby, even the appearance of a few third-tier zombies posed little threat to them. Seeing the joy radiating from the young women, Lin Chen chose not to dampen the mood, accepting the beer with a smile. A night of barbecued meat accompanied by beer promised a well-deserved respite after days of battling the undead. Sister Shuowu, you should have some too, Nangong Ria urged, offering the beer to Yang Shuowu. I get drunk easily, Yang Shuowu replied bashfully. Not to worry, if you get tipsy, just sleep it off. I can handle my drinks, and I'll help you back to the car. Rest assured, Nangong Ria comforted her like a caring elder sister. Unable to refuse, Yang Shuowu accepted the beer, took a sip, and her eyes lit up with delight. This tastes like fruit wine. It's quite good. Nangong Ria prepared to offer a bottle to Yi Hongying, but the latter shook her head. Lin Chen, initially thinking Yi Hongying abstained from alcohol, was taken aback when she pointed to the truck bed. I drink erguo too. I brought a case earlier and will go fetch it. Moments later, Lin Chen was astonished to see Yi Hongying approaching with a straw inserted into a bottle of erguo too, reminiscent of a child drinking from a bottle. He had to admit, this young woman was truly remarkable. The mist in the mountains grew denser, taking on a faint lavender hue in the flickering firelight. Deep within the forest, patches of land were thickly covered with mutated toxic mushrooms, their caps opening small apertures from which purple gas wafted into the air. After devouring a substantial portion of the grilled meat, Yang Shuo leaned back, satisfied, and let out a contented sigh. At this moment, her delicate face flushed with color, feeling slightly dizzy from the effects of alcohol. I'm going to take a nap, she murmured, and with that, Yang Shuo gently collapsed onto the ground. A glimmer of drool gracing the corner of her mouth as she sweetly drifted into slumber. Time seemed to stretch, and after an indeterminate period, she slowly opened her eyes. Her vision hazy. It took several seconds for her sight to stabilize. The campfire had dwindled to embers, casting only a faint light. In her obscured vision, she perceived a small elephant, its trunk playfully swaying before her, remarkably close. Wow, what an adorable little elephant. Did it come running out of the woods? With a head still clouded and eyes misty, Yang Shuowu wore a charming, silly smile. The elephant's trunk appeared soft and pudgy. It truly was delightful. She longed to affectionately nuzzle its tiny head. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, she tilted her body and succumbed to sleep once more. Meanwhile, Nangong Riao was surrounded by a towering stack of beer cans. Her figure reclined on the ground. The heat of intoxication had loosened her collar, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. With sleepy eyes, she felt the weight of fatigue pressing down on her. Yet she vaguely remembered that she had promised to wait until the picnic concluded to help Yang Shuwu back to the car. With this thought, she unsteadily rose to her feet. The campfire had nearly extinguished, and a thick purple mist wafted through the forest, carrying a hint of sweetness in the air. Burp. Nangong Riao let out a belch, her body swaying as she approached Yang Shuwu. She intended to assist her friend but felt utterly drained, thirst gnawing at her. With a bleary gaze, she scanned her surroundings in search of a drink to quench her thirst. Yet, despite her searching, nothing materialized. Just as her thirst intensified, her vision began to sharpen, revealing a faint yellow outline before her. There's a faucet. I need water. With dazed eyes, Nangong Ruyao knelt and crawled forward, her lips parting as she leaned in to drink. 5 minutes earlier, as the barbecue and camping experience neared its conclusion, Lin Chen couldn't help but linger for a moment, captivated by the sight of Ruyao, who had loosened her collar due to the heat, exposing ample fair skin. One must admit, Ruyao truly had a remarkable capacity for drinking, having polished off more than a box of fruit wine by herself. Yi Hongying was no slouch either, having consumed 3 bottles of strong liquor with nary a drop left. A lovely blush crept across her flawless cheeks, adding an air of innocent charm to her demeanor. In this hazy intoxication, she cradled a dagger in her arms, dozing against a large tree. Meanwhile, Yang Xuewu, having only consumed 2 bottles of fruit wine, was the first to succumb to inebriation. At this moment, one of the shoes had vanished, leaving the lace-trimmed white sock exposed to the air, with a glistening droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen downed the 10th bottle of fruit wine in one gulp, preparing to rise and tidy up the aftermath. However, just as he was about to lift himself from the ground, a wave of weakness coursed through his limbs. His body staggered backward uncontrollably for a step, but he managed to steady himself. What was happening? In an instant, the effects of the alcohol began to dissipate, and his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. He realized that it was not his inebriation causing the disorientation, but rather the peculiar mist enveloping the area. Unbeknownst to him, the fog in the mountainous woods had thickened considerably. A subtle sniff revealed a hint of sweetness in the air. The dense mist was indeed strange. Lin Chen gently closed his eyes, meticulously assessing his physical state. He then discerned that it was not only his limbs that felt weak. His mind was also struggling to focus, and his thoughts grew increasingly muddled. This mist seemed to possess both numbing and hallucinogenic properties. Just as Lin Chen prepared to concentrate his mental energy and unleash his telekinesis to disperse the surrounding fog, the B-class devouring talent within his genes activated automatically. He distinctly felt as if every pore in his body had opened, drawing in the mist that lingered in the air. Instantly, a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze coursed through him, bringing immense comfort. Moreover, Lin Chen suddenly realized that consuming this mist not only rejuvenated his mental strength, but also, surprisingly, he noticed that his agility attribute had jumped from 53 to 54 points. Remarkable. The mist could be ingested? Elated, Lin Chen resolved to absorb more of this mist. Presently, his B-class thunder power and B-class wind blade abilities were formidable offensive talents. In close combat, his talents in diamond hardening, potential burst, rending, and penetration, combined with various enhancement effects, had elevated his strength to new heights. In contrast, the only slight deficiency was his reaction speed. At that moment, the mist provided an opportunity to augment his agility. This chance was not to be missed. He had to absorb it thoroughly. Casting a glance at the several young women sprawled out in slumber, he decided to disrobe entirely, as clothing would significantly impede the absorption of the mist. Subsequently, Lin Chen spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and completely relaxed his body, fervently drawing the surrounding mist into himself. After an undetermined period, he suddenly sensed something unusual and opened his eyes. Instantly, he was startled. Sister Ruyao, her gaze dazed, was crawling towards him on her knees, her lips slightly parted, her tongue peeking out, seemingly intent on biting him. Oh my! Lin Chen quickly pressed his hand against Ruyao's forehead, preventing her from advancing further. I yearn for water. My thirst is insatiable. Sister, this is excessively stimulating. Perhaps that is not advisable. Yet, how could one refuse such heartfelt hospitality? After a brief internal struggle, Lin Chen released his grip. A few minutes passed, and suddenly, a soft murmur emanated from the pickup truck. Tang Xiaoxiao, having slumbered for a full 13 hours, awakened. Utilizing his night vision abilities, Lin Chen discerned the slight movement of the car door as Tang Xiaoxiao opened it. With no hesitation, Lin Chen swiftly stepped back, employing his telekinetic powers to draw the garments scattered on the ground into his grasp, then turned and dashed into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, upon awakening and finding no one else in the vehicle, Tang Xiaoxiao immediately seized a flashlight, opened the door, and directed its beam toward the campfire. Sister Hongying, Sister Ruyao, is that you? The bright flashlight flickered through the misty undergrowth, and amidst the hazy fog, Tang Xiaoxiao caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure. Rubbing her eyes, she focused again, but the apparition had vanished without a trace. Leaping from the back seat onto the ground, She ventured into the mist, soon spotting Yi Hongying, who was dozing against a large tree, followed by the slumbering Yang Shu not far away, and lastly, the dazed Nangong Ruyao, kneeling with slightly parted lips. Why can't I quench my thirst? I'm so parched. Noticing the pile of beer cans nearby, Tang Xiaoxiao sighed in resignation. It seemed Sister Ruyao had indulged excessively. But where is Lin Chen? They all feasted on barbecue, and not a morsel was left for me. She crossed her arms with a huff, but soon sighed again, assisting Nangong Ruyao as she headed back toward the pickup truck. After taking a couple of steps, Tang Xiaoxiao felt the weight on her shoulders and furrowed her brows. Straightening her posture, she reminded herself, I am ambitious and not to be diminished. I have the potential to continue growing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she halted. Glancing back at the mist weaving through the trees, her brow furrowing once more. This fog seems to have a narcotic and hallucinogenic effect. Sister Ruyao and the others, having drunk too much and inhaled this mist for an extended period, lack the capacity for self-preservation. Yet Lin Chen is absent? Something feels amiss. At that moment, she decided to utilize her newly developed prophetic ability. Instantly, Tang Xiaoxiao activated her clairvoyant insight, her eyes enveloped in a pure white glow. In a heartbeat, the area of perception radiated from her, swiftly expanding to encompass a radius of 1,000 meters. In her vision, the entire region resembled a vast web, each section delineated by coordinates, with her situated at the very heart of this intricate web. A few seconds later, a fleeting figure darting through the forest appeared in her line of sight, as if rendered in a 3D perspective. Lin Chen. So, the person illuminated by the flashlight earlier was indeed him? That fellow. Tang Xiaoxiao, exceedingly clever, swiftly deduced the recent events based on her prior knowledge. Minutes later, as she successfully assisted Yi Hongying back to the vehicle, Lin Chen emerged from the dense thicket, holding a wild chicken that had met its demise by a stone. A sunny smile gracing his face. Ah, Xiaoxiao, you're awake, he exclaimed. I spotted this wild chicken and dashed after it, intending to bring it back for you all to savor some gamey flavor. Hee. I had planned to catch the chicken and return to carry them back to the car. But it seems you've already done so. Lin Chen approached with a cheerful demeanor. Tang Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and cast a nonchalant glance at him. I haven't said anything, so why are you offering explanations? Have you perhaps done something you feel guilty about? Upon hearing her question, Lin Chen felt a slight tension in his heart, yet he maintained a facade of confusion, retorting, What guilt? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Tang Xiaoxiao scoffed lightly, raising the flashlight in her hand. Stop pretending. Here's a line from a song for you. The righteous light shines upon your rear. Chapter 74, Global Catastrophe Phase 2, preparing to enter the urban area as the sun began to rise. Nangong Ruyao, reclining in the passenger seat, let out a soft murmur, straightened her back, and stretched, her alluring curves perfectly showcased. Upon noticing Nangong Ruyao had awakened, Lin Chen, who was driving, felt a flush creep across his face. His gaze fixed firmly ahead. In the back seat, Yang Shuowu was still soundly asleep against the door, a light blanket draped over her. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying rested against the seat back, eyes closed in tranquility. Tang Xiaoxiao, arms crossed, furrowed her brow as she stared at the back of Lin Chen's head. The three girls in the back seat were all slender, lacking the voluptuousness of Nangong Ruyao. Thus they occupied the pickup truck's rear with ample space, not appearing cramped at all. As Lin Chen drove, he felt an unsettling chill emanating from behind his head. It must be said, Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze was sharp enough to cut. However, there was little he could do. He had unwittingly placed himself in her grasp. This is the most restful sleep I've had since the apocalypse began, Nangong Ruyao mused, rubbing her temples and leaning back, though the effects of the alcohol still linger. Oh, right. I think I had a rather interesting dream last night. I was extremely thirsty and found a faucet in the woods. Hee. Ruyao, dreams are merely illusions, Lin Chen remarked, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth as he quickly shifted the topic. Just then, Yang Shuowu, who had just awakened from her slumber in the back seat, interjected her thoughts. Last night, I seemed to have dreamt of a particularly adorable miniature elephant in a dense forest. The dream was rather chaotic. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly, and his voice rose a notch as he inquired of Tang Xiaoxiao in the back row. By the way, Xiaoxiao, have you been asleep for so long? Did something go awry during your ascension to the third tier? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Yang Shuowu and Nangong Ruyao turned their heads toward Tang Xiaoxiao, drawn in by the topic he had introduced. Tang Xiaoxiao had been in a deep slumber for quite some time after consuming the 6th third-tier crystal core, and they were genuinely worried about her. Crossing her arms, Tang Xiaoxiao let out a huff, annoyed that Lin Chen had used her to divert the conversation. However, upon seeing the concern in Yang Shuwu and Nangong Ruya's eyes, she recognized that it was indeed time to address the serious matter at hand. Taking a deep breath, her expression grew grave. After ascending to the 3rd tier, I exerted my talent to the utmost, depleting my spiritual energy in an instant, which led to my prolonged slumber. With a brief explanation, Tang Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, speaking earnestly. This time, my prophetic ability has discerned something of great importance. The 2nd phase of global catastrophe is about to descend. The majority of plants will undergo genetic sequence mutations. These mutated plants will not only exhibit uncontrollable growth patterns, but will also awaken predatory instincts, carry toxins, and possess extraordinary adaptability and evolutionary capabilities. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's account, Lin Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. The 2nd phase of the apocalyptic calamity? It had only been 7 days since the onset of the global disaster. Currently, the number of human survivors had dwindled to less than 20%. Yet, before humanity could catch even a fleeting breath, the 2nd phase of catastrophe was poised to arrive so swiftly. This truly left no escape for the survivors. A sharp intake of breath escaped from Nangong Ruya in the passenger seat. The cities were ravaged by hordes of the undead, and outside the urban confines, the spread of mutated vegetation rendered survival for the survivors nearly impossible. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, countless survivors had toiled relentlessly to escape from the cities, seeking refuge in the sparsely populated countryside and wilderness. However, with the onset of this 2nd disaster, even the desolate wilderness was becoming exceedingly perilous. Lin Chen, his face somber, shook his head. The mutation of plants, their rampant growth, and the awakening of predatory instincts were not the crux of the matter. The most critical concern was that the complete genetic alteration of plants, accompanied by toxins, signified that food production would likely cease to exist in the future. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. The biological disaster had shattered human order, leading to a catastrophic collapse of resource production. This had already rendered food resources exceedingly scarce. And now, with plants set to mutate, the source of sustenance would be utterly severed. Humanity would have to rely solely on the meager reserves accumulated before the onset of the apocalypse to survive. Even canned foods possess a limited shelf life. The absence of a source for sustenance signifies true despair. Momentarily, the mood inside the vehicle darkened for several young women. Let us take it one step at a time. Lin Chen broke the silence, flashing a bright smile. At least we now have advanced knowledge of the information regarding the 2nd phase of the catastrophe, allowing us to prepare accordingly. We must hasten to Hong Ying's hometown and establish a warehouse to stockpile as much food as possible. Then we can contemplate future matters. Lin Chen articulated his thoughts, and the young women solemnly nodded in agreement. At this juncture, besides gathering more provisions, there appeared to be no superior alternative. The capacity of the pickup truck was limited, thus, establishing a permanent base for living became imperative. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying, seated in the rear, revealed a hint of concern in her eyes. Her hometown, located in Ningfeng County, lay nestled within the mountains. She could only hope that they would return home before the onset of the 2nd disaster. Lin Chen, noticing the flicker of worry on her brow through the rearview mirror, pressed the accelerator, speeding along the national highway. However, after traveling just a few dozen kilometers, abandoned and overturned vehicles began to dot the road ahead, causing increasing congestion. In the distance lay Lingyuan City. Nangong Ruyao, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at the roadside sign and offered a warning. The outline of the city was now visible from the national highway, indicating that a mass exodus of survivors was occurring here as well. Ultimately, the sheer number of vehicles led to a series of collisions. After a few more minutes of travel, the congestion intensified, nearing a standstill. Reluctantly, Lin Chen exited the pickup truck and approached the overturned vehicles blocking the road, activating his latent potential to flip them aside. He toiled for nearly 2 hours, yet they had only progressed about 3 kilometers. During this time, several small hordes of zombies, numbering around a dozen, emerged, which the young women efficiently dealt with. It's futile. The road ahead is completely blocked. This stretch of the national highway is impassable, Lin Chen observed, sweat beading on his forehead. Having already removed his outerwear, he stood in a tank top before a large truck, his brow furrowed. The national highway was a common route for heavy trucks, and from Lin Chen's assessment, there were at least 20 such vehicles obstructing the way ahead. With his current strength, he could easily overturn sedans and even smaller passenger cars. However, those massive freight trucks, weighing in at hundreds of tons, were utterly immovable. Nangong Ru Yao, gripping her assault rifle, fired 2 precise shots, dispatching the approaching zombies with headshots. Raising her goggles, she turned to Lin Chen and suggested, "How about we cut through the city?" The car door stood ajar as Tang Xiaoxiao perched on the edge of her seat, her legs swaying outside while she fiddled with her tablet. Before the complete collapse of the internet in this apocalyptic world, she had already downloaded an offline map of the Great Xia's 9 provinces. With a lollipop clenched between her teeth, she spoke to her companions. Lingyuan City, a prefecture-level city under Jiang Province, boasted a permanent population of approximately 200,000. From the map, it was evident that traversing the urban area would allow them to access an alternate national highway leading directly into the Huinan Province, the homeland of Yi Hongying from Ningfeng County. Lin Chen returned to the pickup truck, restarted the engine, and spoke in a low voice, "Let us go through the city." Chapter 75. A-Class Gifted Survivor, the Bao Nangong Ru Yao Lingyuan City, a dilapidated commercial street market lined with 2-story-old buildings. The entire street was strewn with dismembered limbs and the bodies of nearly 100 zombies, sprawled haphazardly amidst the ruins. Several abandoned cars were ablaze, engulfed in fierce flames from Molotov cocktails. A group of 5 or 6 young men and women, covered in blood and utterly exhausted, leaned against the ground, panting heavily. Some wielded chainsaws, others held nail guns, while still others brandished machetes. A loud crash echoed as a nearby storefront completely collapsed, releasing a thick cloud of dust. Brother Yi. Upon witnessing the building's collapse, the resting group immediately stood in alarm, converging towards the storefront. Amidst the billowing dust, 3 figures slowly emerged. The man at the forefront gradually came into view through the haze. With a crew cut and clad in a sleeveless jacket, his muscular physique was evident, showcasing bulging biceps. Seeing this man, the gathered crowd exhaled in relief. It's done. That 3rd-tier zombie was indeed quite formidable. It almost got away. Gao Yi grinned at the crowd, raising the dark green crystal core in his hand. "Wow, amazing. Brother Yi, you're incredible." Several companions approached him in admiration. After scanning the faces of his comrades, Gao Yi furrowed his brow. "Where's Xiaopeng?" At this inquiry, several individuals averted their gazes. Among them, a short-haired woman in her 20s displayed a hint of sorrow on her face. "The horde was overwhelming and broke our formation. Xiaopeng was bitten too severely." No further words were necessary, and Gao Yi sighed softly. "Let us head back. I'll speak to Xiaopeng's mother." In this grim reality, death had become a norm, and they had grown increasingly numb to it. There was little choice. Survival was a daily struggle. Simply managing to live another day felt like a tremendous blessing. Without much energy to dwell on their grief, the group swiftly exited the commercial street, returning to their vehicle, and efficiently sped towards their camp. At that moment, from the direction of a nearby street corner, 2 motorcycles suddenly emerged. Without uttering a word, the 2 men seated at the back of the motorcycles, brandishing handguns, aimed directly at Takano's convoy and pulled the triggers. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck the windshield of the foremost jeep, shattering the glass instantaneously. Fortunately, their aim was poor, and no one inside the vehicle was hit. Damn it! It's that group led by Zhu Peng again. Like dogs drawn by a scent, they come rushing in. Let us crash into them and take out these mutts. The 2 men in the jeep, their eyes aflame with rage, pressed the accelerator, intent on pursuing the motorcycles. "Return. They are deliberately luring you in." At that moment, Takano's voice crackled through the intercom within the jeep. Hearing his command, the 2 drivers gritted their teeth, took a deep breath to suppress their fury, and turned the vehicle back, continuing on their original route. "You all head back first and take the supplies with you. I'll deal with this pack of pests." Takano's voice resonated again through the intercom, and shortly after, his SUV darted out from the convoy. "Brother Yi, they have guns. Shouldn't we follow you?" Others voiced their concern over the intercom. Takano, with one hand on the steering wheel, picked up the intercom and instructed, "No need to come. I can handle this. And be vigilant on your way back. Don't bring any tails to the base." "Understood. Be careful, Brother Yi." "All right," Takano responded, then set the accelerator to the floor, pursuing the 2 motorcycles with fervor. On either side of the road, numerous zombies, drawn by the roar of the engine, surged forth, but before they could close in, the SUV had already left them far behind. Before long, the motorcycles veered into an abandoned factory. Takano, however, did not charge directly in. He parked the vehicle at the roadside and exited. A subordinate who had been in the passenger seat promptly took hold of a crossbow and switched to the driver's seat, ready to make a hasty retreat with Takano at the slightest sign of danger. Takano pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before shouting towards the abandoned factory, "Zhu Peng, damn it, I'm coming for you." With so many abandoned supermarkets in the city, why do you keep fixating on my convoy instead of gathering supplies yourself? What the hell are you up to? Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. Takano squinted as a golden humanoid silhouette materialized before him. The bullet struck the figure, causing it to quiver slightly. The bullet deformed and fell to the ground. Takano, you're impressive. You can even block bullets. Honestly, I'm quite envious of your A-grade talent, came a voice from within the factory as a vintage convertible Mercedes emerged. On the car, a scarred man with a pockmarked face perched on the back seat, casually toying with a police-issued handgun. Despite all being of the third tier, I, alas, have only awakened a D-grade talent. Pausing for a moment, Zhu Peng, seated in his convertible, let out a cold chuckle. Gao Yi, you know that my interest lies not in the supplies aboard your vehicle, but rather in the crystal core you possess. I have observed you closely during this time. You must have dispatched those 3 third-tier zombies, correct? Hand over those 3 crystal cores, and we shall become friends. I assure you, I will refrain from troubling you in the future. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi, infuriated yet mocking, discarded his cigarette and pressed down hard on the accelerator. If you desire crystal cores, go obtain them yourself. These were acquired at the cost of my life and that of my brothers. Why on earth would I need to befriend you? Zhu Peng's pockmarked face instantly turned icy. Very well, let us continue to play this game slowly. This handgun may lack the power to eliminate you, but it can certainly take out your brothers. After uttering these words, Zhu Peng glanced at his watch, grinning widely. His face a mass of flesh. In another 10 minutes, it should be nearly time. Do not think your hiding spot is sufficient. I have long since familiarized myself with the area. Just wait for my little brother to lead the horde over. Ha ha. Gao Yi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He had fallen into a trap. Zhu Peng, I will kill you. With veins bulging on his forehead, Gao Yi prepared to charge at Zhu Peng. Yet, Zhu Peng merely scoffed, steering the convertible back towards the factory. One of Gao Yi's subordinates urgently grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, don't act rashly. This is his territory, we cannot defeat him here. Let us return to check on our home situation." Gao Yi, his face dark and contemplative, hesitated for a moment before hastily returning to the vehicle. The car sped away, racing towards their stronghold. Just as they were about to cross an intersection, a modified pickup truck suddenly barreled out from the opposite road. Gao Yi's subordinate's face paled, instinctively slamming the steering wheel. The pickup truck also swerved violently, skidding to a stop and leaving a long tire mark on the ground. The two vehicles narrowly grazed past each other. However, the pickup was equipped with solid iron spikes on its wheels, instantly shredding the off-road vehicle's tires and sparking against the opposing wheel. As the vehicle spun and drifted, Nan Gong Ruyao, seated in the passenger seat, found herself dangerously squeezed by the seatbelt. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, glancing toward the off-road vehicle. In his life, he harbored disdain for 2 types of individuals: those who sped through intersections without slowing down, and those who, when he himself sped through without decelerating, did not take evasive action. "Brother Yi, the tire has burst," reported the subordinate in the driver's seat, adjusting the steering wheel with a grim expression. Gao Yi squinted, his gaze fixated on the pickup truck, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. "Zhu Peng, that mad dog, dared to send a vehicle to intercept me?" As he spoke, he forcefully pushed open the car door and strode towards the pickup. Simultaneously, he activated his A-level Golden Light Spirit talent. Golden energy gradually coalesced around him, transforming into a 3-meter-tall humanoid specter that loomed behind him. Just as he raised his fist, poised to command the Golden Spectre to strike the truck's window, the barrel of a high-precision sniper rifle emerged from the window, aimed directly at his forehead. The rear door of the pickup swung open, revealing a Dao sword wreathed in searing flames, wielded by Yi Hongying, her waist-length ponytail billowing in the wind. With an indifferent expression, she held her arm aloft. The blade pointed menacingly at Gao Yi's throat. Furthermore, on the opposite side, Yang Shuwu also exited the vehicle, and the half bottle of mineral water in her hand exploded, morphing into a chilling ice arrow. The compound bow drew back into a crescent shape, the ice arrow emanating an aura of extreme cold, aimed at Gao Ye's heart. Even Tang Xiao, with a lollipop in her mouth, brandished an assault rifle from within the vehicle, pointing it at Gao Ye's groin. Gao Ye's movements faltered, and he swallowed hard. He first glanced at the Dao sword, then at the poised Yang Shuwu, and finally his gaze landed on the sniper rifle's muzzle. Subsequently, the golden specter dissipated, and he obediently raised his hands. He understood well that while the golden specter could withstand handgun bullets, it would be utterly powerless against the penetrating force of a sniper rifle. In the face of truth, even A-level talents seemed insignificant. He had never felt this tense, even when confronting a third-tier zombie. Everyone, this is all a misunderstanding. Gao Ye's mind raced. He quickly realized that the group before him was certainly not sent by Zhu Peng. Although Zhu Peng had managed to acquire a few handguns during the apocalypse by storming the police station, he would never have access to a sniper rifle. Such a deadly weapon. Otherwise, he could have easily taken Gao Yi out moments ago. But who were these people? They all seemed exceedingly formidable. Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation. Even in the apocalypse, one could still encounter such misfortune as a car crash. He stepped out of his vehicle and glanced at the pickup truck, noting its pristine condition before directing his attention to Gao Yi. Third tier? What talent? Gao Yi regarded the young man before him, who exuded a seasoned demeanor as if he, a third-tier evolved being, was of little consequence in his eyes. Instantly, he straightened his posture, daring not to conceal anything. He obediently responded, I am a third tier, awakened with an A-level golden light spirit. A-level? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Although he had suspected the golden light surrounding the opponent was no less than B-level, he was still somewhat surprised to learn it was A-level. A-level talents were indeed rare. He had only encountered Yi Hongying and that major from the Eastern Military District, totaling just 2 individuals. The allure of A-level talents is indeed captivating. Lin Chen scanned the surroundings, but did not spot any zombies. He momentarily suppressed the impulsive thought that surged within him. You hit my vehicle. Now what shall we do? Lin Chen calmly leaned against the door of the pickup truck and spoke. He had no intention of extorting the other party. After all, in this apocalyptic world, he had ample food and weapons at his disposal. However, the fact that this individual had caused discomfort to Ru Yao and had also knocked Yang Shuwu's head made it imperative to vent some frustration. Besides, given Yi Hongying's temperament, if she did not express her anger on the spot, she would likely ruminate on it throughout the night. Gao Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering how it was that they both collided, yet he bore the full responsibility. In this scenario, even if the police were to arrive, they would surely adjudicate a 50-50 split of liability. Moreover, the pickup truck's bumper was adorned with pure steel spikes and plates of substantial thickness, showing no signs of damage. While his own vehicle bore significant scars, just as Gao Yi was considering pleading for leniency, he suddenly remembered a matter of greater urgency. Zhu Peng's subordinates were leading a horde of zombies toward his base. The situation was dire, and there was no time to waste. Gritting his teeth, Gao Yi produced a third-tier crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. This was a prize he had recently acquired from hunting a third-tier zombie. Lin Chen was taken aback by the unexpected generosity. I sincerely apologize for colliding with your vehicle, Gao Yi said, casting a glance at the deflated tire. He respectfully clasped his fists and cautiously inquired, would it be possible for you to give me a ride? The zombie horde is converging on our base, where my comrades and over 200 survivors are located. I must return as swiftly as possible. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took the driver's seat. What are we waiting for? Get in and lead the way. There was no turning back. The offer was simply too generous. Although a single third-tier crystal core would only yield 20 experience points, which was trivial for Lin Chen, it represented merely the task of slaying 20 additional zombies. However, the experience gained from killing zombies was bound to him, while the crystal core was a tangible and tradable currency. Furthermore, in addition to providing 20 experience points, a third-tier crystal core could randomly enhance 1's attributes. This additional value was immensely precious. Previously, the 6 crystal cores absorbed by Tang Xiao had granted her 2 points in mental strength, 2 points in physical strength, 1 point in power, and 1 point in agility. Initially seated in the front passenger seat, Nangong Ruyao wisely moved to the back, while Tang Xiao directly perched herself on Yi Hongying's powerful legs. Meanwhile, Gao Ye's subordinate climbed into the truck bed. Upon his ascent, he was astonished to behold the truck bed brimming with provisions, including a large portion of frozen pork. The abundance of supplies is truly astonishing. As he suppressed his inner astonishment, his foot was abruptly struck by a metallic object. Lowering his gaze, he was immediately taken aback, his pupils quivering in disbelief. Could it be that the artillery turret he had only seen in military news had appeared before him? Who, exactly, were these individuals? Once the few young women settled into their seats, Lin Chen pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. "Let us follow the ring road," suggested Gao Yi from the passenger seat. "Though it may take a bit longer, it will allow us to avoid the large hordes of corpses in the city center." Given the urgency of the situation, every second counted. Navigating through the city could lead to entanglement with the zombie masses, which would waste precious time. Without hesitation, Lin Chen complied, driving the pickup truck aggressively along Gao Yi's proposed route. Simultaneously, 2 assault transport helicopters were en route to Linyuan City, carrying a newly formed military special operations team endowed with extraordinary abilities. On board the helicopter, a fully armed instructor, ranked 1-star 3 stripes, cast a critical glance at the 4 new members surrounding him. Although they all donned standard equipment, their postures were lax, with some even casually chewing beetle nuts. He furrowed his brow. In the wake of the disaster, the Eastern Military Headquarters had begun assembling numerous special operations teams, each member rigorously selected and possessing advanced talents. Following the previous assault on the zombie tide in 5 provincial capital cities, the military recognized the significance of these evolved individuals in combating the apocalypse's undead. Consequently, they rapidly expanded the special operations teams from a mere dozen to 100, imposing stringent requirements. All members must be second-tier evolvers with talents rated C or higher. Among them, several exceptional second-tier evolvers were recruited from the survivors who entered the refuge base, bolstering their combat strength for the impending zombie extermination operations. The special operations team he led, designated as Team 79, comprised 12 military personnel and 4 newly integrated survivors. "Attention everyone," the instructor announced, standing before the group. "The objective of this mission is to ascertain the specific circumstances within Linyuan City. There are 3 specialized military production facilities located there, equipped with precision military machine tools dedicated to the smelting of military-grade special steel. Our primary goal is to investigate whether these facilities have sustained damage and whether the strategic materials have been compromised. Secondly, we will assess the distribution of zombies within the city and the presence of survivors, providing accurate intelligence for the military's subsequent operations." At this point, the instructor cast a penetrating gaze at the 6 members. "All operations will be under my command. No unauthorized actions are permitted. Understood?" With his final words, the directive was firmly established. The 12 soldiers stood resolutely, their voices resounding in perfect unison as they obeyed the command. Meanwhile, the 4 newly inducted members mimicked them, albeit with a lack of harmony in their response. Among these 4, some displayed excitement, fidgeting with their firearms, while others squinted, leaning back to catch a moment of rest. Observing their reactions, the instructor's brow furrowed slightly. The esteemed leader of the Eastern Command had already informed the entire military that it was imperative to unite all forces. Only through collective effort could the survivors navigate the impending global catastrophe and avert the extinction of humankind. We are now in an era where every citizen must take up arms. Yet, is it truly wise to thrust these individuals, who have undergone only rudimentary weapon training and possess no combat coordination experience, into reconnaissance operations right from the outset? Taking a breath, the commander shook his head slightly. Regardless, with 12 seasoned veterans paired with 4 specially recruited members, they should manage. He considered it an opportunity for the newcomers to gain practical experience in the field. His sole concern now was whether these individuals would heed his commands. If they did not, he would have to resort to unconventional measures. The small, excitable man, who had been toying with his assault rifle, nudged his companion with his elbow. "Hey, brother, do you have any beetle nut left? We're about to engage in battle, and I'm feeling a bit anxious. Could you spare me one?" The man beside him, around 22 or 23 years old and sporting an ear stud, opened his eyes slightly and glanced over. "I never chew beetle nut." The small man was taken aback, pointing to the other's chewing mouth. "You've been chewing for ages. If that's not beetle nut, is it gum?" The ear stud man shrugged and mumbled indistinctly. "I'm chewing beef jerky to replenish my energy. Unfortunately, this jerky is tough to chew." The The small man nodded in understanding, realizing he too was struggling with tough jerky. After a brief pause, he exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, my name is Wang Ming. I possess a C-class talent known as Potential Surge, which allows my body to enter a hyperfrequency state for a limited time, maximizing all attributes to their peak. Furthermore, I've already taken down over 30 zombies and am preparing to reach Tier 3 within a week. How about you?" Hearing this, the ear-stud man grinned broadly. "I'm Zhao Hao, just 5 experience points shy of Tier 3. As for my talent, I suppose it's also C-class." Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find he was in the presence of someone nearing Tier 3. "By the way, what exactly qualifies as a C-class talent? Aren't talent grades supposed to be fixed? Also, you haven't mentioned what your talent is. Most importantly," he added, "brother, let's not focus solely on levels. We are all part of the same civilization." Just as Wang Ming was about to inquire further, the combat instructor glanced at his watch and declared in a stern voice, "Everyone, check your equipment. We will be descending in 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming relinquished the thought of inquiring about Zhao Hao's specific talents and began to inspect his equipment and weaponry. Once he completed his examination, he couldn't help but glance up at the combat instructor. "Leader, I've heard that many regions are now plagued by 4th-tier Lord-level zombies. Surely, we won't be so unfortunate as to encounter one, will we?" The instructor's expression shifted subtly, and he felt an urge to kick this incessant chatterbox. "Could you please silence your ominous predictions?" Zhao Hao, nearby, couldn't resist muttering a curse under his breath. The pickup truck sped along the ring road, with the anxious Gao Yi in the passenger seat, constantly checking his watch. "The alley ahead turns left. There's a gap in the iron gate over there, just wide enough for a vehicle to pass through." Following Gao Yi's guidance, Lin Chen navigated through an old district, weaving skillfully. However, as they progressed, the number of zombies surrounding them increased, causing Gao Yi's brow to furrow deeper. This was his meticulously chosen refuge, a family housing area of a steel factory from over 2 decades ago. With the city's development, it was slated for demolition and reconstruction, and most residents had long since been relocated. Consequently, there had been little trace of zombies since the outbreak. Yet now, with so many zombies converging and their numbers escalating the further they ventured, it could only mean one thing. The tide of the undead had indeed been attracted by that scoundrel, Zhu Peng. Lin Chen was entirely oblivious to the current situation within the base, only able to call out to his companions via the intercom, but received no response. As Lin Chen gazed at the narrow alley before him, where a dozen zombies were charging, he activated his telekinetic ability to envelop the vehicle while driving the steel beast, crushing everything in his path. "These are precious experience points," he thought. "Harvesting is essential. Kill level 1 zombie. 16 experience points. Kill complete. 16 mental power. Plunder F-rank talent. Kill level 2 zombie. 1 experience point. 5. Kill complete. 5 mental power. Plunder E-rank talent. Current experience. 8. For 131,000. Mental power. 9. 331,003. Seeing the changes in his attribute panel, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. My mental power limit has finally surpassed 1,000. Other 3rd-tier evolvers typically had mental power around 50 points, while his was 20 times that of an ordinary 3rd-tier evolver. The terrifying nature of his SSS-class God of Slaughter talent had fully manifested. Having dispatched nearly 1,000 minions, who dares to challenge me? With his meticulous development complete, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. He needed just 157 more experience points to advance to the 4th tier. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as he sensed that this promotion would bring about a qualitative leap in his abilities. Gazing at the twilight hues painting the horizon, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smirk. He yearned for this wave of zombie onslaught against the survivor base to yield a staggering multitude. Otherwise, it would not suffice for his harvest. Chapter 78. The Frenzied Assault of the Undead, by the esteemed Tang Xiao on the periphery of the dilapidated workers' factory district. A dense throng of zombies, encircling in layers, converged furiously from all directions towards the factory. Their numbers had already surpassed 1,000. The towering walls, exceeding 2 meters in height, were entwined with a tangle of barbed wire, while rows of vehicles lined the base. Hundreds of survivors, armed with steel rods, iron pipes, and shovels, stood atop the vehicles, relentlessly stabbing at the undead scrambling upwards through the gaps in the wire. Even the women had long joined the fray. However, under the relentless onslaught of the undead tide, A section of the aging brick wall began to tremble, dust cascading from the cracks. Use the Molotov cocktails. Where are the oil barrels? Hurry. We can't hold them back much longer. Liozzi, take your team to the backyard. There's a horde there as well. Goodness, there are too many zombies. We can't kill them all. It's simply impossible. Hold the line. Use the vehicles to brace against the wall. The air was thick with the roars of the zombies and the shouts of the survivors. Meanwhile, within the old dormitory building at the rear, the elderly and children huddled together, trembling, praying for a miracle to occur. The zombies that fell to their demise outside the wall were quickly trampled by those surging behind. Gradually, the bodies accumulated, forming a sloping mound that facilitated the ascent of the subsequent waves of undead. At that moment, from amidst the horde, several second-tier zombies, their bodies fully hardened, darted forth with astonishing speed, leaping atop the fallen corpses and racing towards the wall. Their agility was remarkable, and they moved far quicker than ordinary zombies. As they approached the barbed wire, they leapt ferociously into the factory compound. Several survivors barely had time to react before being overthrown by the second-tier zombies from beneath the vehicles. With jaws brimming with serrated teeth, the zombies bit down, tearing away chunks of flesh in a horrific instant. Quick, save him. Eliminate them. Among the survivors, a few teammates who had ventured with Gao Yi to scavenge for supplies rushed in. One towering figure, over 6 feet tall, swung a machete in a wide arc, decapitating a second-tier zombie with a single stroke. Another woman darted forward, her ankles swirling with energy, delivering a high kick that sent the nearly 200-pound zombie soaring half a meter into the air. In the crowd, a stout man clad in heavy winter gear and a motorcycle helmet, wielding a diesel chainsaw, swung it with a roar, shredding the hardened-skinned zombie, splattering foul blood everywhere. Help! Help me! On the ground, a woman with her neck bitten halfway through reached out, grasping the pant leg of a hefty man. Her face contorted in agony as she pleaded for help. Sister-in-law, go well. The man gritted his teeth, turned his head away, and lowered the chainsaw by 10 centimeters, severing the woman's neck entirely. Such gruesome scenes unfolded relentlessly throughout the factory area. Those bitten by zombies either ignited a fuel bottle in their last moments of resistance before plunging into the tide of corpses or succumbed to despair, only to be executed by their companions nearby. In the face of apocalypse, any manifestation of compassion could lead to mutual destruction. To survive, one's hands would not only be stained with the vile blood of the undead but, at times, tainted with the blood of comrades as well. Has Brother Yi returned yet? Can we reach him? The walkie-talkie lay in Yang's hands. And Yang? Yang was overwhelmed by the horde. Damn it! A dozen men, having ascended to the second tier, were now frazzled and overwhelmed. The sheer number of zombies was staggering, and the walls could only hold for so long. Visibly on the brink of collapse, even with vehicles bracing against the tide, it was estimated that within 2 minutes, the barriers would utterly fail. We can't hold them off any longer. We must prepare to flee. Someone shouted. What about the elderly and children in the building? At such a moment, you still concern yourself with the old and young? Damn it, my son is still inside. A man, witnessing his comrades abandon all resistance to get into vehicles and escape, erupted in frantic curses. In this dire situation, if everyone retreated, the horde would be unstoppable. That's your son, not mine. I'm leaving. As the zombies clambered increasingly onto the walls, the man wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and fleeing towards the factory's back entrance with 2 companions. Just then, with the explosive detonation of several suicide zombies, a large section of the wall was blown apart, and a throng of zombies surged through the breach like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. The pickup truck rampaged through the dilapidated streets, its reinforced bumper mangling the flesh of the zombies it collided with. The modified all-terrain tires crushed the bodies beneath them mercilessly. Lin Chen maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, executing a drift to evade a toppled vehicle by the roadside. As he rounded the last corner, the abandoned workers' dormitory finally came into view. The dense horde of zombies was continuously climbing towards the walls. 2 overweight suicide zombies, each over 400 pounds, crowded near the wall before detonating with a thunderous explosion. Instantly, the wall collapsed, and the subsequent wave of zombies surged through the breach. There were already 500 to 600 zombies pressing from the front, and accounting for the 2 sides, the total was undoubtedly over 1,000. Lin Chen glanced at Gao Yi in the passenger seat. Brother, to be honest, even if you go, you won't be able to help. It's hopeless. The tide of thousands of corpses was not insurmountable for Lin Chen and his companions to break through. However, facing such a relentless onslaught, repelling the horde to rescue the survivors within the factory premises was utterly beyond their capabilities, even with the full firepower of Lin Chen's team. Furthermore, having acquired that crystal core and brought it here for Gao Yi, Lin Chen felt that the transaction had concluded. Now, he only aspired to harvest some zombies amidst the chaos to accumulate experience points. Gao Yi clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sheer magnitude of the horde before him instilled a sense of terror. Under the frenzied charge of thousands of corpses, even a third-tier evolved being could be as easily overwhelmed as a house in a flood, submerged in an instant. Yet, within the villa's factory area, he was not only concerned for his comrades, but also for his family. "Could you lend us your strength? I am willing to part with another crystal core," he implored, hesitating for merely 2 seconds before producing another core from his sleeve and offering it to Lin Chen, his face a mask of earnestness. Since the moment the girls, including Yi Hongying, had revealed their weapons during the crash, Gao Yi had sensed the formidable prowess of this survival team. He realized that he was vastly outmatched. Faced with the overwhelming horde, Gao Yi felt utterly powerless and could only place his hopes on this extraordinary survival squad. Even if you could charge in and save just one person, it would be worth it. Fearing rejection from Lin Chen, he hastily added. However, Lin Chen shrugged, unwilling to acquiesce. While a third-tier crystal core was undoubtedly valuable, acting as a mere chauffeur for others seemed unnecessary. After all, he now dispatched third-tier zombies with ease. It merely required a bit more effort to target them specifically. Harvesting more zombies amidst the chaos from the periphery would yield substantial rewards as well. Just as Lin Chen prepared to decline, Tang Xiaoxiao from the back seat poked her head out from the armrest compartment. "Friend, do you realize there are thousands of zombies ahead? The tide is perilous." Gao Yi sighed heavily, ready to exit the vehicle and face the threat alone. Yet, Tang Xiaoxiao grinned, revealing a small, sharp canine. "We need more payment." Chapter 79. Withstanding the zombie tide. Everyone joins the battle. Lin Chen turned to Tang Xiaoxiao, momentarily perplexed by her words. But Gao Yi was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication and hurriedly extracting the last remaining third crystal core from his pocket. "This is truly the final one. If you assist us, I am willing to give it all to you." Since the onset of the catastrophe, Gao Yi had acquired 4 third-tier crystal cores, not merely 3. On the 3rd day of the apocalyptic disaster, Gao Yi had been the second in command at the base and had not yet evolved to the 3rd tier. During an outing to gather supplies, they had encountered the first 3rd-tier zombie. In the base, over 40 skilled individuals united in a fierce assault, paying a grievous price. Approximately 20 lives were lost, including that of the base leader, before they managed to vanquish the 3rd-tier zombie. When the 3rd-tier crystal core dropped, no one dared to approach it, apprehensive of infection and mutation. However, Gao Yi steeled his resolve and swallowed it whole. This audacious act led to his immediate ascension to the 3rd tier. He soon grasped the immense value of the 3rd-tier crystal core, and in the following days, with his newfound 3rd-tier physique, bolstered by his A-grade talent and the support of numerous comrades, he systematically eradicated 3 more 3rd-tier zombies. Yet, he refrained from consuming the 3 crystal cores he subsequently acquired, contemplating whether to utilize them for a breakthrough upon evolving to the 4th tier or to retain them for potential future exchanges for supplies or equipment, or perhaps for life-saving measures in critical moments. Little did he know, these very 3 crystal cores had caught the attention of Zhu Peng. Now, he was to use them to solicit assistance from Lin Chen and his team. After all the twists and turns, the 3 crystal cores remained unspent. However, this was not the time for hesitation. The crisis of the zombie tide demanded immediate action. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Xiaoxiao. Even for 2 crystal cores, their worth hardly warranted a reckless plunge into the zombie horde to rescue others. With a smile, Tang Xiaoxiao held up the 2 crystal cores, her lips curling in a mischievous grin. The contract was sealed, non-refundable. She then playfully patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "Brother Chen, let us get to work." Although Lin Chen harbored doubts, he recognized that Tang Xiaoxiao was always dependable in her endeavors. He turned to Gao Yi and instructed, "You go to the back of the truck and clear the passenger seat. We're charging in." Upon hearing that Lin Chen and his group were genuinely prepared to assist, Gao Yi nodded vigorously, leaping from the vehicle to climb into the truck bed. Meanwhile, Nangong Riyao, seated in the back row, understood Lin Chen's intent. She elegantly swung her long leg over, opened the sunroof, and stood barefoot on the armrest. With her goggles pulled down, she readied her assault rifle for fire support. As Lin Chen slammed the accelerator, he inquired of Xiao Xiao, "What is the situation?" Tang Xiao Xiao's smile widened. "In 1 minute at most. 2 military assault transport helicopters will discover our predicament. By then, we'll have assistance." She added, "These 2 crystal cores are a no-brainer." Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his thumb, praising her. "You are remarkable." Nangong Riao chimed in with a smile. "You are exceptional." Yang Shuowu, "You're impressive." Yi Hongying, "So impressive." In the next moment, the brakes lifted, the vehicle jolted violently, akin to a beast breaking free, charging headlong into the tide of zombies. The muzzle of the assault rifle trembled violently as the enchanted bullets, possessing extraordinary penetrating power, methodically dispatched the threatening self-destructing zombies hidden within the horde. As the self-destructing zombie was struck by bullets, its corpulent body erupted with a thunderous blast, scattering the surrounding undead and inadvertently clearing a path through the horde ahead. "A job well done." Lin Chen smirked, pressing the accelerator to the floor once more. Bang, 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 bang. The zombies charging forward were ruthlessly crushed beneath this iron beast. The sensation of impact against the zombie's flesh surged continuously, amplified by the splattering of foul blood, the shattering of bones, and the grotesque sight of limbs being ground into pulp, far more exhilarating than a bumper car ride. Instead of racing toward the wall, Lin Chen executed a skillful drift amidst the throng, sending 7 or 8 zombies flying before his tires screeched in place, propelling him toward the main gate of the workers' dormitory. At the entrance, a fierce blaze roared. Previously, fearing that the horde would breach the 2 metal doors, the people inside had poured gasoline towards the base of the gate and ignited it, attempting to use flames to stave off the tide of the undead. "Hold on tight. I'm going to break through the gate," Lin Chen called out to the women in the vehicle. He then lowered the window, maneuvering the steering wheel with his right hand while extending his left outside. His fingers spread wide. He thrust forward. His telekinetic power enveloped the flames ahead, and the once raging fire was instantly pushed aside, dispersing to either side. At the same moment, Nangong Riao, having prepared for this, took aim at the pivot point of the iron gate as the flames were swept away. Bang, 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 bang. A series of precise shots rang out as the enchanted bullets struck the gate's pivot point with accuracy. Simultaneously, the pickup truck surged through the roaring flames, crashing violently into the iron gate of the workers' compound. Boom. The iron gate collapsed with a resounding crash. The waves of heat, pushed back by the telekinesis, coalesced into a raging inferno once more. As the pickup truck barreled into the compound, Lin Chen finally beheld the dire situation within. Over 200 zombies had breached the high walls and were now mercilessly attacking the crowd. The defensive lines surrounding the walls had completely crumbled, with around 70 or 80 survivors holding steel bars, shovels, long knives, crossbows, chainsaws, and other weapons, fighting while retreating towards the nearby residential building. In this relentless withdrawal, every second claimed 3 or 4 survivors, engulfed by the massive horde. Even second-tier evolved beings found no room for resistance against such overwhelming numbers. Typically, after using their abilities to dispatch 2 zombies, they barely had a moment to catch their breath before 5 or 6 more lunged at them, pinning them down. Moreover, the most critical factor was that the zombies felt no pain, fear, nor fatigue. They only knew how to charge and bite. In stark contrast, the human survivors, as the battle intensified, experienced escalating fatigue, and the realization that they could not stabilize the situation led to a psychological collapse, becoming their most lethal weakness. In but a fleeting encounter, the number of human survivors battling the zombies had diminished by nearly 30 to 40%. Commence operations. Hold them for a minute. Observing the grim spectacle before him, Lin Chen maintained a tranquil gaze, devoid of excessive compassion. Instead, he felt a thrill at the prospect of reaping the undead. The 4 young women in the vehicle, poised for action, had their eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the truck door swung open, Yi Hongying descended from the pickup, her waist-length ponytail dancing in the wind. A crimson glow flickered in her eyes, and fierce flames coiled around her Tang Dao, surging forth to confront the dozen zombies approaching. Meanwhile, Yang Shuowu positioned herself at the rear of the pickup, effortlessly lifting a large barrel of purified water. With a slight elevation of her finger, a slender stream of water surged from the barrel, coalescing mid-air into an ice arrow. The temperature around her plummeted, and moisture in the air flocked to her fingertips, thickening the ice arrow to twice its original size. With 3 liters of bottled water, she could conjure 100 ice arrows. Utilizing bottled water to generate ice arrows not only shortened the time required, but also significantly reduced the mental strain. For an archer, speed is paramount. Chapter 80. Lin Chen, stand back, I am about to begin my work. The cacophony of the undead's roars reverberated throughout the battlefield, filling every corner with dread. Each time a zombie fell, 5 more surged forward. After dispatching those 5, an even greater horde leaped into the air, descending with ferocity. This relentless tide of corpses instilled profound despair among the survivors in the staff dormitory compound, watching as their companions were consumed one after another. The remaining survivors felt not only fear, but a numbing resignation as they swung their weapons, uncertain if they would be the next to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, just as the morale of the crowd began to crumble, a deep thud echoed from nearby. The main gate of the staff dormitory collapsed with a thunderous crash as a modified pickup barreled through, charging into the horde. Everyone, gather around. A booming voice, akin to thunder, erupted from the direction of the pickup. Before the vehicle even came to a halt, Gao Yi leaped from it, his body surrounded by a radiant golden aura, a towering golden specter forming behind him. As Gao Yi descended like a gorilla, the 2 zombies beneath him were crushed underfoot. With his iron fists, he unleashed a flurry of blows against the horde, the golden specter mirroring his every move. Each punch sent 3 or 4 zombies flying. It's Brother Yi. The boss is back. We are saved. Let us go, brothers. In a moment of despair, the crowd's spirits surged with adrenaline upon the appearance of Takano, rekindling their fervent desire for survival. Despite their arms being numb and exhausted, and their palms raw and bloody, they rose defiantly against the horde of corpses, converging towards Takano. Lin Chen, observing from within the vehicle, saw Takano amidst the throng of the undead, resembling a lone gorilla battling a pack of wolves. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. Indeed, this A-grade talent was formidable, akin to a nascent embodiment of a celestial realm. Previously, Lin Chen had encountered Zhang Hang from the motorcycle brigade, who possessed a C-grade talent known as Shadow Spirit, capable of manifesting a shadow clone for both offense and defense. Yet, Takano's golden light spiritual body appeared to belong to the same category of talents, albeit with capabilities that overshadowed Zhang's C-grade talent by a factor of 10. However, there were nuances. Takano's ethereal projection, synchronized with his movements, not only exhibited remarkable destructive power, but also afforded his body an additional layer of protection, equating to a comprehensive enhancement of his combat prowess. In contrast, Zhang Hang's shadow spirit emphasized agility and could operate independently. It is important to note that one's combat effectiveness cannot solely be determined by the grade of their talent. Even a C-grade talent, when wielded adeptly, could potentially outmaneuver an A-grade. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Chen turned his attention to Yi Hongying, who had already plunged into the horde. He stepped out of the vehicle, reminding himself that if he could endure for just 40 more seconds, military reinforcements would arrive at the battlefield. Surely, he could manage. Tang Xiaoxiao, gripping a pistol, nervously followed closely behind Lin Chen. Although she had been enthusiastic moments before, when faced with the overwhelming tide of corpses, reminiscent of an endless swarm of cockroaches, her courage faltered. She excelled in theoretical discussions, yet in practical combat, she was akin to a novice. Observing her anxious expression, Lin Chen smirked. In her fear, she truly resembled a 16-year-old girl. Her normally high intellect, which she often masked with a facade of maturity, only served to conceal her endearing qualities. 40 seconds? Do you underestimate my endurance? Lin Chen mused, rubbing his wrist, surprised that his capabilities were in question. He then reached out, gently pushing Tang Xiaoxiao back. Step aside. I am about to unleash my prowess. The grim news was that the sheer number of zombies made it nearly impossible to withstand their collective charge. The silver lining, however, was that their overwhelming density created a unique opportunity. A surge of air currents swirled around Lin Chen's feet, rustling his trousers audibly, while strands of hair danced wildly upon his forehead. Channeling his talent, he summoned the wind blade. The ferocious gusts ascended from below, converging towards his right hand. The spiritual energy within him was rapidly depleting, while the fierce gale surrounding Lin Chen intensified. Tang Xiaoxiao, clad in a sailor suit, felt her cheeks flush as she hurriedly pressed down her skirt. Her twin ponytails danced wildly in the turbulent air generated by Lin Chen's energy. Inside the pickup truck, Nangong Ruya, positioned with an assault rifle at the sunroof, found her hair similarly swept by the powerful winds. The gale continued to gather momentum. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes were entirely enveloped in a soft green glow. He took a deep breath, stepping back with his right foot, bending at the waist, and drawing his fist back like a bowstring, pulled to its utmost limit. In an instant, the swirling energy around him formed a cyclone, compressing and converging towards his right fist. The fist resembled a black hole, absorbing and consolidating all the surrounding gales. The buildup of energy lasted a full 5 seconds. With a final surge of compressed wind, Lin Chen leaned forward, his right fist shooting out like a meteor in a resounding explosion. The energy wave generated by the gale transformed into a violent shockwave, charging towards the dense horde of corpses. Where the energy column passed, sand and stones were violently swept up, mercilessly crashing into the tide of the undead. The gale's energy column, like a sharp meat grinder, pulverized the zombies, splattering putrid blood and chunks of flesh. The tide of corpses surging in through the gap in the high wall was instantly cleared, creating a long passage. In the blink of an eye, over 50 zombies were reduced to nothing more than a mass of flesh. Killed 52 first-tier zombies, experience points gained, 52. Slaughter completed. Spiritual energy, 52. F-class talent acquired. Killed 2 second-tier zombies, experience points gained, 10. Slaughter completed. Spiritual energy, 10. E-class talent acquired. Current experience points, 9, 051. 000. Spiritual energy, 7, 951, 065. Only 95 experience points remained until the promotion to 4th tier. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, glanced at the attribute panel, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. In the next moment, arcs of lightning surged around him, and a diamond-like radiance emanated from his arms. The talent of thunder power activated. The talent of diamond hardening activated. The talent of potential explosion activated. With a mere thought, over 10 talents were simultaneously triggered, accelerating the flow of blood within him, his skin glowing a deep red like a boiled lobster. His body instantly entered a state of hyperfrequency. A grin spread across his face, revealing gleaming white teeth, a sinister smile dancing on his lips. Let the little zombies dance for me. Chapter 81. Whose vassal is this? So remarkably brave? Instructor, there's a situation over there. The pilot of the assault transport helicopter, observing the gathering horde of corpses in the distance at the dilapidated factory, quickly reported. The instructor, who had been finalizing the last group arrangements for the combat personnel on board, immediately approached the cockpit upon hearing the report. As the worn-out factory district came into view, the combat commander narrowed his eyes at the dense tide of corpses. That horde seemed intent on assaulting the survivors' refuge. What shall we do? Should we initiate a rescue, or continue our advance toward the designated steel mill site? The driver inquired earnestly. The commander pondered for merely 2 seconds before issuing a decisive order. Proceed to provide support. All combat personnel, engage in the rescue. His current operational mission involved assessing the exact number of corpses within Linyuan City, while also scouting the machinery at 3 specialized steel mills. Undertaking a rescue operation now would not only be an opportunity to gather intelligence on the corpse tide, but also serve as a practical training exercise for the soldiers in real combat coordination. Upon receiving the command, 2 assault transport helicopters swiftly adjusted their flight paths, racing towards the distant, dilapidated residential factory area. Meanwhile, the rocket launchers suspended beneath the helicopters had already calibrated their angles, entering a state of readiness for combat. As they approached within a kilometer of the horde, with a single command from the combat commander, the co-pilot immediately pressed the launch button. The 16 launch ports of the rocket battery ignited in unison, emitting a brilliant red glow. With a series of whooshing sounds, a barrage of rockets, trailing orange-red tails, descended upon the ground, unleashing a rain of destruction upon the corpses. Amidst the deafening roar, the outermost portion of the horde was shattered like stones hitting the surface of a lake, sending cascades of chaos into the air. Hundreds of zombies were obliterated in an instant, while the surrounding buildings crumbled under the explosive force, a mix of dust and smoke wafting outward. Clear the outer zombies, but avoid collateral damage to the survivors within. The commander ordered once more. The assault transport helicopters adjusted their angles above the factory district, unleashing another round of firepower from the rocket launchers. Simultaneously, one side of the cabin door opened, and the onboard rapid-fire machine gun began its relentless barrage against the corpses below, suppressing the advancing zombies entirely. The opposite cabin door swung open as well. With a sweeping gesture, the commander shouted into his communication device, "All combat teams, commence rapid descent." The armed helicopters hovered 15 meters above the ground, as two rapid descent ropes dangled from the doors, allowing the special forces to descend one after another. Upon landing, they immediately raised their assault rifles, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the approaching horde. At that moment, the survivors, who had been bravely fending off hundreds of zombies in front of the dormitory building, felt an exhilarating surge of hope as the rockets rained down. "The military helicopters are here. We're saved. Come on, brothers, the military has arrived. Let us hold out a little longer. Ha ha ha, we won Tidal today." Exhausted yet invigorated, the beleaguered group summoned their last reserves of strength, wielding their weapons to topple the relentless zombies lunging toward them. Amidst the throng of zombies, Takano charged through with unbridled fervor. The military's overwhelming firepower left the relentless tide of the undead with no room for resistance. Ultimately, the lowly zombies were nothing more than carbon-based organisms. A single rocket propelled them into the ether. However, once the excitement subsided, Takano suddenly realized that his 2 crystal cores might have been wasted. Shaking his head, he suppressed this thought. Regardless, Lin Chen and his comrades had borne the brunt of the pressure, sparing many of his companions from demise. With this in mind, Takano glanced in Lin Chen's direction during a brief lull in the battle, his heart quaking with awe. He had just witnessed Lin Chen's devastating punch, which had felled over 50 zombies, a display of power rivaling that of a rocket. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to imagine that a human could match the might of a missile. At this moment, Lin Chen, amidst the chaos of slaughtering the undead, furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the military's arrival to be a full 10 seconds ahead of Tang Xiaoxiao's estimate. He was still short by over 60 experience points. He needed to hasten his harvesting. With this thought, Lin Chen sent 2 nearby zombies flying with a powerful punch before fixing his gaze on the cluster of zombies ahead, preparing to dive into the fray. Just then, a high-explosive grenade landed precisely in front of the horde, its shrapnel scattering debris in every direction. Lin Chen crossed his arms in front of him, a frown etched on his face. At that moment, a robust young man with short hair approached him, wielding a submachine gun. "Apologies, my friend. It's my first time throwing a grenade, and I might have thrown it a bit too close. You're all right? Wang Ming chuckled sheepishly, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Leave the rest to us. You should fall back, as I'm about to commence the slaughter." A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead as he heard this oddly familiar phrase, his lips twitching slightly. Oblivious to Lin Chen's change in expression, Wang Ming raised his assault rifle and charged towards the horde of zombies. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, a sudden force gripped his shoulder, and before he could react, he was yanked back violently, tumbling across the ground for several rolls and landing 6 or 7 meters away. Meanwhile, Lin Chen transformed into a blur, racing towards the swarm of zombies. "Who the hell is this guy trying to steal my experience?" Wang Ming, dazed from the fall, shook his head and stood up. He was about to unleash a tirade of curses, but when he beheld the scene before him, he fell silent. Lin Chen had fully entered a frenzied state, hastening his harvesting speed to ensure that no experience points from the zombies were pilfered. With a swift flick of his wrist, 3 coins imbued with the power of thunder transformed into bolts of lightning, piercing directly into the heart of the horde. Meanwhile, with his left hand wielding a blade of wind, Lin Chen concentrated for 5 seconds to conjure a gusting wind blade, which he then unleashed in a sweeping arc towards the horde of corpses before him. With both of his talents activated simultaneously, he swiftly dispatched more than 10 zombies. At that moment, Lin Chen had already plunged into the tide of the undead. His fists, adorned with a radiant diamond sheen, struck out violently, shattering the skull of a second-tier hardened zombie. His fists continued to rain down relentlessly. Any zombie struck by his iron fists either had its head obliterated or was sent flying 7 to 8 meters away, toppling numerous others in their wake. Wang Ming, wide-eyed and utterly astonished, gazed at Lin Chen, who resembled a ferocious tiger charging into a flock of sheep, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. Whose subordinate is this, to exhibit such valor? Chapter 82. S-Class Mimicry Talent. The Flame Queen blossoming amidst the zombie horde. The trio dispersed into groups, maintaining a staggered advance while systematically cleansing designated areas. From the moment the combat commander descended from the assault transport helicopter, he promptly relayed the operational deployment through his communication device. The subsequent teams that landed instinctively formed their respective units, typically comprising 2 seasoned veterans accompanied by a newly recruited special operative. They began to fan out in a semicircular formation, progressing towards the zombie horde directly ahead of the workers' compound. Among them, the special operative Zhao Hao trailed closely behind the 2 soldiers. The assault rifle in his hands felt foreign and unfamiliar. He had long understood that the conditions to trigger experience points from killing zombies required specific criteria to be met. First, one must be sufficiently close to the target being dispatched. Second, the kill must be achieved through one's talents, establishing a causal relationship between the zombie's demise and oneself. Using an assault rifle to slay a zombie would yield little experience unless the weapon was practically shoved into the zombie's mouth. He was left with only 5 experience points before he could successfully advance to the 3rd tier. With this in mind, he adjusted his grip to hold the rifle with one hand, retrieving his dagger from his lower back. However, as he and his team reached the front of the workers' building, witnessing the frenzied onslaught of the zombies, each one lunging with gaping maws, countless and relentless, Zhao Hao trembled, promptly sheathing his dagger and dutifully readjusting his rifle. Observing the horde from the helicopter had not elicited much of a response from him. He had merely perceived them as a dense swarm of insects. Yet, gazing directly at the relentless mass of creatures, each the same size as himself, devoid of fatigue or fear, only driven by an instinct to pounce and tear apart, was a sight that struck him with overwhelming force, penetrating from his very toes to the crown of his head. In the face of such a terrifying tide of zombies, engaging in solitary combat felt utterly illusory. In the blink of an eye, he would be overwhelmed and engulfed by the surging horde. Zhao Hao swallowed hard, suppressing his ambitions of leveling up in favor of preserving his life before anything else. Following closely behind the 2 seasoned veterans, the trio formed a defensive triangle, rifles at the ready, and began to unleash a barrage of fire upon the densely packed zombies. Yet, even as bullets found their mark with precision, the zombies surged forth before the fallen could hit the ground. The sheer momentum caused even the ones that had been shot in the head to act as makeshift shields, propelling them forward and blocking subsequent rounds. In the face of such a horde, without heavy firepower to suppress them, the efficacy of assault rifles proved exceedingly limited. However, both veterans had previously participated in urban operations against the undead and thus possessed some insights into combating them. One veteran swiftly produced a high-explosive grenade, the glow of energy radiating from his wrist as he activated his energy concentration ability. He hurled the grenade into the throng of zombies, and under the enhancement of his ability, it detonated with a ferocity that more than doubled its destructive power. Instantly, 7 or 8 zombies were sent sprawling by the shrapnel. Meanwhile, the other veteran lifted his right foot and then struck the ground with a forceful stomp, activating his shockwave ability. The once tranquil earth rippled as if a stone had been cast into a still lake. The zombies at the forefront stumbled, collapsing forward, and the ones behind were likewise tripped up. In the chaos of the throng, their advance was temporarily hindered for several crucial seconds. With the coordination of the 2 veterans, the charge of the horde was significantly diminished. Behind them, Zhao Hao was filled with exhilaration, his eyes shimmering with a faint crimson glow. His C-grade energy concentration ability allowed him to gather any form of energy in one place, making it ideally suited for the grenade. Furthermore, his B-grade shockwave ability could induce high-frequency vibrations. If wielded with a sufficiently resilient blade, it would function as a high-frequency cutting machine. The energy concentration ability was somewhat lacking, so he decided to retain the shockwave ability, feeling content to possess 3 B-grade abilities. Zhao Hao's heart swelled with joy, for he possessed an S-grade mimicry ability. According to the description on his interface, he could directly replicate and permanently utilize any ability activated within a 5-meter radius, though he was limited to mimicking a maximum of 3 abilities at once. To mimic a 4th, he would need to discard one of the 3 previously acquired abilities. However, the effect of the mimicked abilities would only be 90% of the original's potency. Additionally, the interface specified another limitation: SSS grade, unique, abilities could neither be mimicked nor their information acquired. Yet, Zhao Hao paid little heed to this restriction. Across the globe, Those who could awaken SSS-grade abilities were likely fewer than the fingers on one hand. Such individuals would probably elude him throughout his lifetime. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhao Hao's mind began to race with possibilities. He resolved to retain the energy concentration ability, aiming to harvest 5 experience points with the grenade before replicating the shockwave ability. With both veterans by his side, he could easily switch between abilities. With this plan in mind, he activated the energy concentration ability and readied the grenade for throwing. However, just as he was about to hurl the grenade, the veteran beside him raised his hand to halt him. Wait, there are survivors among the corpses. What? Zhao Hao doubted his hearing. How could there possibly be human survivors amidst such a dense mass of bodies? Even if there were, they would have long been devoured and transformed into zombies. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed a gruesome spectacle, blood splattering from the horde, zombies being launched into the air, and searing flames erupting from within the throng of corpses. Could it be true? Was there indeed someone alive amidst such a tightly packed mass of the dead? Before Zhao Hao could recover from his astonishment, he saw the horde completely collapse. Through the gaps where several zombies had fallen, he beheld a flaming tang knife dancing wildly among the corpses. A lithe figure, clad in flowing Han attire, moved with breathtaking grace, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding zombies. Her ponytail, bound by crimson silk, swayed rhythmically as she struck. The ends of her long hair flickered with flames, incinerating the blood splattered in her vicinity. Both veterans were left dumbfounded by this scene. Zhao Hao, in particular, stood frozen, captivated by the enchanting figure amidst the corpses, feeling as if he had fallen in love. With a swift motion, Yi Hongying severed the head of a second-tier zombie before glancing at the 3 Special Forces soldiers who had come to her aid. Her eyes narrowed slightly. With the military support now in position, she no longer had to worry about the evacuation. Seizing the moment, she resolved to eliminate as many zombies as possible before the soldiers opened fire. This was a crucial moment to gather experience, and she needed to act swiftly. With that in mind, she disregarded the toll on her mental energy and unleashed her full power. 30 of her remaining 35 points of mental energy were instantly consumed. Her innate talent, Red Lotus Inferno, was fully activated. The tang knife in her hand shimmered as if coated in molten crimson. The searing heat distorted the air around her. With a focused gaze, she gripped the knife with one hand and spun on the spot, the blade tracing an arc through the air, leaving a trail of flickering flames in its wake. Her movements were graceful yet fierce. As she completed a full rotation, the tang knife came crashing down. The rising temperature of the inferno transformed into a fiery blade, sweeping toward the horde. Wherever the flame's edge touched the ground, it left behind deep scorched marks. Any zombie that came into contact with the fiery blade had its clothing instantly carbonized, moisture evaporating in an instant, flesh sizzling and transforming into charred remnants. In a matter of moments, over 20 zombies were utterly annihilated. In the distance, Zhao Hao felt his back drenched in cold sweat, the fleeting thrill in his mind dissipating in an instant. It seemed wise to avoid provoking the Queen of Flames. Chapter 83, Prelude to Ascension to the 4th Tier. My desire for progress was overwhelming. As the Special Operations team made their appearance, a helicopter hovering atop the workers' dormitory unleashed a relentless barrage. The horrifying horde of the undead was gradually being eradicated. Under the night's veil, the entire dilapidated residential area lay strewn with scorched earth and the remnants of zombies. Lin Chen crushed the last zombie's skull beneath his foot, a frown creasing his brow. Only 17 experience points remained before he could advance. It was an unbearable feeling. It was akin to a stunning beauty, akin to Sister Ruyao, lounging in her professional attire on her bed, while he prepared himself to take action, only for her to declare, "My period has arrived. You must wait." The frustration gnawed at him. Yet, he could do nothing about it. The zombies aggregating from nearby blocks had already been cleared away. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. Lin Chen exhaled a deep breath, rubbed his wrist, and walked towards the pickup truck. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying sheathed her tang knife and approached Lin Chen. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen inquired with concern. Yi Hongying shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. It's just that my mental energy has been significantly depleted." Lin Chen nodded. His mental energy exceeded 1,000. Even with continuous exertion of his innate combat abilities, he had plenty to spare. The length of his blue bar could reach 3 meters, hovering before Yi Hongying's face. Such was the terrifying nature of the SSS level god of slaughter. However, Yi Hongying's mental limit remained in the 50s. No matter how strategically she managed her resources, 50 points of mental energy were scarcely sufficient for prolonged combat. Sister Ruyao, is everything alright on your end? Upon returning to the pickup, Lin Chen turned to inquire about Nangong Ruyao and the others. Yang Shuawu, a sheen of sweat on her forehead, smiled sweetly. Sister Ruyao and I coordinated exceptionally well. No zombies came within 5 meters of us. Nangong Ruyao chimed in, smiling. You diverted most of the zombies. So the few remaining were no trouble for Shuawu and me. Excellent. Let us push on without resting. I still need a bit more experience. Lin Chen removed his blood-soaked outer garment, intending to discard it, but Yang Shuawu swiftly seized it. Placing her hand upon it, the blood immediately crystallized into fine ice shards. After a few taps, the ice shards fell away, removing nearly 90% of the stains. Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, Tang Xiaoxiao, sitting in the back, eagerly poked her head out, her face alight with surprise. You're about to ascend to the 4th tier? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Just 17 points remain. The night is long, and dreams are many. I intend to ascend tonight. Beside them, Yang Shuawu, Nangong Ruyao, and Yi Hongying all turned their gazes in unison, their delicate faces brimming with excitement and exhilaration. The prospect of Lin Chen ascending to the 4th tier was indeed monumental news. While they remained unaware of the true might of the 4th tier, they were certain it heralded a qualitative transformation. Moreover, Lin Chen's burgeoning strength instilled within them an even greater sense of security. With this thought in mind, the group wasted no time. They promptly boarded the vehicle, their prior fatigue from battle vanishing in an instant. Their priority was to assist Lin Chen in his advancement, followed by a much-needed slumber in a safe place. As Lin Chen pressed down on the accelerator, the truck's powerful headlights pierced through the night, its all-terrain tires crushing the remnants of the fallen corpses beneath. As they sped into the darkness, at that moment, Gao Yi, utterly exhausted from the relentless fighting, sat crouched atop a shattered stone step, his mental and physical reserves nearly depleted. The finger claws adorning his hands dripped with congealed blood. Hearing the rumble of the departing engine, he quickly looked up, only to catch a glimpse of the truck's retreating silhouette. Why had they left? He had forgotten to inquire about that esteemed individual's name. Around him, the survivors began to gather. Aside from the over 100 elderly, women, and children, the group that had once stood against the corpse tide had dwindled to fewer than 20. Remarkably, these remaining individuals had amassed enough kills to elevate themselves to the 2nd tier. Among them, a hefty man wielding a chainsaw and a burly figure brandishing a large cleaver had both ascended to the 3rd tier following the battle. Comrades, I belong to the 7th Corps of the Eastern Military. At dawn, I will arrange for personnel to escort you out of Lingyuan City, announced the operations commander, addressing the gathering of survivors with a resonant voice. The survivors, still basking in the relief of having survived, expressed their profound gratitude to the team members. However, upon hearing the commander's proclamation, voices emerged from the crowd seeking clarification. Commander, are we to leave Lingyuan City? Where will we gather supplies afterward? The operations commander realized that the survivors had no access to satellite communications and were thus uninformed of the military's directives. He patiently elucidated. The Eastern Military has established 5 refuge bases across several surrounding provinces, including 1 large base and 4 smaller ones. My team will ensure your safe passage. An additional support will be dispatched. Once you reach the refuge base, you need not worry about supplies. Upon hearing this, many survivors erupted with enthusiasm. A refuge base, protected by the military, represented a beacon of hope for survival in this apocalyptic landscape. Reaching such a haven would alleviate their concerns about sustenance in the future. Just then, Gao Yi slowly rose to his feet, his gaze heavy with foreboding. Ahu and Fatty, tomorrow morning, you shall accompany everyone to the refuge base. Fatty, holding a chainsaw, and Ahu, wielding a large cleaver, were momentarily taken aback by the words. Brother Yi, are you not coming with us? Gao Yi lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, his fists clenching with a crackling sound. Once I eliminate that scoundrel Zhu Peng, I will pursue after you. Upon hearing this, Fatty immediately stepped forward. Big brother, I will go with you. I shall accompany you as well. Brother Yi, count me in. Damn it. The tide of corpses was summoned by him. I must avenge this grievance. Brother Yi, take me along. The remaining survivors promptly stepped forward, around 7 or 8 of them, all wearing expressions of fury. The battle commander, observing this group of men intent on fighting for the sake of other survivors, initially considered intervening. However, he soon halted, abandoning the thought of dissuasion. In this apocalyptic era, harmony was a relic of the past. Now, devoid of legal constraints, humanity existed in a world stripped of rights, where lives were as inconsequential as weeds. He surmised that this outbreak of the undead tide was likely the result of machinations between two factions of survivors. He felt powerless to impose control and was disinclined to interfere. For the entire combat squad, rescuing survivors was merely a secondary objective. Completing their mission took precedence. With this in mind, he approached Gao Yi. "Comrade, before you settle personal scores, I require your assistance. I wish to ascertain the current distribution of large zombie hordes within Lingyuan City, the locations of any remaining survivors, and the specific conditions of the 3 steel mills. Understanding the distribution of both the large zombie masses and the survivors would facilitate subsequent fire coverage." Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, positioned at the rear of the special operations team, let out a deep sigh. He had been too far from the Flame Queen earlier and had missed the opportunity to replicate her talent, a truly regrettable circumstance. As he sighed, he turned to see the diminutive Wang Ming also sighing nearby. "What troubles you? Why the long face?" Zhao Hao inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Wang Ming looked up at the sky, recalling the scene of Lin Chen's battle, and then sighed deeply once more. "It's nothing. I simply yearn for progress." Chapter 84. Birth of the Lord-level Zombie. Gathering of the undead tide within the steel mill compound. Dusk had just fallen. Zhu Peng, with a face full of flesh and a corpulent figure, lounged leisurely in a wrought-tan chair, munching on peanuts while sipping beer. 7 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. During the initial 2 days, he had fortuitously evaded the first wave of the undead riot. Subsequently, he banded together with a group to form a survivors team. Amidst the chaos, he acquired several handguns from a police precinct and seized the opportunity to eliminate the original leader of the survivor group, claiming the mantle of the new chief for himself. In those early days, aside from indulging in food and drink, he had engaged in carnal pleasures. However, over time, he came to a realization. The apocalypse was not solely a time of rampant zombie slaughter, but also a world where humanity devoured humanity. He was capable of eliminating the former leader with a single shot, and it was only a matter of time before others sought the opportunity to do the same to him. The only path to survival in this apocalypse was to continually grow stronger. Thus, he employed the deterrent power of his handgun, instructing his subordinates to ride motorcycles and lure the zombies, while he set various traps within the factory to ensnare them. One by one, the trapped zombies fell victim to his aim, allowing him to ascend to the 3rd tier. However, as the 2nd tier and 3rd tier zombies began to proliferate in the vicinity, many of his subordinates met their demise at the hands of the relentless horde during their luring efforts. His pool of capable individuals dwindled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Takano thrived, even managing to take down several 3rd tier zombies. A small faction of his already limited men discreetly defected to Takano's side. This thought gnawed at him, igniting a rage that left him grinding his teeth. Yet now, with a horde of over 1,000 zombies converging, he relished the prospect of watching Takano's group face certain death. Ah, how satisfying. Zhu Peng drained the last of his beer and reclined in the wicker chair, feeling flushed with contentment. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, his face alight with excitement. "Good news, boss. We just lured in a 3rd tier zombie, and it's trapped in our snare. You must come see." Hearing this, Zhu Peng sprang to his feet, his round face breaking into a broad grin. "A 3rd tier zombie has fallen into our trap? Fantastic. Who says only Takano can hunt 3rd tier zombies? I can do it too. Let us go." With eager strides, Zhu Peng made his way outside the factory, barely able to contain his excitement. This would be his first 3rd tier zombie kill, and he was curious to discover the unique properties of the crystal core within. After a brief 2-minute walk from the factory, he and his subordinate arrived at the rear courtyard. A group of his men clustered together, armed with various weapons, animatedly discussing the situation. "Make way, the boss is here." A sycophantic subordinate pushed through the throng to clear a path for Zhu Peng. With his handgun in hand, he navigated through the crowd to the inner circle. Before him stood a massive steel cage, 3 meters on each side, its concrete base marred with fine cracks from the impact. A crane's arm loomed above, connected to the top of the cage, one of his traps for capturing zombies. Inside the cage, a petite zombie lay prone, its limbs sprawled on the ground. From its outline, it was evident that this was a female zombie. The texture of its skin had mutated into a grotesque distortion, resembling twisted tree roots, taut and filled with an unsettling vigor. Her lips had long since decayed, revealing sharp, bone-white fangs, and a mixture of drool and dark blood dripped from her jaw, rising in wisps of black smoke upon contact with the ground. Withered black hair clung to her ghastly cheeks, and her garments had long since tattered into ragged strips. Was this truly a third-tier zombie? Could it be? Zhu Peng scrutinized the diminutive zombie before him, casting a doubtful glance at his subordinate beside him. The young man, instantly tense, hurriedly explained, "It's true, boss. I saw it with my own eyes. This zombie single-handedly lifted a car and crushed Zhang Li's brother. How could a second-tier zombie possess such strength? It must be a third tier." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhu Peng nodded in satisfaction, relinquishing his doubts. However, true to his cautious nature, he refrained from rushing forward to slay the creature. Instead, he raised his pistol, intending first to shatter the zombie's limbs before extracting its core with a knife. Bang bang. Zhu Peng fired twice at the female zombie in the iron cage. Just when he believed these shots would cripple one of her legs, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The female zombie vanished before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Both bullets missed their mark, striking the concrete floor and sending fragments scattering. Where did it go? What the hell? Where's the zombie? The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes wide as they searched frantically. At that moment, Zhu Peng's body stiffened. A wave of chilling dread surged towards his mind. Before he could react, a thick neck suddenly stiffened, and his eyes bulged. A sharp bone blade pierced through the back of his neck, emerging at his throat. Meanwhile, the female zombie was crouched behind his hefty form. "Zombie! The zombie is right there!" someone shouted, their keen eyes spotting the once-caged female zombie, now pressing closely against Zhu Peng's back, sending chills down spines. How did it escape the cage? The boss is dead. Run. Upon witnessing Zhu Peng's instant demise, the surrounding subordinates were engulfed in terror, scrambling to flee in all directions. "Don't run. I have a gun. I can take it down." One young man in the crowd, a glimmer of excitement on his face, drew his pistol from his waistband and repeatedly pulled the trigger at the third-tier female zombie. Die? Just die already. With Zhu Peng gone, if he managed to dispatch this third-tier zombie, he would become the new leader here. His fear was overshadowed by his ambition. He too desired to indulge in women and command the others to scavenge for resources, hoarding the lion's share for himself. He aspired to be the leader in this apocalyptic world, living lavishly. Now was the perfect opportunity. However, all his bullets missed their target, and the third-tier female zombie vanished once more. In the next moment, a sharp bone blade sliced down from behind him. The young man, on the brink of death, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror, his mind consumed by a singular thought. What manner of power does this zombie possess? How could it possibly teleport? As dusk faded into night, the silhouette of the third-tier female zombie flickered continuously, and within a mere minute, all 10 of the survivors lay sprawled on the ground. Moments later, they were all reanimated as zombies, rising once more from the earth. After the female zombie severed the last human's neck, her form suddenly stiffened, her skin taking on a dark crimson sheen. All her veins and arteries glowed a vivid red, standing out against her skin like intricate, convoluted patterns. Simultaneously, the sound of cracking bones echoed as her body expanded to 2 meters in height. From her forehead, 2 demonic horns sprouted. She had evolved into a 4th-tier Lord-level zombie. A low, guttural roar reverberated through the stillness of the night. The recently infected Zhu Peng and his companions trembled as they gravitated toward the female zombie. Meanwhile, within a 3-kilometer radius, thousands of zombies converged frantically towards this location.